killing frost struck England in the middle of May 1944, stunting the plum trees and the berry crops. Stranger still was a persistent drought. Hotels posted admonitions above their bathtubs. The Eighth Army crossed the desert on a pint a day. 3 inches only, please. British newspapers reported that even the king kept quite clean with 1 bath a week in a tub filled only to a line which he had painted on it. Gale winds from the north grounded most Allied bombers flying from East Anglia and the Midlands, although occasional fleets of flying fortresses still could be seen sweeping toward the continent, their contrails spreading like ostrich plumes. Nearly 5 years of war had left British cities as bedraggled, unkempt, and neglected as rotten teeth, according to an American visitor, who found that people referred to before the war as if it were a place, not a time. The country was steeped in heavy smells of old smoke and cheap coal and fatigue. Privation lay on the land like another odor. Government placards advised, "Food is a munition. Don't waste it." Rationing had begun in June 1940 and would not end completely until 1954. The monthly cheese allowance now stood at 2 ounces per citizen. For those with strong palates, no ration limits applied to sheepshead or to eels caught in local reservoirs, or to roast cormorant, a stringy substitute for poultry. More than 50,000 British civilians had died in German air raids since 1940, including many in the resurgent Baby Blitz, begun in January 1944, and just now petering out. A diarist on May 10th noted the great steady swords of searchlights probing for enemy aircraft as flak fragments spattered across rooftops like hailstones. Even during these short summer nights, the mandatory blackout, which in London in mid-May lasted from 10:30 p.m. to 5:22 a.m., was so intense that one writer found the city profoundly dark, like a mental condition. Darkness also cloaked an end-of-days concupiscence, fueled by some 3.5 million soldiers now crammed into a country smaller than Oregon. A chaplain reported that GIs and streetwalkers often copulated standing up after wrapping themselves in a trench coat, a position known as Marble Arch style. Proud Britain soldiered on, a bastion of civilization even amid war's indignities. London's West End cinemas this month screened For Whom the Bell Tolls, starring Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman, and Destination Tokyo with Cary Grant. Yet nothing brightened the drab wartime landscape more than the brilliant uniforms now seen in every pub and on every street corner, the exotic military plumage of Norwegians and Indians, Belgians and Czechs, Yorkshiremen and Welshmen, and more Yanks than lived in all of Nebraska. Even soldiers recently arrived from the Mediterranean theater added a poignant splash of color, thanks to the anti-malaria pills that turned their skin a pumpkin hue. Nowhere were the uniforms more impressive on Monday morning, May 15th, than along Hammersmith Road in West London. Here the greatest Anglo-American military conclave of World War II gathered on the war's 1,720th day to rehearse the death blow intended to destroy Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. 6 uniformed ushers escorted the guests, later described as big men with the air of fame about them, into the model room, a cold and crepuscular auditorium with black columns and hard, narrow benches, reputedly designed to keep young schoolboys awake. Since January, St. Paul's School had served as headquarters for the British 21st Army Group, and here the detailed planning for Operation Overlord, the Allied invasion of France, had gelled. The Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, dressed in a black frock coat and wielding his usual Havana cigar, entered with the Supreme Allied Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower. Neither cheers nor applause greeted them, but the assembly stood as one when King George VI strolled down the aisle to sit on Eisenhower's right. Churchill bowed to his monarch, then resumed puffing his cigar. As they waited to begin at the stroke of 10 a.m., these big men with their air of eminence had reason to rejoice in their joint victories, and to hope for greater victories still to come. In early September 1943, the fascist regime of Benito Mussolini collapsed, and the new government in Rome renounced the Axis Pact of Steel to make common cause with the Allies. Allied troops struggled up the Italian boot for 200 miles in one sanguinary brawl after another with entrenched, recalcitrant Germans. Elsewhere in this global conflagration, Allied ascendancy in 1944 gave confidence of eventual victory. With most of the U.S. Navy committed to the Pacific, along with almost 1/4 of the Army's divisions and all 6 Marine Corps divisions, the collapse of Tokyo's vast empire had begun. The collapse of Berlin's vast empire in Eastern Europe was well advanced. In 1941, when Britain, the United States, and the Soviet Union first formed their grand alliance against the Axis, the only plan was to persevere, as Churchill put it. Perseverance had brought them to this brink, a chance to close with the enemy and destroy him in his European citadel. The Americans had long advocated confronting the main German armies as soon as possible, a muscle-bound pugnacity decried as ironmongering by British strategists, whose preference for reducing the enemy gradually by attacking the Axis periphery had led to 18 months of Mediterranean fighting. Now, as the great hour approached, the arena would shift north, and the British and Americans would monger iron together. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. At 10 a.m. that Monday, Eisenhower rose to greet the 145 comrades who would lead the assault on Fortress Europe. Behind him in the cockpit of the model room lay an immense plaster relief map of the Normandy coast where the River Seine spilled into the Atlantic. With only a hint of the famous grin, Eisenhower spoke briefly, welcoming them to the final vetting of an invasion blueprint 2 years in the making. A week earlier, he had chosen June 5th as D-Day. A wiry, elfin figure in immaculate battle dress and padded shoes popped to his feet, pointer in hand. The narrow, vulpine face was among the Empire's most recognizable. But before General Bernard L. Montgomery could utter a syllable, a sharp rap sounded, and in swaggered Lieutenant General George S. Patton, Jr., a ruddy, truculent American Mars, newly outfitted by Savile Row artisans. Ignoring Montgomery's scowl, he found his bench in the second row and sat down, eager to take part in a war he condemned, without conviction, as goddamn son of bitchery. It is quite pleasant to be famous, Patton had written his wife, Beatrice. Probably bad for the soul. With a curt swish of his pointer, Montgomery stepped to the great floor map, as sharpened and as ready for combat as a pointed flint. Glancing at his notes, 20 brief items, written in his tidy cursive on unlined stationery, Montgomery began in his reedy voice, each syllable as sharply creased as his trousers. Armored columns must penetrate deep inland and quickly on D-Day. This will upset the enemy plans and tend to hold him off while we build up strength. Only Churchill interrupted with mutterings about too many vehicles in the invasion brigades at the expense of too few cutthroat foot soldiers. Montgomery pressed ahead. He envisioned a battle beyond the beaches in which the British and Canadian Second Army on the left grappled with the main force of German defenders, while the American First Army on the right invested Cherbourg. 3 weeks or so after the initial landings, Patton's Third Army would thunder into France, swing through Brittany to capture more ports. Paris likely would be liberated in mid-fall, giving the Allies a lodgment between the Seine and the River Loire to stage for the fateful drive on Germany. Precisely how that titanic final battle would unfold was difficult to predict even for the clairvoyants at SHAEF, Eisenhower's Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. The combined chiefs of staff, Eisenhower's superiors in Washington and London, whom he privately called the Charlie Charlies, had instructed him to aim northeast from Normandy, toward the Ruhr Valley, the the German industrial heartland. Schaeff believed that loss of the Ruhr would be fatal to Germany. Thus, an assault directed there would set up a decisive battle of annihilation by forcing the enemy to defend the region. Eisenhower also favored an Allied thrust toward the Saar Valley, a subsidiary industrial zone farther south. But that lay in the distant future. The immediate task required reaching the far shore. In quick succession, other senior commanders laid out the naval plan for the invasion. At 1:30 p.m., the assembly broke for lunch in the St. Paul's mess. Patton sat across from Churchill, who asked if he remembered their last meeting in the Mediterranean. When Patton nodded, the Prime Minister ordered him a tumbler of whiskey to commemorate their reunion. At 2:30, the warlords reconvened in the model room for more briefings, more charts, more striding across the painted Norman terrain, this time by the commanders who would oversee the landings, including the senior tactical U.S. Army officer in Overlord, Lieutenant General Omar N. Bradley. Then they were done. Churchill gave a brief valedictory, grasping his coat lapels in both hands. Let us not expect all to go according to plan. Flexibility of mind will be one of the decisive factors, he said. Risks must be taken. He bade them all Godspeed. I am hardening on this enterprise. I repeat, I am now hardening toward this enterprise. Ahead lay the most prodigious undertaking in the history of warfare. Shortly after 6 p.m., Eisenhower sped southwest through London in his chauffeured Cadillac, drawing deeply on a cigarette. The Supreme Commander was 53. As the drear suburbs rolled past, the Prime Minister's final confession at St. Paul's gnawed at Eisenhower. I am now hardening toward this enterprise. The tentative commitment and implicit doubt seemed vexing. Yet for Overlord the die was cast, spelled out in a 30-word order to Eisenhower from the Charlie Charlies. You will enter the continent of Europe and, in conjunction with the other United Nations, undertake operations aimed at the heart of Germany and the destruction of her armed forces. Now is the time, as Eisenhower put it, for ramming our feet in the stirrups. As the invasion drew nearer, anxieties multiplied. One intelligence source warned that German pilots planned to drop thousands of rats infected with bubonic plague on English cities. Allied authorities now offered a bounty on rat carcasses to test for signs of infection. Perhaps less far-fetched were concerns that Hitler might use poison gas when Allied troops were most vulnerable, in embarkation ports or on the Normandy beaches. A secret Schaeff plan, to be enacted only with Eisenhower's approval, called for retaliatory airstrikes by Allied planes that would drop phosgene and mustard gas bombs. Everybody gets more and more on edge, Eisenhower had recently written a friend in Washington. A sense of humor and a great faith, or else a complete lack of imagination, are essential to the project. He could only ram his feet deeper into the stirrups. 30 minutes after leaving St. Paul's, the Supreme Commander's Cadillac eased past a sentry box and through a gate in the 10-foot stone wall girdling Bushy Park, an ancient royal preserve tucked into a Thames oxbow. Codenamed Wide Wing, the compound served as Schaiff's central headquarters. Eisenhower's office, designated C1, featured a fireplace, a pair of leather easy chairs on a brown carpet, and a walnut desk with framed photos of his mother, his wife Mamie, and his son John. His 4-star flag stood against one wall, along with a Union Jack and the Stars and Stripes. Visitors sometimes found him putting an imaginary golf ball across the floor. But now he sat in his swivel chair at the desk. A brimming in-basket and the maroon leather logbook of cables and intelligence digests occupied him into the evening as the furrows deepened on his brow and the mound of butts grew higher in the ashtray. Vernal twilight lingered in the west when at last he let himself be driven down Kingston Road to a slate-roofed 5-room Tudor bungalow. This, Telegraph Cottage, was the only place in the United Kingdom where Ike Eisenhower could relax, slipping on the straw sandals he had worn as a young officer in Manila under Douglas MacArthur. Here he played bridge and badminton or thumbed through his Abilene High School yearbook, class of 1909. In nearby Richmond Park, amid purple rhododendrons and the cuckoo's cry, he occasionally rode horseback with Kay Summersby, his beautiful Irish driver and correspondence clerk. Such outings fueled so much salacious gossip about them that she sardonically referred to herself as a bad woman. In the cottage this evening, a stack of cowboy pulp novels awaited Eisenhower. Stories of gunslinging desperados entranced him, he told Summersby, because I don't have to think. But how hard not to think, particularly in the late hours after a very long day. How many youngsters are gone forever, Eisenhower had written Mamie in April. A man must develop a veneer of callousness. British Empire casualties in the war now exceeded 500,000. The Supreme Commander often quoted Napoleon's definition of a military genius as the man who can do the average thing when all those around him are going crazy. Franklin D. Roosevelt had chosen him to command Overlord as the best politician among the military men. He is a natural leader who can convince other men to follow him. Yet he had not convinced everyone that he was a great captain. Montgomery, whose sense of personal infallibility and ambivalence toward Eisenhower's generalship would only intensify, offered private complaints as well as praise. When it comes to war, Ike doesn't know the difference between Christmas and Easter. And on the same evening that Eisenhower thumbed absently through his pulp westerns at Telegraph Cottage, Field Marshal Sir Alan Brooke, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, confided to his diary an assessment of the Supreme Commander's role at St. Paul's. No real director of thought, plans, energy, or direction. Just a coordinator, a good mixer, a champion of inter-allied cooperation, and in those respects few can hold a candle to him. But is that enough? Eisenhower sensed such doubts. It wearies me to be thought of as timid when I've had to do things that were so risky as to be almost crazy, he wrote in his diary. Oh hum. He had indeed taken risks, crazy risks, but more lay dead ahead. Eisenhower was neither philosopher nor military theorist, but he believed that too few commanders grappled with what he called subjects that touch the human soul. Aspirations, ideals, inner beliefs, affection, hatreds. For more than any other human enterprise, war revealed the metal of men's souls. By the tens of thousands, souls in olive drab continued to pour into Britain. Since January, the number of GIs had doubled to 1.5 million, a far cry from the first paltry tranche of 4,000 in early 1942. The average GI was 26, born the year that the war to end all wars ended. The typical soldier stood 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed 144 pounds. But physical standards had been lowered to accept defects that once would have kept many young men out of uniform. The old jest that the Army no longer examined eyes, but instead just counted them, had come true. But what are those ideals and inner beliefs that intrigued Eisenhower? An April survey in Britain polled enlisted men about what they would ask Eisenhower if given the chance. At least half wanted to know what even the Supreme Commander could not tell them. When can we go home? A recent Army survey in Britain found that more than 1/3 of all troops doubted at times whether the war was worth fighting, a figure that had doubled since July 1943, but would rise no higher. Certainly they believed in one another. They would risk all to be considered worthy of their comrades. And so 4 by 4 by 4, They boarded troop trains on the docks to be hauled to 1,200 camps and 133 airfields across the British Isles. GIs called this new world Spam Land, but the prevailing odor came from burning feces in U.S. Army School of Hygiene coal-fired incinerators. No alliance in the war proved more vital or enduring than that of the English-speaking peoples, but this vast American encampment strained the fraternal bond. The British displayed forbearance despite surveys revealing that less than half viewed the Americans favorably. Occasional bad behavior reinforced the stereotype of boorish Yanks. GIs near Newcastle ate the royal swans at the King's summer palace. So many GIs impregnated British women that the U.S. government agreed to give local courts jurisdiction in bastardy proceedings. Road signs cautioned, "To all GIs, please drive carefully. That child may be yours." As American soldiers by the boatload continued to swarm into their Spam Land camps, a British major spoke for many of his countrymen. They were the chaps that mattered. We couldn't possibly win the war without them. The loading of invasion vessels bound for the far shore had begun on May 4th and intensified as the month wore away. 7,000 kinds of combat necessities had to reach the Norman beaches in the first 4 hours, from surgical scissors to bazooka rockets, followed by tens of thousands of tons in the days following. In 22 British ports, stevedores slung pallets and cargo nets into holds and onto decks, loading radios from Pennsylvania, grease from Texas, rifles from Massachusetts. A company contracted to deliver 10,000 metal crosses had missed its deadline. Instead, Graves registration units would improvise with wooden markers. All told, Overlord would muster 8,000 doctors, 600,000 doses of penicillin, 50 tons of sulfa, and 800,000 pints of plasma, meticulously segregated by black and white donors. Whole blood would keep for 2 weeks at most. As the last week of May arrived, there could be little doubt that D-Day was near. The blood, in large, clearly marked canisters, had landed. On Tuesday, May 23rd, a great migration of assault troops swept toward the English seaside and into a dozen marshalling areas. Americans on the southwest coast, British and Canadians in the south, where the final staging began. Soldiers snickered nervously at the new road signs reading, "One way." Almost overnight, the bright plumage of military uniforms in London dimmed as the capital thinned out. A pub previously used by American officers for assignations was rechristened the Whore's Lament. By late in the week, all marshalling camps were sealed, with sentries ordered to shoot absconders. GIs wearing captured German uniforms and carrying enemy weapons wandered through the bivouacs, so troops grew familiar with the enemy's aspect. Fantastic rumors swirled that British commandos had taken Cherbourg, that Berlin intended to sue for peace, that a particular unit would be sacrificed in a diversionary attack. Security remained paramount. Schaeff concluded that Overlord had scant chance of success if the enemy received even 48 hours advance notice, and any longer warning spells certain defeat. Camouflage inspectors roamed through southern England to ensure that the invasion assembly remained invisible to German surveillance planes. By late May, Allied intelligence, including Ultra, the British ability to intercept and decipher most coded German radio traffic, had uncovered no evidence suggesting that the enemy has accurately assessed the area in which our main assault is to be made, as Eisenhower learned to his relief. "We're ready now, as ready as we'll ever be," Brigadier General Theodore Roosevelt, Jr. of the 4th Infantry Division wrote on May 30th to his wife, Eleanor. The blackbird says to his brother, "If this be the last song ye shall sing, sing well. for you may not sing another." The warriors began to sing, and they sang well. One soldier, whose song would cease in Normandy, wrote his family, "If I don't come out of this thing, I want my people, especially my father, to know I gave every ounce of my strength and energy for what I believe I am fighting for." Another young captain, who would instead survive to reach old age, told his parents back in Waco, "The destiny of life is an elusive thing." Eisenhower left Bushy Park on Friday, June 2nd, for his war camp, codenamed Sharpener. Trailers and tents filled Sawyer's Wood, a sylvan tract of partridge brakes, dog roses, and foxglove 5 miles northwest of Portsmouth Harbor. A mile distant, down a cinder path, stood a 3-story Georgian mansion with a bowed facade and Ionic columns. Southwick House now served as Admiral Ramsay's headquarters and a convenient redoubt from which the Supreme Commander could watch Overlord unspool. The intensity of the burdens, as Eisenhower conceded in his diary, had only grown in the past week. Each morning, intelligence officers scrutinized new reconnaissance photos and sent to Southwick House revised assessments of the beach obstacles sprouting along the Norman littoral, with every bunker and minefield plotted on a large-scale map. More alarming was intelligence from Ultra that another enemy division had reinforced the western rim of the invasion zone. Such a robust force positioned to ambush the 2 lightly armed American airborne divisions planning to float into the Cotentin Peninsula in turn spooked the senior air commander for Overlord, Air Chief Marshal Sir Trafford Leigh-Mallory. Described by one British officer as a pompous nincompoop, and by another as a man with a peculiar knack for rubbing everybody up the wrong way, Leigh-Mallory petitioned Eisenhower on May 29th to cancel the combat jumps of the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions, or risk losing at least half the paratroopers and 1/3 of the accompanying gliders. Here was the sort of crazy risk for which Eisenhower felt unappreciated. Canceling the airborne drop would require either scrubbing the seaborne landings at Utah Beach as well, or condemning that assault force to possible evisceration, since the paratroopers were intended to disrupt German counterattacks against the beaches of the eastern Cotentin on D-Day. Eisenhower issued orders worthy of a battle captain. After phoning Leigh-Mallory, he dictated his decision. There was nothing for it but to proceed with a plan 2 years in the making, even as commanders were told to review to the last detail every single thing that may diminish the hazards. A strong airborne attack in the region indicated is essential to the whole operation, Eisenhower added. It must go on. A leafy hilltop near Southwick House offered a stunning panorama of the 1,000-ship fleet now ready for launching. Thousands more, the Overlord Armada numbered nearly 7,000, including landing craft and barges, filled every berth in every port. Soldiers braying and bleeding under their combat loads tramped up gangplanks or through the yawning bow doors of LSTs, landing ship tank, grounded on concrete pads at the water's edge. "Have a good go at it, mates," the leathery stevedores called. Others crammed into lighters for a short, wet ride out to troop ships turning on their chains. "If any of you fellows get any closer," one soldier warned, "you will have to marry me." Tommies heated cocoa and oxtail soup on the decks. A British platoon commander marveled at being served real white bread, which we hadn't seen in years. As always, where land met sea, the U.S. Army and the U.S. Navy found reason to bicker. Sailors laboriously explained to soldiers that an LST loaded with 800 tons rather than the maximum 500 would force the crews to offload vehicles in the surf through 10 extra inches of water, drowning engines if not men. The ships were overloaded anyway. The deadweight included 40 war correspondents, summoned in great secrecy from various London alehouses. The most celebrated among them was Ernie Pyle. Sparse and gray of hair, kind and tired of face, dressed in coveralls that threatened to engulf him. A short scarecrow with too much feet. His kit bag carried 11 liquor bottles, assorted good luck trinkets, a Remington portable, and notice of the Pulitzer Prize he had won a month earlier for brilliant reporting in the Mediterranean. Already plagued by hideous nightmares, and given to signing his letters the Unhappy Warrior, Pyle listened to a briefing on the Overlord attack plan and then lay awake, wide-eyed, until 4 a.m. Now you were committed, he later wrote. It was too late to back out now, even if your heart failed you. At 4:30 a.m. on Sunday, June 4th, in the high-ceilinged Southwick House Library, a somber Eisenhower sat with Montgomery, Ramsey, Lee Mallory, and half a dozen other senior officers on 2 couches and a clutch of easy chairs. Group Captain J. M. Stagg, a specialist in terrestrial magnetism and solar radiation, regretted to say, as SHAEF's chief meteorologist, that conditions for D-Day on June 5th had deteriorated from most unpromising to quite impossible. Eisenhower polled his lieutenants. No part of the air support plan would be practicable, Lee Mallory told him. Only Montgomery disagreed. Conditions would be severe but not impossible. He, for one, was willing to gamble. At that moment the lights failed. Aides hurried in with guttering candles that limned the exasperation in Eisenhower's face. Jesus, he snapped at Montgomery. Here you've been telling us for the past 3 or 4 months that you must have adequate air cover and that the airborne operations are essential to the assault, and now you say you will do without them. No, we will postpone Overlord 24 hours. Banks of gray cloud blustered in by mid-morning, with pelting rain and gusts. As anchors dropped and engines died, taut nerves led to bickering and a few fistfights. Combat engineers debated whether the D in D-Day stood for death. The strange, tempestuous Sunday grew stranger and stormier. At 4:30 p.m., the Royal Marine sentry at the Southwick House gate snapped to attention upon being confronted by the Prime Minister, who stomped into the mansion, flushed with rage, at General Charles A.J.M. de Gaulle, whom he denounced as an obstructionist saboteur. The sad story was this. De Gaulle, head of the self-proclaimed provisional French government in exile, had recently arrived in London from Algiers, and this morning had been driven to Droxford, north of Portsmouth, where Churchill had parked his personal train on a siding to be close to the great events unfolding. Although he greeted de Gaulle on the tracks with open arms, and then offered him an elegant lunch in his coach, the Prime Minister found the Frenchman resentful at various snubs from the Anglo-Americans, notably his exclusion from the invasion planning and the refusal by Washington to recognize de Gaulle's regime. De Gaulle, who at 6 feet 6 inches towered over the Prime Minister even when they were sitting, pronounced his host a gangster. No sooner had Churchill stormed across the Southwick House foyer than he was followed by de Gaulle himself. Du Met, as the Americans called him for his metric height, was balancing a chip like an epaulet on each marshal's shoulder. Only vaguely aware of their contretemps, Eisenhower received his visitors in the war room, where he revealed to de Gaulle for the first time the Overlord locale, battle plan, and date, now postponed for at least 24 hours. De Gaulle grew even huffier upon recognizing that most Gallic phenomenon, the fait accompli. After declaring, "I cannot follow Eisenhower," he stamped from the mansion to motor back to London. Du Met of umbrage folded into the back seat. Churchill, ignoring his own maxim that there is no room in war for pique, spite, or rancor, returned to his train outraged by such treason at the height of battle, and mentally composing black notes for what he called his frog file. Eisenhower in his diary lamented the rather sorry mess. He had hoped de Gaulle would shed his Joan of Arc complex, But now he told his staff, "To hell with him, and if he doesn't come through, we'll deal with someone else." At 9:30 p.m., the Supreme Commander again repaired with his lieutenants to the library, where a fire crackled in the hearth and momentous news from Stagg brightened the day's gloom. There had been some rapid and unexpected developments, the meteorologist reported. "I'm quite confident that a fair interval will follow tonight's front," Stagg added. Further postponement would likely delay the invasion for nearly 2 weeks when the tides next aligned properly. For a long minute the room fell silent but for rain lashing the French doors. Eisenhower stared vacantly, rubbing his head. "The question is, how long can you hang this operation on the end of a limb and let it hang there?" The tension seemed to drain from his face. "Okay," he declared. "We'll go." Across the fleet majestical, the war cry sounded, "Up anchor!" In the murky, fretful dawn, from every English harbor and estuary spilled the great effluent of liberation. From Salcombe and Poole, Dartmouth and Weymouth, in tangled wakes from the Thames, past the Black Deep and the whalebone marshes, all converging on the white-capped channel. Nearly 200,000 seamen and merchant mariners crewing 59 convoys, carrying 130,000 soldiers, 2,000 tanks, and 12,000 vehicles. By mid-morning, the heavy skies lightened and the wind ebbed, recoloring the sea from pewter to sapphire. Nothing brightened the mood more than reports from the BBC, broadcast throughout the Armada, that Rome had fallen at last. At long last. Leading the fleet was the largest minesweeping operation in naval history. As the sweepers swept, more boats followed to lay a lighted Dan buoy, every mile on either side of each channel, red to starboard, white to port. The effect, one reporter observed, was like street lamps across to France. The churlish open channel tested the seaworthiness of every landing vessel. Miserable passengers traded seasickness nostrums, such as one sailor's advice to swallow a pork chop with a string, then pull it up again. Some Yanks sang, "Happy D-Day, dear Adolf, happy D-Day to you." But Tommies preferred Jerusalem, based on William Blake's bitter poem set to music. "Bring me my bow of burning gold." To inspirit the men, officers read stand tall messages from Eisenhower in Montgomery, then offered their own prognostications and advice. Brigadier General Norman D. Cota, who would be the senior officer on Omaha Beach Tuesday morning, told officers aboard the USS Charles Carroll, "You're going to find confusion. The landing craft aren't going in on schedule, and people are going to be landed in the wrong place. Some won't be landed at all. We must improvise, carry on, not lose our heads. Nor must we add to the confusion." "We are starting on the great venture of this war," Ted Roosevelt wrote Eleanor from the USS Barnett. Roosevelt, who at 56 would be the senior officer on Utah Beach for the first hours, in both age and rank, had seen enough to have premonitions. He wrote, "We've had a grand life, and I hope there'll be more. Should it chance that there's not, at least we can say that in our years together we've packed enough for 10 ordinary lives. Our feet were placed in a large room, and we did not bury our talent in a napkin." Far inland, at more than a dozen airfields scattered across England, some 20,000 parachutists and glider troops also made ready. Every man was overburdened, from the burlap strips woven in the helmet net to the knife with a brass-knuckled grip tucked into the jump boots. Also, parachute, reserve chute, Mae West, entrenching tool, rations, fragmentation and smoke grenades, blasting caps, TNT blocks, brass pocket compass, dime store cricket, raincoat, blanket, bandoliers, rifle, cigarette carton, and morphine syrettes, 1 for pain and 2 for eternity. Carrier pigeons were stuffed into extra GI socks, their heads poking out of little holes cut in the toe. and fastened to jump smocks with blanket pins. Some officers trimmed the margins from their maps in order to carry a few more rounds of ammunition. "We look all pockets and baggy pants. The only visible human parts are two hands," wrote Lewis Simpson, the poet gliderman. Among the map trimmers was the 37-year-old assistant commander of the 82nd Airborne, Brigadier General James M. Gavin, who confessed in his diary, "Either this 82nd Division job will be the most glorious and spectacular episode in our history, or it will be another Little Bighorn. There's no way to tell now. It will be a very mean and nasty fight." Just after 6 p.m., Eisenhower climbed into his Cadillac with Kay Summersby behind the wheel and the 4-star bumper insignia hooded. Leading a 3-car convoy, the Supreme Commander rolled north for 90 minutes on narrow roads clogged with military trucks. "It's very hard, really, to look a soldier in the eye when you fear that you are sending him to his death," he told Summersby. At Greenham Common Airfield in the Berkshire Downs, hands in his pockets, he strolled among the C-47s, each Allied wing newly painted with 3 broad white stripes as recognition symbols. Troopers with blackened faces and heads shaved or clipped Mohawk style wiggled into their parachute harnesses and sipped a final cup of coffee. "The trick is to keep moving. If you start thinking, you lose your focus," Eisenhower told a young soldier from Kansas. The perfect idea, is to keep moving." Into the airplane bays they heaved themselves with a helpful shove from behind. From the west, the last gleam of a dying day glinted off the aluminum fuselages. "Stay, Light," a young soldier murmured. "Stay on forever, and we'll never get to Normandy." The light faded and was gone. Deep into the Channel, 59 darkened convoys went to battle stations as they pushed past the parallel rows of dim buoys, red to starboard, white to port. Small craft struggled in the wind and lop. "Men sick, waves washed over deck," an LCT log recorded. "Stove went out, nothing to eat, explosives wet, and could not be dried out." Several heaving vessels blinkered a one-word message: "Seasick, seasick, seasick." Down the 10 channels they plunged, 2 designated for each of the 5 forces steaming toward 5 beaches: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, Sword. Wakes braided and rebraided. The amber orb of a full moon rose through a thinning overcast off the port bow, and the sea sang as swells slipped along every hull bound for a better world. "Hallelujah," sang the sea. "Hallelujah, hallelujah." Part 1. Chapter 1. Invasion. The Far Shore. The singing stopped as the Norman coast drew near. Stars threw down their silver spears on a long column of 800 airplanes, ferrying 13,000 American paratroopers to battle. Dead ahead in the moonlight lay the Cotentin Peninsula, famed for cattle and stiff with Germans. Jumpmasters barked above the engine drone, ordering the men to their feet. With a portentous click, the 16 or 17 jumpers in each bay snapped their parachutes to static lines running overhead. Shortly after 1 a.m. on Tuesday, June 6, 1944, a captain standing in the slipstream of an open doorway peered down at the white surf beating against a beach. "Say hello to France," he shouted. Red lights flashed to warn that 4 minutes ahead lay the drop zones. Then France vanished. A gray cloud bank, unsuspected and so thick that pilots could barely see their own wingtips, swallowed planes, then groups of planes. Formations disintegrated as the C-47 Dakotas climbed and dove to avoid colliding. Dark patches of earth swam up through the murk only to disappear. And now German anti-aircraft fire, like so many lighted tennis balls, in one witness's description, began to rip into the clouds. Enemy tracers thick enough to walk on stitched the flax-spangled sky, one paratrooper reported, and shells blew through the aluminum skins as if someone threw a keg of nails against the side of the airplane. Even as the cloud bank thinned to the east, bewildered crewmen mistook one French village for another. Some of the pathfinders who had parachuted an hour earlier either missed the drop zones they were supposed to illuminate or else found enemy troops infesting the ground. Cargo bundles got stuck in aircraft doors, delaying the queued troopers for 2 miles or more. Other planes failed to descend to the specified jump height of 500 feet or to slow to 110 miles an hour. Chutes ripped open with such G-force violence that anything in my jump pants pockets simply burst through the reinforced bottom seams, a trooper recalled. Rations, grenades, underwear, and cooing pigeons spilled into the night. Gunfire thickened like a wall of flame. Rather than half a minute, the trip down took 1,000 years, a private later told his family. Another soldier hurtled earthward beneath burning shreds of silk. Men in parachutes that failed to open hit the ground with a sound likened by one soldier to watermelons falling off the back of a truck. Operation Albany, the 101st Airborne Mission, was intended to seize 4 elevated causeways, each roughly a mile apart, leading from Utah Beach to the Cotentin interior. American planners knew that marshlands behind the sea dunes had been flooded with 2 to 4 feet of water by German engineers. Planners did not know that German occupiers closed some floodgates and opened others, allowing tidal surges to create an inland sea 10 miles long and up to 10 feet deep. No one was more surprised than the many flailing paratroopers who, upon arriving over the coast of France, had removed their life vests in the airplane bays only to be pulled to brackish graves by their heavy kit. At 4 a.m., as thousands of lost and scattered parachutists blundered about in the dark, the first 52 gliders arrived like a swarm of ravens, in one German description. Cut loose from their tow planes, they drifted to earth. Pilots who had rarely, if ever, flown at night felt for the unseen ground while bullets punctured the gliders' fabric skins with a sound likened by a flight officer to typewriter keys banging on loose paper. Of more than 6,000 jumpers from the 101st Airborne, barely 1,000 had landed on or near the H-hour objectives on this Tuesday morning. Most of the 1,500-odd who had drifted far beyond the 8-mile square enclosing the division drop zones would be killed or captured. A few made their way to safety with maps torn from local telephone books by French farmers. The 101st's commander, Major General Maxwell Taylor, wandered in the dark with a drawn pistol and a dime store cricket, collecting lost paratroopers and politely declining the ancient rifle offered by a French farmer who said, "Allez me tuer un Boche." Go kill me a German. 5 hours after leaping into Normandy, paratroopers lined the sandy ridge overlooking the flooded marshes behind the dunes, waiting for Force U, Task Force Utah, to emerge from the sea. No objective was more important than Saint-Mère-Église for the 82nd Airborne, as the division's 6,000 men swooped over Normandy an hour behind the 101st. Roads from all compass points converged here. Alas, the drops in Operation Boston proved even more deranged than those of Albany. Paratroopers sifted to earth as far as 15 miles north of their intended zones. Less than half of the following gliders landed within a mile of the landing zone, and many were demolished, with dire losses of anti-tank guns and other heavy gear. Brigadier General Jim Gavin, who had fretted over another Little Bighorn, floated into an apple orchard and spent the small hours of June 6 with M1 rifle in hand, shoving scratch forces toward the critical Murderay bridges at La Fère and Chef du Pont. A lieutenant leading a patrol bayoneted 3 wounded Germans on a dirt road. He felt that he could not take any prisoners, a unit report explained, so he dispatched them. The wolf had risen in the heart already. Of the division's 3 parachute infantry regiments, only the 505th made a credible drop northwest of Saint-Mer. A fire, perhaps ignited by hissing flare, had awakened both the town and its German garrison. Then, without warning, C-47s roared just overhead, wingtip to wingtip, spitting out paratroopers who frantically tugged on their risers to shear away from both the flames and arouse German gunners. A few GIs were butchered in their harnesses, including one young trooper who dangled from a tree bough with eyes open as though looking down at his own bullet holes, as the Saint-Mer mayor recorded. But hundreds more landed unmolested after pilots circled back through the gunfire to find the correct drop zone. 10 Germans died defending the town they had held for 4 years, but most fled, and a few hard sleepers were captured in their bunks. A burial detail cut down a half-dozen dead paratroopers still dangling from the chestnut trees. The Americans had liberated their first town in France. 50 miles to the east, the British 6th Airborne Division had crossed the coast of France, keen to settle scores after half a decade of war. Many of the vicissitudes plaguing their American comrades in the Cotentin Peninsula bedeviled the British too. More than half the Pathfinders landed in the wrong place. Less fortunate were the men dumped into the Atlantic or the flooded Dives Valley. Bodies would be discovered in the Dives muck for the next half-century. Amid calamity came a celebrated success. Half a dozen large Horsa gliders, a craft named for the wife of a Saxon king, but known as the Flying Morgue for its tendency to disintegrate in hard landings, carried 181 men under Major John Howard, a former Oxford policeman. Cheered by urns of tea spiked with rum, they too had sung Cow Cow Boogie and It's a Long Way to Tipperary, until the pilots shouted, "Casting off," and tow ropes parted from the Halifax bombers ahead. For 3 minutes, Howard and his men sat in silence, but for wind shrieking over the barn door flaps, their arms linked and fingers locked in a butcher's grip. 3 horses, led by Lady Irene, corkscrewed to the west until a pilot spotted their target and abruptly yelped, "Christ, there's the bridge!" Then, "Brace for impact!" With a sound likened by one private to a giant sheet being ripped apart, the gliders clipped France at 100 miles an hour, the wheels torn away as the horses bounded into the air, then settled on their skids in an orange spray of sparks so intense the glidermen mistook them for German tracers. Stunned but uninjured, Howard and his men wiggled headfirst through jagged holes in the glider fabric, lugging their Sten guns and canvas buckets brimming with grenades. There, hardly 50 yards from Lady Irene's battered nose, stood the squat Benneville Bridge over the Caen Canal. An astonished sentry turned and fled, bellowing in alarm. Howard's men shot and grenaded their way across, shouting Abel, Baker, and Charlie to keep the 3 platoons intact. Anything that moved, a British soldier later acknowledged, we shot. One platoon commander fell dead from enemy fire, but within a quarter hour the span belonged to the British. The German bridge commander was captured when his car, laden with lingerie and perfume, skittered into a ditch. To atone for the loss of his honor, he asked in vain to be shot. Major Howard soon got word that the other half of his command had captured the nearby Orne River Bridge at Ranville. He ordered the heartening news to be broadcast in a coded radio message, then dug in to await both reinforcement and a more resolute enemy counterstroke. Across the Orne and Dives floodplains, additional gliders plummeted after mid-air collisions caused by treacherous crosswinds, or crash-landed with the usual mangled undercarriages. After one vicious burst of gunfire, an unhinged young paratrooper cried, "They got my mate! They got my mate!" Mates fell, but so did bridges. Those over the Orne were captured, and 4 across the Dives were blown. The butcher's bill had indeed been high for airborne forces on both flanks of the invasion crescent. Fewer than half of the 4,800 British troops now in France were either sufficiently near or sufficiently alive to join the fight in coherent units on June 6th. Still, the fraction exceeded that of American forces to the west. Yet this day would be famous even before it dawned, in no small measure because of the gutful men who had come to war by air. Beset by mischance, confounded by disorder, they'd mostly done what they were asked to do. Now the battle would hang on those who came by sea. First tide. Ship by ship, convoy by convoy, the overlord fleets slipped into the broad black bay of the Seine. Glints of gold and crimson could be seen far to starboard over the Cotentin and far to port above the Orne River. Airborne troops had apparently found the fight they were seeking. At 2 a.m., the ship's loudspeaker on USS Samuel Chase broke up a poker game and summoned GIs to breakfast, where mess boys in white jackets served pancakes and sausage. A British Army officer aboard the Empire broadsword told Royal Naval Commandos, "Do not worry if you do not survive the assault, as we have plenty of backup troops who will just go in over you." Precisely what the enemy knew about the approaching flotillas remained uncertain. The German radar network had been bombed for the past month. The actual overlord fleets deployed an unprecedented level of electronic sophistication that foreshadowed 21st century warfare. Jamming had begun at 9:30 p.m. Allied bombing had intensified at midnight. More than 1,000 British heavy bombers struck coastal batteries and inland targets in the small hours, gouging gaping craters along the Norman seaboard. Behind the British came virtually the entire American bomber fleet of 1,635 planes. B-26 Marauder crews, aware that paratroopers in the Cotentin were pressing toward the causeways on the peninsula's eastern lip, flew parallel to the shoreline below 6,000 feet to drop 4,414 bombs with commendable accuracy along Utah Beach. Less precise was the main American force, the 1,350 B-17 Flying Fortresses and B-24 Liberators of the 8th Air Force, funneled from England in a roaring corridor 10 miles wide and led by Pathfinder planes flipping out flares at 1-mile intervals like burning breadcrumbs. Their targets included 45 coastal fortifications. Given the imprecision of heavy bombers at 16,000 feet, the primary intent was not to pulverize enemy defenses, but to demoralize German defenders beneath the weight of metal. Conditions were far from perfect. Overcast shrouded the coast as the formations made landfall. Less than 2% of all bombs fell in the assault areas, and virtually none hit the shoreline or beach fortifications. Repeated warnings against fratricide had the effect of producing an overcautious attitude in the minds of most of the bombardiers. Nearly all payloads tumbled a mile or two from the coast, and some fell farther. Nautical twilight arrived in Normandy on June 6th at 5:16 a.m. For the next 42 minutes, until sunrise at 5:58, the dawning day revealed what enemy radar had not. To a German soldier near Vierville, the fleet materialized like a gigantic town afloat, while a French boy peering from his window in Grand Camp saw more ships than sea. Soon, 800 naval guns thundered along a 50-mile firing line. Sailors packed cotton in their ears. Concussion ghosts rippled their dungarees. The 12- and 14-inch shells from the murderous Queens, Arkansas, and Texas sounded like railway trains thrown skyward, wrote Ernest Hemingway. German shells soared over the bay in crimson parabolas. Ships zigged, zagged, and zigged some more, their battle ensigns snapping and their wakes boiling white. A French woman ashore wrote in her diary, "It is raining iron. The windows are exploding. The floor is shaking. We are choking in the smell of gunpowder." She piled her children and mattresses onto a horse cart and fled inland. Allied planes swaddled the bombardment lanes with white smoke to blind German gunners. The destroyer USS Corey, which had fired 400 rounds in an hour, slowed momentarily as sailors hosed down her sizzling 5-inch barrels. At that moment, the breeze tugged away the smokescreen long enough for the 3-gun battery at Saint Marcouf to lay 4 shells in a neat line 150 yards to port. Corey's skipper had just ordered 25 knots at hard right rudder when a stupefying explosion knocked the ship's company to the deck, if not overboard. "We seemed to jump clear of the water," a sailor later recalled. "A large fissure crossed the main deck and around through the hull. The blast cracked the destroyer like an eggshell, opening a foot-wide gap across the keel and between her stacks, flooding the engine and fire rooms, and scalding sailors to death with steam from a ruptured boiler. Crushed bulkheads and debris trapped other men below decks. With power and light gone, the rudder jammed. Most sailors on the destroyer believed that a salvo from German shore guns had struck the mortal blow, but subsequent reports blamed a sea mine. German shells pummeled the wreckage, rupturing Corey's smoke generator, detonating 40-millimeter shells, and killing more men. 5 more vessels were sunk, and 24 damaged near the Cardinay Bank in the next 10 days. Brigadier General Roosevelt intended to see with his own congenitally weak, vaguely crossed eyes just how stout the enemy defenses remained. The channel's idiosyncratic tidal flow required staggering the 5 beach landings over the space of an hour. Utah, the westernmost, would be first, and Roosevelt would be first among the first, landing with the initial 20 assault boats of the 4th Infantry Division. He was an unlikely vanguard. His greatest ambition, according to his mother, was to achieve the same heights as his father, the 26th President, whose famous crowded hour in combat — he had charged off to San Juan Hill in a Brooks Brothers cavalry uniform with a dozen spare pairs of steel-rimmed spectacles — seemed to haunt his son's own crowded hours. If Ted was unlikely to join Theodore on Mount Rushmore, his achievements were impressive enough given that he had nearly flunked out of Harvard before working as a mill hand in a Connecticut carpet factory. A wealthy investment banker by age 30, he had served as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Chairman of American Express, Governor General of the Philippines, and Governor of Puerto Rico, where he learned Spanish, attacked the island's health problems, and helped forestall a run on the banks by ponying up $100,000 of his own money. His correspondence ranged from Irving Berlin and Robert Frost to Orville Wright, Rudyard Kipling, and Babe Ruth. "What man of spirit does not envy you?" Theodore had written to his son in France in 1917. Military life, then as now, proved Ted's first best destiny all along, one admirer wrote. Returning to uniform in 1941, he became assistant commander of the 1st Infantry Division. But his tolerance of rowdy indiscipline in a unit given to rampages ran afoul of Omar Bradley. Roosevelt and the division commander, Terry de la Mesa Allen, were sacked toward the end of the Sicilian campaign. Roosevelt wept at this great grief, then promptly campaigned for another combat billet. "As long as I can fight in the front lines," he wrote, "I've still got manhood." After pestering Eisenhower's chief of staff, Beadle Smith, he asked his wife to petition George Marshall, reasoning that it was all right to pull strings if what you wanted was a more dangerous job than the one you had. The Army's chief capitulated. Roosevelt joined the 4th Division in early spring and immediately agitated to lead the Utah assault. Twice refused by the division commander, Roosevelt on May 26 tried again with a 6-point memorandum, arguing that the behavior pattern of all is apt to be set by those first engaged. He added, "They'll figure that if a general is with them, it can't be that rough." Now at 6:30 a.m., the boat ramp dropped 100 yards from shore. Drenched, cold, and exhilarated, Roosevelt waded waist-deep through the surf and onto France. He was on the wrong beach. Weak eyes or no, Roosevelt recognized his plight. The accidental beach proved pleasingly benign, with few fortifications, fewer beach obstacles, and little enemy artillery. German defenders did indeed seem dazed by the air and naval pummeling. Occasional enemy shells detonated in the dunes with a concussion likened by Hemingway to a punch with a heavy, dry glove. Few of the shells fell with precision. "How do you boys like the beach?" Roosevelt roared at arriving 12th Infantry troops. "It's a great day for hunting. Glad you made it." Through the dunes and across the beach road, several thousand GIs, the first of 32,000 in Force U, cleared resistance nests with grenades, Tommy guns, and tank fire. 4 causeways leading to the Cotentin interior would be seized and exploited on June 6, including one under a foot of water. East of Poopville, a 101st Airborne Squad cautiously summoned scouts from the 4th Division across the causeway. "Where's the war?" an 8th Infantry soldier asked, rifle slung on his shoulder. A paratrooper gestured vaguely inland. "Anywhere from here on back." Soon enough, Roosevelt raced up in his newly landed Jeep, Rough Rider. Hearing the slap of artillery ahead, he shouted to an officer, "Hey, boy, they're shooting up there," then cackled with laughter as he drove off to the sound of the guns. Hell's Beach. 15 miles southeast of Utah, the flat Norman littoral lifted briefly to form a sea-chewed plateau that would forever be known as Omaha. 5 miles long, the beach offered but 5 exits up the 100-foot escarpment, each following a narrow watercourse to 4 villages of thick-walled farmhouses a mile or so inland. June airs usually wafted out of the south, but on this fraught morning the wind whistled from the northwest at almost 20 knots. The Norman tide was a primordial force unseen in any previous amphibious landing. Rising 23 feet, twice daily it inundated the beach and everything on it, at a rate of a vertical foot every 8 minutes, then ebbed at almost an inch per second. To finesse this phenomenon in landing the 30,000 assault troops of Task Force O, followed by 26,000 more in Force B, planners chose to attack on a rising tide the morning of June 6th. This would permit landing craft to ferry the assault force as far up the exposed beach as possible, but without stranding the boats on falling water as the tide retreated. Overlord's plan called for 9 infantry companies to attack simultaneously on an Omaha beach divided into segments: Dog, Easy, Charlie, and Fox. But 3 mistakes had already given Omaha an ineluctable tragic cast. 1 error attributable mostly to the Navy, 2 to the Army. To minimize the risk of German shore fire, naval captains had anchored their transport ships 11 miles distant, guaranteeing derangement of the landing echelons by wind, current, and confusion. In a bid for tactical surprise, Army commanders had insisted on truncating the naval bombardment to barely 35 minutes, enough to scare the defenders, but not enough, given the clean miss by Allied air forces, to subdue them. The Army also had chosen to storm the narrow beach exits where fortifications were sturdiest, rather than stressing infiltration up the bluffs to outflank enemy strongpoints. The German defenses were fearsome. 85 machine gun nests, soon known to GIs as murder holes, covered Omaha, more than all 3 British beaches combined. Unlike the obstacles at Utah, many of the 3,700 wood pilings and iron barriers embedded in the tidal flat at Omaha were festooned with mines, like huckleberries, as a Navy officer described them. Thanks to smokeless, flashless powder and a German ban on tracer bullets here, gun pits remained, as a Navy analysis conceded, exceedingly difficult to detect. Also undetected and unexpected by the assault troops were German reinforcements. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, in mid-March, had shifted the 352nd Infantry Division to the coast. The 13,000 troops from the 352nd, mobile, dangerous, and so young that Wehrmacht officers requisitioned milk from French farmers to build their bones, had spent much of their time in recent weeks hauling timber in dray carts from the Forêt de Circe to buttress the Atlantic Wall. Nearly half the division's infantry strength, including 2 battalions on bicycles, had been dispatched before dawn to the southern Cotentin, with orders to confront reported paratroopers. Rather than the 3-to-1 ratio favored by attackers in storming an entrenched foe, some units now sweeping toward land would meet odds of 3-to-5. The foreshore would earn enduring epithets, including Bloody Omaha and Hell's Beach. For those who outlived the day, who survived this high thing, this bright honor, this destiny, the memories would remain as shot-torn as the beach itself. They remembered waves slapping the steel hulls, and bilge pumps choked with vomit from seasick men making utterly inhuman noises into their gas capes. They remembered the red splash of shell bursts plumping the shallows, and machine gun bullets puckering the sea like wind-driven hail before tearing through the grounded boats so that, as one sergeant recalled, men were tumbling out just like corn cobs off a conveyor belt. Mortar fragments, said to be the size of shovel blades, skimmed the shore, trimming away arms, legs, heads. The murder holes murdered. Soldiers who had sung Happy D-Day, Dear Adolf, now cowered like frightened animals. They desperately gouged out shallow holes in the shingle with mess kit spoons and bark knuckles, mouths agape in a rictus of astonishment intended to prevent artillery concussions from rupturing their eardrums. They remembered brave men advancing as if walking in the face of a real strong wind until whip-crack bullets cut them down. And they remembered the shapeless dead, sprawled on the strand like smears of divine clay, or as flotsam on the making tide, weltering, with their life belts still cinched. All this they would remember from the beaten zone called Omaha. By 7 a.m., as the flood tide began to swallow the obstacles, only 6 of 16 gaps had been cleared, and at a fell cost. More than half of the engineers would be dead, wounded, or missing by mid-morning. The fiascos multiplied. Sherman amphibious tanks, ostensibly seagoing with their inflatable canvas skirts and twin propellers, began plopping into the waves from LCT ramps, like toads from the lip of an ornamental pond. Yet the tanks had only 9 inches of freeboard in a pond with 6-foot seas. Of 32 Shermans in one battalion, 27 sank trying to cross 6,000 yards of open water, with a loss of 9 officers and 137 men. On the right flank of the invasion zone, German gunners abruptly turned beach Dog Green into an abattoir. Without firing a shot, Company A was reportedly inert and leaderless in 10 minutes. After half an hour, 2/3 of the company had been destroyed, including Sergeant Frank Draper, Jr., killed when an anti-tank round tore away his left shoulder to expose a heart that beat until he bled to death. Among 22 men from tiny Bedford, Virginia, who would die in Normandy, Draper didn't get to kill anybody, his sister later lamented. German machine guns, with a sound one GI compared to a Venetian blind being lifted up rapidly, perforated the beach, killing the wounded and re-killing the dead. A lieutenant shot in the brain continued to direct his troops until, a survivor recounted, he sat down and held his head in the palm of his hand before falling over dead. Wounded men jabbed themselves with morphine or shrieked for medics, one of whom used safety pins to close a gaping leg wound. A guy in front of me got it through the throat. Another guy in front of me got it through the heart. I run on, a survivor later recalled. An unhinged soldier sat in the sand weeping softly and tossing stones into the water. "This," an officer declared, "is a debacle." By 8:30 a.m., the Omaha assault had stalled. The rising tide quickly reclaimed the thin strip of liberated beach, drowning those immobilized by wounds or fear. Only where escarpment turned to cliff, 4 miles west of Omaha, did the early morning assault show promise. 3 companies from the 2nd Ranger Battalion scaled the headland at Pont du Hoc, first climbing freehand despite a rain of grenades, then using grapnels and braided ropes fired from mortar tubes. Rangers hauled themselves over the lip of the cliff, then used thermite grenades to wreck 5 shore guns that had been removed from their casemates and secreted in an apple orchard. The triumph was short-lived. They soon found themselves trapped by rallying Germans, who spent the next 36 hours trying to sweep them from the scarp to the rocks below. Back on Hell's Beach, several thousand shivering soldiers also found defilade where they could and waited for a counterattack from the bluffs to bowl them back into the sea. From the gray deck of the command ship USS Augusta, none of this was clear. At a plotting table in the center of the war room sat a tall, bespectacled man in a helmet Mae West and 3-star field jacket. Again he asked, "What's going on?" and again got little more than an apologetic shrug. Omar Bradley had begun contemplating his course if the troops failed to get off the strand. He felt not only alarmed but also a bit ridiculous. This morning the Army commander sported an immense bandage on his nose to cover a boil that had been lanced in the ship's dispensary. Photographers were forbidden to take his picture. The Omaha plan had been largely Bradley's design, including the limited fire support from the Navy, and he had dismissed predictions of stiff losses as tommyrot. Now he was not so sure. The man described in his high school yearbook as calculative pushed through the canvas war room door and climbed to Augusta's bridge, squinting at the opaque shore and mulling his odds. Not for some hours would Bradley learn that by late morning his prospects on Omaha had brightened considerably, beginning at Beach Dog White. There, Brigadier General Norman Coda, known as Dutch, had reached the 5-foot timber seawall half a mile east of the beach exit leading to Vierville. Soldiers who could outcrawl the tide lay clustered like barnacles on the banked littoral, hugging wooden groins that jutted from the seawall. Now Coda improvised. Chewing an unlit cigar, jut-jawed with pale eyes and a hooked nose, Coda scrambled west along the groins. Pistol in hand, he sang tuneless ad-libbed lyrics under his breath. Encountering a cluster of troops, he demanded, "What outfit is this? God damn it if your Rangers get up and lead the way. I know you won't let me down. We've got to get these men off this goddamn beach." A Bangalore torpedo threaded through a double apron of barbed wire, blew a gap across the beach road beyond the seawall. Machine gun fire cut down the first GI into the breach. "Medico, I'm hit," he cried, then sobbed for his mother until he died. But others, including Coda, scampered across the blacktop and through the burning marsh grass beyond. Up the bluff they climbed, single file, marking mines with white engineer tape, cigarettes, and scraps from a ration box. Smoke hid them from German marksmen, but made them weep until they strapped on gas masks. By 10 a.m., tiny Vierville had fallen but for snipers. Another rifle company scuffing into the village found Coda twirling his pistol on his finger. "Where the hell you been, boys?" he asked. Elsewhere along Omaha, in what one witness called a final stubborn reserve of human courage, more desperate men found additional seams up the escarpment. By noon, the enemy line had been broken by half a dozen penetrations coagulating haphazardly, as the official Army history later noted. Coda continued his charmed day by hiking from Vierville down the narrow ravine toward Dog Green, forcing 5 prisoners yanked from foxholes to guide him through a minefield. "Come on down here, you sons of bitches," he yelled at snipers plinking away from the hillside. Armored bulldozers scraped debris from the Vierville draw, thus opening another portal for tanks, trucks, and the mechanized juggernaut that would be needed to liberate first Normandy, then France, then the continent beyond. That left the British and Canadians beating for 3 beaches to the east. The bitches, as Tommies called Gold, Juno, and Sword, were largely of a piece with Utah and Omaha. This 28-mile stretch of coast was defended by 90 shore guns and 8 German battalions, whose ranks included many conscripted Poles, Czechs, and Ukrainians of doubtful fealty to the Reich. During the run to shore, inevitable recitations from Henry V were bellowed above the roar of diesel engines and booming guns. "On, on, you noble English!" Troops from the Royal Warwickshire Regiment, who were issued bicycles and told to cycle like mad behind the Sherman tanks into Caen, found bikes not at all the ideal accessory for crawling under mortar fire. The city of Caen and the road linking it to Bayeux remained in German hands, an inconvenience both vexing and consequential. Yet the day seemed undimmed. Canadian troops had pressed 6 miles or more into France, and British soldiers reported reaching Bayeux's outskirts. Prisoners trudged to cages on the beach, holding up trousers from which the buttons had been snipped to discourage flight. French women who emerged from cellars to kiss their liberators found themselves happily smudged with camouflage kettle soot and linseed oil. Inquiries by officers in their public school French, "Où sont les Boches?" often provoked wild pointing and an incomprehensible torrent of Norman dialect. But there was no misunderstanding the scratchy strains of La Marseillaise, played over and over by a young girl outside her cottage on an antique gramophone with a tin horn. Allons, enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. A Conqueror's Paradise. As if in pursuit of the sinking sun, a black Porsche convertible raced west across France from the German frontier. Since early May, Allied fighter bombers had demolished all 26 bridges spanning the river from the French capital to the sea, converting the bucolic drive to Normandy into a circuitous annoyance. The sleek horse provoked stares as the car sped through drowsy villages and farm communes. But it was the German officer in a leather coat in the front seat with a map spread across his knees who drew the eye. The familiar flat face with a narrow, sloping forehead and incipient jowls belonged to Hitler's youngest but most celebrated field marshal. Even French peasants recognized him. And as the convertible raced past, they called aloud to one another, "C'est Rommel." Yes, Rommel. He had meant to confer with the Führer in his Alpine retreat at Berchtesgaden and to complain about shortages of men and materiel for the Atlantic Wall, but had instead been summoned back to France by grave reports of Allied landings in Normandy on Tuesday morning. "Tempo," he urged the driver. "Tempo!" Turning to an aide in the rear seat, he added, "If I was commander of the Allied forces right now, I could finish off the war in 14 days. At 9:30 p.m., with little left of the long summer day, sentries in camouflage capes waved the horse into the red-roofed river village of La Roche-Guyon, 40 miles west of Paris. The Château de La Roche-Guyon had presided above this great loop of the Seine since the 12th century and had served since early March as Rommel's Army Group B headquarters. On the chalk cliffs overhanging the river's north bank and the castle's peppermill roofs stood a bristling array of anti-aircraft batteries. Deep tunnels had been blasted to house German troops without damaging the ducal orangery or the crypt crowded with dead seigneurs. Clacking typewriters and snatches of Wagner from a phonograph could be heard as Rommel ascended the grand staircase and hurried through the billiards room to the salon that now served as his office. "He's very calm and collected," an artillery officer wrote, "grim-faced, as is to be expected." Thanks to Allied jamming and downed phone lines, little was known with certainty. An advisory on Monday evening from OB West, the German headquarters for Western Europe, declared, "There are no signs yet of an imminent invasion." The 7th Army occupying Normandy sounded no general alarm until 1:30 a.m., despite reports of paratroopers near Caen and in the Cotentin. Even then, OB West insisted at 2:40 a.m., "It is not a major action." Not until that fantastic armada materialized from the mist had the truth struck home. Still, 7th Army asserted through much of the day that at least part of the Allied landing had been halted at the water's edge. That soap bubble delusion soon popped. At 6 p.m., the division acknowledged unfavorable developments, including Allied troops infiltrating inland and armored spearheads nosing toward Bayeux. Rommel's grim face grew grimmer. Here, in Normandy, he had first made his name as the fighting animal, driving his 7th Panzer Division more than 200 miles in 4 days to trap the French garrison at Cherbourg in June 1940. Soon after, in Africa, the fighting animal took vulpine form as the audacious Desert Fox, although even he could not forestall the Allied triumph in Tunisia. Now, he told a comrade, he hoped to re-win great fame in the West. Hitler's decision in November 1943 to reinforce the Atlantic Wall against an Anglo-Saxon landing offered him that chance. The Field Marshal had flung himself into building the Rommel Belt. All told, 20,000 coastal fortifications had been constructed, 500,000 foreshore obstacles in place, and 6.5 million mines planted in what he called the Zone of Death. Rommel harbored few illusions. Some divisions were composed of overaged troops, as well as many non-Germans. Worse yet was the Anglo-American advantage in air power and sea power. Battling a foe with air superiority was like being nailed to the ground. Moreover, 71,000 tons of Allied bombs had already eviscerated the German transportation system in the West. 6 weeks earlier, he had warned subordinates, "The enemy will most likely try to land at night and by fog, after a tremendous shelling by artillery and bombers. They will employ hundreds of boats and ships, unloading amphibious vehicles and waterproof submersible tanks. We must stop him in the water, not only delay him. The enemy must be annihilated before he reaches our main battlefield." In March, he had proposed that all armored, mechanized, and artillery units in the West be bundled under his command, and that he assume some control over the 1st and 19th Armies in southern France. This impertinence found little favor in Berlin or Paris. The OB West commander, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, who called his brash subordinate an unlicked cub and the martial laddie, argued that to disperse counterattack forces along 1,700 miles of exposed Atlantic and Mediterranean coastline would be foolhardy. Better to follow Napoleon's dictum, as one panzer commander urged, "S'engager, puis voir." Engage the enemy, and then we shall see. Perhaps predictably, when frantic pleas to release the armored reserves had arrived in Berlin and Berchtesgaden this morning, more than 8 hours passed before the panzers were ordered to begin the long, tortuous journey toward Normandy. Rommel denounced the delay as madness, adding, "Of course, now they will arrive too late." S'engager, puis voir. The struggle in Normandy would depend in large measure on the only armored unit within quick striking distance of the invasion beaches, the 21st Panzer Division. Even while racing back to France this afternoon, Rommel had stopped midway to confirm by phone that the unit was hurrying into action. Now the harsh truth came clear. Orders, counter-orders, and disorder had plagued the division almost as much as marauding Allied planes and scorching field gun fire. This evening, a Panzer Grenadier Regiment knifing toward Sword Beach in the 2-mile gap between Canadian and British troops had nearly reached the Strand. Then, just before 9 p.m., almost 250 more British gliders, escorted by fighters, swept into the Orne Valley, doubling British airborne combat power in France, and threatening to pin the grenadiers against the sea. Swarming enemy aircraft impeded movement, even at night. Grenadiers skulked back from the coast to blocking positions with 24 88mm guns in the hills around Caen. Rommel studied the wall map. The critical crossroads city of Caen remained in German hands, and nowhere did the Anglo-American penetration appear deeper than a few kilometers. The 12th SS Panzer and the Panzer Lehr divisions were finally moving toward Normandy, despite fighter bombers flocking to the telltale dust clouds like raptors to prey. The first critical 24 hours was nearly spent, yet perhaps the coastal battle could still be saved. He was, as ever, the Führer's marshal. A monstrous full moon rose over the beachhead, where 156,000 Allied soldiers burrowed in as best they could to snatch an hour of sleep. Rommel was right. The invaders' grip on France was tenuous, ranging from 6 miles beyond Gold and Juno to barely 2,000 yards beyond Omaha. If the 21st Panzer had failed to fulfill Rommel's imperative by cudgeling the enemy into the sea within 24 hours, the division had blocked the capture of Caen, gateway to the rolling terrain leading toward Paris. Caen was among 17 Norman towns warned in leaflets dropped from Allied planes on June 6th that bomber fleets would follow, often in little more than an hour. All told, 3,000 Normans would be killed on June 6th and 7th by bombs, naval shells, and other insults to mortality. They joined 15,000 French civilians already dead from months of bombardment before the invasion. As for the liberators, the 8 assault divisions now ashore had suffered 12,000 killed, wounded, and missing, with thousands more unaccounted for, most of whom had simply gotten lost in the chaos. Allied aircraft losses in the invasion totaled 127. The 8,230 U.S. casualties on D-Day included the first of almost 400,000 men who would be wounded in the European theater, the first of 7,000 amputations, the first of 89,000 fractures. Many were felled by 9.6-gram bullets, moving at 2,000 to 4,000 feet per second, or by shell fragments traveling even faster. Such specks of steel could destroy a world, cell by cell. Aboard USS Samuel Chase, mess boys who that morning had served breakfast in white jackets were now as blood-smeared as slaughterhouse toughs from sewing corpses into burial sacks. Omaha was the worst, of course. Stretcher-bearers with blistered hands carried broken boys down the bluff to Easy Red, now dubbed Dark Red, only to find that a medical battalion had come ashore with typewriters and office files, but no surgical equipment or morphine. Fearful of mines and rough surf, most landing craft refused to pick up casualties from the beach after dark. A single ambulance with cat's eye headlights crept along the dunes, delivering the wounded to collection point trenches, where medics plucked scraps of GI boot leather from mine wounds. Listening for the telltale crackle of gas gangrene, they hushed sufferers who asked only for a bullet in the brain. So ended the day, epical and soon legendary, and perhaps indeed, as in the judgment of a Royal Air Force history, the most momentous in the history of war since Alexander set out from Macedon. In southern England, the first of the master race arrived as prisoners on an LST, reporter Martha Gellhorn reported. She studied the small, shabby men in field gray, trying to see in those faces what had happened in the world. A badly wounded American lieutenant, evacuated on a surgical litter next to a German shot in the chest and legs, murmured, "I'd kill him if I could move." Such sanguinary purpose would be needed in the weeks and months ahead. For 4 years, Hitler had fortified this coast, most recently entrusting the task to his most charismatic general. Yet Allied assault troops had needed less than 3 hours to crack the Atlantic Wall and burst into Fortress Europe. Though far from over, the battle was won. Those killed in action would appear on personnel lists as dead stock. Yet even as they still lay on the Norman sand, silvered by the rising moon, toes pointing toward the stars, the living would carry them along. I shall never forget that beach, Corporal William Preston, who had come ashore at dawn in an amphibious tank, wrote to his family in New York. Nor would he forget one dead soldier in particular who caught his eye. I wonder about him, Preston added. What were his plans never to be fulfilled? What fate brought him to that spot at that moment? Who was waiting for him at home? Destiny had also sorted them, and would sort them again and again, until that hour for which they were born had passed. Chapter 2. Lodgment. This long, thin line of personal anguish. Light rain fell in Portsmouth on Wednesday morning, June 7th, as Eisenhower strode through a stone sallyport to the dockyard below Broad Street. In the anchorage across from King's Stairs, where over the centuries many an English sea dog had sortied to battle, the fast mine-layer HMS Apollo awaited him. The Supreme Commander knew little more about D-Day than did Corporal Preston in his tank, and he was keen to see for himself what D+1 would bring to the Norman coast. Swinging east of the Isle of Wight, Apollo skipped across the channel in 3 hours. The ship passed convoys returning and convoys going out, and an alarming number of barges, boats, and landing craft either foundering or abandoned, going nowhere. A scene of great confusion met the eye, Admiral Ramsay, who accompanied Eisenhower, told his diary. An anxious situation. Shortly before noon, Apollo pulled abreast of the Augusta off Omaha Beach, as Eisenhower stood at the rail watching a Higgins boat wallow through the chop to a ladder lowered down the mine layer's hull. Omar Bradley, nose still bandaged, climbed to the deck and extended his hand, only to find the Supreme Commander in a red fury at the meager reporting from the beachhead. "Why in the devil didn't you let us know what was going on?" he snapped. "Nothing came through until late afternoon, not a damn word. I didn't know what had happened to you." Bradley sputtered in protest. "We radioed you every scrap of information we had." Only later did he learn that his hourly dispatches had piled up in Montgomery's radio room, where overwhelmed code clerks had fallen 12 hours behind in deciphering messages. Swallowing his anger, Bradley tried to make amends by telling Eisenhower in detail what he knew. Overlord was firmly rooted in France. He had waded onto Dark Red earlier this morning to see for himself, even riding up the escarpment on a truck's running board. Fire on the beaches had dwindled. Captured enemy prisoners, particularly Poles and Russians, were helping to build their own cages. More than 1/3 of all shore obstacles would be cleared by low tide this evening, and nearly all would be gone in another day. Reinforcements continued to arrive. Yet First Army still had not reached most of its D-Day objectives. Beyond Utah Beach, confusion remained the order of the day. Eisenhower said little in response to Bradley's report, apparently lost in thought as he studied a map. Bradley came over and discussed situation and did nothing to relieve my anxiety, Ramsay noted in his diary. Bridgehead still very shallow, no guns to speak of ashore. After a flurry of salutes on deck, Bradley scrambled down the sea ladder and puttered back to Augusta, smoldering over what he deemed a pointless interruption and annoyance. Skies fared in the afternoon, and Apollo steamed to the east for a distant look at the British beaches, but not distant enough. A lurch, and Eisenhower and others were flung to the deck. The vessel had struck a sandbar. Ramsay, who had first gone to sea in 1898 at the age of 15 and was said to exude an aura of vinegar, was mortified at this display of Royal Navy seamanship, although Eisenhower took responsibility for urging haste over caution. Apollo limped across the bay at 6 knots until a British destroyer picked up the Supreme Commander and whisked him back to Portsmouth. "We've started," he scribbled in a quick, fretful note to Mamie. "Only time will tell how great our success will be." Even war could not dim the radiance of a June morning in Normandy. 2 battalions from the British 50th Division pushed into Bayeux on Wednesday, led by French boys cadging cigarettes. White blossoms rioted in the orchards, and geraniums spilled from window boxes. Sherman tanks still wearing amphibious skirts clanked into town. Crews dismounted to brew the thick tea known as gunfire. A civil affairs detachment arrived to impose a curfew and arrest collaborators. At first sight, an exasperated officer lamented, "Impossible to differentiate between pro-Nazis, Vichy, and patriot Frenchmen." Another report acknowledged, "Looting by troops pretty general." 36,000 French communes remained to be liberated, and few would enjoy as benign an emancipation as lovely Bayeux. Devastation was but a mortar round away, of course. Closer to Caen, the gunplay was unremitting. 25 miles to the west, the self-described unhappy warrior from Indiana also pondered the imponderables. Ernie Pyle had come ashore on Omaha early Wednesday, as Bradley's aide wrote, looking helpless and insignificant, shading his emotions as he always does. For several hours he combed the high water line, compiling an inventory. Pistol belts, canvas water buckets, stationery on which love letters would never be written, oranges, a tennis racket still clamped in its press with not a string broken, all formed what Pyle called this long, thin line of personal anguish. He returned to LST 353 for the night and more nightmares. Looking very tired and very sad, an officer noted. To another reporter, Pyle confessed, "I become less used to it as the years go by." A Gunman's World. Enemy soldiers by the tens of thousands converged on Normandy. There was not a moment to lose, as Rommel repeatedly urged, yet moments, minutes, hours, and days were lost to disorder, indecision, and marauding Allied airplanes. Traveling by 5 dusty routes from Chartres, 100 miles east of the invasion zone, the 15,000-man Panzer Lehr Division had been harassed from above since Tuesday evening. Half a dozen flak battalions moving toward the beachhead were mauled, suffering 200 casualties before firing a shot. No anabasis would be more infamous than that of the 2nd SS Panzer Division, known as Das Reich, ordered north from Toulouse on June 7th. To move a German tank division typically required at least 60 trains, but the only surviving rail bridge over the Loire proved so fragile that boxcars were nudged across one at a time. Das Reich materiel and troops traveling by rail would take 17 days to cover 450 miles, normally a 3-day journey. Troops aboard the division's trucks moved somewhat faster, even as they were diverted for killing sprees against the maquis of the French resistance. On June 10th, SS troops drove into Oradour-sur-Glane, a village bustling with farm workers and children receiving vaccinations. Women and children were herded into a church, which was set ablaze with grenades and gunfire. Howling soldiers then shot dead the men in barns and garages before burning the town with straw, brush, and saddlery as kindling. More than 640 innocents died in Oradour. Evil also shadowed the 12th SS Panzer Division. Nicknamed Hitlerjugend, Hitler Youth, and composed of teenage fanatics led by Eastern Front veterans, the division's Panther Tank Battalion arrived near Caen on June 7th, too low on fuel to give battle. That fell to the accompanying Panzer Grenadier Regiment, led by Colonel Kurt Meyer, a broad-shouldered former miner and policeman who had joined the Nazi Party in 1930 at age 19. Panzer Meyer had been known to encourage timid troops to advance by tossing live hand grenades behind them. Climbing a spiral staircase in a corner turret of the 12th century Abbaye d'Ardenne, 2 miles northwest of Caen, Meyer on Wednesday afternoon spied Canadian troops from Juno Beach tramping south through the wheat fields and apple trees to nearby Oti. Like hornets, the grenadiers swarmed across almost a mile of open ground before naval guns and field artillery could range them. At 5:30 p.m., a white flare signaled German possession of Oti. Belated salvos from the warships offshore and an armored counterattack took a toll on Meyer's men, who would lose more than 30 panzers on Wednesday. But the Canadians had been smacked back more than 2 miles, losing ground not to be recouped for a month. Calm burned, still in German hands. Yet Panzer Meyer lacked the strength to exploit his winnings. By nightfall, his troops remained 6 miles from the sea, and more than 100 SS casualties in Oti made his regiment splenetic. The first murder may have been that of a wounded Canadian private, bayoneted by an SS trooper who shouted curses at his victim as he impaled him. 8 more prisoners were told to remove their helmets in Oti, then shot. Their bodies were dragged into the road and crushed beneath tank tracks. A French villager collected the remains with a shovel. 6 others were frog-marched through a kitchen and shot in the head. The Sherbrooke Fusiliers chaplain was stabbed through the heart. On Thursday, June 8th, the killings continued. Now known as the Murder Division, the 12th SS Panzer would be accused of killing 156 defenseless men, nearly all Canadian, in little more than a week, igniting a cycle of atrocity and reprisal that persisted all summer. "Any German who tries to surrender nowadays is a brave man," said a Scottish soldier. "We just shoot them there and then with their hands up." Canadian battle casualties approached 3,000 during the first week of Overlord, with more than 1,000 dead. Yet the Canadian 3rd Division, carrying more than double its usual artillery complement, now displayed mettle in a battle described by one corporal as just a straight shootout. Both sides blasting at each other day and night, they went at it like hockey players. Beaten back by firepower, the Hitlerjugend found the success at Oti impossible to replicate, even when reinforced by the 21st Panzer and Panzerlehr divisions. The 7th Army is everywhere forced on the defensive, the OB West War Diary recorded on June 10th. Field Marshal von Rundstedt the same day ordered the thorough destruction of Cherbourg Harbor to begin forthwith. Rommel was unnerved. During a 2-hour stroll through the La Roche-Guyon gardens, he told a subordinate that the best solution would be to stop the war while Germany still held some territory for bargaining. Hitler disagreed, demanding of 7th Army that every man shall fight or fall where he stands. "The battle is not going at all well for us," Rommel wrote his wife Lucy on June 13th, "mainly because of the enemy's air superiority and heavy naval guns." Almost as an afterthought, he added, "I often think of you at home." Rommel's lament would have delighted General Montgomery had he been privy to it. On D+2, the 21st Army Group commander had come home to Normandy, ancestral seat of the Montgomerys. His command post was tucked into the grounds of an imposing manor house with a hip roof and 6 chimneys at Cruyer, 4 miles inland of Gold Beach. Montgomery had brought his pets. "I now have 6 canaries, 1 lovebird, 2 dogs," he subsequently wrote, the latter a fox terrier named Hitler and a cocker spaniel named Rommel, both of whom get beaten when necessary. His command included an equal measure of Americans, but parity would soon yield to a 3-fold Yankee preponderance on the continent. The imbalance was fraught with tension and grievance. Few could gainsay his virtues. The power of commanding affection while communicating energy, a quality also attributed to Marlborough. A conviction that gratuitous casualties were unpardonable. A sense that he knew the way home. Omar Bradley, who would later grow to detest him, believed Montgomery in Normandy to be tolerant and judicious, a model of wisdom, forbearance, and restraint. George Bernard Shaw admired how he concentrates all space into a small spot, like a burning glass. "I keep clear of all details. Indeed, I must," Montgomery told his staff. "I see no papers, no files. I send for senior staff officers. They must tell me their problems in 10 minutes." A man of habit and discipline, Montgomery had been awakened after his usual bedtime of 9:30 p.m. only twice during the war, both occasions in Africa, and he did not intend to be roused again. He had not come to France to lose the battle, to lose the war, or even to lose sleep. Alas, too many of his best qualities were matched by folly or misjudgment, as his biographer Ronald Lewin would write. He was a man made to be misunderstood. "Enjoying life greatly," he wrote to his rear headquarters in Portsmouth on June 13th, "and it is great fun fighting battles again after 5 months in England." Several thousand men were dead, and thousands more had been maimed. Here was a man made to be misunderstood. The Overlord plan was largely his, and now he sought to make it work. To gain maneuver room in the beachhead, he had called for powerful, armored force thrusts on both left and right, beginning on D-Day afternoon, and he had been ready to sacrifice 4 tank brigades in an exchange of metal and men for space. Yet after a week, the beachhead remained pinched and crowded. 34 Allied armored battalions and more than 300,000 troops had landed, with 2,000 tanks, but they had nowhere to go. On the left, Second Army had blunted the German counterattack without building momentum or gaining elbow room. The feeble direct assault on Caen had failed, and a proposal to drop British airborne troops behind the city found no favor with Eisenhower's air chief, Lee Mallory, who feared heavy aircraft losses. "He is a gutless bugger who refuses to take a chance," Montgomery fumed to his chief of staff on June 12th. A flanking attack from west of Caen began with promise on June 13th, when the British 7th Armored Division, the famed desert rats from Africa, captured Villers-Bocage. Then calamity. On the far side of town, Tiger tank fire raked the lead column. Within 15 minutes, more than a dozen British tanks and as many trucks had been gutted. The chastened desert rats drew back behind the massed fires of 160 Anglo-American guns and 1,700 tons of RAF bombs that turned the village into a smoking hole. With the front line static, Tommies would not tramp the rubbled streets of Villers-Bocage again until August. The battle soon turned into an attritional struggle of snipers and artillery barrages in what the journalist Alan Moore had called a gunman's world. "Bloody murder, people dropping dead," a company commander wrote. For the Americans in the West, progress was a bit more heartening. The 5th and 7th Corps, heaving inland from Omaha and Utah respectively, merged into a single front after the capture of Carentan. A 4-day struggle by the 82nd Airborne to secure a bridgehead over the Merderet finally won through, although more than 1,000 paratroopers remained missing, and the 101st Airborne could not account for nearly 3,000 more. The landscape was wrecked. When I first saw Isigny, with walls toppling and everything afire, an officer reported, I thought of Carthage. But most civilians seemed agreeable even amid the ruins. Bradley, late on June 13th, halted 5th Corps' drive towards Saint-Lô. With the British stalled around Caen, he feared vulnerable flanks if the American salient grew too frisky. He also amended his original plan to simply bash on towards Cherbourg. Instead, he chose to first cut the Cotentin Peninsula by shoving 3 divisions west to the sea, blocking German reinforcements and sealing escape routes. The 4th Division, with Ted Roosevelt, would continue hammering northward toward the port. "I'm sitting in a little gray stone Normandy chateau," Roosevelt wrote Eleanor from a grim encampment 15 miles southeast of Cherbourg. Rough Riders stood outside beneath a camouflage net, a sunburst hole in the windshield from a shell fragment. He wrote, "I don't suppose there's a man here who's 30, but they look old. Behind me lies a hard-fought field. The dead lie sprawled in every attitude. Their uniforms are dirty and torn, their faces are like yellow clay and unshaven. Brown, dried blood stains them. Today's been one of those days in battle when the heebie-jeebies are in order. No one took a greater proprietary interest in the Norman battlefield than the dour Frenchman known as Du Mit. Montgomery had authorized a visit by de Gaulle and 2 minions. Instead, a platoon of 19 came ashore just before 2 p.m. on Wednesday, June 14th. Declining an invitation to dine, "We have not come to France to have luncheon with Montgomery," de Gaulle said. He instead drove by jeep to Cruyer for a brief, awkward conference. The French general clearly believed small talk to be a vice, a British diplomat observed, and conversation often flowed like glue. Then it was off to Bayeux, where a loudspeaker truck announced, "General de Gaulle will speak at 4 o'clock in the Place du Château." Several thousand people awaited him beneath the regimented lime trees in the grassy square. Beneath the blue cross of Lorraine, he proclaimed the resurrection of the French Republic, here in what he would call our glorious and mutilated Normandy. Montgomery wrote Churchill that de Gaulle's reception was definitely lukewarm and there was no real enthusiasm. That was false. In fact, de Gaulle had stolen a march on the Anglo-Americans, demonstrating both his popular legitimacy and his principle that liberated France could be governed by Frenchmen rather than by another military occupation. "Blessed be he," the author André Gide would write, "through whom our dignity was restored." Terror is broken by terror. In happier days, when the Reich was ascendant and the conquest of Britain seemed inevitable, Hitler had ordered construction of an elaborate command post for the German invasion of England in 1940. Tucked into a sheltered valley outside Margival, 75 miles northeast of Paris, Wulfschluck II, or W2, was among more than a dozen elaborate Führer headquarters built in occupied Europe by a force of 28,000 workers, pouring 1 million cubic meters of concrete. An inconspicuous tea-house atop the Führer's personal bunker offered a fine view of Soissons Cathedral 5 miles south. It was here that Hitler ordered Rundstedt and Rommel to meet him for a secret conference on Normandy. This was Hitler's first return to France since 1940, and he looked like a man who was losing a world war. Eyes bloodshot and puffy from insomnia, skin sallow, the toothbrush mustache a bit bedraggled. Often he checked his own pulse as if fingering mortality. Hitler sat hunched on a wooden stool, fiddling with his spectacles and a fistful of colored pencils, as Rommel opened the session with a glum progress report. He pointed to a large map. Just this morning, American tanks had crossed the Cherbourg-Coutances road. Soon the Cotentin Peninsula would be severed, trapping 40,000 troops and dooming Cherbourg. Hitler stirred on his stool. "Cherbourg is to be held at all costs," he said. Rundstedt said little, taciturn as usual in his trim gray uniform. If Rommel was an unlicked cub, then Rundstedt, at 68 the oldest German field marshal, was known as both der alte Herr, the old gent, and der schwarze Ritter, the black knight. Beset by rheumatism, an ailing heart, and what one general called psychic resignation, Rundstedt lived in the Parisian suburb of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, where he slept late, read Karl May westerns, and addressed visitors in credible French or English. Rarely did he visit the front, considering the Atlantic Wall a bit of cheap bluff. His pessimism ran deep, and the past 10 days had only deepened his gloom. Now Rundstedt stepped forward to support the martial laddie. A rigid defense of the Cotentin was doomed, he warned. Better to pull exposed German forces back inside Cherbourg's bristling fortifications. "What about further Allied landings?" the Führer asked. Rundstedt thought another invasion was likely. Both field marshals advocated evacuating southern France to the Loire River, shortening German lines and forming a mobile reserve of some 16 divisions to safeguard the line of the Seine. Hitler waved away the proposal. "You must stay where you are," he said, then changed the subject. Great things were afoot, he added, magical things. New jet-propelled aircraft would soon dominate the skies. New sea mines, triggered by pressure waves from passing ships and almost impossible to sweep, had already holed a number of Allied ships. But the greatest secret weapon had just come into play. Until now, the Reich had no answer for the Anglo-American bombers devastating the fatherland. A single German city might absorb more bombs in 24 hours than had fallen on Britain in all of 1943. That was about to change. Hitler had once dismissed rocketry as imagination run wild. But in September 1943, his scientists had begun production of a self-propelled bomb in a Volkswagen factory. The weapon was a flying torpedo, 25 feet long with stubby wings, a crude jet engine, and a 1-ton warhead. It could cross the English coast 20 minutes after launch. When the fuel ran dry, the engine quit and the bomb fell. Hitler called them cherry stones. By noon on June 16th, of 244 launches, 73 cherry stones had reached Target 42, also known as London. This very morning, the nameless weapon had been anointed the Vergeltungswaffe, reprisal weapon, or V1. Terror is broken by terror, the Führer liked to say. Everything else is nonsense. Rundstedt suggested that the V1 be used against those 500,000 enemy soldiers now massed in the beachhead. Rommel agreed. Hitler summoned a military expert who explained that the flying bomb's inaccuracy made any target smaller than London difficult to hit. They broke for lunch, a joyless repast taken in silence. Hitler walked Rommel to his car at 4 p.m. "What do you really think of our chances of continuing the war?" Rommel asked with his habitual effrontery. Was it not time to consider coming to terms with the West, perhaps in common cause against the Bolsheviks? That is a question which is not your responsibility. You will have to leave that to me, Hitler snapped. Attend to your invasion front. Back in Berchtesgaden, the Führer bemoaned Rommel's gloom. Had the Desert Fox lost his strut? Only optimists can pull anything off today, Hitler told his courtiers. In fact, Rommel felt buoyant, having been beguiled once again by the master he served. In the morning he would dash off a Dearest Lou note about the new V1 campaign. The long-range action has brought us a lot of relief, he told her. The Führer was very cordial and in a good humor. He realizes the gravity of the situation. Even on the Sabbath morn, anti-aircraft crews across Target 42 manned their guns and scanned the southeastern sky for the apparition soon called Doodlebug, Hellhound, Buzz Bomb, Rocket Gun, Headless Horseman, or simply IT. Earlier in the week, some gunners had crowed in jubilation at shooting down what they believed were German bombers, but were now known to be pilotless bombs designed to fall from the sky. In a memo, the Supreme Commander ordered that the targets, codenamed Crossbow, comprising V1 launch areas, supply dumps, and related sites, are to take first priority over everything except the urgent requirements of the battle. Eisenhower's first priority edict dismayed his Air Force chieftains, who favored the uninterrupted smashing of German cities, oil facilities, and other strategic targets. This enormous diversion of bombers had little impact on German launches. Typically, 100 V1s were still fired at Target 42 each day. By August, 1.5 million Londoners would evacuate the city. How easy it is to make a ghost. West of Bayeux, the Norman uplands displayed the gnarled visage that had been familiar to Celtic farmers even before the Romans marched across Gaul. Over the centuries, 10,000 tiny pastures, had emerged from the limestone and Precambrian schist, girdled by sunken lanes the width of an ox cart, and enclosed with man-high hedgerows of thatched hawthorn roots, raspberry bushes, lupine, violets, and greasy mud. The Sylvan noun for this terrain, bocage, defined as a grove or an agreeably shady wood, belied the claustrophobic reality of what one infantryman would call the Gethsemane of the hedgerows. Now that difficult, deadly terrain played hob with First Army's timetable. Tank companies reported that to advance 2,500 yards typically required 17 tons of explosives to blow holes through nearly 36 hedgerows, each defended like a citadel parapet. There were snipers everywhere, Ernie Pyle reported, in trees, in buildings, in piles of wreckage, in the grass. But mainly they were in the high, bushy hedgerows. A sliding scale of rewards awaited the proficient German sniper, according to a SHAEF document. 10 corpses, 100 cigarettes. 20 corpses, 20 days leave. 50 corpses, Iron Cross First Class, and a wristwatch from Himmler. French civilians waving white strips of don't shoot cloth scurried to their chicken coops during lulls, gathering eggs that they sold to GIs for the equivalent of 8 cents apiece. Soon even the hen houses were blown to smithereens, birds plastered to the walls like pats of mud. Each contested town, like each hedgerow, added more dead, wounded, and missing to a tally that in Overlord's first fortnight exceeded 1,800 each day for the U.S. First Army alone, or 1 casualty every 47 seconds. There was nothing for it but to pound away. Captain Keith Douglas, a British veteran of North Africa, had written of killing the enemy, "How easy it is to make a ghost." And how easy to become one. Douglas died south of Bayeux, slain by a mortar splinter so fine that his body appeared unblemished. Only the sharpest weather eye could have noticed a faint tremor in the barometer glass on Sunday night, June 18th. Despite a cold front descending from Iceland and a restless Mediterranean depression, SHAEF forecasters predicted fair skies and calm seas along the invasion coast for several days, in keeping with the benign season. More than 200 ships now plied the invasion anchorage each day. Confusion reigned both in jammed British ports and on the far shore. Shortages were common, ranging from compasses and helmet nets to shovels. Bradley's units desperately needed another 6,000 M7 grenade launchers. Salvation appeared to be rising from the sea off beaches Omaha and Gold, where a pair of gigantic synthetic harbors took shape after 2 years of planning under excruciating secrecy. Each artificial harbor, Mulberry A and Mulberry B, American and British respectively, would have the port capacity of Gibraltar or Dover. Unloading had begun at Mulberry A on the night of June 16th. And then, as if to rebuke those intent on taming the sea, the old gods objected. That trembling barometer abruptly plummeted. Gray squalls and a rising wind piled seas against the lee shore, and one of the worst June gales in 80 years began to blow. After 80 hours, the spell broke. Mulberry A was a total loss. Some scraps would be salvaged for Mulberry B, which ultimately did prove useful. By summer's end, nearly half of Britain's supply tonnage was arriving in France through the artificial harbor. But for the moment, with the beaches again in disarray, the capture of Cherbourg loomed ever more urgent. Cherbourg alone was believed capable of supplying up to 30 divisions in combat. Small wonder that Eisenhower's headquarters now described it as the most important port in the world. By the night of June 21st, 3 divisions of Major General Joe Collins's 7th Corps were chewing at the concrete and field fortifications embedded in a collar of steep hills around Cherbourg. French farmers tossed roses at GIs wearing a 2-week growth of beard and uniforms stiff with dirt. U.S. Army sound trucks played Strauss waltzes to encourage nostalgia in enemy ranks while broadcasting surrender appeals, a tactic known as hog calling. An American ultimatum expired without reply at 9 a.m. on Thursday, June 22nd, just as the great storm ebbed. Shortly after noon, 500 Allied fighter bombers strafed and skip-bombed the town from 300 feet, followed by an hour's pummeling by 400 medium bombers. Sherman tanks crushed recalcitrant enemy riflemen, and by Friday all 3 U.S. divisions had penetrated the city from east, west, and south, behind white phosphorus, satchel charges, and flamethrowers. A horse was shooed into the city, carrying a German corpse lashed across the saddle with a note, "All you sons of bitches are going to end up this way." In radio messages decrypted by Ultra, the garrison commanding general, a heel-clicker named Karl Wilhelm von Schlieben, advised Rommel that his 21,000 defenders were burdened with 2,000 wounded suffering from bunker paralysis and greatly worn out. Rommel's reply at 1 p.m. on Sunday, June 25th, offered no solace. "You will continue to fight until the last cartridge, in accordance with the order from the Führer." Then, for the first time since the Battle of Casablanca in November 1942, the Allied fleet commenced what Swabs called a fire-away Flanagan against enemy guns of comparable weight and range. Great salvos soon arced back and forth. "More concentrated firing toward and from the beach than I had ever expected to see," one officer reported. Despite a naval bombardment of a hitherto unequaled fierceness, as a German war diary described the shelling, Fortress Cherbourg could not be reduced from the sea. The port would have to be taken by a land assault. In this, General Collins was ready to oblige. With Ted Roosevelt at his elbow, he watched the naval action on Sunday afternoon from a captured redoubt east of town, 400 feet above the church steeples and gray stone houses with red roofs. "The view of Cherbourg from this point is magnificent," Collins wrote his wife a day later. He added, "We could see smoke from fires being directed into Fort du Roule, which is the central bastion of the German defenses, on a high bluff overlooking the city. Cherbourg lay in a bowl from which billows of smoke poured up in spots where the Germans were demolishing stores of oil and ammunition." Joe Collins was where he always wanted to be, on the high ground. With a slicked-down cowlick, a gift for persuasion, and a nonchalance about casualties, he was at 48 the youngest of the 34 men who would command a U.S. Army Corps in World War II. Brigadier General Jim Gavin considered him runty, cocky, confident, almost to the point of being a bore. To First Army staff officers, he was hot mustard. Now Cherbourg was nearly his, the high ground, the low ground, and the ground in between. Fort du Roule fell as he watched. Cherbourg, a Schaeff officer reported, proved a looter's heaven. The U.S. Army went on one big drunk, a Navy captain recorded. There were drunken voices singing, rifle shooting all night, with frequent detonation of hand grenades. Those who had inspected the port felt less celebratory. The first port operations took 3 weeks to begin, and Allied engineers would spend months repairing a facility proudly described by Berlin as completely wrecked. Not until mid-October would the deep-water basins be in good enough repair to berth big cargo carriers. Cherbourg kept the Allied armies in France from wasting away, but the paramount task of enlarging and provisioning that host would bedevil Eisenhower for the rest of 1944. For the moment, the conqueror savored what Churchill called this most pregnant victory, the capture of Overlord's first big objective, at the price of 22,000 7th Corps casualties. Prisoners by the acre dumped their effects, knives, lighters, dispatch cases, and shuffled past jeering, spitting Frenchmen, thinking up new lines of invective to bellow, as journalist Alan Moorhead reported. In a nearby 19th century French naval hospital, patients lay stinking in their blood-soaked dressings and excreta. a Life magazine reporter wrote, "Perhaps more men should know the expense of war, for it is neither a fit way to live nor to die." He added, the war in the West had barely begun. 2 bordellos promptly opened in Cherbourg, both operating from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m., and one designated whites only. MPs kept order among long queues of soldiers. Les tendus, women shorn for collaboration sentimentale during the German occupation, were paraded on a truck labeled the Collaborators' Wagon. They were the first of some 20,000 who would be barbered in France this summer, their tresses burned in piles that could be smelled for miles. An infantryman named John B. Babcock later cataloged the scents wafting around him: cosmoline gunmetal preservative, oil used to clean weapons, chlorine in the drinking water, flea powder, pine pitch from freshly severed branches, fresh dug earth. Also, GI yellow soap and the flour grease fumes from field kitchens, as well as those pungent German smells of cabbage and sour rye, of stale sweat wool and harsh tobacco. Even if the war in the West had barely begun, here was the precise odor of liberation. Rommel was right about the Allied attack. At 5 a.m. on Tuesday, July 18th, a morning fine and bright, 1,000 Lancaster bombers swept across the glistening channel at 3,000 feet, the first of 4,500 planes that were to smash a narrow corridor southeast of Caen that Tuesday. A German panzer crewman saw little dots detach themselves from the planes, so many of them that the crazy thought occurred to us, are those leaflets? Then began the most terrifying hours of our lives. The first bombing wave alone dropped 6,000 tons, in what one captain described as a canopy of noise that left German survivors stone deaf. At 7:45 a.m., the shrill cry went out among the armored ranks massed along the Orne, "Move now!" And the biggest tank battle fought by Britain in World War II had begun. Operation Goodwood massed 3 British and Canadian corps, some 76,000 troops, and 1,370 tanks, for a southward dagger thrust into 5 German divisions with 230 tanks plus 600 guns and heavy mortars. Montgomery, who had ample tanks but ever-dwindling British infantry reserves, told subordinates that he intended to draw the main enemy forces into the battle on our eastern flank, so that our affairs on the western flank may proceed the easier. That modest, credible battle plan, entangle Rommel with the British Second Army so the U.S. First Army could burst from the beachhead, was beset with tactical and conceptual complications. To wheedle those 4,000 warplanes out of skeptical air commanders, Brigadier Williams, the British intelligence chief, said that Montgomery had to be overconfident all the time in order to get people willing to be killed. Move now. Willing or not, the tanks trundled forward like a fleet raising anchor, proud astern, debouching from minefield gaps marked with white tape. Through burning breast-high wheat they rolled, in a hole and corner terrain of fruit trees and stone villages, on ground that inclined south and allowed the hidden enemy perfect observation with long fields of fire. Some 760 Royal Artillery guns howled and stamped. The rolling barrage swept forward 300 yards every 2 minutes in what a tank crewman described as a solid gray wall of shell bursts. It was hard to believe that anything could live in it. But soon the barrage outran the tank squadrons, slowed by a rail embankment 2 miles from the start line, and the Germans, rattled but not unhinged by an air bombardment less apocalyptic than Montgomery had hoped, recovered their wits. Torrid orange sheaves of flanking fire came from Cagny, a battered hamlet on the left edge of the attack corridor, and before long 16 Shermans stood burning in the grain. Cagny would hold out until early evening, a wicked nuisance. Many more tanks soon burned farther south, past a second rail embankment that gave onto the main enemy gun line along the Burgobus Ridge, inevitably pronounced Bugger's Bus. Carpet bombing had left both the Ridge and SS reinforcements mostly unscathed, and fighter-bomber pilots found that camouflage gun pits using flashless, smokeless powder were almost invisible. Some tank crews are on fire and rolling about on the ground trying to put their clothes out, the gunner John M. Thorpe informed his diary. Now all the tanks in front of us are burning fiercely. Huge smoke rings leave their turrets, rising high into the windless sky. Another Tommy wrote that burnt and injured men kept coming back through the corn. We gave them a drink of water and told them to keep going. A corporal described the scorched Burgobus slope as a horrible graveyard of burning tanks. Montgomery took a different view. "Operations this morning a complete success," he cabled Field Marshal Brooke just after 4 p.m. To Eisenhower, he added, "Am very well satisfied with today's fighting on eastern flank. We definitely caught the enemy off balance. Second Army has 3 armored divisions now operating in the open country." He gave locations for those divisions that were pure fantasy. The London Times banner headline on Wednesday morning, July 19th, "Second Army breaks through," was outdone only by the Daily Mail's "Armor now swarming into open country." Montgomery's cheery assurance sparked jubilation at Bushy Park, but that turned to ashes in the mouth when the true battle map came clear. Burgobus Ridge was reported groaning with enemy, including anti-tank reinforcements that ignited more Sherman pyres on the Caen Plain. At first light on Thursday, Tommies finally occupied the village of Burgobus, but advanced no farther. At 4 p.m., a thunderstorm broke with tropical violence, the advent of a 2-day downpour that put paid to Operation Goodwood. Sergeants passed around the rum rations as soldiers crept across the battlefield to collect the dead. The offensive had liberated another 34 square miles of France, plus the rest of Caen. This enlarged the beachhead sufficiently to bring the Canadian First Army vanguard to Normandy, but hardly constituted the breakthrough hoped for by Schaeff. After nearly 7 weeks, Overlord had inserted 33 Allied divisions along an 80-mile front, but penetrated no deeper into Normandy than 30 miles, at a cost of 122,000 casualties. The New York Herald-Tribune captured the prevailing gloom. Allies in France bogged down on entire front. Lee Mallory told his diary, "The fault with us is, basically, generalship." Grumbling and backbiting intensified within the Allied High Command. Would Montgomery be sacked? Rumors flew, agitators agitated. Informed that V-1 launch sites would not soon be overrun, Air Marshal Tedder informed Beadle Smith, "Then we must change our leaders for men who will get us there." He, Eisenhower, and others had been had for suckers, Tedder complained. Eisenhower is not pleased at progress being made, Summersby noted. If displeased, he was also determined not to panic or to act rashly. Awakened one night by a phone call from Churchill, Eisenhower asked, "What do your people think about the slowness of the situation over there?" Perhaps the Prime Minister could persuade Monty to get on his bicycle and start moving. To Montgomery, the Supreme Commander sent a sober 14-paragraph note. "Time is vital," Eisenhower wrote. "We must hit with everything." I thought that at last we had him and were going to roll him up. That did not come about. Eventually, the American ground strength will necessarily be much greater than the British. But while we have equality in size, we must go forward shoulder to shoulder, with honors and sacrifices equally shared. He would keep faith with the battle plan, with his commanders, and with their common cause. Perhaps only to his mother could he reveal how weary he was. "If I could get home," he wrote Ida Eisenhower in Kansas on July 23rd, "I could lie down on the front lawn and stay there for a week without moving." The bright day grew dark. Wearing the West Point bathrobe he had carried through Tunisia and Sicily, Omar Bradley often stood before dawn at the 8-foot mapboard that now filled an olive-drab tent in Vouilly, 4 miles southeast of Isigny-sur-Mer. Nearly every night he could be found in the small hours pacing the wooden floor of the map tent next to his trailer, contemplating what he had called the frightful country ahead. He again rehearsed in his mind's eye the coming attack that must end the stalemate and win the Battle of Normandy. "I want it to be the biggest thing in the world," he told his staff. Operation Cobra, that biggest thing, was Bradley's plan, although not his plan alone. Montgomery, for one, had encouraged a sledgehammer blow on a narrower front than the Americans commonly preferred. This was sound advice, deftly delivered. Joe Collins, whose 7th Corps would serve as the point of the spear, had chosen the precise spot to attack, a bocage copse just west of Saint-Lô, on the old Roman road to Perrier. 15 U.S. divisions, 6 in Collins's corps alone, would blow through the battlefront to eventually reach Avranches, 30 miles south, opening the route to Brittany and the vital Breton ports. Pursue every advantage, Eisenhower had urged, with an ardor verging on recklessness. That advantage lay mainly in air power, particularly since artillery ammunition continued in short supply. A single heavy bomber carried the explosive punch of more than 100 howitzers firing simultaneously, and Bradley wanted 1,500 heavies dropping 60,000 100-pound bombs within an hour on a rectangular swatch 5 miles wide and a mile deep, 1 bomb every 16 feet. For a week, he had made his case to his air brethren, even traveling to Lee Mallory's headquarters at Stanmore in Middlesex on July 19th, as Goodwood was coming unstitched. Very little in Bradley's vision appealed to airmen. The general's proposed attack route was impossible. 1,500 planes could not funnel into a 1-mile-wide corridor in the single hour that First Army allotted before the ground attack began. Such a bombardment would take closer to 3 hours. Moreover, even in daylight and good weather, the margin of safety for dug-in troops was 3,000 yards from the bomb line, almost 2 miles. Anything closer amounted to what one air commander called bombing between the Army's legs. Bradley agreed to pull his assault battalions back 1,200 yards rather than 800, but he balked at further concessions. If GIs died, they were nothing more than tools to be used in the accomplishment of the mission, he later wrote. War has neither the time nor heart to concern itself with the individual and the dignity of man. As he had once told Ernie Pyle, "I've spent 30 years preparing a frame of mind for accepting such a thing." Pyle spent Monday night, July 24th, in an apple orchard near Pont-Hébert, wrapped in a blanket among tree trunks gashed white with bullet scars. After the Cherbourg campaign, he had felt hollow and lethargic, like someone using up your own small quota of chances for survival. Now he had returned to the front, his inevitable province, and on Tuesday morning he stood behind a stone house in a farmyard lacerated with slit trenches. At 9:38 a.m., the first of 350 fighter bombers began raking German positions along a 300-yard corridor parallel to the road. From GIs tucked beneath the trees, a throaty roar built to the echo, like kids at a football game, a lieutenant noted. Pyle squinted at the sky, hands cupped around his eyes to block the glare, listening to the heavy rip of the plane's machine guns and the splitting screams of diving wings. Not much had gone right with Cobra thus far. Originally scheduled to follow hard on the heels of Goodwood, the operation had been delayed by rain and cloud for days while Bradley glumly studied the 3 barometers he kept in his command post. Lee Mallory then ordered the attack for noon on Monday, July 24th, rejecting a U.S. 8th Air Force request to wait another day, or at least until mid-afternoon, when skies were expected to clear. Although many pilots chose to abort their drops because of poor visibility and explicit orders not to bomb short as the penetration route is directly over friendly troops, some bombed by mistake, and others took a chance on dropping through the thinning overcast. Of 350 heavies disgorging nearly 1,000 tons, only 15% hit the target. 25 GIs were killed and 131 wounded, nearly all in the 30th Infantry Division, whose assistant commander told First Army, "As a fiasco, this operation was a brilliant achievement." Bradley's fury knew no bounds. Lee Mallory flew back to England with accusations of duplicity and bad faith ringing in his ears. At 10:30 p.m., he phoned Bradley. A full bombardment could be launched again on Tuesday morning. With more marginal weather predicted, Bradley agreed, grumbling bitterly, and Collins worked all night to get his bewildered corps repositioned to try again. From his farmyard redoubt, Pyle watched for half an hour as fighter-bombers dipped and darted. The black blossoms of German anti-aircraft shells spattered the sky. Then a new noise intruded, a sound deep and all-encompassing, with no notes in it, just a gigantic, faraway surge of doom-like sound. From the north, the B-17s and B-24s drew near, roofing the heavens with a stately procession of tiny silver cruciforms 3 miles up, plowing their way forward as if there was no turmoil in the world. Gawking soldiers leaned back until their helmets fell off. The first detonations to the south reminded Pyle of the crackle of popcorn. Then, inexplicably, the bomb loads drew ever closer, with a terrifying rattle of wind over tail fins, and the ponderous footfall of explosions stomped through the trees. Pyle dove beneath a heavy wagon behind the stone house, waiting for darkness as concussion waves hammered his chest and eyes in what he would describe as the most sustained, horrible thing I've ever gone through. For others, it was worse. The star-crossed 30th Division took more casualties from the Army Air Forces on this Tuesday forenoon than from the enemy on any day in the war. Bombs entombed men in their trenches or split them open like deer carcasses. Bombs obliterated command posts, tossed cows into trees, and raised the dead from local cemeteries. Men screamed for medics and raged against the American Luftwaffe. By the time the last medium bomber flew off at 12:23 p.m., nearly 2,500 planes had dropped 5,000 tons of bombs, plus heaps of white phosphorus and a new jellied gasoline agent called napalm. In the pinched target box, where the Army's armored breakout was to burst forth, each square mile absorbed more than 11,000 bombs, among the greatest concentrations of killing power in the history of warfare. As for the dead and dying GIs on the wrong side of the line, Pyle wrote with a laconic fatalism that now bleached his bones. Anybody makes mistakes. Eisenhower flew to see Bradley at Vouilly for a few hours on Tuesday afternoon, then returned to England, dejected and vowing never again to use heavy bombers in a tactical attack. "That's a job for artillery," he snapped. Bradley continued to fume at Lee Mallory and others, obfuscating his own role in putting troops danger close. By early that afternoon, the ground attack was well underway. Assault columns initially made meager progress. German shells rained down, leading an intelligence officer to conclude that enemy artillery was not touched by our bombing. In truth, German defenses had been blown to smithereens. The enemy was profoundly hurt, mortally hurt. The main opponent confronting 7th Corps, the Panzer-Lehr Division, had earlier been described as worn out by the German High Command after 6 weeks of fighting. Tuesday's conveyor belt bombing had devastated the weakened division, flipping tanks, smashing radios, and obliterating headquarters. The division commander, General Fritz Bayerlein, described half-crazed soldiers jumping out of the craters of a lunar landscape, running in circles. Everything was burned and blasted. He calculated that 70% of his men were dead, wounded, or inert with a feeling of helplessness, weakness, and inferiority. When Field Marshal Kluge passed word that the Saint-Lô-Perrier corridor must hold, Bayerlein replied, "Tell the Field Marshal that the Panzerlehr is destroyed. Only the dead can still hold." Unaware of the size of the American host and lulled into complacency by Monday's aborted attack, German commanders had been caught out. Collins had massed 120,000 troops on a 5-mile front along the Saint-Lô-Perrier road, plus 15,000 engineers to lift mines and bury dead livestock. Most Sherman tanks were now fitted with hedge cutters for slashing through the bocage, rugged tusks designed by GIs and fabricated with angle iron salvaged from German beach obstacles. Collins had not planned to launch his exploitation force until a clear hole had been drilled through enemy defenses. But the absence of the usual German counterattack on Tuesday afternoon suggested disarray and debility in the opposing ranks. At 5:45 p.m. on Tuesday, Collins ordered the follow-on forces to attack the next morning, July 26th. Riflemen crept forward through the night, feeling for booby traps, removing mines, and listening for the growl of panzer engines. With the new day, the American onslaught built momentum, as if both opposing armies had begun to slide across a landscape tilting south. GIs rode into battle Russian style on tank hulls, leaping off to spray every swale and thicket with blistering fire. Fuel shortages forced abandonment of 2 Panther companies from the 2nd SS Panzer Division, and an American patrol killed the Das Reich commander, a small but satisfying measure of vengeance for the massacres at Toul and Oradour. Kluge told subordinates to expect no further reinforcements for at least a week. By nightfall on Thursday, 100,000 Americans were pouring through the 5-mile breach. Armored columns had closed on Coutances, and Bradley's mapboard showed ever more enemy positions with unit icons marked REM, remnants. "This thing is busted wide open," the 30th Division commander told Collins. On Friday, enemy forces scuffed to the rear across a 20-mile front, pressed by both Collins's 7th Corps and Major General Troy Middleton's 8th Corps, clattering down a corridor along the Cotentin coast. German ambuscades, local counterattacks, and confusion permitted substantial enemy forces to escape entrapment in the Cotentin. Even so, sheets of marching fire took a heavy toll. Pilots over Rancy reported a fighter-bomber's paradise, with German traffic triple-banked and crawling bumper to bumper. For 6 hours, Allied planes lashed the column, eventually joined by artillery tanks and tank destroyers, until more than 100 panzers and 250 other vehicles stood wrecked if not burning. Survivors pelted away on foot, silhouetted against the flames. The Hun had been hazed. Coutances fell on Saturday morning, July 29th. "Things on our front really look good," an elated Bradley wrote Eisenhower. Ahead lay Avranches, among the oldest towns in Normandy, where the English monarch Henry II had arrived, barefoot and hatless, to make public penance on his knees for the murder of Thomas Becket in 1170. On Sunday evening, a spearhead from the 4th Armored Division lunged into the town only to find it undefended. Jubilant Frenchmen greeted them with waving tricolors. Belatedly alive to their peril, German troops hurried toward Avranches in trucks and horse-drawn wagons. Counterattacking at dawn, they were thrown back with white phosphorus strafing P-47s and gouts of Sherman fire. 7,000 German prisoners shambled into 8th Corps cages on July 31st alone. Many had been simply disarmed and waved to the rear unescorted. In a phone call from Le Mans to his chief of staff in Paris at 10:30 that Monday morning, Kluge scoffed when told of Berlin's demand that another defensive line be thrown up in Normandy. "It's a madhouse here. You can't imagine what it's like. All you can do is laugh out loud. Don't they read our dispatches? Haven't they been oriented? They must be living on the moon. Someone has to tell the Führer that if the Americans get through at Avranches, they will be out of the woods and they'll be able to do what they want. The Führer would learn the truth of Kluge's assessment soon enough. With agility and celerity and bolstered by 10,000 tactical air sorties, First Army had driven 30 miles in less than a week to outflank the German left and pivot into Brittany. This thing had indeed busted wide open. The war of movement had begun at last. Ministers of thy chastisement. Down metalled roads and farm lanes they pounded, columns of jeeps and tanks and deuce-and-a-half trucks, snaking through the shot-threshed fields and the orchards heavy with fruit. MP motorcyclists weaved among the ranks, scolding dawdlers. Grenades hung from uniform lapels like Cartier clips. Chalky dust powdered their faces and grayed their hair. In hasty bivouacs, the surging columns halted for the night, choking down cold K-rations or heating soup in their helmets over a sterno flame. The charred crown, with steel burned to a blue sheen, marked veteran troops as surely as a Purple Heart. Evening also was the time for brief memorial services. One's life is held in balance by a little piece of metal smaller than a man's finger, one soldier wrote. SHAEF planners in late July estimated that Germany could be defeated quickly if 9 more divisions were added to the 75 already allocated to Overlord. Unfortunately, that war-winning tally of 84 would not be available on the continent until August 1945. Instead, the Allies would have to settle for the arrival on stage of a man described by a reporter as a warring, roaring comet, and by a West Point classmate as a purebred gamecock with brains. The first glimpse of Lieutenant General George S. Patton, Jr. for many soldiers came in Avranches, where he leaped from his jeep into an umbrella-covered police box and directed convoy traffic through a congested roundabout for 90 minutes. Assigned by Bradley to oversee 8th Corps' drive south, Patton had helped shove 7 divisions past Avranches in 72 hours, cigar smoldering as he snarled at occasional Luftwaffe marauders, "Those goddamn bastards, those rotten sons of bitches, we'll get them." In a Norman landscape of smashed vehicles, grass fires, and charred German bodies, he added, "Could anything be more magnificent? Compared to war, all other forms of human endeavor shrink to insignificance. God, how I love it." At noon on Tuesday, August 1st, his U.S. Third Army officially came into being, with 9 divisions under 3 corps. There are apparently 2 types of successful soldiers, Patton had recently written his son. Those who get on by being unobtrusive, and those who get on by being obtrusive. I am of the latter type. True enough, but for nearly a year he had been consigned to near anonymity. Slapping 2 hospitalized soldiers in Sicily, ostensibly for malingering, nearly cost Patton his stars. Narrowly pardoned, Patton spent the spring and early summer as a conspicuous decoy to confuse German intelligence about a second Allied landing. He shopped in Britain for hunting guns and saddles, wrote atrocious poetry, played badminton and golf, bought a white bull terrier named Willie, and offered Eisenhower $1,000 for every week in advance he was permitted to leave England for France. A reporter found him neurotic and bloodthirsty. To his wife Bea, who was not only his confidant, but a kindred spirit, she once bribed an Egyptian boatman to smuggle her into a tattoo parlor in a failed effort to have a full-rigged clipper ship needled across her chest. Patton had written in early July, "Can't stand the times between wars." He also reflected deeply on generalship and the exploitation juggernaut he would now command. He arrived in France determined not only to redeem his reputation, but to find glory. To his soldiers, Patton promised that the enemy would raise up on their hind legs and howl, "Jesus Christ, it's the goddamn Third Army and that son of a bitch Patton again." Now here they were, sluicing into Brittany with open flanks and a vulnerable rear. He was headed first to Brest, and no map was needed to see that Brest lay west while Paris and Berlin lay east. Delays in shaking free of Normandy, as well as the cautionary tales of Mulberry A and scorched earth demolitions at Cherbourg, failed to dampen the ardor of Eisenhower and his logisticians. Patton's army was to take Brittany. But the collapse of the German left wing gave Montgomery pause, and as early as July 27th, he had suggested that the campaign in Brittany might require only a single corps. Neither Bradley nor Patton took the hint. Brittany was a cul-de-sac, while Paris led to the Reich. The Brittany campaign soon proved bootless. None of the ports would be especially useful, in part because of their distance from the main battlefield. The war ended with not a single cargo ship or troop ship having berthed at Brest, which bombs and 500,000 American shells knocked to rubble. But with most of Patton's legions finally baying eastward by mid-August, both the initial swivel to the west and the failure to fulfill the strategic ambitions of the Brittany campaign seemed like small beer. "We have unloosed the shackles that were holding us down," Montgomery told his lieutenants. Montgomery's plan was a simple, handsome thing. 3 armies would clobber the Germans straight on, while a fourth, Patton's third, swung far to the right toward Paris to trap the reeling enemy against the Seine before the river bridges could be repaired. War, as the historian Bruce Caton once wrote, sometimes went by a queer script of its own, putting a jackboot down on some anonymous, unlikely place like Shiloh Church or Saint-Mère-Église. Such a place was Mortain, a village of 1,300, 20 miles east of Avranches, amid broken terrain dubbed the Norman Switzerland. The last German occupier in Mortain had been gunned down on August 3rd by a French policeman armed with a 19th-century rifle and 1 bullet. Hours later, the 1st Infantry Division arrived, only to move along on August 6th, supplanted on that warm, luminous Sunday by the 30th Division. Of keen interest was stony, steep Montjoie, looming over Mortain to the east, and so named because from here joyful pilgrims first caught sight of Mont Saint-Michel, 27 miles distant. To GIs, the mile-long escarpment was simply Hill 314, after its height in meters. 700 men from the 2nd Battalion of the 120th Infantry chuffed to the crest before scratching at the skimpy fieldworks left by the 1st Division. With them was Lieutenant Robert L. Weiss, a short, lean, 21-year-old artillery forward observer who wore the same wool serge shirt his father, a Hungarian immigrant, had worn in World War I. In addition to binoculars on a tripod, Weiss lugged a 35-pound SCR 610 radio in a saddle-soaped leather case. The FM set had a 5-mile range, just far enough to reach the howitzer batteries dug in to the west. Recently he had written his mother in Indiana, "I hope I get a chance to do a little shooting on my own the next few days." His weary comrades hoped only for a little rest. This they would not get. From his East Prussian headquarters 1,000 miles to the east, Hitler detected a unique opportunity which will never return, to drive into an extremely exposed enemy area. At his direction, a counterattack spearheaded by 4 panzer divisions was to blast through Mortain to Avranches, cleaving Patton's Third Army from First Army, now commanded by Major General Courtney Hodges, and, if not cudgeling the invaders back to their ships, at least reimposing the static war of early summer. Field Marshal Kluge replied that such an attack, if not immediately successful, would risk envelopment and annihilation. Hitler waved away all cavilling. The attack would go forward, he ordered, recklessly to the sea, regardless of the risk. Almost nothing went right in the German attack. Of 300 Luftwaffe fighters promised for the battle, not one reached the front. Dawn, that pitiless revealer of exigencies, unmasked the German predicament. 4 armored divisions, from north to south, stood exposed and blinking in the brilliant sunshine once the fog burned off. Typhoon fighter bombers, joined by cab ranks of thunderbolts and hurricanes, attacked until dusk in a shark-feed frenzy. The only exception to the exceptionally poor start, as 7th Army described the offensive, was a narrow advance of 4 miles by the 2nd Panzer Division in the north, and the successful seizure of Mortain by the 2nd SS Panzer Division. Das Reich had struck at 3 a.m. on Monday in 3 columns, overrunning a roadblock to the south, capturing anti-tank guns to the north, and infiltrating through the 120th Infantry with help from 2 traitorous French guides. A radioed query from the 30th Division headquarters 6 miles to the west, "What does your situation look like down there?" drew a spare reply. "Looks like hell." It also looked like hell from Hill 314, but at least the view was majestic. Lieutenant Weiss, with his field glasses and Signal Corps radio, had called in his first fire mission at 6 a.m., shooting only by sound and by map coordinates after sentries reported 400 enemy troops scrabbling up the east slope. Artillery curtains directed from Hill 314 paralyzed Das Reich, kept the 17th SS Panzer Grenadier Division from scaling the hill, and prevented a collapse of the 30th Division's southern flank. White phosphorus forced enemy troops into the open, where they frantically brushed the burning flakes from skin and uniform. High explosive shells then cut them to scraps. By nightfall, the German offensive had stalled completely. Although convinced that the offensive had failed, Kluge told his lieutenants, "We have to risk everything." For 4 more days, Hill 314 remained what a German officer called a thorn in the flesh. Hitler on August 9th again demanded that the Allied invasion front be rolled up. At 6:20 p.m. that Wednesday, an SS officer scrambled up Montjoie under a white flag to demand the Americans capitulate within 90 minutes or be blown to bits. Wounded GIs in slit trenches yelled, "No, no, don't surrender." And the senior officer on the hill, First Lieutenant Ralph A. Curley, a lanky Texan, sent the envoy packing with a string of profanities. 5 artillery battalions shattered a subsequent attack by bellowing Germans who fired machine guns and flicked grenades. Curley called down 1 fire mission on his own command post. The field gray tide receded. Each night, more slain soldiers on Hill 314 were tucked into makeshift morgues among the rocks after their bodies were searched for food and ammunition. Montjoie reeked of men transformed into carrion. Foragers filled canteens from a scummy cistern and found turnips, cabbages, and a few rabbits in a hutch. On the night of August 11th, the frustrated 30th Division Chief of Staff declared, "I want Mortain demolished. Burn it up so nothing can live there." Artillery scourged the village like brimstone. And then the battle ended. Before dawn on August 12th, German columns skulked off to the north and east. A relief regiment from the 35th Division hiked up Hill 314 to carry off 300 dead and wounded. Another 370 men walked down, including Lieutenants Weiss and Curley. The 30th Division alone had suffered 1,800 casualties in the 6-day brawl for Mortain, and other units together tallied almost as many. Survivors would be fed, decorated, and returned to the fight. American artillery had once again displayed the killing prowess that had made it the king of battle. Allied forces now occupied 1/10 of France's landmass and straddled the main roads to the French capital from the west. On August 8th, during a roadside K-ration lunch with Eisenhower, Bradley proposed curtailing Patton's wide envelopment. Instead, both First and Third Armies would wheel to the north. Patton would make a sharp left turn at Le Mans, driving 60 miles through Alençon to Say. The Canadians would press on for 22 miles through Falaise and Argentan to meet their American cousins, cinch the sack, and trap more than 20 German divisions. An exuberant Eisenhower followed Bradley back to his command post, where where a quick telephone call enlisted Montgomery's support. Montgomery issued a formal directive ordering the Canadians to secure Falaise. This is a first priority, and it should be done quickly. In a message to inspirit what he called the united armies in France, he asked that the Almighty make us ministers of thy chastisement. Bradley continued to chortle at German obduracy in Mortain. The greatest tactical blunder I've ever heard of. To a visitor he said, "This is an opportunity that comes to a commander not more than once in a century. We're about to destroy an entire hostile army." Rarely does a battle follow the tidy arrows that have been sketched on a map or limned in a commander's imagination. The mighty struggle for the Falaise pocket was no exception. Several factors prevented the enemy annihilation envisioned by the Allied High Command, including miscalculation, confusion, and dull generalship. Not least among the variables was a German reluctance to be annihilated. Bradley now made another momentous decision. In his August 15th order, he wrote, "Due to the delay in closing the gap between Argentan and Falaise, it is believed that many of the German divisions which were in the pocket have now escaped. In order to take advantage of the confusion existing, the Third Army will now initiate a movement towards the east." In fact, no German divisions had yet tried to escape. Hitler still would not permit it. To reinforce a wide envelopment toward Paris, Patton's original proposal, Bradley weakened the shorter envelopment that he personally had designed. The two most senior Allied field commanders, Montgomery and Bradley, had made a hash of things. Neither recognized that German forces facing the callow Canadians and Poles were more formidable than those facing the Americans. Nor was Eisenhower much help. The Supreme Commander had proved an indifferent field marshal in Tunisia, on Sicily, and during the planning for Anzio. Now at Falaise he continued in that deficiency, watching passively for more than a week without recognizing or rectifying the command shortcomings of his two chief lieutenants. Whatever shortcomings vexed the Allied High Command, they paled when stacked against the German fiasco. Dozens of tanks, assault guns, and artillery pieces stood immobile for lack of fuel. At 2:40 p.m. on Wednesday, August 16th, Field Marshal Kluge directed Army Group B to begin the retreat from Normandy. Hitler affirmed the decision 2 hours later. The order would be Kluge's last. On Thursday, without warning, a short, jowly officer with a keen tactical eye framed by a monocle arrived at La Roche-Guyon with a letter from Hitler authorizing him to replace Kluge. Field Marshal Walter Model, son of a Royal Prussian music director, fancied himself Hitler's fireman. During 3 years of service on the Eastern Front, he had built a reputation as a soldier who could stabilize the field after defeats and retreats. Now Model was in command, and no Wehrmacht officer doubted it. His favorite maxims were, "Can't that be done faster?" and a line from Goethe's Faust, "Den lieb ich, der Unmögliches begehrt." I love the one who craves the impossible. In a conference at 5th Panzer Army headquarters in Fontaine-l'Abbé, Model told his commanders, "My intention is to withdraw behind the Seine." Already under blistering artillery and air attack, much of the German host in the west was at risk. For those who craved the impossible, the hour was ripe. The eponymous Falaise pocket by this time extended 20 miles from west to east and was roughly 10 miles wide. Ultra had decrypted Kluge's withdrawal order, correcting Bradley's delusion that the enemy had already fled. Montgomery told Field Marshal Brooke at 11 p.m. on August 17th that the gap has now been closed. That was untrue. He told Churchill, "The enemy cannot escape us." That too was untrue. To a friend he wrote, "I have some 100,000 Germans almost surrounded in the pocket." That was truer, but almost would not win the battle, much less the war. Fortunately, even as Allied commanders stumbled about, the reduction of the pocket by soldiers and airmen had begun in earnest. A captured Canadian officer who later escaped described what he had seen on August 18th. The damage was immense, and flaming transport and dead horses were left in the road while the occupants pressed on afoot. The next day, GIs from the 359th Infantry crept into flaming Chambois, soon dubbed Shambles. An officer reported blood running in sizable streams in the gutters. Fleeing Germans had been transformed into nothing but charcoal in the forms of men, or vertebrae attended by flies. A dead driver perched on an artillery caisson still held reins attached to 4 horses, also dead. With eastbound roads now cut, remnants from 19 German divisions were largely reduced to cart paths or to slinking cross-country by compass course. With guidance from aerial spotters, gunners walked white phosphorus and high explosives up and down the enemy ranks. "We always hit something," said one pilot. A German general reported that many of his men were without headgear, belts, or footwear, many go barefoot. A staff officer added, "Heavy firing into the sunken road. A tank immediately reversed and ran over some of our men. Someone at the rear started to wave a white flag on a stick. We shot him." For another day, German stragglers died trying to ford the Dives or sneak through the shadows. Others surrendered, shouting, "Merde pour la guerre!" Shit on the war. It was more of an execution than a battle, a Canadian gunner said. An old Frenchman pushing a cart poked a dead German with his foot, the reporter Iris Carpenter wrote, then chortled as he urinated on the body, with the greatest care and deliberation, subjecting each feature in the gray face to equally timed proportions of debasement. Yes, merde pour la guerre. The Allied victory, though extraordinary, was incomplete. British intelligence estimated that 95% of German troops who reached the Seine also made the far bank. Estimates of the number escaping the Falaise trap ranged from 30,000 to more than 100,000. Tens of thousands more who were never within the pocket now joined the retreat across France. Yet by any measure the defeat at Falaise was profound. Perhaps 10,000 Germans lay dead and 50,000 more had been captured. Among the dead was Marshal Kluge. En route to Berlin, after his displacement by Model, he stopped outside Verdun, spread a blanket in the underbrush, and swallowed a cyanide capsule. Model told Hitler that his Panzer and Panzer Grenadier divisions averaged 5 to 10 tanks each. Army Group B had been demolished, complementing the destruction of Army Group Center in White Russia in June, although many divisions would display a knack for resurrection. Eisenhower took a quick tour of the pocket, swinging from Falaise to Tron and as far northeast as Vimoutiers. 2 miles from Chambois, he climbed from the staff car and walked through the carnage wrought by his armies. "Indescribable horror and destruction," wrote a lieutenant colonel in his entourage. Charred corpses and burned-out panzers were dubbed coal monuments by Polish troops. It was as if, one officer wrote, an avenging angel had swept the area bent on destroying all things German. Troops cleansing the pocket wore gas masks to cope with what became known as the Falaise smell. "Everything is dead," wrote Ernie Pyle, who had arrived on August 21st. "The men, the machines, the animals, and you alone are left alive." It is, Montgomery declared, the beginning of the end of the war. That much was true. The loveliest story of our time. Warm summer rain drenched the motley legions of liberation at dawn on Thursday, August 24th, as 3 columns from the French 2nd Armored Division made ready for battle 20 miles southwest of Paris. Village women scurried through the bivouacs carrying urns of coffee and platters heaped with fried eggs and breakfast rolls. tricolor pennants flew from 3,000 vehicles named for Napoleonic triumphs or for French towns now unshackled, like Caen and Cherbourg. The 12,000 troops comprised not only French regulars, but sailors far from the sea, Lebanese Christian engineers, and Senegalese riflemen who until 3 weeks earlier had never set foot on European France. Scores of frisky warcos, war correspondents, buzzed about swapping rumors, including a ludicrous report that any procession into Paris must await the arrival of Franklin Roosevelt. Among the scribes was Pyle, wearing a beret that made him resemble Montgomery. Astride the road outside Lemur, with tank goggles perched on his kepi and clutching the Malacca cane he had carried through the war, stood the commander of this unorthodox cavalcade, Philippe François-Marie Vicomte de Hautecloque, who had concocted the nom de guerre of Jacques-Philippe Leclerc to prevent reprisals against his wife and 6 children. Scion of minor gentry from Picardy, lithe and avian with azure eyes and a deep voice, Leclerc cultivated an air of mystery. Now informed that U.S. intelligence detected 5,000 SS troops ready to die for Paris, Leclerc pointed an index finger at heaven and said, "Have no fear, we shall smash them." En avant, then. En avant. Bumper to bumper, the column surged forward at 7 a.m., escorted by a weird assortment of private cars, trucks, motorcycles, and bicycles. By Thursday evening, the spearhead remained 5 miles from the Porte d'Orléans and 8 miles from the city's heart. Leclerc had suffered more than 300 casualties, with 35 tanks and 117 other vehicles destroyed. Eisenhower had long planned to bypass Paris to avoid street brawling, and because chef logisticians warned that victualling the city would be equivalent to the maintenance of 8 divisions in combat. But events had forced his hand. Labor strikes began on August 11th, first by rail and subway workers, then by the police, 3,000 of whom seized the prefecture on August 18th. Wehrmacht patrols were bushwhacked across the city. Shootouts left 125 Parisians dead on August 19th. The last train carrying Jewish deportees had left Paris for the east on August 15th. De Gaulle, who arrived in Cherbourg on August 20th, feared another Warsaw. After a Polish uprising there began on August 1st, in errant anticipation of the Red Army's arrival, the Germans had methodically razed the city. Some 35,000 resistance fighters infested Greater Paris as part of a loose organization known as the French Forces of the Interior, or FFI. But their arsenal included only 570 rifles and 820 revolvers. Eisenhower had consistently promised de Gaulle that French troops would free the city when the moment ripened. The moment grew riper. As the insurrection intensified, messengers had slipped from the capital, foretelling catastrophe if the Allies did not step in quickly. By Tuesday, August 22nd, Eisenhower had relented. If the enemy tries to hold Paris with any real strength, the Supreme Commander told the combined chiefs, he would be a constant menace to our flank. Ambiguous intelligence suggested a German withdrawal. "It looks now as if we'd be compelled to go into Paris," Eisenhower wrote Beadle Smith. Some Germans were indeed decamping. Hitler authorized the departure of clerks and police apparatchiks. Vindictive soldiers smashed hospital elevators and clogged the plumbing with concrete, then stripped foliage from boulevard trees to camouflage trucks piled high with bidets, carpets, and other loot. "We'll be back for Christmas," they shouted. Parisians, who for 4 years had so painstakingly avoided eye contact that Germans joked about la vie sans regard, the city that never looks at you, now jeered and flourished toilet brushes at their departing occupiers. Citizens opened barricades along the Seine, and a radio broadcast from the Hôtel de Ville announced, "Rejoice! The Leclerc division has entered Paris. Tell all the priests to ring their church bells. From a balcony of the Hotel Maurice on the Rue de Rivoli overlooking the Tuileries Gardens, a chubby elf in a German general's uniform stood listening to the consequent pealing, punctuated by a deep fatidic toll from Notre Dame. General Dietrich von Choltitz was considered a ganz Harte, a tough guy, for his role in obliterating Rotterdam in 1940 and Sevastopol 2 years later. For those actions, he was nicknamed the Smasher of Cities. With only 20,000 men to hold a city of 3 million, Choltitz had no illusions about the outcome of the imminent battle. But reducing the City of Light to Hitler's field of ruins held little appeal even for the ganz Harte. Choltitz played for time by concocting elaborate, largely imaginary plans to destroy bridges, utilities, and 200 factories. Now, in a phone call to Army Group B headquarters, he held the receiver overhead. "Will you listen, please?" Choltitz said. "Do you hear that? It is bells. What they are telling this city is that the Allies are here." Just so. By 10 on Friday morning, August 25th, Leclerc managed to slide his entire division into town, tank tracks shedding sparks as they clipped across the cobbles. So many Parisians pulled uniforms from storage in a rush to join the FFI that they were dubbed naphthalines for the strong scent of mothballs. Resistance fighters in automobiles combed Parisian parks, firing at enemy bivouacs from the rumble seats. Police watched subway exits for fleeing Germans. Those who come out, a U.S. Army report noted, are massacred or made prisoners. On this feast day of Saint Louis, who died in Tunis while crusading in 1270, most Parisians ate lunch at the usual hour. Choltitz dined, too, on Sèvres china with silver candlesticks in the elegant Maurice dining room. "Germany's lost the war," he told his staff, "and we have lost it with her." At 3 p.m., Choltitz arrived at the Préfecture, where Leclerc had also been dining on china and a white tablecloth. They retired to the billiard room. Choltitz adjusted his monocle, then signed the formal surrender of Paris. He then requested a glass of water. Asked whether he intended to swallow poison, he replied, "Oh no, we don't do things like that." Teams of French and German officers carried white flags and copies of the ceasefire through the city. German spoken signs vanished from shop fronts, sometimes replaced by resistance placards that warned, "Supplier of the Boche." Collaborators were pelted with eggs, tomatoes, and sacks of excrement. Shorn women stripped to the waist had swastikas painted on their breasts, and placards hung around their necks, "I hoard with the Boches." An American sergeant barked at a mob shearing yet another wretch. "Leave her alone, God damn you! You're all collaborationists." Some 900,000 French men and women would be arrested in the Épuration, the Purge, of whom 125,000 were forced to answer in court for their behavior during the occupation. To Ernie Pyle, ensconced in a hotel room with a soft bed, though no hot water or electricity, Paris seems to have all the beautiful girls we've always heard it had. They dress in riotous colors. The liberation, he concluded, was the loveliest, brightest story of our time. De Gaulle entered the city late Friday afternoon by car down the Avenue d'Orléans, gripped by emotion and filled with serenity, in his words. From a balcony at the Hôtel de Ville, he proclaimed, "Paris outraged, Paris broken, Paris martyred, but Paris liberated. Liberated by herself, liberated by her people, with the help of the whole of France." He uttered hardly a word about the Americans, British, Canadians, or Poles, who together since June 6 had sacrificed more than 50,000 lives for this moment. At 3 p.m. on Saturday, August 26, de Gaulle appeared at the Arc de Triomphe in an unadorned khaki uniform. Much palaver had been devoted to whether Le Général should ride a white horse or a black one down the Champs-Élysées. He chose instead to walk, preceded by 4 Leclerc tanks. 1 million people or more lined the boulevard, a prancing, dancing human herd, cheering to the echo the unsmiling man who strode a head taller than the rest. At 4:15 p.m., as the convoy arrived at Notre Dame, the clap of a revolver and then automatic weapons fire seemed to come from overhead, perhaps from behind a gargoyle, sparking another wild spray of return fire that brought stone chips sprinkling down. Through it all, de Gaulle stood unflinching. He returned to his car and drove off to begin the hard work of rebuilding France. So ended the great struggle for Normandy. For Germany, the defeat was monumental. German casualties in the West since June 6th exceeded 400,000, half of them now prisoners. More than 4,000 panzers and assault guns were lost on all fronts during the summer, nearly half in Normandy. 36 infantry divisions had been eliminated, very badly cut up or isolated in coastal enclaves. Several thousand Luftwaffe planes were destroyed. The number of Americans killed, wounded, missing, or captured since June 6 topped 134,000. Casualties among the British, Canadians, and Poles totaled 91,000. In 500,000 sorties flown during the summer, more than 4,000 planes were lost. Normandy paid a fell price for her freedom. By one tally of 3,400 Norman villages and towns, 586 required complete reconstruction. Throughout France, 24,000 FFI fighters would ultimately be slain or executed by the Germans. The 600,000 tons of Allied bombs dropped on occupied France, the weight of 64 Eiffel Towers, would be blamed for between 50,000 and 67,000 French deaths. Most prominent among the German dead was Erwin Rommel, albeit his was a death delayed. For 2 months he recuperated from the strafing attack at home in Herrlingen, reminiscing about Africa and fingering his marshal's baton. Despite an unctuous letter to Hitler, "Just one thought possessed me constantly," he wrote, "to fight and win for your new Germany." He was implicated in the July 20 assassination plot as a man who had known too much for his own good. To spare his family, he swallowed cyanide, permitting the regime to claim he had died of his injuries. Hitler, who sent a 6-foot floral wreath even before Rommel's death was confirmed, said of the news, "Yet another of the old ones." In a funeral oration at the Ulm town hall, Rundstedt would declare, "A pitiless destiny has snatched him from us. His heart belonged to the Führer." That was another lie. Not his heart, but certainly his soul. Among the Allied casualties was Ernie Pyle. "If I ever was brave, I ain't any more," he wrote a friend. "I've been 29 months overseas since this war started. I've written around 700,000 words about it. The hurt has finally become too great." Arriving at Bradley's headquarters on September 2nd, worn out, thin, and badly in need of a shave, one officer reported. He said goodbye, then sailed home on the Queen Elizabeth, her decks crowded with other wounded. "I feel like I'm running out," he confessed to another writer. 8 months later, while covering the Pacific War, he would be killed by a Japanese bullet in the head. For many rank-and-file troops, a wild optimism took hold. But others recognized, as an officer told his family, that Hitler can trade space for a long time. Eisenhower advised reporters, "Anyone who measures this war in terms of weeks is just a damn fool." Yet surely things looked brighter than ever for the Allies. The swift liberation of Paris lifted spirits throughout the Allied ranks. The European war also could be seen ever more clearly to possess a vivid moral structure, in the phrase of the writer Paul Fussell, who fought as an infantry lieutenant. Just when Allied soldiers reached Paris, Soviet troops in Poland overran the concentration camp at Majdanek, where tens of thousands had been murdered. The evidence gave weight to Roosevelt's recent accusations of deportations and the wholesale systematic murder of the Jews of Europe, although not until the camps in Germany were uncovered in 1945 would the full horror come clear to the civilized world. In truth, a soldier need not look far to know what he was fighting for. Markers on Allied graves all over Normandy contained that most stirring of epitaphs, Mort pour la liberté. Part 2. Chapter 4. Pursuit. The huntsman is hungry. Naples in August 1944 still carried scars from the city's liberation 10 months earlier and the hard winter that followed. More than ever, Naples was a military town, sustaining 2 Allied armies that for a year had clawed their way up the Italian peninsula. Although since June 6 the campaign seemed to have been reduced to a dismal backwater, 24 divisions kept punching north of Rome. But it was not the Allied armies preparing to breach the Gothic line that now preoccupied military Naples. Rather, it was the 250,000 men seconded to Operation Dragoon, who under Plan 4-44 had begun slipping inconspicuously from the port on August 9th for the invasion of southern France. Near Naples, on a British admiral's barge, Churchill was traveling under the improbable nom de guerre of Colonel Kent, as if a phony name and a big hat could render him inconspicuous. Ostensibly, Churchill was on a fortnight's bathing holiday in southern Italy. Yet he also had come to keep a pale eye on an enterprise he still bitterly opposed. Dragoon, originally called Anvil, had first been intended as a diversion during Overlord to occupy 18 German divisions south of the Loire in Army Group G. Marseille and Toulon would provide ports at a time when dozens of U.S. Army divisions were stuck at home for lack of dockage in Normandy. France, Eisenhower told the British, is the decisive theater. Churchill warned Roosevelt of a bleak and sterile invasion through Provence. Simply reaching Lyon, he predicted, would take 3 months. Unable to move President Roosevelt or his lieutenants, Churchill raged with the ineffectual petulance of a declining power. And so he had come to Naples to take the waters. The U.S. Joint Chiefs, that stupidest strategic team, in his words, had cabled London a week earlier. We are convinced that Dragoon will be successful in its landing phase, and we anticipate a rapid advance up the Rhone Valley. Churchill intended to see for himself. In the smallest hours of Tuesday, August 15th, Napoleon's birthday, the invasion force crept toward 16 narrow beaches along a 45-mile stretch of the Côte d'Azur. As the French coast drew near, Major General Lucien K. Truscott, Jr., commander of the U.S. Army's 6th Corps, the main assault force in Dragoon, carefully dressed for combat. Partial though he was to violets on his desk and to lively discussions of poetry, history, and the rationalist edition of the New Testament edited by Thomas Jefferson, at heart Truscott remained one of the really tough generals. Truscott's generalship stressed speed, vigor, violence, and clarity. Convinced that American soldiers were hunters by instinct, he urged his officers to make every soldier go into every fight feeling like a hunter. The enemy never had a chance. At 8 a.m., 11 American assault battalions swept ashore in a flat calm, hidden from enemy gunners by summer haze and 6,000 tons of smoke spewed from special landing craft fitted with airplane propellers to spread the miasma. Among those at the point of the spear with the 3rd Division's 15th Infantry Regiment was a short and skinny, 5'7", 138 pounds, staff sergeant, who on Sicily and at Anzio had already earned a reputation for élan and would soon be deemed the greatest folk hero of Texas since Davy Crockett. Audie Leon Murphy, Army serial number 180937707, was the 7th child of an itinerant farmer who owned a milk cow and little else. A 5th-grade dropout who at one point during the Depression lived in a rail boxcar, Murphy later said, "I can't remember ever being young in my life." He had learned to shoot by plinking squirrels, little grays he called them, and became proficient enough to hit a darting rabbit from a moving car. His sister forged his enlistment papers in 1942, falsely attesting that he was 18 rather than 17. He had fainted during the induction immunizations. Sharpshooting now served him well. Murphy and his rifle platoon were making for Saint-Tropez at 10 a.m. when German machine gun fire rattled down a rocky draw, stopping the advance with the incivility of a slammed door. Murphy scampered back to the beach, grabbed a light machine gun from a dawdling gunner, and dragged it back uphill to his men. With his commandeered gun, grenades, and a carbine, he killed 2 enemy gunners atop a knoll and enticed a white flag from a second nest. But when Private First Class Laddie Tipton stood to take the surrender, a sniper shot him dead. Enraged, Murphy killed the surrendering Germans with grenades before seizing an enemy machine gun. Firing from the hip, he exterminated 2 more enemy fighting positions. "My whole being," he later wrote, "is concentrated on killing." When the shooting finally ceased, Murphy slipped a pack under Tipton's head as a pillow, then sat down and wept. By the close of this D-Day, 66,000 troops were ashore, with fewer than 400 casualties, including 95 dead. Some 2,300 German prisoners had been captured. Many preferred to surrender rather than risk the vengeance of the Maquis roaming the coastal uplands. And Hitler would declare August 15th, "the worst day of my life." Within the Allied High Command, perhaps only the Prime Minister was disgruntled. The Avenue of Stenches. The immediate objective of Dragoon were the ports of Toulon and Marseille, the capture of which was assigned to the French. Known for now as Army B, it was a vivid soldiery, as picturesque as Leclerc's division then capering toward Paris. Nearly half were from North Africa or the Sub-Sahara, complemented by Somalis, New Caledonians, Tahitians, Indochines, Syrians, Lebanese, and Legionnaires. The gimlet-eyed commander of this force stepped ashore at 6 p.m., General Jean-Joseph Marie Gabriel de Latte de Tassigny, whose impeccable ensemble included kepi, yellow gloves, and a swagger stick tucked beneath his left arm. Given to abrupt dead-of-night appearances in the ranks, roaring, "What have you done for France?" de Latte would be acclaimed by one biographer as the greatest soldier to serve France since the age of Napoleon I. A fervent Catholic, in peacetime he routinely helped, barefoot, to carry the sick at Lourdes. He had insisted that chaplains accompany his assault troops in order to give quick absolution to the dying. His personal motto, adopted in the 1930s, was "Ne pas subir," do not give up. Loyal to Vichy for more than 2 years after the German invasion, he had finally refused to countenance Hitler's occupation of southern France following the Allied seizure of North Africa in November 1942. Now accompanied by his son Bernard, the youngest soldier in the French army, he collared a subordinate in Saint-Tropez and with eyes bright told him, "Toulon awaits you." The Germans waited too. Here and in Marseille, 30 miles farther west, 35,000 defenders had been ordered by Hitler to stand to the last man. Toulon was the greatest naval base in France and the tougher nut of the 2 ports. 70 or more guns ranged the roadstead, among them Big Willie, a turret with 2 340mm barrels. With a range of 22 miles, the guns were more than a match for any weapon in the Allied fleet. Allied shells striking the turret's concrete casements just bounced off like us spitting against the wall. The naval brawl would last more than a week, but Toulon, like Cherbourg, clearly would not fall from the sea. De Latte had assumed as much and so cleaved his army into 5 battle groups, with orders to outflank and encircle both Toulon and Marseille. By last light on Monday, August 21st, Toulon was surrounded. Marseille fell almost at the same moment. 37,000 prisoners would be taken in the two port cities at a cost of 4,000 French casualties, including 800 dead. Toulon had been so thoroughly dismembered by German demolitions that the Allies forsook it as a major port. Marseille was devastated even beyond Allied fears, the German masterpiece of ruination. Yet the Allies had their port. Almost miraculously, the first Liberty ship would berth in Marseille on September 15th, and 10 days later the docks could handle 12,500 tons of cargo each day. For now, French regiments hurried west to the mouth of the Rhone. Delat cabled de Gaulle, newly installed in Paris. In Army B's sector, there is no German not dead or captive. Since de Gaulle had demanded that the Americans immediately return to Delat's command a French armored brigade after just 3 days' employment in the initial dragoon landings, Truscott was forced to cobble together an all-American mechanized exploitation force. To command this scratch assemblage, he appointed his deputy, Brigadier General Frederick Bates Butler, a West Point engineer from California. 2 days after the U.S. landings, the most exhilarating ultra-messages ever intercepted in the Mediterranean galvanized Task Force Butler into an avenging instrument of pursuit. An order radioed from the German High Command at 9:40 a.m. on August 17th revealed that Hitler had directed Army Group G to retreat from southern and southwestern France, except for forces consigned to defend the ports. Task Force Butler would be reinforced eventually by the 36th Infantry Division with orders to intercept and destroy the fleeing Germans. Truscott put the spurs to Butler, who galloped north from Lemuy before dawn on Friday, August 18th. No man's land, he declared, is our land. Task Force Butler covered 45 miles on Friday and the same on Saturday and Sunday. The reporter Eric Severai described the chase through civilized, settled Provence, through the sun fields of Van Gogh and the green and purple patchwork of Cézanne. The sun was warm and the air like crystal. The fruits were ripening and the girls were lovely. This was war as it ought to be, the war of pageantry and story. At 4 a.m. on Monday, August 21st, an envoy appeared in Butler's command post at Aspre with a message from Truscott. You will move at first light, 21 August, with all possible speed to Montélimar. Block all routes of withdrawal up the Rhone Valley. Ultra and air reconnaissance had shown 4 retreating German divisions concentrated along the Rhone. At Montélimar, Task Force Butler struggled to hold sway over a 250-square-mile sector east of the river, across terrain ranging from flat farmland to looming hills almost 2,000 feet high. Now confronted by 2 German corps frantic to escape, Butler's little command included 30 Shermans, a dozen tank destroyers, an infantry battalion, and 12 self-propelled guns. Few American fighter bombers appeared overhead. Reinforcements from the 36th Division were nowhere to be seen. The Battle of Montélimar soon ended with a whimper, and once again a chance to annihilate a fleeing enemy had gone begging. But a view of the battlefield from a Cub cockpit soon lifted Truscott's spirits. For 15 miles along the river, the detritus of 8 days' fighting stretched like a black mourning ribbon. 2,000 charred vehicles, at least 1,000 dead horses, many still harnessed to caissons and gun carriages, and fire-blackened Germans said to be such an affront to the nose that this grisly segment of highway became known as the Avenue of Stenches. As at Falaise, bulldozer operators wore gas masks. All in all, Truscott allowed himself what he described as some degree of satisfaction. In 2 weeks, another 10,000 square miles of France had been liberated, while 6 Corps had captured 23,000 Germans to complement the even larger throng bagged by the French. The dragoon death struggle was over, and a race to the German frontier had begun. By early September, almost 200,000 Allied soldiers had come ashore in Provence. a 36th Division patrol entered Lyon on Saturday morning, September 2nd, followed a day later by the French 1st Division, hurrying up the west bank of the Rhône. To reach France's third largest city had taken less than 3 weeks, rather than the 3 months predicted by Churchill. Lyon, during the German occupation, had been considered the capital of repression in southern France, with 14,000 arrests in the city and surrounding district, as well as 4,300 murders and 300 rapes. The resistance now cashed its blood chits. Of 24 bridges in the city, the Germans had demolished all but 2. Hundreds of French farmers pushing produce carts aggravated monumental traffic jams, and military convoys often waited 3 to 6 hours to cross makeshift spans over the Rhône before swinging northeast toward the Rhine. Precisely where those convoys should go now confounded the 7th Army and its commander, Lieutenant General Alexander McCarroll Patch, Jr. Dragoon's success had put Patch on the cover of Time magazine, giving the public another hero to lionize and another battlefront to cheer on. This temporary notoriety will soon die out, the general wrote his wife, Julia. God protect me from being spoiled by it. That seemed unlikely. Sandy Patch was tall, gangly, and so taciturn that Truscott believed he had some difficulty in expressing himself. Possessed of a temper like the devil before dawn, in one subordinate's phrase, he could also play the accordion and roll a cigarette with one hand from his sack of Bull Durham. Truscott persuaded Patch to exploit the fleeting opportunity. Rather than wait for the French to move forward as originally planned, 3 U.S. divisions wheeled east toward the Belfort Gap. That ancient pass, also known as the Gate of Burgundy, had for centuries served as a trade and invasion corridor between the Rhône and the Rhine. Narrowing to just 15 miles between the Jura Mountains in the south and the Vosges Mountains to the north, the gap in looking east gave on to the Alsatian Plain, the Rhine Valley, and the Black Forest beyond. Then the ground shifted. Far from this battlefield, Eisenhower struggled to control an Allied host that stretched from the North Sea to the Côte d'Azur. The dragoon force he personally had insisted upon now seemed like an awkward appendage, bulling toward what he considered a topographical dead end in the Vosges and the Black Forest. 6th Corps and other American forces were to be consolidated cheek by jowl with Patton's Third Army, making the U.S. armies contiguous and giving Delott the extreme right wing of the Allied line, including the Belfort Gap. 6th Corps was to pivot northeast, attacking through the Vosges toward Strasbourg. Truscott was both surprised and disappointed, his headquarters war diary recorded. Truscott himself wrote, "The assault on the Belfort Gap should begin at the earliest possible moment." Truscott's pluck notwithstanding, his ability to force the Belfort Gap and jump the Rhine was dubious at best. With frayed logistical lines stretching 300 miles, a senior officer observed, 6th Corps was living with just 1 day's supplies ahead of the game. And now ahead lay the granite and gneiss uplands of the Vosges, a primordial badland of cairns, moors, peat bogs, and hogback ridges rising above 4,000 feet. In a letter home, Truscott wrote, "I dread the approaching wet and cold and snow and tedious mountain work. The skies weep continuously now." Patrols creeping along the dark flanks of the Vosges could hear the plink of picks and shovels as German sappers burrowed into the hillsides. "There are indications," Truscott told Sarah, "that the beast has every intention of continuing the fight right to the bitter end." Harden the heart and let fly. A world away, although barely 200 crow-flying miles distant, the Allied cavalcade that had burst from Normandy now spilled across the Continental Crown, down pilgrim paths and drove roads, through fields of wheat stubble and ripening beets, greeted by pealing church bells and farmers who waved with one hand while tossing buckets of water on their burning crofts with the other. By the end of August, a great crescent extending from Brest nearly to Belgium, was packed with more than 2 million Allied soldiers and 438,000 vehicles, a 2-to-1 edge in combat troops over German forces in the West, and a 20-to-1 advantage in tanks. The last of 8,000 V-1s was fired from France on the night of September 1st as launch battalions fled for Holland or Germany. The Battle of London is won, Britain's Home Secretary declared. Churchill privately proposed that all V-1 equipment and German fortifications along the Channel coast be destroyed to prevent future use by the French if they fall out of temper with us. In 12th Army Group, Bradley commanded 21 divisions, with 3 more soon to arrive. The 1st Army Zone now spanned 65 miles, plated on both flanks by armored divisions, while Patton's 3rd Army braced the right wing with 2 corps abreast. Under this onslaught, the Wehrmacht stumbled eastward in a planless flight. On came the avenging armies. Fleeing German dray horses were cut down by the thousands. They were among 500,000 killed in August, always to the regret of Allied cavalrymen. There was nothing for it, a British trooper said, but to harden the heart and let fly. No sentimentality obtained for enemy soldiers. We blew up everything that didn't look right, a lieutenant in the 60th Infantry told his diary. Especially little haystacks out in the fields, a good place for German snipers. The whole West Front has collapsed, a German regimental commander wrote on August 31st, and the other side is marching about at will. Not quite. Fuel shortages, nettlesome since early August, had become grievous as the Allied armies raced eastward. Onward they pushed, on foot when necessary, through villages displaying homemade American flags, crayoned on paper or pillowcases with polka-dot stars. Giddy rumors swirled, including a Swiss claim that Hitler had fled to Spain. End the war in 44, soldiers chanted. There is a feeling of elation, expectancy, and almost bewilderment, the Prime Minister's secretary wrote on September 1st. Even as Eisenhower tried to tamp down expectations, he told his diary, "Our military forces can advance almost at will. The defeat of the German armies is complete, and the only thing now needed to realize the whole conception is speed." The Allied juggernaut aimed vaguely for Berlin, intent on ripping out Germany's political heart. But a nearer interim target was the enemy's industrial heart in the Ruhr Valley. 2/3 of German steel and more than half the country's coal had traditionally come from the Ruhr, and loss of the region would also devastate the chemical and munitions industries, with a projected 40% drop in artillery ammunition and explosive production. 4 paths led to the Ruhr from the west, but most planners considered only 2 of them suitable for big mechanized armies. One route, north of the Ardennes, the rugged, forested hills that occupied much of southern Belgium and Luxembourg, aimed directly at the Ruhr. It could be supported by Allied sea power and aircraft based in Britain. The second route angled south of the Ardennes, through the so-called Mess Gap. Even before Overlord began, Eisenhower had advocated taking both avenues, a strategy of advance on 2 mutually supporting axes that would stretch enemy defenses across a broad front, exploit Allied mobility, and permit shifts in the weight of attack as needed. The southern route also would menace the Saar Valley, second only to the Ruhr as an industrial locus in western Germany. Montgomery would have none of it. In a message to Brooke in London on August 18th, he had urged channeling both army groups north of the Ardennes as a solid mass of some 40 divisions, which would be so strong that it need fear nothing. Montgomery also argued that a single commander was needed, and he claimed that Bradley agreed with this strategic assessment. Bradley most certainly did not agree, nor did most of the other senior Allied generals, including Montgomery's own chief of staff. When told that Montgomery proposed to put everything in one punch, Air Marshal Tedder retorted, "I always thought in a fight it was better to use both hands." Eisenhower agreed that a single commander would oversee the assault on Germany, But that generalissimo would not be B. L. Montgomery. Rather, Eisenhower would take the job himself. Churchill, as a solace, promoted Montgomery to the rank of Field Marshal on September 1st, giving him the equivalent of 5 stars to Eisenhower's 4. Damn stupid, and I warrant most offensive to Eisenhower and the Americans, Admiral Ramsey told his diary. Militarily, the war might be won, but close combat within the Allied High Command was just starting. Montgomery's vision had the military virtue of mass, the concentration of combat power, but it ran counter to Schaeff calculations of what was possible for an Allied force still drawing supplies across beaches several hundred miles away. Eisenhower's generalship was without doubt vulnerable to criticism. Montgomery's complaint that he was extremely susceptible to the personality of the last commander he saw before he made his decision had a whiff of truth. As did Patton's diary entry on September 2nd. Ike is all for caution, since he had never been at the front and has no feel of actual fighting. If consistent in his views supporting a broad, multi-pronged assault on Germany, he was hardly decisive in the way he communicated them to Montgomery, Stephen E. Ambrose later wrote. He allowed Montgomery to carry every argument to its bitter end. This bitter argument, indeed, was far from over. Yet Allied unity remained the central principle of his command, and he would go to great lengths to preserve it, including self-delusion. The team is working well, he wrote Marshall in September. The armies fought on, largely unaware of the general's quarrels at echelons above reason. On Monday, September 4th, at noon British tanks nosed through the outskirts of Antwerp, past houses put to the torch by Belgian resistance fighters for belonging to alleged collaborators. Jubilant crowds reluctantly parted, allowing the 11th Armored Division to race downtown, where nonplussed German soldiers were still sipping beer in sidewalk cafes. By 2 that afternoon, a tank squadron had reached the docks. Thanks to the Belgian White Resistance, which had attacked and delayed German demolitionists, the port, sluice gates, and underground oil storage tanks with their capacity of 2 million barrels remained intact. With Brittany's ports soon to be forsaken, no liberated city in Europe was more important to the Allied cause than Antwerp. Communication with the North Sea from the port required control of the 80-mile estuary at the mouth of the river Scheldt, including fortified Walcheren Island on the north side of the Scheldt and the polders around Breskens on the southern bank. The British First Sea Lord, Admiral Andrew Brown Cunningham, told his diary on September 7th, again impressed on the combined chiefs of staff that Antwerp, though completely undamaged, was as much use as Timbuktu unless the entrance and other forts were silenced and the banks of the Scheldt occupied. I fear this is being overlooked by the generals. Alas, yes. An ultra-intercept of a Führer order on September 3rd, stressing the decisive importance of holding the Scheldt, was disregarded by Allied commanders. This incomprehensible error, the historian Ralph Bennett later concluded, was a strategic mistake of such magnitude that its repercussions were felt almost until the end of the war. The British drive soon was stymied. None of the bridges across the imposing Albert Canal north and east of the city had been captured. 15 of 17 still stood as late as September 5th, and now they were all blown. An evacuation of German troops by ferry promptly began across the Scheldt from Breskens, west of Antwerp. In little more than a fortnight, 86,000 men, 600 artillery pieces, 5,000 vehicles, and 4,000 horses, mostly from the 15th Army, escaped to fight another day. For now, as the U.S. Army official history later concluded, Antwerp was a jewel that could not be worn for want of a setting. Chapter 5. Against the West Wall. 5 barley loaves and 3 small fishes. Versailles had long proved irresistible to empire builders. A modest 17th-century hunting lodge, built above a fenny country village 12 miles southwest of Paris, had quickly grown into the world's most celebrated chateau, an emblem of both the Ancien Regime and French regal indulgence. It was here that Eisenhower chose to locate his new command post. Headquarters offices filled the plush Trianon Palace Hotel. Waiters in black ties served K-ration lunches on white linen with crystal stemware and plates trimmed in gold. Eisenhower's office occupied a white stone annex behind the hotel. SHAEF by midsummer had already tripled in size from the 1,500 Allied officers and men originally envisioned for the headquarters. Now the roster tripled again to 16,000. One officer likened the organization to a sea serpent. Some had seen its head, some its middle, some its tail. No one had seen all of the sprawling mass. Another sea serpent had wrapped its tentacles around Paris proper, with even greater speed and adhesion. Created in Britain in May 1942 to succor the logistical needs of the U.S. Army in Europe, the Services of Supply had been renamed the Communications Zone, or COMZ, on June 7th, and now comprised 500,000 troops, or 1 in every 4 GIs on the continent. A vast headquarters near Cherbourg was abruptly abandoned when the liberation of Paris triggered a stampede for the capital. All this and more was the handiwork of the COMZ commander, Lieutenant General John C.H. Lee, known as John Courthouse Lee, Jesus Christ Himself Lee, and God Almighty Lee. Lee's first priority duties required provisioning a huge fighting force 4,000 miles from home with 800,000 separate supply items, 8-fold more than even Sears Roebuck stocked. Average daily supply needs totaled 66.8 pounds for every Allied soldier on the continent. Prodigal wastage, always an American trait, made the logistician's life harder. Of 22 million jerry cans sent to France since D-Day, half had vanished, and SHAEF asked Washington for 7 million more. The need to fly fuel to bone-dry combat units, Eisenhower added, meant that it is now costing us 1.5 gallons of 100-octane aviation gasoline to deliver 1 gallon of 80-octane motor fuel to forward depots. All this fell largely unforeseen on Lee. Clearly, the solution was to be found in Antwerp. Using rail and road networks, Cherbourg could support a maximum of 21 divisions, while Antwerp, using rails alone, could sustain 54. Meanwhile, the armies would make do with brute force logistics, another American specialty. Stevedores manhandling cargo off an old Hog Island freighter in Rouen were surprised when the Norwegian captain's caged parrot abruptly sang the opening bars of the Star-Spangled Banner, voice cracking on the high notes, then squawked, "What a life! Misery! Misery!" Every village a fortress. Eisenhower was intrigued by Montgomery's description of a new plan to drop several parachute divisions into Holland, clearing a corridor for forces to seize a bridgehead over the Rhine. Similar proposals had been advanced before, but this scheme was bigger, stronger, more ambitious, and Eisenhower was willing to try it. The operation would be given a 2-word code name, Market Garden. Montgomery had privately concluded that 21st Army Group did not need Antwerp to drive halfway across Germany. If 2 Allied corps reached Berlin, Montgomery believed, German defenses would be in such disorder that the Third Reich would disintegrate. A grim battlefield development also had come into play. Montgomery had received a secret War Office cable informing him that 2 explosions in England the previous evening heralded a new German assault against the home island. The V-2 rocket was 46 feet long, weighed almost 13 tons, and carried a 1-ton warhead. Reaching 3,600 miles per hour and an apogee of 60 miles, It had an impact velocity comparable to 50 big train engines slamming into a neighborhood. The rocket had long been expected by British intelligence. The ruthless use of slave laborers by the thousands and the construction of simple mobile launch equipment had permitted Hitler in early September to authorize the start of Operation Penguin. The initial volley had been fired from Western Holland, and the SS general overseeing Penguin had placed his headquarters outside Nijmegen, a Dutch town only 10 miles south of Arnhem on the Rhine, a prime objective of Operation Market Garden. The message from London advising Montgomery of the first rocket attacks also pleaded, "Will you please report most urgently by what approximate date you consider you can rope off the coastal area contained by Antwerp, Utrecht, Rotterdam." At a moment when strategic harmony was needed in the Allied High Command, dissonance and puerile backbiting obtained. Eisenhower was sympathetic to the British impulse to scourge the V-2 launch sites, and he saw Market Garden as a bold stroke that could hasten Germany's defeat. Despite the risk of a delay in opening Antwerp, he believed that these disparate objectives could be achieved without crippling the American drive toward the Saar. As for the Field Marshal, Eisenhower's private comments had become ever more scathing. He called him a clever son of a bitch, which was very encouraging, Patton confided to his diary. After the war, Eisenhower would be far harsher. He's a psychopath, don't forget that. Essentially, he's not an honest man. That assessment was absurd. Fortunately for the Allied cause, Eisenhower bit his tongue and soldiered on. Just after 6 p.m., on the warm, clear Monday evening of September 11th, a jeep carrying a 5-man American patrol from Troop B of the 85th Reconnaissance Squadron crept north on the river road from Vianden in northeastern Luxembourg. The jeep lurched to a halt near the jackstraw wreckage of a blown bridge across the narrow Our River. Staff Sergeant Warner W. Holtzinger, a German speaker from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, scrambled down the bank, followed by a rifleman and a French interpreter hired by the troop in Paris. Holtzinger's orders from the 5th Armored Division urged caution, but added, "Should probing indicate great weakness in some portion of the frontier line, penetration may become possible." The sergeant detected great weakness. With the limpid water barely reaching their boot cuffs, he and his 2 comrades sloshed 20 yards across the Our to become the first Allied soldiers into Germany. By midnight, other patrols from the 4th and 28th Infantry Divisions had also crossed the border to be greeted by hostile stares and white bedsheets draped from upper windows. From the North Sea to the Mediterranean, the Allies now presented an unbroken front. Never had the Third Reich's prospects seemed bleaker. For all his troubles in the East, Hitler's greatest peril at the moment lay in the West, where 3 army groups prepared to pounce on Germany. In search of a savior, he once again summoned Field Marshal von Rundstedt, who after his dismissal in July had spent much of his time taking the cure at Bad Tolz. "I would like to place the Western Front in your hands again," Hitler told him. From his new headquarters near Koblenz, Rundstedt soon found how wan hope had become. The Siegfried Line, to Germans the Westwall, stood as a last bastion before the Rhine. Begun in 1936, its fortifications eventually stretched from the Dutch border to Switzerland and comprised 3,000 pillboxes and bunkers. Thousands of dragon's teeth, pyramidal tank barriers of reinforced concrete 2 to 6 feet high, also stippled the landscape. But years of neglect had ravaged the West Wall. Barbed wire, steel doors, and heavy weapons were plundered for the Atlantic Wall. Dank as a troll's lair, the fortifications seemed more like sewage works than subterranean forts, one visitor reported. Hitler in mid-August ordered the Westwall rehabilitated with a levy of people's labor. By September 10th, the workforce had grown to 167,000, including girls from the League of German Maidens and boys from the Hitler Youth, as well as others plucked from depots, training schools, police stations, and convalescent homes. With characteristic agility, Rundstedt manned the fortifications with makeshift units rushed to the front. Within a week, 160,000 stragglers had been redirected to the front, with 21 Volksgrenadier divisions and nearly 8 panzer divisions stiffening the Westwall. Hitler demanded a holding of the position until annihilation. He added, "The fight in the West has spread to the German Reich. The situation no longer permits any maneuvering. Stand your ground or die. Every bunker, every block of houses in a German city, every German village must become a fortress." The question of how to breach the Siegfried Line now preoccupied Allied generals and privates alike. "It is a monument to stupidity," Patton insisted. "Anything that man makes, man can overcome." But the U.S. Army had little experience in reducing elaborate European fortifications. Ordinary artillery barrages did little against West Wall redoubts except dust off the camouflage. Napalm and other incendiaries proved disappointing. At a minimum, heavy shelling sometimes made it hard for defenders to breathe by causing the inside concrete walls to powder. As Rundstedt rushed defenders into the line, 2 American armies poked and probed, looking for a seam to rip. Patton's brash assurance notwithstanding, his Third Army had yet to even close with the Siegfried Line. Patton planned to leap the Moselle and advance to Mainz and Mannheim on the Rhine. He intended to bypass the French city of Metz, if it doesn't fall like a ripe plum, and little resistance was anticipated short of the West Wall. Hitler had other ideas. German reinforcements swarmed in from Denmark and northern Italy, giving the Metz commander the equivalent of almost 5 divisions to shore up not only the elaborate constellation of forts around the city, but also a defensive line west of the Moselle. 4 armored columns from Patton's Third Army reached the river north and south of Metz on September 7th to find screaming sheets of enemy artillery and no bridges still standing. The next morning, a battalion from the 5th Infantry Division slipped across the Moselle from Dornau, only to be counterattacked by close-order Panzer Grenadiers shrieking Heil Hitler. 4 American companies dug a last-ditch horseshoe line only 300 yards wide with the river at their backs. Wounded GIs were asked not to cry out in hopes of keeping secret the extent of the casualties. Not until nightfall on September 10th were survivors authorized to fall back across the river, evacuating under blistering fire in 3 bullet-pricked boats that required 2 men to bail for each man paddling. Others swam with water wings fashioned from inflated condoms or rode rafts built from empty ammunition cans. Patton would gain other bridgeheads over the Moselle, and on September 14th the unfortified city of Nancy was captured to become the Third Army headquarters. But his barnyard aspiration to go through the Siegfried Line like shit through a goose had clearly been checked. Farther north, First Army's prospects at first seemed brighter as 3 corps butted up against the West Wall on a 75-mile front, shoulder to shoulder to shoulder. But 3 days brawling in the sinister German uplands, known as the Schnee-Eifel, made little headway, though the Americans took 17 pillboxes and 58 prisoners in one firefight. Even this modest penetration of the Siegfried Line provoked a counterattack that cost the 28th Infantry Division 1,500 casualties. Once again, as in World War I, the unit's red keystone shoulder flash, honoring its Pennsylvania National Guard heritage, became known as the Blutige Eimer, the bloody bucket. In a sector just to the north, Ernest Hemingway on September 12th accompanied the 4th Division into Germany, where he found ugly women and squatty, ill-shaped men. Requisitioning a deserted farmhouse, he shot the heads off several chickens with his pistol, then served a supper of fricassee, peas, onions, and carrots to regimental officers, one of whom wrote, "We all seem for the moment like minor gods." The moment passed. A counterattack by the 2nd SS Panzer Division sealed a 6-mile gap torn in the line and inflicted 800 American casualties. That left the last best chance for a quick American breakthrough in the First Army Center, where Joe Collins's 7th Corps had massed before Aachen with 3 divisions abreast on a 35-mile front. Collins now made a tactical choice he would soon regret. He decided to isolate Aachen rather than capture it. With luck, Collins believed, the Germans would abandon Aachen rather than risk encirclement by 50,000 American troops chewing through the Scharnhorst and Schill lines. The sudden appearance of 7th Corps had ignited panic in the city. Hitler ordered the evacuation of all 160,000 citizens. Terrified of being shot as traitors if they failed to comply, shopkeepers, pensioners, and mothers pushing prams soon clogged the roads leading east. A day passed, and then another. By dusk on Friday, the 1st Division had ruptured the Scharnhorst line to ring Aachen on the west, south, and east. But the momentum had seeped out of Collins's attack. The dawning realization that the Americans intended to force a corridor to Stolberg rather than assault Aachen revived the German High Command. Guns and panzers were shifted, artillery recalibrated, and on Saturday morning, the newly built 12th Infantry Division, nearly 15,000 men known as the Wild Buffaloes, poured into the fight aboard buses and trucks. After 5 days of fighting, Collins had gashed a 12-mile hole in the first belt of the West Wall and a 5-mile rift in the second, but he lacked the strength to exploit his opening. 3 German divisions soon sealed off the American salient, with 5 times as many panzers and assault guns around the city than had been there a week earlier. Hitler demanded fanatical resistance in what he now called Fortress Aachen. The battle increasingly would move to the cellars, like Stalingrad. Each and every house will be defended, the Führer added, to the last man and the last bullet. A Market and a Garden. Since its founding in 1835 as a military garrison on the moors of northeast Belgium, the Flemish town of Burg-Leopold had seen fortune ebb and flow with each passing army. Now the Germans were gone, again, and Allied soldiers swarmed through the cobbled streets. On the radiant Sunday morning of September 17th, dozens of British officers filed into the dingy cinema on Nikolailaan, across from the hip-roofed train station. At 11 a.m., Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks, in a high-necked woolly beneath his battle-dress blouse and an airborne smock, ambled down the center aisle, provoking a yelping chorus of salutations. Lanky and spare, Horrocks was said by one admirer to possess an ascetic, almost an ecclesiastical face, and his thick nimbus of white hair added a patriarchal mien to a man barely 49. Eyes alight, graceful hands gliding up and down, he spoke for an hour to review for a final time the plan called Market Garden. The Allied objective was to cut off communications between Germany and the Low Countries. With luck and elan, 250,000 enemy soldiers would be trapped in the western Netherlands. The attack also would overrun many of the pestiferous V-2 rocket sites. An Allied juggernaut spearheaded by 3 armored divisions would then pivot east into Germany toward the Ruhr, having outflanked the Siegfried Line. The deed would be done, he explained, by air and by land. For the largest airborne operation of the Second World War, the Market of Market Garden, the newly created 1st Allied Airborne Army was even now ascending from fields across England, bound for the Netherlands. Nearly 35,000 soldiers would be plunked down, mostly by parachute, the rest by glider, in what British planners insisted on calling a carpet of airborne troops. As this unfolded, the land assault, Garden, starting later in the afternoon, would gallop north from Belgium with 3 divisions under 30th Corps in a thrust that was to be, in Field Marshal Montgomery's words, rapid and violent, and without regard to what is happening on the flanks. The conference ended with few questions. At an abandoned factory on the south bank of the Meuse-Escaut Canal near Bourg Leopold, Horrocks climbed an iron ladder to the flat roof. The warm midday sun spangled the dark canal and the irrigation ditches running north into Holland. Behind him he spied some of the 350 British guns hidden in woodlots and farmyards. Tanks trundled forward, slowly to avoid raising dust, and sappers re-inspected their bridge loads. Earlier that morning, Horrocks had asked an American colonel, "What do you think of the plan?" When told with a shrug, "It's all right," the Corps commander laughed gaily, but the Yank saw anxiety in his eyes. From a nearby radio came word that the Market Air Armada was well underway. Horrocks cocked an ear for the distant drone of planes, a gaunt and lonely figure peering from his rooftop parapet. Many others invested in Market Garden also felt perturbations. Most substantively, some officers sensed that the Germans were less supine than presumed. Beadle Smith grew anxious enough to alert Eisenhower. Smith flew to Brussels on Friday, 48 hours before the assault was to begin, and suggested strengthening the market force to be dropped at Arnhem. Montgomery ridiculed the idea and laughed me out of his tent, Smith later reported. Montgomery's insouciance was understandable, even if his alleged demeanor was not. The German defenses around Arnhem had recently been gauged as no larger than a brigade of 3,000 men, with insignificant tank strength. The first British Pathfinders jumped at 12:40 p.m., followed 20 minutes later by gliders landing every 9 seconds, plowing up dirt like a ship in a heavy sea in one GI's image. Then, from an altitude of 600 feet, the parachutists spilled out, so many that astonished witnesses below thought that they were snowflakes or flak bursts. And within 80 minutes, those 20,000 Allied cutthroats were deep behind enemy lines. Aircraft losses were modest. Gleeful children near Arnhem sang jingle bells in Dutch to parachutists wriggling from their silks. That this welcoming chorus congregated several miles west of town underscored one of two tactical complications beclouding the sunny first hours of Market. Airborne doctrine held that drop and landing zones should be as close to the mission objective as possible, preferably within 5 miles. These instead lay 7 to 8 miles from the Arnhem Road Bridge. The second complication was evident just by counting noses. Barely half of the 3.5 division force designated for Market was on the ground, and no more troops would arrive until the following day or later. The day went well enough for the Yanks in the South. Almost 7,000 men from the 101st Airborne spilled across the polders between Wegel and Best. Dutchmen capered through the fields, shaking hands with their liberators and offering sandwiches, pitchers of milk, and bicycles, for which receipts were issued. Stray Germans here and there were captured or killed in 100 sharp spasms of violence. 9 road and rail bridges stood in the division sector, but only at Sons, 4 miles north of Eindhoven, did one span cause immediate grief. Troopers pressed to within 30 yards of the canal bank, only to see the bridge abruptly levitate from its piers and vanish in a smoky roar. The 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment was supposed to sprint south and seize Eindhoven and its bridges by 8 p.m., welcoming Horrocks's guardsmen from Bourg Leopold. But the delay at Sons meant that any rendezvous would have to await first light on Monday. 20 miles north, 7,300 troops from the 82nd Airborne had also arrived intact in a confetti of green, orange, blue, red, and chartreuse parachutes. Among the few jump casualties was the 82nd Commander, James Gavin, who fractured 2 vertebrae in a hard landing. Allowing himself little more than a grimace, Gavin shed his parachute, picked up an M1 rifle, and in less than an hour had set up his command post in a leafy thicket just west of Grosbeak. Gavin had taken over the 82nd in mid-August. At 37, he would be not only the youngest major general in the U.S. Army during World War II, but also the youngest division commander since the Civil War. Though Gavin casually referred to war as the scuffle, he was realistic about human limits. After combat jumps into Sicily, Salerno, and Normandy, he'd come to believe that courage for every man is like a bank account that must not be overdrawn. Market would require another judicious withdrawal. "It looks very rough," he had written in his diary on Thursday about the impending attack. "If I get through this one, I will be very lucky." 11 bridges could be found in the 82nd sector, and enemy demolitionists blew those at Malden, Mook, and Hatert as paratroopers closed in. But the rivet-skinned, 9-arch span over the Maas at Grave still stood, and a message flew up the division chain of command. "Bridge number 11 is ours." Bridge 11 and all its sisters were worthless if the Germans seized one of the few bits of elevated terrain in Holland, and this, beyond all else, preoccupied Gavin. Grosbeak Ridge was an unprepossessing eminence 300 feet high and 5 miles long southeast of Nijmegen. Gavin spent the afternoon shoring up strong points along the ridge and squinting across the nearby German border for signs of an enemy counterattack. Nijmegen and its 2 grand bridges would have to wait until these approaches were secure. Near the 82nd command post, a Dutch commando captain stepped into a farmhouse outside Grosbeak to use the telephone. After ringing friends in the north, he emerged to tell Gavin, "Fine, everything is going as planned, and the British have landed at Arnhem." So too had the Germans, and with this convergence, the heartache began in earnest. 6,000 German troops had bivouacked around Greater Arnhem, double the anticipated number. Within 90 minutes of the British landings, about 400 SS soldiers had blocked 2 of the western approaches to town, forcing the Tommies into a garden-by-garden gunfight on their long tramp toward the Arnhem Bridge. A single British parachute battalion won through. Following a southern route through gorse and birch stands near the Netter Rhine, the lower Rhine River, Lieutenant Colonel John D. Frost's 2nd Battalion had woven proffered marigolds into their helmet nets and captured a few German soldiers said to have been snogging with their Dutch girlfriends. At 8 p.m., Tommies reached the northern piers of the intact road bridge, and Frost's men soon burrowed into buildings along the riverbank. A German attempt to rush 10th SS Panzer troops across the bridge from the south ended with enemy trucks blazing on the ramp and charred bodies smoldering in the roadbed. A brutal deadlock had begun. Of nearly 6,000 British paratroopers, only 740 would reach the bridge, enough to revoke German possession of the span, but too few to assert a British claim. Flames danced all night from the burning bridge and from wooden houses set ablaze by gunfights along the embankments. From his makeshift command post a block from the river, Frost peered south through the lurid orange glow, hoping that a new day might reveal Horrocks's tanks lining the far shore. That would not happen. At precisely 2 p.m. that Sunday, 17 Allied artillery regiments had begun a lacerating barrage as Horrocks and his coterie looked north and rubbed their hands in gleeful anticipation atop the factory roof near Burg Leopold. At 2:35 p.m., the Irish Guards lieutenant commanding the lead tank ordered, "Driver, advance." Across the Dutch border they rumbled at 8 miles per hour. "Advance going well," an officer reported by radio. "Leading squadron has got through." No sooner had the hand rubbers on the roof congratulated one another than scarlet tongues of German fire licked along the column. Within 2 minutes, 9 Irish Guards tanks had been disemboweled with anti-tank guns and handheld Panzerfausts. a nasty gap of a half a mile littered with burning hulks. Even so, the 1st Allied Airborne Army headquarters told Schaeff, "Things are going very well indeed. We have had very few losses." Everyone at Schaeff was deluded. Market Garden had been lost on the very first day through failure to seize the bridges at Arnhem and Nijmegen, and the failure was compounded by the ponderous overland advance. A titanic, often heroic battle remained to play out, with particular fates by the tens of thousands in the balance. But the margin for victory, always razor-thin, now was irretrievably gone. In the small hours of Friday, September 29th, 12 German commandos in wetsuits slipped into the Waal 5 miles upstream of Nijmegen. Trained in Venice for aquatic skullduggery, all were strong swimmers. One had competed in the Olympics. And together they guided half a dozen tubes, each 16 feet long, stuffed with nearly a ton of hexanite explosive, and suspended between a pair of air cylinders for buoyancy. Down the dark river they swam, snipping a hole in the new concertina boom before lashing their charges to the bridge piers and setting the detonator timers for a 60-minute delay. Exhausted and numb with cold, the men staggered from the water a mile downstream. Sentries immediately captured 10 of the 12, but at 6:30 a.m. a volcanic sequence of blasts ruptured the Dutch dawn, blowing an 80-foot gap in the deck of the road bridge and dropping the long central span of the rail bridge into the river. The last casualties of Market Garden lay on the muddy bed of the Waal River. This rude gesture hardly dampened the Allied High Command's insistence that the bold airborne lunge across Holland had been a decided victory, in Churchill's phrase. Allied airborne losses in Market approached 12,000, more than half of them British. Moreover, in 17,000 air sorties, 261 planes and 658 crewmen were lost. Casualties in Horrocks's 30th Corps totaled 1,500, plus 70 tanks. Dutch road builders and construction crews went on finding skeletons for decades. Several hundred fugitive Allied troops eventually slipped back across the lines, often with help from courageous Dutch civilians. But more than 6,000 others marched off to captivity for the duration. At the price of 5,000 buildings destroyed or damaged in Nijmegen alone, 1/5 of the Netherlands had been liberated. But the rest would endure another 9 months of occupation. Allied soldiers did not re-enter Arnhem until mid-April 1945. Before then, the hunger winter reduced the Dutch to eating dogs and tulip bulbs, and 16,000 died of starvation anyway. "My country," Prince Bernard observed, "can never again afford the luxury of another Montgomery success." Market Garden proved an epic cock-up, as a British major averred. A poor plan with deficient intelligence, haphazard execution, and indifferent generalship. Beyond battlefield consequences, Market Garden preyed on the mind of every man scarred by this primordial struggle. There was a change of mood after Arnhem, a British captain wrote. One just didn't feel the same. We were getting rather tired. Few could doubt journalist Alan Moorhead's conclusion that there was only one way, the hard way. All hope of a quick end to the war in 1944 had gone. Teeming autumn rain fell often, with implications for campaigning on the continent. "I'm not looking forward to the winter war we have ahead of us," Gavin wrote his daughter. "I wear everything that I can get on, but I feel as though I will never be warm again." In their very bones, they now knew that there was indeed but one way ahead. The hard way. Chapter 6. The Implicated Woods. Charlemagne's Tomb. For the most loyal Germans, Aachen had always seemed a city worth dying for. Thermal springs believed to have healing powers had lured first the Romans, and then the Carolingians. Here Charlemagne may have been born, and here certainly he died, in 814, after creating the First Reich. His holy bones slept in a gold casket in the choir apse of Aachen's great cathedral. An Allied raid in July 1943 demolished 3,000 buildings, and additional strikes hit the city in the spring of 1944. The raids battered the town hall, originally built on the ruins of Charlemagne's palace. Now smoke rose from Aachen again. General Collins's 7th Corps had bored through both bands of the Siegfried Line in mid-September without capturing the city or making further headway toward the Rhine, and he intended to rectify those omissions. By early October, the U.S. First Army had narrowed its front from 100 miles to 60, giving Collins greater combat heft. 74 American gun batteries began pounding Fortress Aachen, where 18,000 German troops had been committed to defend the cradle of Teutonic nationalism unto the last bullet, as Hitler required. Field Marshal Rundstedt warned Berlin that no greater danger now faced the fatherland in the West than the peril before Aachen. The main German supply route into the city had been crimped, and hardly a mile separated the 1st and 30th Divisions. So confident were the Americans that Major General Clarence R. Hubner, commander of the 1st Division, on Tuesday gave the Aachen garrison 24 hours to surrender or face extermination. Colonel Gerhard Wilk, Aachen's garrison commander, was not the surrendering sort. The answer was 9. Aachen's dismemberment began in earnest on Wednesday morning when 300 Allied planes dropped 62 tons of bombs on targets stained with red artillery smoke. 5,000 artillery rounds followed over the next 2 days, then another 100 tons of bombs and 5,000 more shells. At precisely 9:30 a.m. on Friday, October 13th, troops from the 2nd Battalion of the 26th Infantry simultaneously tossed 1,000 grenades over the railroad embankment near Triererstrasse, then scrambled across the tracks and into the inner sanctum of Charlemagne's capital. They found a sterile sea of rubble, in one GI's phrase, a ghost town with 20,000 civilians of Aachen's original 165,000, living in dank holes. A garrison of 5,000 troops and policemen defended the inner city, but much had been learned in Italy about urban combat. Aachen would now serve as a test bed for new destructive techniques developed by troops whose battle cry became, "Knock 'em all down." Across the city, the Americans crept at a steady, sanguinary 50 feet an hour, shooting, dynamiting, grenading. National Socialist slogans on a broken wall reminded the faithful, auf Deutsch, "For this we thank our Führer," and "You are nothing, the state is all." GIs chalked their own scatological exegesis. Knock 'em all down. As the house-to-house ruination proceeded, the imminent merger of the 1st and 30th Divisions outside Aachen had hit a snag. Savage German artillery ripped up the ridgelines, searched the dells, and scorched suburban streets. Enemy observers could see the Americans plainly, forcing GIs to shelter in captured pillboxes from daybreak until dusk. Not even a radio antenna could protrude without being snipped off by whizzing shell fragments. The 30th Division had suffered 2,000 casualties since beginning its assault, and the 1st had lost another 800. Lieutenant General Hodges, the 1st Army commander, grew impatient and then choleric. "We have to close that gap." Worse was yet to come, and much of it would fall on the 1st Division's 16th Infantry. "Every hour seems interminable," Captain Joe Dawson, commander of G Company, had written his family in Waco earlier that week. "Long, long ago I entered this land of horror." In fact, just over 4 months had passed since Dawson landed at Omaha Beach. Since then, he had shed 25 pounds, as well as any illusions he still harbored after the campaigns in North Africa, Sicily, and Normandy. For over 2 years, he had recently written his sister, I've calloused my emotions with countless experiences that will never be recalled to memory if I can find power to erase them forever. Son of a Baptist preacher, and just 31, he looked older. His face is bony, wrote W.C. Hines, a reporter for the New York Sun, who was with Dawson at Aachen, and he has large ears and very brown eyes. 3 miles northeast of Aachen Cathedral, G and I companies occupied a ridge 800 feet high and 400 yards long, with clear vistas not only of the city, but also of adjacent Belgium and Holland. Maps and magazines lay scattered on a table in Dawson's pillbox command post, along with a candle, a kerosene lamp, 2 field phones in leather cases, and a small radio that could pick up Bruno and the Swinging Tigers on Radio Berlin. Soldiers in G Company debated with theological intensity whether the malodorous German corpses along the line deterred enemy frontal attacks. One GI advised, "Just move the ones that are within 10 feet." The past week had brought periods of quiet and periods of great noise, Hines wrote, but with 500 shells hitting the ridge every day, 1 every 3 minutes, tranquil moments had grown rare. Great noise returned before dawn on Sunday, October 15th, when 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division troops filtered onto the ridge from the east with orders to break the siege of Aachen. We could hear them singing rousing marching songs as they came through the woods, a sergeant later recalled. Mortars and 6 artillery battalions blunted the initial assault, but at dawn a dozen panzers stood in a meadow below the pillboxes. By 10 a.m., several Tigers had churned uphill through a railroad cut, raking the Americans with main gun and machine gun fire. GIs, unable to even peer from their foxholes, defecated in empty ration cans and flung their scat at the enemy. Dawson called artillery onto his own command post, every concussive thud like a body being thrown against the door. P-47 fighters roared in at 25 feet just before 2 p.m., guns winking along their wings, and the gray tide ebbed, leaving more dead to stink up the slope. Bing Crosby and Judy Garland sang from the little radio. At 9 p.m., the attackers again advanced, under hissing chandelier flares that stretched the panzer shadows into long lupine shapes. 2 tanks closed to within 10 yards of G Company's line before massed artillery again bounced them back. Fires burned in the trees and among the diced bodies. Much moaning and groaning out in the wooded area, an Army account noted. More German assaults followed with bayonets fixed. As the enemy attacks grew feebler, 24 men from G Company counterattacked with grenades, Tommy guns, and their own fixed bayonets, slaughtering all enemies lurking along the line. More than 200 German corpses were counted across a quarter-mile slope, but it was the sight of a dead GI that made Dawson buckle for a moment. He doesn't know why, and I don't know why, and you don't know why, the captain told Hines. You want to know what I think? I think it stinks. Dawson put his head in his hands and sobbed. Then the silver voice of Lily Pons, the coloratura soprano, came from the radio. Dawson abruptly straightened. "Shut up. I want to hear this," he said. "It's the bell song from Lochmay." "Puccini," said a lieutenant in the command post. "No, not Puccini," Dawson said, "not Puccini. But I can't remember the name of the guy." "No, not Puccini. Lochmay, an opera in 3 acts set in British India, was by Leo Delibes." The tally for G Company totaled 48 men, 1/3 of the unit. Joe Dawson had more memories to erase. Gesturing outside his pillbox to the scorched ridge that would subsequently bear his name in Army nomenclature, Dawson told Hines, "We died right here." To his family he wrote, "My nerves are somewhat shattered." In keeping with the Führer's wishes, Aachen's death throes were painful and protracted. Nearly 12,000 Germans had been captured by the 30th and 1st Divisions, with many hundreds killed. American casualties approached 6,000, among them hundreds treated for combat exhaustion. Still, Aachen was theirs, the first German city to be taken by an invading army in over 100 years, journalist Drew Middleton noted. Yet no soldier picking a path through the drifted rubble needed to be told that 100 more German cities remained untaken, and 1,000 towns and 10,000 villages. Do not let us pretend we are all right. The autumnal struggles at Arnhem and Aachen leached any undue optimism from the Allied High Command, except among those too far from the battlefield to know better. The Charlies in October ordered Schaeff to immediately establish direct links with Moscow in anticipation of the approach of Allied and Russian forces within the very near future, even though those forces remain more than 500 miles apart. The Army Chief of Staff, George Marshall, arrived in France for a visit and proclaimed, "We have them licked. All they have is a thin shell, and when we break that, they are finished." Eisenhower took pains to dampen such expectations. "We have facing us now one of our most difficult periods of the entire European war," he warned Marshall in early October. "Deteriorating weather is going to place an increased strain on morale." Eisenhower now commanded 58 divisions, including those in southern France. Yet a month after crossing the German frontier, no Allied soldier stood deeper than 12 miles into Germany. Logistics were in a bad state, the Supreme Commander told Marshall. Half a dozen U.S. divisions remained in the rear because of insufficient means to support them on the battlefront. The most desperate need was for ammunition. Yet COMZ insisted there was no shortage on the continent, and indeed thousands of tons were stacked in Normandy depots and aboard several dozen ammunition ships, most of them waiting to unload. If only Antwerp were free. Eisenhower stressed freeing the Scheldt and opening the port as an indispensable prerequisite for the final drive into Germany. Yet the Supreme Commander also insisted that both Montgomery and Bradley must retain, as first mission, the gaining of the line of the Rhine north of Bonn as quickly as humanly possible. Montgomery decreed that the whole energies of the Canadian Army will be directed towards Antwerp, yet he also ordered the Canadians to simultaneously isolate the enemy garrison at Dunkirk and capture the occupied French ports of Boulogne and Calais. Thus, the days and weeks rolled by, and big-shouldered Antwerp remained dormant. Even Field Marshal Brooke had doubts about Montgomery's priorities. "Antwerp must be captured with the least possible delay," he told his diary in London. "I feel that Monty's strategy, for once, is at fault." Dwight David Eisenhower turned 54 years old on Saturday, October 14th. He celebrated with a joyride in his old Cadillac. A newer model from Detroit was somewhere in the hold of yet another ship waiting for a berth. This was Eisenhower's third consecutive birthday overseas. A profile in Time that month observed that he is not visibly aged, but he gives a subtle impression of having grown bigger as a man and as a commander. Even in times of crisis, he is relaxed, genial, and confident on the surface, whatever goes on underneath. Yet even Time's omniscience missed nuances in the man and in the general he had become. He seemed transparent and simple, but was neither. Every commander wore a mask, and Eisenhower wore his while still conveying sincerity, rectitude, and humanity. He would never be a great captain, and Eisenhower was romantic enough to regret this failing. A lifelong admirer of Hannibal, he privately hoped that a double envelopment of the Ruhr would echo the Carthaginian destruction of the Romans at Cannae. He had long recognized that his task was not to be a field marshal, but rather to orchestrate a fractious multinational coalition. To be chairman of the board, the phrase was his, of the largest martial enterprise on earth. Except in the crow's feet crinkling his eyes and the deepening furrows on his forehead, few could see the strain from years of decisions that by now had consigned tens of thousands to their deaths. Only in a handwritten reply to a waspish letter from Mamie did he let the mask slip a bit as he began his 55th year. "We've now been apart for 2.5 years, and at a time under conditions that make separations painful and hard to bear," he wrote. "The load of responsibility I carry would be intolerable unless I could have the belief that there is someone who wants me to come home for good. Don't forget that I take a beating every day." The worst place of any. In late October, the U.S. First Army headquarters moved into winter quarters in the Belgian town of Spa. A flourishing resort since the 1500s, Spa reached its zenith in the 18th century with visits by Peter the Great and other potentates keen to promenade beneath the elms or to marinate in the 16 mineral springs infused with iron and carbonic acid. Now GIs hauled the roulette wheels and chemin de fer tables from the casino on the Rue Royale, replacing them with field desks and triple bunks beneath the crystal chandeliers. "We'll take the hit out of Hitler," they sang. Lieutenant General Courtney H. Hodges settled in to ponder how to wage a late autumn campaign in Northern Europe. Hodges was an old-school soldier. One division commander said of him, "Unexcitable, a killer, a gentleman." First Army was the largest American fighting force in Europe, and Hodges was the wrong general to command it. Capable enough during the pursuit across France, he was now worn by illness, fatigue, and his own shortcomings. An old man playing the game by the rules of the book, and a little confused as to what it was all about, a War Department observer wrote. He believed it safer, sounder, and in the end quicker to keep smashing ahead. Straight on and smashing ahead would be Hodges' battlefield signature, with all such frontal tactics implied. Peevish and insulated, ever watchful for hints of disloyalty, Hodges showed an intolerance for perceived failure that was harsh even by the exacting standards of the U.S. Army. Such a command climate bred inordinate caution, suppressing both initiative and elan, and First Army senior staff made it worse. "Aggressive, touchy, and high-strung," Bradley later wrote of the staff. "Critical, unforgiving, and resentful of all authority but its own." Not least of First Army's quirks as it prepared to renew the drive toward the Rhine was what one correspondent called a slightly angry bafflement at continued German resistance, a resentment that the enemy did not know he was beaten. As this colicky command group settled into Spa and prepared for the coming campaign, they all agreed that they would simply have to take the hit out of Hitler. On October 28th, Eisenhower reiterated his plan for winning the war. Present indications are that the enemy intends to make the strongest possible stand on the West Wall in the hope of preventing the war spreading to German soil. Antwerp, he declared, remained our first and most important immediate objective. Eisenhower finally felt confident that the entire Scheldt soon would be cleansed of Germans, and Antwerp opened to shipping shortly thereafter. With that accomplished, he added, the final battle for Europe would unfold in 3 general phases: an unsparing struggle west of the Rhine, the seizure of bridgeheads over the river, and finally a mortal dagger thrust into the heart of Germany. First Army's capture of Aachen and breach of the Siegfried Line in the adjacent Stolberg corridor left barely 20 miles to traverse before the Rhine. Joe Collins's 7th Corps would again lead the attack, but 1st 5th Corps on his right was to clear out the Hürtgen forest and capture the high-ground village of Schmidt. 4 compact woodland tracts formed the Hürtgen, 11 miles long and 5 miles wide in all. Here was the brothers' grim forest primeval, a place of shades. Enemy officers considered it unlikely that the Americans would persist in attacking through what one German commander called extensive, thick, and nearly trackless forest terrain. That underestimated American obstinacy. The Hurtgen neutralized U.S. military advantages in armor, artillery, air power, and mobility. But Hodges was convinced that no First Army drive to the Rohr River was possible without first securing the forest and capturing Schmidt, from which every approach to the river was visible. In truth, the most likely way to make the Hurtgen a menace to the American Army, the historian Russell F. Weigley later wrote, was to send American troops attacking into its depths. No less regrettable was a misreading of German topography. 7 dams built for flood control, drinking water, and hydroelectric power stood near the headwaters of the Ruhr. In early October, the 9th Division's intelligence officer had warned that German mischief could generate great destructive flood waves as far downstream as Holland. No terrain analysis was undertaken, nor were the dams mentioned in tactical plans. Attacking what one soldier called the worst place of any now fell to Major General Dutch Coda and his 28th Division, still recovering from the September skirmishes that had revived the division's World War I nickname, the Bloody Bucket. In late October, the Bloody Bucketeers, as they called themselves with sardonic pride, assembled beneath the yellow-gashed firs in the Hurtgen. Foul weather, supply shortages, and the slow arrival of 2 more divisions caused First Army to postpone 7th Corps' main attack toward Duren until mid-November. But Hodges saw no reason to delay clearing the Hurtgen and seizing Schmidt. On Wednesday, November 1st, after lunch in Spa with the 5th Corps commander, Major General Leonard T. Giroux, Hodges made a rare visit to a division command post. He drove 20 miles, strode into the 2-story Gasthaus, where Coda had put his headquarters, and voiced his pleasure that the 28th Division was obviously in fine fettle, rarin' to go. The battle plan, Hodges informed Coda, was excellent. In fact, it was badly flawed. For 2 weeks, across the 170-mile front of the 1st and 9th Armies, the 28th Division would be the only U.S. unit launching an attack, attracting the undivided attention of German defenders. At 9 a.m. on November 2nd, a cold, misty Thursday, GIs heaved themselves from their holes like doughboys going over the top. But the brisk brrr of machine gun fire from pillboxes on the division's right flank mowed down men in the 110th Infantry Regiment. Singly, in groups, and by platoons, the division history recorded. By day's end, the 110th had gained not a yard, and by week's end, the regiment would be rated no longer an effective fighting force. The attack hardly began better for the 109th Regiment on the left flank. After 36 hours, the regiment would hold only a narrow, mile-deep salient into enemy territory, a salient almost mirrored by Germans infiltrating the U.S. ranks. Against such odds, and to the surprise of American and German alike, the division's main attack won through in the center. 2 American battalions in column spilled down a twisting cart track, then forded the icy Kahl River near an ancient sawmill and emerged from the beaches limbing the far ridge to pounce on the drab hamlet of Kommerscheid. The 3rd Battalion scampered southeast for another half-mile, and at 2:30 p.m. fell on the astonished garrison at Schmidt, capturing or killing Germans eating lunch, riding bicycles, or nipping schnapps on the street. From rooftops in the 16th century town, the entire Hurtgen swam into view, along with the meandering Ruhr River 2 miles to the east and the Sapphire Reservoir a mile south. A believing man with imagination could almost see the end of the war. By chance, Field Marshal Model had just started a map exercise with his top commanders, positing a theoretical American attack near the Hurtgenwald. Model ordered the Corps commander back to his post, but other officers, including 2 Army commanders, were instructed to continue the war game, using dispatches from the front to help orchestrate the battle. Confrontation with the Americans would first fall to the 116th Panzer Division. The reconnaissance battalion already was galloping toward Schmidt, followed in trace by the bulk of the division and by troops from the 89th Infantry Division. 3 isolated American rifle companies and a machine gun platoon from the 112th Infantry defended Schmidt, unaware of the Wehrmacht High Command's keen interest in them. Exhausted after Friday's trudge through the Kahl Gorge in heavy overcoats with full field packs, the 3rd Battalion sent out no patrols and scattered 60 anti-tank mines, delivered during the night by tracked Weasel cargo carriers, on 3 approach roads without attempting to implant or camouflage them. No Panzer counterattack was considered likely given Allied air superiority and the destruction of German armor in the past 2 months. Just before sunrise on Saturday, November 4th, German artillery fire crashed and heaved from 3 directions around Schmidt. A magnesium flare drifted across the pearl-gray dawn, and wide-eyed GIs spied a long column of Panthers and Mark IVs snaking toward them from the northeast, easily swerving around the pointless mines. German machine gun bullets ripped through foxholes. Scarlet tank fire blew the town apart, house by house. Mortar pits were overrun, bazooka rounds bounced off panzer hulls like marbles, and yowling enemy infantrymen raced toward Schmidt from the south, west, and east, some banging on their mess kits in a lunatic tintinnabulation. At 8:30, an American platoon on the southern perimeter broke in panic, unhinging the defense. Soon the entire battalion took to its heels. 200 stampeded in the wrong direction, southwest, into German lines, and of those only 3 would elude capture or worse. By 10 a.m., Schmidt once again belonged to the Reich. Lowering clouds grounded Allied pilots for a 3rd day, and U.S. intelligence was slow to realize that enemy observers with Zeiss optics on Hill 400, just 2 miles north of Schmidt, could see even a rabbit cross the meadows on either flank of the Kahl Gorge. A fretful General Giraud, the 5th Corps commander, drove into Rote a few hours later, clucked at Coda, and soon returned with Hodges and Joe Collins. Coda was reduced to scribbling another order that might or might not reach the 112th Infantry. It is imperative that the town of Schmidt be secured at once. He ended the message, "Roll on." Had the generals seen the battlefield clearly, reclaiming Schmidt would have been the least of their concerns. Enemy forces now crowded the 28th Division on 3 sides, threatening the Bloody Bucket with annihilation. Dawn on Monday laid bare the American plight. GIs unable to leave their flooded rifle pits, described as artesian wells, were once again reduced to defecating in empty C-ration cans. Those gimlet-eyed German observers on Hill 400 lobbed 20 artillery rounds or more onto each position, shifting guns hole by hole by hole. Sobbing men waited in terror as the footfall drew closer. Soldiers in the claustrophobic forest debated whether they could stave off the enemy long enough to finish smoking the carton of cigarettes they carried, or merely an open pack, or perhaps only the lucky strike they had just lighted. Reeling from lack of sleep and grieving for his gutted command, Coda phoned Giraud to propose that survivors marooned across the ravine retreat to a new line west of the Kahl. Shortly before midnight on Tuesday, Giraud called back with permission. Hodges, he added, was very dissatisfied. All we seem to be doing is losing ground. Come nightfall, American artillery smothered Kommerscheid with high explosives to hide the sounds of withdrawal, and 2 columns slipped into the gorge. Like blind cattle, the men thrashed through the underbrush, an account later noted, Any hope of maintaining formation was dispelled quickly by the blackness of the night and by German shelling. Of more than 2,000 American soldiers who had fought east of the Col, barely 300 returned. Eisenhower and Bradley had driven to Rote on Wednesday morning, perplexed at reports of an attack gone bad. In the command post at 23 Querenstrasse in Rote, the Supreme Commander listened to Coda's account and then said with a shrug, "Well, Dutch, it looks like you got a bloody nose." Hodges and Giroux arrived a few minutes later for a hurried conference. With the Germans still entrenched on the high ground at Schmidt, any November offensive to the Rhine now stood in jeopardy. After Eisenhower left, Hodges gave Coda yet another tongue-lashing. The gray weather grew colder, sleet turned to heavy snow, and winter's first storm was on them. Vengeful GIs rampaged through German houses, smashing china and tossing furniture into the streets. "I've condemned a whole regiment of the finest men that ever breathed," a distraught officer told the reporter Iris Carpenter. "I tell you frankly, I can't take much more of it." On Thursday, November 9th, the 28th Division began planting a defensive barrier of 5,000 mines around the cramped salient held in the Hurtgen. Patrols crept through the line searching for hundreds of missing GIs in the once perfect ranks of trees, now quite imperfect. In less than 6 months, Dutch Coda had gone from a man lionized for his valor at Omaha Beach and St. Lo to a defeated general on the brink of dismissal. Such was war's inconstancy. In less than 3 months, 6 U.S. Army infantry divisions would be tossed into the Hurtgen, plus an armored brigade, a ranger battalion, and sundry other units. All told, 120,000 soldiers sustained 33,000 casualties in what the historian Carlo d'Este would call the most ineptly fought series of battles of the war in the West. A captured German document reported that in combat in wooded areas, the American showed himself completely unfit, a harsh judgment that had a whiff of legitimacy with respect to American generalship. Despite the setback, Hodges and his command group soldiered on. At a November dinner party in the Spa General's Mansion, for dessert each guest received an individual cake with the officer's name stenciled in pink frosting. And with coffee, the film Janie was shown, a romantic comedy starring Joyce Reynolds. One soldier poet composed a verse that ended, "We thought woods were wise, but never implicated, never involved." Yet in the Hurtgen, surely terrain and flora were complicit, the land always implicated. An engineer observed that the forest represented not so much an area as a way of fighting and dying. A coarse brutality took hold in Allied ranks, increasingly common throughout Europe. Fighter bombers incinerated recalcitrant towns with napalm, and one potato village after another was blasted to dust by artillery. "C'est la bloody goddamn guerre," soldiers told one another. Among those sent to the rear for psychiatric examination were 2 GI collectors, one with a cache of ears sliced from dead Germans, and another with a souvenir bag of teeth. A soldier asked Iris Carpenter as she scribbled in her reporter's notepad, "Do you tell 'em their brave boys are living like a lot of fornicating beasts, that they're doing things to each other that beasts would be ashamed to do?" A veteran sergeant who believed the Hurtgen more wretched than anything he had experienced in North Africa, Sicily, or Normandy, quoted King Lear, Act 4, Scene 1. "The worst is not, so long as we can say, 'This is the worst.'" To a soldier named Frank Maddalena, who went missing in the forest in mid-November, his wife, Natalie, mother of his 2 children, wrote from New York, "I see you everywhere, in the chair, behind me, in the shadows of the room." In another note she added, "Still no mail from you. I really don't know what to think anymore. The kids are fine and so adorable. Right now I put colored handkerchiefs on their heads, and they're dancing and singing, When I walk alone, I seem to feel you sneaking up on me and putting your arms around me. No, that did not happen, would not, could not. This is the worst. Part 3. Chapter 7. The Flutter of Wings. A stately procession of 19 cargo ships glided up the gray Scheldt in a pelting rain on Tuesday morning, November 28th. A protocol oversight had excluded Canadian Army emissaries from the Dockside Welcoming Committee, a lamentable snub. The Canadian First Army had sustained nearly 13,000 casualties in winning the Scheldt. The protracted struggle in the polders had ultimately required massed flamethrowers, gunfights from windmill to windmill, and the bombardment of ancient Dutch dikes to flush German defenders from Walcheren Island with North Sea floodwaters. On November 27th, just hours before the first convoy steamed up the Scheldt, a V-2 detonated in Teniers-Platz as a military convoy rolled through the intersection, killing 157 and rupturing water mains so that body parts and women's handbags floated in a new downtown lake. Barely above sea level, Antwerp lacked subway tunnels and deep cellars for shelter. GIs now called it the City of Sudden Death. Hitler had long recognized Antwerp's strategic value, and in mid-October he had ordered all V-2s concentrated exclusively on either the port or London. "The angel of death is abroad in the land," Churchill had said of the missile, "only you can't hear the flutter of his wings." Faith in a Friendly Universe. Despite the travails of the Hurtgen Forest, Omar Bradley's optimism rebounded, and he assured his lieutenants that Operation Queen, the 12th Army Group assault designed to scourge enemy defenses east and north of Aachen, would be the last big offensive necessary to bring Germany to her knees. But the entrenched enemy quickly stiffened. After a week, General Hodges would find the Ruhr several miles beyond his grasp, and the battle reduced to a house-by-house killing match. Nor did Ninth Army on the left fare much better in attacking the plashy, mine-infested crescent between the rivers Würm and Ruhr, where 50 stone villages had been converted into Wehrmacht citadels. 30 days hath November, and only on 2 of them did it neither rain nor snow. Rainfall was triple the monthly average. Rain grayed the soldiers as it had in Italy, melding them with the mud until they seemed no more than clay with eyes, as ugly as the beaten cabbage fields in which they fought. War happens inside a man, Eric Sevareid concluded. It happens to one man alone. It can never be communicated. 1 million martyred lives leave an empty place at only one family table. As fresh reserves came forward, legions of dead men were removed to the rear. Operation Queen sputtered and stalled. After more than 3 weeks, Ninth Army closed to the west bank of the Ruhr, but not to the Rhine as Bradley had hoped. In the 3 months since Staff Sergeant Holtzinger became the first GI to set foot on German soil, the Allies had nowhere penetrated the border by more than 22 miles. Total American losses for the fall climbed to 140,000. The Ruhr, already in spate from daily rain, remained susceptible to deliberate flooding. No crossing of the Ruhr was yet feasible, and the Rhine remained beyond reach. Certainly the enemy had been badly hurt. Yet there was no sign that Germany was on her knees, as Bradley had anticipated, and even he felt a resurgent gloom. "It is entirely possible," he told a War Department visitor, "for the Germans to fight bitter delaying actions until 1 January 1946. Winter always seemed to catch the U.S. Army by surprise. Even before Overlord, War Department queries about cold weather preparations had been mostly dismissed with a resentful scowl by Eisenhower's provisioners. In mid-September, Hodges assured his uneasy medical officers, "Don't you know that this war is going to be over in a few weeks?" The Army was said to believe that every GI was fashioned from 4 elements: a belly, genitalia, a bundle of conditioned reflexes, and a pair of feet. Insufficient attention was paid to the last of these components, for among body parts it was the foot that most plagued the American war effort in Europe. The first case of trench foot, a crippling injury to blood vessels and tissue caused by prolonged exposure to cold, wet conditions, had been reported on September 27th. Within weeks, the syndrome was epidemic. A 30th Division account described long lines of cots on which lay soldier after soldier, their feet sticking out from under the blankets, with a little ball of cotton wool separating each toe. Almost nothing had been learned from the British or the Germans, who enforced prophylactic measures such as dry socks, foot massages, frequent inspections, and soldier education. The soldiers' misery contributed to a spike in combat exhaustion, a medical diagnosis coined in Tunisia to replace the discredited shell shock of World War I. The brutal fighting, oppressive conditions, and recognition that the war was far from over took a profound psychic toll, not least among troops said to be ghosted, haunted by the memory of dead comrades. How to mitigate such psychic battering would remain a quandary, as it had been since Homer's day. One chaplain was reduced to suggesting that sound mental health requires a satisfactory life purpose and faith in a friendly universe. On the battlefields of Europe in 1944, no such cosmology seemed likely. George Patton had encamped in a villa with a grilled gateway at 10 Rue Auxerre in Nancy, not far from the World War I battlefields, where he had first won glory as a tank commander. Patton swanned about Lorraine with studied insouciance, loudly singing the obscene verses of Lily from Piccadilly in his open Jeep with its bleeding klaxon and 3-star insignia front and rear. He turned down a $250,000 offer for his diary from the Hearst newspaper empire. The discretion was well advised. Recent entries suggested that Ike is the best general the British have, and that Third Army had been halted to save Monty's face. Patton also confided to his diary that the new 6th Army Group commander in southern France, Lieutenant General Jake Devers, is a liar and by his glibness talked Eisenhower into giving him the 15th Corps. May God rot his guts. Because of the West Wall's eastward bow, which traced the German border, Third Army still had not approached the Siegfried Line. In keeping with Eisenhower's strategy to close on the Rhine along the entire Allied line, the same concept that had spawned Operation Queen and the relentless headbutting in the Hurtgen, Third Army's immediate target remained the industrial Saar and the great river beyond. Yet the Rhine remained 130 miles away. Between here and there stood one of the most rigorously fortified cities in Europe. Metz had become an obsession for Patton. His earlier plan to blow past the city on his way to Berlin had been frustrated by supply shortages, unexpected enemy resistance, Allied politics, and those relentless rains that robbed the American Army of its mobility. "Leave it alone," Bradley urged. "You're taking too many casualties for what you are accomplishing." Patton ignored the criticism, telling his diary that the tent maker, Omar, was too conservative. "I wish he had a little more daring." Patton now planned an attack on Metz, the biggest and broadest of his life. He woke at 3 a.m. on Wednesday, November 8th, to the thrum of rain on the roof. He briefly fell back asleep, but 400 guns roused him again at 5:15, a sound he likened to very many doors all slamming at once. Third Army would shoot tens of thousands of shells that day. Through the front curtains, this first barrage made the northeastern sky gleam as if kindled by heat lightning. The rain had stopped, and stars sprinkled the heavens above Nancy. Bradley phoned at 7:45 to wish him luck, then put Eisenhower on the line. "I expect great things of you," the Supreme Commander said. "Carry the ball all the way." Smoke screens boiled across the Moselle at its highest flood stage since 1919, and 3 infantry divisions from 12th Corps lunged forward, to be followed by a 4th in the afternoon. Floodwaters inundated German minefields, which helped 8 battalions from the 90th Division get a purchase on the far bank. But building a bridge to carry tanks took days. Engineers blue with cold and wearing flak jackets struggled to hold bridge pontoons in place against the bully current and crashing artillery. A surgeon toiling over the mangled legs of a soldier whose jeep triggered a mine described bolts, washers, and bushings in the muscle as on a workbench. On November 14th, nearly a week into the offensive, engineers finished a Bailey Bridge north of the city. Early the next morning, the 10th Armored Division rumbled over the Moselle in a spitting sleet storm, threatening a wide envelopment in tandem with the 90th Division, 20 miles above Metz. At 10:30 a.m. on November 19th, the 2 wings of Third Army completed the encirclement of Metz. The end came quickly, with mercifully few room-to-room brawls. The city formally surrendered at 2:35 p.m. on November 22nd. Patton drove into Metz as the conquering hero, sirens wailing to herald his arrival, punctuated by the steamboat trombone on his personal jeep. To Beatrice he wrote, "I will be hard to live with. I have been a sort of demigod too long." Little attention was made of the outlying forts, several of which remained defiantly unconquered. Fort Jeanne d'Arc was the last to fold on December 13th. By that time, Third Army's left wing had finally closed on the Saar River and the Siegfried Line, although Patton's right remained short of the German frontier. The 60-mile advance in the Lorraine campaign had liberated another 5,000 square miles of France, but at a cost in 3 months of nearly 100,000 U.S. battle and non-battle casualties. Third Army had yet to breach the West Wall, much less reach the Rhine, and the long autumn amounted to what one historian would call Patton's bloodiest and least successful campaign, a season of unimaginative and dispersed frontal attacks of the sort he ridiculed when lesser generals launched them. Unable to resist the prestige of bagging Metz, he had forfeited the single greatest advantage the Americans now held over their adversaries, mobility, by permitting much of his army to be drawn into a sanguinary siege. To the land of doom. Far above the killing fields, the struggle for command of the skies had long tilted in the Allies' favor, allowing some 4,000 Anglo-American heavy bombers flying from England and Italy to get on with what an airman called the murder business, the gutting of the German homeland with well over 1 million tons of high explosives, incendiaries, and fragmentation bombs. Of necessity, anti-aircraft flak had become the primary German defense. Fortunately for Allied crews, 16,000 88mm shells were required on average to bring down a single heavy bomber. Still, as the poet airman Randall Jarrell wrote, 6 miles from Earth, loosed from its dream of life, I woke to black flak and the nightmare fighters. When I died, they washed me out of the turret with a hose. Air supremacy provided an invaluable advantage to Allied ground forces and spared the lives of many Anglo-American flyers, even if that meant little to those washed out with a hose. In the airman's world, those afflicted with the clanks, a paralyzing inability to shake a sense of dread, were known as dead men flying. Bailing out of a stricken kite was called giving birth, and chop girls were English women shunned by superstitious crews because they had befriended airmen who then went missing in action. In the airman's world, a B-17 pilot sat in the 5-foot cube of his cockpit with an oxygen mask full of drool amid the roar of 4 engines. He fiddled with 130 switches, dials, gauges, levers, and pedals long enough to dump his payload of bombs, big, ugly, dead things, in one officer's phrase, and then fled for home. In this world, Germany was known as the land of doom. In this world, the pilot John Muirhead took pains not to grow close to his Flying Fortress crewmates because, if I didn't know them, I would not grieve. How best to destroy the land of doom had perplexed air strategists for years. Where was a big modern state most vulnerable? Germany did have an Achilles heel: oil. The Allied powers controlled more than 90% of the world's natural oil, compared to just 3% for the Axis. Nearly all Luftwaffe aviation fuel came from synthetic oil plants, and German chemists sought energy substitutes in such unlikely European flora as acorns and grapes. Oil, warned a decrypted message from Japanese officials in Berlin to Tokyo, is Germany's problem. No one believed that more than Lieutenant General Carl A. Spaatz, commander of the U.S. Strategic Air Forces in Europe. No sooner had overlord forces come ashore than Spaatz declared, on June 8th, that the primary strategic aim of United States Strategic Air Forces is now to deny oil to enemy armed forces, a decree that remained in force until the war ended. Not everyone subscribed to the oil strategy. Bomber Command's leadership was determined to finish the job of sowing terror and chaos by destroying German cities. The British Air Ministry had long studied fire-raising, examining the combustible qualities of German pantries, attics, and furnishings, and collecting insurance maps to study firewall patterns in German buildings. Allied bombers would ultimately drop 80 million incendiary sticks, 22-inch hexagonal rods with a magnesium-zinc case that burned for 8 minutes at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The firestorm that incinerated Hamburg in the summer of 1943, killing 41,000 and dehousing nearly 1 million, simulated the atmosphere of another planet, a German writer recorded, one incompatible with life. Yet Allied intelligence found no grounds for supposing that the effects of area bombing on civilian morale would contribute to Germany's collapse. While British Bomber Command believed in leveling entire cities, the Americans considered themselves precision bombers, a term that implied attacks exclusively against military targets out of revulsion at indiscriminately killing civilians. But because the skies of Central Europe were chronically overcast, half of 8th Air Force's bomb tonnage was dropped using blind bombing radar techniques. Often, as few as 1 out of 10 bombs fell within half a mile of an obscured target. The Americans were no less intent than the British on refining the techniques of havoc. In the Utah desert, Hollywood set designers and engineers from Standard Oil built 2 facsimile working-class neighborhoods, one German and the other Japanese, with replicas of furniture, bed coverings, and other household inflammables. Repeated firebomb experiments led to the development of incendiaries that could punch through stout German roofs. The M76 block burner, another American innovation first used in March 1944, spattered incendiary gel in big burning gobs. Aerial incendiaries, a U.S. Army study concluded, probably caused as much death and destruction as any other weapon used in World War II. For those on the ground, the ordeal always began with the shriek of warning sirens, signaling that it was time to turn off the gas, turn on the radio, fill the bathtub, get out the flashlight. Hurrying to the shelters during daylight raids, citizens craned their necks to look for the bright beads of approaching bombers dragging their white contrails. People alongside us started counting the tiny silver dots, one German recalled. At night, civilians wore fluorescent badges to avoid colliding in the dark as they made their way by following the phosphorescent paint slathered on street curbs. In Cologne, life is no longer possible, a diarist wrote. No water, gas, or electricity, and no food. Helmut Kohl, a future German chancellor who was 14 in 1944, described shoveling debris from a destroyed house near Mannheim, where residents had suffocated in the basement. They lay there with blue faces, he wrote. Deranged mothers, unwilling to abandon their dead children when evacuating Hamburg, carried away the roasted or asphyxiated corpses in cardboard suitcases. One survivor wrote, "I saw a man dragging a sack with 5 or 6 bulges in it, as if he were carrying heads of cabbages. It was the heads of his family, a whole family, that he had found in the cellar." Here, then, the annihilative whirlwind, this vortex, this gyre of flame, this destroyer of worlds. The destruction will go on, wrote one man in Berlin, until the world has bled to death. Providence decrees, and we must obey. After advancing nearly 400 miles in the month following the invasion of southern France, the dragoon juggernaut had gained hardly 15 miles in the subsequent 6 weeks. In mid-November, it remained pinned along the western slope of the Vosges Mountains. As Lucien Truscott had feared, the failure to force the Belfort Gap near the Swiss border had enabled the German 19th Army, spavined though it was, to make a stand. Opposing them was the 6th Army Group, formally created in September from 2 armies, Patch's 7th on the left in the north, and Delot's French 1st on the right in the south. They now steeled themselves for what was described as the first crossing of the Vosges in history under winter battle conditions. Few could feel optimistic. The Vosges Massif loomed like a granite glacis, 30 miles deep and 70 miles wide. Cleft by few passes, the range was so thickly wooded that a Guadalcanal veteran like Patch was reminded of jungle fighting. The season had been marked by straggling and desertion. Replacements were described as inept and poorly trained, and the mud was so deep that even airstrips for spotter planes had to be corduroyed with logs painted olive drab. Trenchfoot, frostbite, mines, and steel-jawed bear traps, planted by the Germans, added to the misery. The first snow had fallen on October 27th, and GIs smeared Vaseline on their tent seams in a vain effort to stay dry. The season also had been marked by the usual heartbreak, a reminder that even as millions perished in the global conflagration, they died one by one. Among those killed in late October was Patch's only son, Captain Alexander M. Mac Patch III, a company commander in the 79th Division who had returned to combat 4 days earlier after recuperating from a bullet wound to the shoulder suffered in Normandy. General Patch ordered Mac's body brought to his headquarters at Epinal. "So long, son," he said at the open grave, then muttered, "Well, he's not cold and wet and hungry." 2 weeks later, Patch wrote to his wife, Julia, "I've been dreading my first letter from you after you had heard from me. It came today." He continued, "You, and only you, know how deeply hurt I am. It is our private, strictly private grief, no one else's. My hardest period is over. It was during the period after Mac's death when I kept getting letters from you, such happy letters. You would tell me in those letters to please not let him get back to his outfit too soon, and I could hardly stand it, knowing I had done just that. I shall never be able to forgive myself." The good soldier soldiered on, but Omar Bradley later wrote that the psychological effect on Patch has been so devastating as to impair his effectiveness as an Army commander. Perpetual friction with the French made the job harder still. General Delot de Tassigny, that animal of action, struggled to whip his 250,000 men into an army rather than a mob. On de Gaulle's orders, many colonials were sent to the rear to make room for untrained FFI irregulars from the French resistance. This blanchiment, or whitening, was intended to nurture French national unity. De Gaulle also wished both to relieve the African troops, who had carried a disproportionate burden of France's fight in the Mediterranean, and to bring some 400,000 resistance fighters, many of them communists, under military control. Senegalese and Cameroonians shambled from the Vosges front, handing their rifles, helmets, and greatcoats to white Frenchmen trotting into the line. This crusade for French self-respect, as Delot called it, would add to the French First Army some 137,000 Maquis, a vibrant and tumultuous force with thin combat skills and paltry logistical support. Consequently, he relied on the Americans with all of the pathologies that dependency engendered. An American general wrote of Delot, "He goes into these tirades at least twice a week, at which time he seems to lose his balance." One ill-advised tantrum, launched in the presence of a visiting George Marshall, included allegations that Truscott's Sixth Corps had pilfered gasoline allocated to the French. The chief of staff walked out. Later he rounded on Delot with pale fury. "You celebrated all the way up the road. You were late on every damn thing, and you were critical of Truscott, who is a fighter and not a talker," Marshall said. The chief finished with the worst epithet he could conjure. "You are a politico." It was our duty, Delot subsequently explained, to be dissatisfied. Now Truscott was gone to command Fifth Army in Italy. With Truscott's departure, the dominant figure on the Southern Front was the officer who would orchestrate the offensive to breach the Vosges, Lieutenant General Jacob Laux Devers, the Sixth Army Group commander. Now 57, Devers was the grandson of a blacksmith and the son of a jeweler in York, Pennsylvania. There young Jake had climbed a ladder every Sunday with his father to make sure the courthouse clock on East Market Street was correct to the second. Capable and decisive, he had a knack for provoking the enmity of his peers. According to a recent entry in Patton's diary after a conference in Paris, "Ike hates him." Eisenhower sold Devers short. Among other skills, Devers was second only to Eisenhower in his ability to reconcile national differences and forge an effective Allied military coalition. While acknowledging in his diary that Delot is a very difficult man to handle, Devers showed a sure touch in dealing with a warrior he recognized as a great inspirational leader, even if I never did learn to pronounce that name. But even Devers' bouncy sang-froid and too-ready smile sometimes slipped a bit as his troops prepared to fling themselves into the Vosges. "Nobody but an utter fool would do what I'm about to do," he told subordinates. "That's the reason why we'll take them by surprise. They won't be expecting us." Schaiff's orders called for Sixth Army Group to shield Bradley's southern flank, destroy the enemy in Alsace west of the Rhine, breach the Siegfried Line, and secure river crossings near Karlsruhe and Mannheim, respectively 40 and 70 miles northeast of Strasbourg, all in service of Eisenhower's plan to cleanse the Rhine's left bank from Switzerland to Nijmegen before pushing across Germany in 1945. Privately, the planners in Versailles expected little from the Southern Front, given the difficulties of the past 6 weeks. Devers had grander ambitions. German forces along the Vosges were believed to have a strength equivalent to no more than 4 infantry and 2 panzer divisions. Delot made the first move, attacking on Tuesday, November 14th, after heavy snow created what he described as a Scandinavian landscape. A 2-hour artillery barrage caught the Germans unawares, and French infantrymen surged forward at noon. 2 divisions straddling the Doubs River, hooked north into the Belfort Gap, which sundered the Vosges from the Jura Mountains and Swiss Alps to the south. By Thursday, French tanks were decisive everywhere, Delot reported. French shock troops swarmed into Belfort town, surprising Wehrmacht bakers at their dough trays. A small French force reached the Rhine River, firing artillery into Germany. While a weak detachment wheeled north up the Rhine toward the bridge at Chalampé, a counterattack on Thursday, November 23rd, clubbed the French away, just 3 miles short of the bridge. Delot's forces would come no closer for the next 2.5 months. Having captured 15,000 Germans at a cost of 9,000 French casualties, the French First Army, for the moment, was a spent force. Hopes for a decisive breakthrough now rested on 7th Army's 8 divisions packed along Devers's left wing. Here, where the High Vosges descended to the Low Vosges, the Saverne Gap provided a topographic counterpoint in the north to the Belfort Gap in the south. 4 German defensive lines lay athwart the gap, manned by a few thousand Volksgrenadiers held in check by the threat of SS reprisals, producing what 7th Army intelligence called ersatz morale. By November 19th, American firepower began to tell, and retreating Germans could be seen silhouetted against flaming houses they had put to the torch. Into the breach pried open by the infantry rode a familiar swashbuckler sporting a kepi and wielding a malacca cane. In August, General Philippe Leclerc's French 2nd Armored Division had captured Paris. Now, seconded to 15th Corps, Leclerc eyed another enslaved V in need of liberation. During his anabasis in Africa almost 3 years earlier, he and his warriors had taken a dramatic vow after capturing the Italian garrison at Kufra. We swear not to lay down our arms until our colors, our beautiful colors, again fly from the Strasbourg Cathedral. En avant, then, again! Pursued by French outriders and Sherman tanks, horse-drawn German caissons and gun carriages lurched around one hairpin turn after another, eastward through the Saverne Gap. Among 800 prisoners captured in Saverne town on November 22nd was a German general, described as upright and gloved in his long leather coat. Frog-marched before Leclerc, he punctuated his sentences with a slight inclination of the torso while insisting, "All is not lost." "Tout au contraire. Advance without losing a second," Leclerc commanded, and at 7:15 a.m. on Thursday, November 23rd, Thanksgiving, 5 columns of Shermans and armored cars swept toward Strasbourg in teeming rain. "We went roaring across the plains," an American liaison officer reported. At 10:30, French tanks spilled into downtown Strasbourg, machine-gunning astonished Wehrmacht officers caught packing their sedans or window shopping with their wives on the boulevards. The French vanguard was advancing through Strasbourg toward the Rhine bridges. As rain drummed off his kepi, Leclerc now made for the city. Through the downpour, he soon spied the pink sandstone spire of Strasbourg Cathedral, Goethe's sublimely towering, wide-spreading tree of God, which at nearly 500 feet had been the world's tallest building for more than 2 centuries. A tricolor flew from the pinnacle. "Now we can die," Leclerc muttered. But not yet. The Rhine bridge leading to Kehl on the German shore remained in enemy hands. A stalemated struggle for the western bridgehead settled into what a French officer described as a solid artillery argument, with the Germans unwilling to retreat the final half-mile into Germany and Leclerc unable to cudgel them across the Rhine. Strasbourg's emancipation brought 2 significant discoveries. 30 miles southwest of the city, at Natzweiler, GIs overran their first concentration camp. Most of the 7,000 inmates still alive had been evacuated to the east, but ample evidence of atrocity remained. Built in 1941, Natzweiler had housed French resistants, Jews, homosexuals, and others deemed socially unfit. Many had toiled in nearby granite quarries or munitions factories. A chamber built in an adjacent hotel had been used for poison gas experiments, mostly against gypsies imported from Auschwitz, and it was said that victims chosen for extermination were plied with sweets and cakes. Other human experiments involved typhus, yellow fever, and mustard gas. The corpses of gassed Jews were trucked by the score to a Strasbourg anatomy laboratory for dissection or preservation in alcohol as part of an SS study on racial inferiority. Other bodies were cremated, with families reportedly charged 75 Reichsmarks to receive a clay urn of ashes. 17,000 had died at Natzweiler and its satellite camps. The second discovery was no less portentous. Close on the heels of Leclerc's armored spearhead was an American intelligence unit codenamed Alsos, carrying secret instructions from the physicists J. Robert Oppenheimer and Louis W. Alvarez on clues to look for in investigating the Y program, the German atomic bomb effort. Their chief target, the physicist Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker, a close collaborator of the Nobel Prize winner Werner Heisenberg, was away in Germany, but his papers, computations, and correspondence remained in Strasbourg to be confiscated by the agents. As Lieutenant General Leslie R. Groves, Jr., the director of the Manhattan Project, later wrote Schaeff, "The Strasbourg seizures tended to confirm our conclusion that the Germans are now behind us. Far behind. The Nazis had not progressed in atomic development as far as our own project had early in 1941. For nearly 3 months, 7th Army had made ready to vault the Rhine. Even if the bridge from Strasbourg to Kehl remained standing, that avenue led only to the labyrinthine Schwarzwald, the Black Forest. So 7th Army planners had long eyed a crossing site at Rastatt, a Baroque German town 25 miles farther north. Devers envisioned an advance from Rastatt to Karlsruhe, then a pivot west behind the Siegfried Line bunkers, thus trapping the German First Army between Patch and Patton. Even as Leclerc's tanks cavorted through Strasbourg, convoys 35 miles long had begun rolling toward riverfront assembly areas with ducks, bridging equipment, and boats stacked on trucks. On Thanksgiving night, Patch's engineers told him they could cross the Rhine on 48 hours' notice. Eisenhower knew almost nothing of Devers's plans. On Friday morning, November 24th, he and Bradley drove into the Vosges following a brief conference with Patton in Nancy. They found Devers and Patch waiting for them in Luneville at 11:30 a.m. A final 40-mile drive to the west brought the convoy to the 6th Army Group headquarters in Vittel at 6 p.m. Revived by a boisterous cocktail party with ample scotch, the travelers enjoyed a late dinner at the elegant Heritage Hotel. After coffee, Devers led Eisenhower and Bradley to his penthouse suite, where the 3 men sat at a table. The Supreme Commander wasted no time. Despite the capture of Metz, Patton remained road-bound and not yet on the Saar. "He's in the mud, and he's up against a concrete bastion," Devers said sympathetically. Eisenhower was nonplussed to learn that much of 7th Army was heading for the Rhine at Rastatt. A crossing there, he complained, was a hell of a way to get to Berlin. "Ike, I'm on the Hagenau River, moving north," Devers said, his voice rising. "I've got everything in the woods there to cross the Rhine. On the other side there are a lot of pillboxes, but they're not occupied. We can do this with a minimal force, as a raid, really, and this will cause the Germans no end of trouble." The conversation dragged into the small hours of Saturday morning, the tone ever sharper. Devers grew shrill. Eisenhower's plan to clear the entire west bank of the Rhine before advancing into central Germany seemed pointless. Was Schaeff intent on destroying the enemy or simply on occupying territory? Eisenhower remained immovable, and in truth he had made up his mind days earlier. The advances through Alsace, though welcome and applauded, were far from the Ruhr, he observed. and a Rhine crossing here led to no definitely decisive area. Weary of arguing, he gave Devers explicit orders. 7th Army would immediately pivot northward, west of the Rhine, while the French finished expelling the enemy from Alsace below Strasbourg. The trio of generals retired for a few hours' sleep, not a happy man among them. To his diary, Devers confided, "The decision not to cross the Rhine was a blow to both Patch and myself, for we were really poised." Even the Army official history found Eisenhower's decision difficult to understand. After encouraging a bloody attack through the Vosges, SHAEF possessed neither a coherent strategic goal for its southern wing nor the agility to exploit unexpected success. Crossing the Rhine after Thanksgiving might well have complicated German planning for what soon would be known as the Battle of the Bulge. Surely the Supreme Commander's personal distaste for Devers informed these events. Yet Devers made errors of his own. Not least, he failed to recognize how feeble the French were. 6 of 8 German infantry divisions in the 19th Army had been destroyed, leaving a 50,000-man remnant in a rectangular Alsatian pocket that extended for 45 miles along the Rhine and 25 miles west toward the High Vosges. The pocket centered on the town of Colmar. French exhaustion, losses among junior officers, and confusion I have never seen anywhere, as an American general put it, allowed the Germans to cauterize their lines. Even when reinforced with the U.S. 36th Infantry Division, Delade failed to crack the Colmar pocket. It was to remain an open wound in the Allied flank for months. German dynamite on December 2nd dropped the Kehl Bridge into the Rhine with a thunderous splash, and the Strasbourg bridgehead escaped by boat to the fatherland. 2 railroad spans and 3 pontoon bridges closer to Colmar would keep the pocket victualled through the winter. Vicious sniper and artillery fire regularly swept back and forth across the river. Loudspeaker broadcasts warned Alsatians that the Reich would soon return to reclaim Strasbourg. SHAEF treats us as bastard children, a 7th Army officer later wrote his family, slightly ashamed of our progress. Once again, an apparent battlefield victory was etched with vexation. Perhaps the taste of ashes was the flavor of war itself. Chapter 8. A Winter Shadow. We are all so human that it is pitiful. 9 million Allied propaganda leaflets fluttered over Germany every day. 1,000 tons of paper each month. 6 billion sheets by war's end, all urging insurrection or surrender. Some Allied strategists believed that the insistence on unconditional surrender, announced by Roosevelt at the Casablanca Conference in January 1943, was prolonging the war. Joseph Goebbels and other Nazi propagandists claimed that the demand means slavery, castration, the end of Germany as a nation. A U.S. government analysis warned that most Germans felt they had nothing to lose by continuing the war. Eventual Allied victory had long been an article of faith, of course. SHAEF, in the summer of 1944, drafted a Handbook for Military Government in Germany, recommending enlightened benevolence in rebuilding the post-war economy and administrative apparatus. This so-called handbook is pretty bad, Roosevelt wrote Secretary of War Stimson. All copies should be withdrawn. The victorious Red Army in the East helped focus the Anglo-Americans on post-war matters. A War Department analysis prophesied, "The defeat of Germany will leave Russia in a position of assured military dominance in Eastern Europe and in the Middle East. The British Empire will emerge from the war having lost ground both economically and militarily." That fall, a separate controversy had come to dominate the discussion of Germany's future. The disavowal by the White House of Schaef's handbook emboldened the U.S. Treasury Secretary, Henry Morgenthau, Jr., to propose that Germany be dismembered and that the constituent pieces be reduced to neutered agricultural states incapable of armed aggression. Roosevelt waxed enthusiastic at this scheme. Morgenthau's explanation of his plan at an Anglo-American strategy conference convened in Quebec in mid-September had drawn baleful stares from Churchill, who called it unnatural, unchristian, and unnecessary. But when Morgenthau predicted that to eradicate German competition for coal and steel markets would guarantee British prosperity for 20 years, the Prime Minister changed his tune virtually overnight, endorsing the recreation of an agricultural state as had existed in the last quarter of the 19th century by shuttering the Ruhr and the Saar. As for the Germans, Churchill added, they brought it on themselves. Others in the Anglo-American Brain Trust were appalled. George Marshall bridled at Morgenthau's vision, particularly his proposal to summarily shoot Nazi leaders upon capture. Predictably, the scheme soon leaked. Leaflets could go only so far to persuade Germans that a tolerable peace would follow from surrender. This contretemps cooled Roosevelt's enthusiasm for post-war strategizing. I dislike making detailed plans for a country which we do not yet occupy, he said. Eisenhower initially believed post-war Germany should be administered under a single Allied commander, but more recently he had conceded that the Russians will take exclusive responsibility for administering the eastern portion of Germany. As for the rest, the president had told Churchill, something big will come out of this war, a new heaven and a new earth. Montgomery's promise to Eisenhower that you will hear no more on the subject of command from me had hardly been made before it was broken. In private rants to his British colleagues, the Field Marshal continued to disparage Eisenhower, his plan, and his generalship. Eisenhower is quite useless, Montgomery complained. He is completely and utterly useless. Eisenhower's biographer, Stephen E. Ambrose, later wrote of Montgomery, he had no competence in the fine art of persuasion. He was accustomed to working on a problem alone, then handing down a solution. He could not get his ideas across without appearing either patronizing or offensive or both. But others in the highest British circles took up his twin themes of abject failure in the West and Eisenhower's manifest deficiencies. To Roosevelt, Churchill cabled, "We have definitely failed to achieve the strategic object which we gave to our armies 5 weeks ago. We have not yet reached the Rhine in the northern part." The president replied with sanguine assurances. "A decisive break in our favor is bound to come," he said. But even Admiral Ramsey, who was among Eisenhower's staunchest allies, told Montgomery's chief of staff that he saw no prospect of Ike getting any wiser. Some of Montgomery's partisans were more savage. Eisenhower completely fails as Supreme Commander. The war is drifting in a rudderless condition, Brooke wrote. We must take the control out of Eisenhower's hands. At Montgomery's request, another high command conclave was scheduled for Thursday morning, December 7th, in Maastricht, the first Dutch city to be liberated in September. At Eisenhower's request, Montgomery took the floor to tender his views. The master plan, as the Field Marshal called it, must cut off the Ruhr and force the enemy into mobile warfare to further strain German supplies of fuel and other materiel. The only suitable region for mobile combat, he believed, lay north of the Ruhr. He added, "We must therefore concentrate the whole of our available effort on the drive across the Rhine north of the Ruhr, operations on the rest of the front being purely containing ones." The session ended with the Supreme Commander attempting to reconcile the irreconcilable. In what Bradley called a classic Eisenhower compromise, Montgomery's drive in the north was affirmed as the main Allied attack. The broad front strategy was upheld once more, with all 7 Allied armies in action. The Ruhr would be devoured by a double envelopment from north and south. Eisenhower's confidant, General Everett Hughes, wrote his wife from Paris, "We are all so human that it is pitiful. We never grow up." A churlish, dolorous mood had taken hold, belying their station as the winning generals of winning armies in a winning righteous cause. Here they were, disclosed, exposed, made known, and if rectitude was to obtain, they would have to fight their way to that high ground just as surely as they would have to fight their way across the Rhine. Staking everything on one card. An iron sky roofed the gray-green Taunus Hills on Monday morning, December 11th, as a motorcade carrying Adolf Hitler and a 50-man entourage of staff officers and SS bodyguards rolled across the Hessian landscape toward another of those remote bolt holes the regime had built for itself in better days. To the unschooled eye, the 7 half-timbered buildings of the Adlerhorst, the Eagle's Eyrie, resembled a farm hamlet or perhaps a rustic hunting camp. But a closer look revealed the cottages to be bunkers with thick concrete walls and reinforced roofs. Hitler shuffled into his private chalet, known as House 1. Since his meeting with Rundstedt and Rommel at Margival in June, the Führer, like his empire, was even more diminished. In a few hours, he would unveil to his field commanders his planned masterstroke for snatching victory from his enemies. Genius is a will-o'-the-wisp if it lacks a solid foundation of perseverance and fanatical tenacity, Hitler had recently told an aide. This is the most important thing in all human life. Destiny had brought him to this moment, to this dark wood, and he was ready, as General Alfred Jodl, his operations chief, put it, to stake everything on one card. But first he needed rest. Dusk enfolded the Taunus Hills at 5 p.m. when 2 buses arrived at House 2, the Adlerhorst Officers' Club, which a covered walkway connected to the Führer's House 1. As directed, each officer took his seat around a long rectangular table with an SS man at port arms behind each chair in an attitude of such scowling intimidation that one general later admitted fearing even to reach for a handkerchief. Rundstedt and Model, the 2 senior German commanders in the West, sat impassively elbow to elbow. 10 minutes later, Hitler hobbled in and sat with a grimace behind a small separate table at the head of the room, flanked by Jodl and the tall, monocled Wehrmacht chief, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel. Field generals privately referred to the pair as Nickesel, the nodding donkeys, part of the larger circle of Ja-Leute, yes people. The Führer's hands trembled as he pulled on his spectacles and picked up a manuscript. Then he spoke, and color flushed into the pallid cheeks. For the first 50 minutes he delivered a soaring harangue on history, fate, and how he had battled against the policy of encirclement of Germany, devised by Churchill with international world Jewry behind it. As the Allies approached each other from east and west, the strain on this unholy alliance would grow insuperable. The palm of victory will in the end be given to the one who is not only ablest, but I want to emphasize this, was the most daring, Hitler said. Toward that end, he had a plan, originally codenamed Wacht am Rhein, Watch on the Rhine, but recently renamed Herbstnebel, Autumn Mist. This he would now disclose on pain of death to any man who betrayed the grand secret. It had come to him as in a fever dream when he was bedridden and yellow with jaundice in September. A monstrous blow by 2 panzer armies could swiftly reach the Meuse bridges between Liège and Namur, carving away Montgomery's 21st Army Group in the north from the Americans in the south, and eradicating the enemy threat to the Ruhr. As for the offensive's ultimate objective, Hitler, in a conference with his senior generals, had abruptly blurted out a single word: Antwerp. The naysayers promptly said nay. Rundstedt concluded that the force was much too weak to sustain a winter attack across 125 miles to Antwerp. Hitler brushed aside the objections, telling Rundstedt, "I think I am a better judge of this than you are, Field Marshal. I've come here to help you." Even Model, who claimed to love those who craved the impossible, also demurred, calling the Führer's scheme damn moldy. The Führer was unmoved. Only a brutal drubbing would achieve the political objective of forcing the Anglo-Americans to the bargaining table. The final attack blueprint approved by Hitler on December 9th was virtually unchanged from the vision he had revealed earlier in the fall. A copy sent to Rundstedt was annotated by the Führer, "Not to be altered." And thus was the plan fixed. 3 armies under Model's Army Group B would attack across a 100-mile front. 1,000 trains, beginning in early December, had hauled the Herbstnebel legions across the Rhine, where they disembarked at night between Trier and München-Gladbach before marching in darkness toward the front. Security remained paramount. Maps remained sealed until the 11th hour. Storch planes buzzing low overhead provided noise curtains to conceal engine sounds. The attack, originally scheduled for late November and then postponed until December 10th, had been delayed again for nearly a week to stockpile more fuel and permit further positioning. Null Tag, 0 day, now was fixed for Saturday, December 16th, the date celebrated as the birthday of that most exquisite German, Ludwig van Beethoven. In the club's cellar, Hitler brought his 2-hour oration to a close, eyes still bright, voice still strong. Troops must act with brutality and show no human inhibitions, Hitler said. A wave of fright and terror must precede the troops. Hitler added, "Wars are finally decided when one side or the other realizes that the war as such can no longer be won. Our most important task is to force the enemy to realize this. He can never reckon upon us surrendering. Never, never." Finally spent, Hitler ended his monologue. Rundstedt rose slowly from his chair, the field-gray apotheosis of Prussian dignity. On behalf of his generals, he pledged loyalty to the Führer and vowed that they would not disappoint him. Hardly a month earlier, the Field Marshal had voiced grave doubts about this desperate scheme. Now he proved that he, too, was one of the Ja-Leute, the yes-men. He, too, was a nodding donkey. Go easy, boys. There's danger ahead. To be sure, there were clues, omens, auguries. Just as surely they were missed, ignored, explained away. For decades after the death struggle called the Battle of the Bulge, generals, scholars, and foot soldiers alike would ponder the worst U.S. intelligence failure since Pearl Harbor and the deadliest of the war. One factor was a failure to recognize that Hitler, rather than the prudent Rundstedt, was directing German field armies in the West. Perhaps the only genuine prescience could be found farther south, where Patton and his Third Army intelligence officer, Brigadier General Oscar W. Koch, sensed what others did not: that a dangerous, desperate enemy remained capable of wreaking havoc. Koch insisted that the German reversal in recent months has not been a rout or a mass collapse. Hitler, he believed, was playing for time. Yet in other Allied high councils a confident swagger prevailed, a conviction that no German reserves would be committed west of the Siegfried Line. On December 15th, Montgomery wrote that Hitler's plight was so dire that he cannot stage major offensive operations. That same day, the Field Marshal scribbled Eisenhower a note requesting leave to return to Britain for Christmas. Marlene Dietrich cut a wide swath through the Ardennes in mid-December. On a rainy Thursday evening, December 14th, Dietrich performed in the tidy Belgian town of Bastogne, headquarters of 8th Corps. She tried not to scratch at the lice as she sang Lily Marlene. A night later, she was in northern Luxembourg, at Diekirch, hardly 6 miles from her native Germany, singing in a smoky, crowded hall for hundreds of GIs in General Dutch Coda's 28th Division, still recuperating after their trial in the Hurtgen Forest. The U.S. Army's Guide to the Cities of Belgium assured soldiers that the Ardennes was a fine place to practice your favorite winter sport. The region was said to have become a quiet paradise for weary troops. Along the front, where conifers grew in such precise rows that they were described as a cornfield forest, company radios tuned in to Axis Sally, the propagandist whose signature line GIs love to mimic. "Go easy, boys. There's danger ahead." For much of the fall, 4 veteran U.S. divisions had occupied this region, mastering the terrain and rehearsing both withdrawal and counterattack plans. But in recent weeks they had been supplanted by 2 bloodied divisions from the Hurtgen, those weary troops seeking a quiet paradise, and the newly arrived 106th Infantry Division, which was not only the greenest army unit in Europe, but also the youngest. Man for man, foxhole for foxhole, across a 28-mile sector, they replaced troops of the 2nd Infantry Division, who bolted for showers and hot food in the rear. Few soldiers of the 106th had ever heard a shot fired in anger, and some failed to zero their rifles to ensure accurate marksmanship. Trenchfoot soon spiked when green troops neglected to dry their socks properly. Despite orders to mount an aggressive defense, few patrols ventured forward, and German war dogs terrorized those that did. V-1 flying bombs launched from western Germany rattled overhead day and night, angling toward Antwerp. Forward strongpoints, a few dozen men consigned to the low ground of crossroads villages, were sardonically dubbed sugar bowls because of their topographic vulnerability. A departing 2nd Division colonel told his 106th replacement, "It's been very quiet up here, and your men will learn the easy way." Straw and rags muffled gun wheels and horses' hooves as 20 German divisions lumbered into their final assembly areas on Friday night, December 15th. Some believe in living, but life is not everything, a soldier from the 12th SS Panzer Division wrote his sister. It is enough to know that we attack and will throw the enemy from our homeland. It is a holy task. 200,000 assault troops packed into an assembly area 3 miles deep. The initial blow by 7 Panzer divisions and 13 of infantry, bolstered by almost 2,000 artillery tubes and 1,000 tanks and assault guns, would fall on a front 61 miles wide. Hitler had indeed staked the future of his Reich on one card. The final OB West War Diary entry on Friday night declared, "Tomorrow brings the beginning of a new chapter in the campaign in the West." In the red-roof Belgian army barracks that served as the 8th Corps command post in Bastogne, champagne corks popped on Friday night to commemorate the anniversary of the Corps' arrival in Britain a year earlier. The commander, Major General Troy H. Middleton, had reason to be proud of his men's combat record in Normandy. A Mississippian who had enlisted as a private in 1910, Middleton, by November 1918, was the youngest American colonel in World War I, and, in George Marshall's judgment, the outstanding infantry regimental commander on the battlefield in France. A few miles to the east, the faint clop of horses and a growl of engines in low gear drifted to American pickets along the Our River, demarcating Luxembourg from Germany. Their report of disturbing noises in the night ascended the chain of command from one headquarters to the next with no more heed paid than had been paid to earlier portents. Middleton's command post in Bastogne issued a weather forecast for Saturday: cloudy, snow beginning around 1300, visibility 2 miles. And a 3-word battle summary for the Ardennes. Nothing to report. Chapter 9. The Bulge. A rendezvous in some flaming town. Sheets of flame leaped from the German gun pits at precisely 5:30 a.m. on December 16th. Drum fire fell in crimson splashes across the front with a stink of turned earth and burnt powder, and the green fireballs of 88mm shells bored through the darkness at half a mile per second, as if hugging the nap of the Ardennes hill crests. The screaming Mimi shriek of Nebelwerfer rockets echoed in the hollows where wide-eyed GIs crouched in their sugar bowls. Then enemy machine guns added their sawmill racket to the din, and rounds with the heft of railroad spikes splintered fir boughs and soldiers' bones alike. The thrum of panzer engines now carried from the east, along with a creak of bogie wheels, and as the artillery crashed and heaved, a rifleman in the 99th Division reflected, "You'd think the end of the world is coming." For some, yes, soon enough. Along the thin American line, men dug in deeper, scratching furrows with helmets and mess tins. Others scuttled to the rear, past the first dead men, who wore the usual deadpan expressions. Only the living were surprised. The battle was joined, this last great grapple of the Western Front. Days would pass before some generals acknowledged the truth of what Rundstedt had told his legions in an order captured early Saturday. Es geht das Ganze. Everything is at stake. The struggle would last for a month, embroiling more than 1 million men drawn from across half a continent to this haunted upland. Your great hour has struck, Rundstedt had also declared. You bear in yourselves a divine duty to give everything and to achieve the superhuman for our fatherland and our Führer. No man embraced the field marshal's sentiments with greater fervor than the slender young SS lieutenant colonel barking at the jammed traffic northwest of Losheim on Saturday morning. Joachim Peiper's great hour had indeed struck, yet he was already late. A highway bridge across a rail cut had been demolished in September by retreating German troops, but engineers assigned to repair the span could not get past the mule wagons, horse-drawn artillery carriages, and Tiger tanks clogging the narrow approach road. A stalled column of tanks and personnel carriers snaked for miles back into Germany. As commander of the 1st SS Panzer Regiment, proudly wearing the death's head insignia above the visor of his peaked cap, Peiper had been given the specific divine duty of streaking across Belgium with a task force of almost 6,000 men and 72 tanks to seize the Meuse crossings at Huy between Liège and Namur. Although only 29, he was an obvious choice as the Spitze, the point, of 6th Panzer Army's attack, and indeed all of Herbstnebel. Much of his war had been spent in the east, burning villages and slaughtering civilians with such abandon that his unit was nicknamed the Blowtorch Battalion. With Allied bombers terrorizing German cities, he did not question Hitler's orders to wield fear and terror as weapons. Shortly before 6 a.m. on Sunday, the Spitze clattered into Hohnsfeld to find American vehicles parked in doorways and exhausted GIs slumbering inside. Here the atrocities commenced. 8 soldiers rousted outside in their underwear and bare feet, shouting, "Kamerad, comrade, I surrender," were lined up in the street and murdered with a machine gun. 5 others emerged from a house with a white flag. 4 were shot, and the 5th, pleading for mercy, was crushed beneath a tank. 4 more Americans, also carrying a large white banner, were shot too. Peiper's men stripped boots from the dead and pressed on to Bullingen, 2 miles northwest. German intelligence had correctly identified Bullingen as a likely fuel dump, and SS crews seized 50,000 gallons of gasoline by 10 a.m. Battery B of the 285th Field Artillery Observation Battalion, early that morning had hurriedly decamped from Germany with orders to move to Luxembourg. At 11:45 a.m., 140 men in 33 vehicles stopped for a Sunday lunch of hash, peas, and pineapple outside the Walloon town of Malmedy. Later, as the convoy sped through Malmedy on Highway N23, Belgian civilians gestured ahead, yelling, "Boches! Boches!" Boches there were, and in a particularly foul mood, after clumping down a muddy farm trace barely passable even by tracked vehicles. 3 miles below Malmedy, at the crossroads hamlet of Baugnitz, Piper's SS column collided with Battery B shortly before 1 p.m. For 2 minutes, German machine gun and tank fire peppered the American convoy until Piper, furious at the destruction of 15 fine Detroit trucks, managed to call a ceasefire. A few GIs had been killed, a few others escaped through the woods or hid in a ditch, but more than 100 surrendered, some with white flags tied to their rifle barrels. As Panthers shoved the burning chassis off the road, prisoners were herded with hands high into 8 rows on a snowy field where their captors stripped them of rings, cigarettes, watches, and gloves. No one would ever be certain which German soldier fired the first shot, but at 2:15 p.m., an abrupt fusillade from 2 Panzer machine guns chewed into the ranks of prisoners still standing with their hands raised. At the first outburst of fire, everyone fell to the ground, including myself, recalled Private First Class Homer D. Ford, an MP who had been captured while directing traffic at the crossroads. For 2 minutes, gunfire tore into the writhing, bleeding ranks. Then SS men stalked through the bloody pile, kicking groins, and with the fatal verdict, "Da kriegt noch einer Luft," this one still breathing, firing pistol shots into the skulls or hearts of those yet alive. Ford lived to bear witness. I was wounded in the left arm while the group was being sprayed on the ground. I was laying in the snow, and I was afraid they would see me shivering, but they didn't. I could hear them pull the trigger back, and then the click. For 20 minutes, executioners prowled the field, bellowing in English, "You sons of bitches." An American medic permitted to attend a wounded soldier was then shot along with his patient. A dozen GIs who had fled into a scruffy cafe at the crossroads were flushed when the building was set ablaze and shot down as they scattered. For the next 2 hours, passing SS convoys fired into the mounded bodies until even the SS tired of the sport. The faces of the dead quickly assumed a deep claret color as the blood in their capillaries froze. Unaware for the moment that his minions had just committed one of the most infamous battlefield crimes of the war, Piper arrived at Lignovy in mid-afternoon. He was disappointed to find that American officers had just fled, but he spent 30 minutes wolfing down the lunch they left behind. Here a German sergeant led 8 U.S. prisoners out back to dig graves for 3 dead Germans. He then shot the Americans in the head, killing 7. The 8th fled bleeding through the forest, only to be later captured again and sent to a camp. The Spitze pushed westward that Sunday as winter's blue shadows grew long. His march column, strung out for 15 miles across Belgium, would have to close ranks for an assault into Stavelot, and after 3 nights of little sleep, his men desperately needed rest. Piper gave the order. They would halt until dawn, still 42 miles from the Meuse. Behind him, near Malmedy, more than 80 corpses lay in the snow with their ruddy death masks. But at least a dozen GIs had feigned death for more than 2 hours, and now they rose as if resurrected to pelt through the woods. Soon word of the massacre passed from foxhole to foxhole and up the chain of command, reaching First Army headquarters in Spa even before Piper decided to stop for the night. American troops are now refusing to take any more SS prisoners, the Ninth Army War Diary would note, and it may well spread to include all German soldiers. Es geht das Ganze. Everything is at stake. Piper had bored a small, vicious hole through the American left flank, but that aperture would have to be widened considerably if the bulk of 6th Panzer Army was to ram through. Much of the weight of General Sepp Dietrich's attack fell on the 99th Division, another neophyte unit that had been wedged by 5th Corps into a 20-mile swatch of the Ardennes front. By Sunday morning, various battalions had been chopped to pieces in what Captain Charles P. Rowland called a red nightmare, and much of the division reeled west in confusion. Soldiers siphoned gasoline from wrecked jeeps to ignite flame pits across forest trails, but the enemy came on, bayoneting GIs in their holes and firing point-blank through cellar windows. 3 miles from the German border, the twin Belgian villages of Krinkelt and Rockrot stood in the path of the 12th SS Panzer Division. The Murder Division, responsible for liquidating so many Canadian prisoners in Normandy, had been rebuilt with more Hitler Youth teenagers and 130 tanks and assault guns. A full-throated German assault at first light on Monday failed to win through. At dusk on Tuesday, the Americans slipped from Krinkelt and Rockrot in thick fog, abandoning those flaming towns for better ground 1,000 yards west, a boomerang crest 2,000 feet high, Elsenborn Ridge. Here Major General Giraud, the 5th Corps commander, believed the German attack could impale itself. "I want to throw back my head and give voice to that empty feeling with a long animal howl," a lieutenant wrote his wife. Then a colonel walked in and proclaimed, "You need worry no longer. The 1st Division is here." Just so. At a moment when artillery prowess was most in demand, no better gunner was to be found in the U.S. Army than the owlish, bespectacled pipe smoker known as Mr. Chips, Major General Clift Andrus, who a week earlier had taken command of the 1st Division. Here, for 3 days and nights, German paratroopers and the 12th SS Panzer smashed against the defensive bulkhead again and again. One message to Andrus's headquarters advised, "Attack repulsed. Send litters." Then, "Much happening out there. We are killing lots of Germans." The heaviest blows fell on the 26th Infantry 2nd Battalion, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Darrell M. Daniel, a Ph.D. entomologist wise in the ways of insect pests. A night attack from Bulge, by 20 truckloads of whooping dismounted German infantry supported by panzers churning through deck-deep mud, was repulsed with white phosphorus and anti-tank guns firing high-velocity British sabot ammunition at exhaust flames and engine noises. Hours later, 8 Panthers punched through the battalion line in a rampage of machine gun and 75mm fire until bazooka teams and scorching anti-tank volleys threw them back. Thursday brought worse yet. The 2nd Battalion's right flank crumbled, and SS tanks wheeled up and down the line, crushing GIs in their foxholes. "Get me all the damned artillery you can get," Daniel radioed. 10,000 rounds in 8 hours, among the fiercest concentrations in the European war, kept enemy infantry at bay, but panzers closed to within 100 yards of the battalion command post in a farm compound. For much of the day, tank and machine gun rounds blistered the 4-foot stone walls. An eerie silence descended with the night. Army patrols reported enemy dead as common as grass, and gravediggers would count nearly 800 bodies, along with the wrecked hulks of 47 panzers and self-propelled guns. Daniel took 250 casualties, this just 3 weeks after ruinous losses in the Hurtgen. But the American line held. The Americans demonstrated agility and a knack for concentrating firepower. 60,000 fresh troops had been shuttled into the Ardennes on Sunday, December 17th, among the 250,000 reinforcements who would arrive within a week. Rundstedt and Model, watching the offensive come unstitched, agreed to abruptly shift the German main effort from 6th Panzer Army to Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army in the south. With northern routes denied or constricted, a new urgency obtained on the German left, and the roads leading through Luxembourg toward Bastogne and thence to the Meuse were now more vital than ever. 2 armored corps abreast had come down like wolves on the fold in Manteuffel's Saturday morning attack, each corps falling a little more than an American regiment at an unnerving ratio of 10 wolves for each sheep. Koda's 28th Division, still recuperating from 6,000 Hurtgen casualties, held an impossibly wide 25-mile front along the Our River, with all 3 infantry regiments on line. As artillery and mortar barrages shredded field phone wires and truck tires, German infiltrators forded the Our in swirling fog to creep up stream beds behind the American pickets. Forward outposts fell back or perished or surrendered. German shock troops soon rushed American gun lines illuminated by flares and by searchlights ricocheting off the low clouds. Howitzer crews fired over open sights before spiking their tubes. From his command post in Wiltz, a brewing and tanning town 10 miles west of the Our, Koda repeated orders from General Middleton at the 8th Corps headquarters in Bastogne, another 10 miles farther west. Hold at all costs. Yet, as in the north, frictions and vexations soon bedeviled the German attack. A bridge for the 2nd Panzer Division collapsed into the Our after only 10 tanks had crossed. By Sunday night, the weight of metal and numbers won through for the Germans, but the 112th withdrew in good order to the northwest. That left Koda a single regiment, the 110th Infantry, holding an 11-mile front in the division's center. Here Manteuffel swung his heaviest blow, with 3 divisions in 47th Panzer Corps instructed to rip through to Bastogne, specifically targeted for quick capture under a Führer order. By midday Sunday, the 110th was disintegrating, though not without a scrap. In the medieval town of Clairvaux, a feudal castle on a rocky spur overlooked the road to Bastogne. 100 GIs, including clerks and bakers, barricaded themselves inside, firing from arrow slits in the Tower of the Witches at Germans in long leather coats scampering below. Wailing pleas for salvation rose from the dungeon, where dozens of women and children had taken refuge. A mile up the road, in the 3-story Hotel Clairvalis, the flinty regimental commander, Colonel Hurley E. Fuller, advised Koda by radio of his peril. At least a dozen panzers on the high ground firing into Clairvaux, the castle besieged, ammunition short, artillery overrun or retreating. Hold at all costs, Koda repeated. No retreat. Nobody comes back. At 7:30 on Sunday evening, Fuller was again on the radio to division headquarters, likening his predicament to the Alamo, when a staff officer rushed in to report enemy tanks on the street outside. No more time to talk, Fuller told one of Koda's lieutenants, and then slammed down the handset just before 3 shells demolished the hotel facade. He bounded to the 3rd floor to grab his carbine and coat, only to find 10 terrified soldiers crouched in room 10. As the sound of German voices carried up the stairway, an explosion blew in the window. Glass, plaster, and steel sprayed the room, killing a lieutenant and wounding 5 other men. Hurriedly bandaging the eyes of a blinded soldier, Fuller led him by the hand to room 12, where an iron ladder extended from the window across a 15-foot gap to crude steps cut into the shale cliff behind the hotel. Out and up they climbed, one by one, the blind man clutching Fuller's belt from behind. Reaching the bluff above the ruby glow of burning Clairvaux, Fuller set a course west for Bastogne, but to no avail. Chaos and gunfire soon scattered the absconders. Within hours, Fuller had been captured in a thicket near Wiltz, to be bundled off by boxcar to a prison camp near Leipzig. The castle, too, was burning. Flames danced from the tower roof, and black smoke stained the whitewashed inner walls. A final radio call went out Monday morning, December 18th, before a panzer battered down the heavy wooden gates. At 1 p.m., the little garrison hoisted a white flag in surrender. Not far from Clairvaux, frightened civilians in another Luxembourg town wielded hammers and axes to demolish a huge sign erected in the fall to welcome the Americans. Some GIs escaped by night in groups of 10 with map scraps and radium dial compasses. Several hundred others were captured, including one young officer who described being propped on a German staff car as a hood ornament, legs dangling over the grill, and driven east through march columns of Wehrmacht reinforcements who were laughing at me as the trophy. The 110th Infantry had been annihilated, with 2,500 battle casualties. 60 American tanks were reduced to smoking wreckage. Yet once again, space had been traded for time, a few miles for 48 hours, and once again that bargain favored the defenders. The southern shoulder was jammed almost as effectively as the northern. 5th Panzer Army now marched on Bastogne, true enough, but the stumbling, tardy advance by 3 bloodied divisions hardly resembled the blitzkrieg of Hitler's fever dream. Only in the center of the German onslaught did Herbstnebel find unalloyed success. Here, many of the 14,000 green soldiers in the 106th Division sheltered in captured Siegfried Line pillboxes, as enemy spearheads to the left and right tried on Saturday to envelop them in a pincer movement around the Schnee-Eifel hogback. On no segment of the Western Front were GIs more outnumbered, yet sharp firefights that morning imperiled the German timetable here as elsewhere. After one enemy column was slapped around, a German soldier shouted in English, "Take a 10-minute break. We'll be back." A GI answered, "Fuck you, we'll still be here." Not for long, at least on the left flank. Here, about half of the 1,600 troopers in the 14th Cavalry Group plugged the Losheim Gap with flimsy armored cars and a few tank destroyers and 8 Sugar Bowl strongpoints under the group commander, Colonel Mark A. Devine, Jr., a beetle-browed disciplinarian with a penchant for telling Belgian mayors, "Your damn town is dirty. Clean it up." At 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, after an enemy shell wounded a staff officer and knocked Devine to the floor of his command post, he received permission from the 106th Division headquarters in St. V to pull back 2 miles. In St. V, General Alan Jones, a stocky native of Washington State, with brilliantine hair and a Clark Gable mustache, sought counsel from the 8th Corps commander, General Middleton. Except for an engineer battalion, virtually all division reserves had been hustled into the fight. Should the 106th Infantry regiments, entrenched along a 28-mile front, pull back? "You know how things are up there better than I do," Middleton said in a phone call from Bastogne. "But I agree it would be wise to withdraw them." In one of those missed chances so common in war, a brief disruption on the line apparently kept Jones from hearing the second sentence. He hung up, telling his staff in St. V, "Middleton says we should leave them in." The 106 would stand pat despite howling barbarians on both flanks. He felt that he could hold, Middleton later observed. He made a mistake. He had a fighting heart. Jones also believed that help was on the way. 8th Corps promised that combat commands from both the 7th and 9th Armored Divisions would soon arrive, perhaps within hours. That optimism failed to account for the indescribable confusion. By midday on Sunday, only the advance guard from Combat Command B of the 7th Armored Division had arrived in St. V. The commander, a newly promoted brigadier general named Bruce C. Clark, had been preparing to leave for Paris to undergo gallstone surgery when word came that Alan Jones is having some trouble at St. V. Clark, an engineer from upstate New York, found that General Jones's trouble included Germans on 3 sides, a disintegrating cavalry group, and fretful anxiety over his son, a lieutenant somewhere on the Schnee Eifel. At 1 p.m., Jones phoned Middleton again, telling the Corps commander, "Things are looking up. We're going to be all right." After ringing off, he told an astonished Clark that Middleton had enough troubles already without worrying about the 106th Division. Muzzle flashes twinkled along a bluff just east of town. "I've thrown in my last chips," Jones said, turning to Clark. "I've got nothing left. You take it now." And with that, General Jones soon joined the frantic exodus to the west. Jones's stand-fast decision had left 2 infantry regiments, the 422nd and 423rd, and 5 artillery battalions exposed to entrapment on the Schnee Eifel. On Sunday, the trap snapped shut when German columns from north and south converged in Schönberg, just across the Belgian border east of Saint-Vit. By dusk, 9,000 GIs were surrounded on a bleak, snowy German moor. At 2:15 on Monday morning, a radio message from General Jones at last ordered the 2 regiments to retreat towards Schönberg, where an armored spearhead from Saint-Vit would help them break out. Cooks made towering stacks of pancakes, then destroyed their kitchens. In dense fog at dawn, the anabasis began, a serpentine column of battalions trudging through the snow, while a parallel procession of trucks, jeeps, and towed artillery bumped along cow paths and game trails. Men listened for V weapons overhead and sought to follow the sound westward. Huge orange panels were readied to mark a drop zone, but no drop came. By midday, the Germans had found them, though Allied pilots could not. Artillery and mortar salvos fractured the columns, killing or wounding hundreds and scattering regiments, battalions, and companies across the tableland. With mortar ammunition gone and many riflemen reduced to just a few rounds, wet, cold, hungry troops crawled down ravines or sheltered among the firs and waited for dark. Another radio message from General Jones advised that no armored relief column was likely to appear. He added, "Attack Schönberg. Do maximum damage to enemy there. Then attack towards Saint-Vit. This mission is of greatest importance to the nation. Good luck." At daybreak on Tuesday, 3 battalions from the 422nd Infantry, quite lost but still game, moved out of Brest, only to be lacerated by German tank and machine gun fire. Mortars walked through the ranks with a heavy footfall. GIs again went to ground, although not before unleashing a 5-minute fusillade against shadowy figures in a nearby stream bed, who proved to be comrades from the 423rd Infantry. By 1 p.m., at least 1 battalion had been pared to just 50 men. Benny Goodman and Artie Shaw records blared from German loudspeakers, interspersed with promises of showers, warm beds, and hotcakes. A GI sobbing in a ditch shouted, "Go blow it out your ass, you German son of a bitch." Spirits soared for a moment when a clanking Sherman appeared on the Schönberg road. Then enemy crewmen inside the captured tank opened fire, and all hope perished. At 2:30 p.m., with 2,000 of his men now packed into a last-stand perimeter 400 yards across, Colonel Deschenaux, one of the regimental commanders, summoned his subordinates. "We're still sitting like fish in a pond," he told them. "I'm going to save as many men as I can, and I don't give a damn if I'm court-martialed." The order filtered through the ranks. "Destroy all weapons and equipment. We're about to surrender." As soldiers smashed their rifles against tree trunks and tossed the last ammunition clips into a creek, a major knotted together 2 white handkerchiefs and set off in search of parley. An artillery officer stood on an ambulance waving a snow cape, bellowing, "We surrender!" A few diehards lay low or scampered into the forest, but rank upon rank marched forward with hands raised. More than 7,000 would surrender, in the worst reverse for American arms in the European theater and the greatest U.S. mass capitulation of the war excepting Bataan. More than 100 miles east of the battle, at the Adlerhorst compound in the Taunus Hills, Herr Hitler took heart at field dispatches from the Schnee Eifel. The Meuse, Antwerp, Victory, all remained in play. To his generals the Führer proclaimed, "Success, complete success, is now in our grasp." Why are you not packing? Shortly before 3 p.m. Saturday, a Schaef colonel tiptoed into Eisenhower's office in the Trianon Palace Hotel in Versailles, where Bradley and 4 others had just settled around a conference table with the Supreme Commander. The officer carried a sketchy dispatch from the front suggesting strong and extensive attacks in the Ardennes. This was likely nothing more than a spoiling attack, Bradley said, intended to disrupt the Allied assault toward the Rhine. The rumpus would soon peter out. Eisenhower and Bradley dined that night at the Supreme Commander's handsome stone villa in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, previously occupied by Rundstedt. Despite sour tidings from the Ardennes, they were in a celebratory mood. Word had just arrived from Washington of the President's decision to nominate Eisenhower for a 5th star. Eisenhower, in a subsequent cable to Marshall, would confess that all of us, without exception, were astonished at the strength of Herbstnebel, and nearly a week would elapse until Schaef intelligence confirmed German ambitions of cleaving the Allied armies in half. Yet the Supreme Commander sensed on the battle's first day that the trouble in the Ardennes went beyond a spoiling attack. Before repairing to Saint-Germain for the evening, he had insisted that Bradley phone his headquarters to shift the 7th Armored Division to Saint-Vith from the north and the 10th Armored Division from the south toward Bastogne. When Bradley replied that Patton would resent the latter order, Eisenhower snapped, "Tell him that Ike is running this damn war." Other moves quickly followed. Schaef's only experienced combat reserve consisted of the 101st and 82nd Airborne Divisions. Both had hoped for another month to recuperate from Market Garden and the harsh subsequent weeks near Nijmegen, but neither would get another day. Army tactical doctrine, learned in World War I, called for containing an enemy salient by first crimping the shoulders of any incursion. Paratroopers from both divisions were ordered to the Ardennes post-haste to help crimp. Commanders at the front were told that Meuse bridges were to be held at all costs, or blown into the river if necessary. Patton also was instructed to prepare to swing north and to take Middleton's beleaguered 8th Corps under his wing. Even so, a French officer visiting Versailles on Monday asked Eisenhower's intelligence chief, General Strong, "Why are you not packing? Aren't you making any preparation to leave?" Still, Bradley affected nonchalance. Logisticians and engineers were told to continue working on the Army Group's Rhine crossing plan. After supper on Monday, December 18th, upon studying a map that showed at least 4 U.S. divisions retreating westward and others threatened with encirclement, he told an aide, "I don't take too serious a view of it, although the others will not agree with me." Among those who no longer agreed was Courtney Hodges. At his headquarters in Spa, the First Army commander had shared Bradley's defiant attitude of denial for more than a day after the German attack began. 14 First Army divisions held a 165-mile front from Aachen to Luxembourg, and with most of Hodges' senior staff still on leave in London or Paris, deep unease began roiling the Hotel Britannique command post as Sunday wore on. Tunisia veterans reminisced about the surprise German offensive in February 1943, when the army had retreated 80 miles through Kasserine Pass. Perhaps the prospect of a similar debacle discomfited General Hodges, for at midday on Sunday he closed his office door in the Britannique, sat at his desk, and laid his head on his arms. First Army's capable, if autocratic Chief of Staff, Major General Bill Keane, effectively took command until late Monday, December 18th, when Hodges recovered his balance enough to order Spa evacuated. Officers fussed over how to pack newly pressed pinks and greens and whether to take their liquor cabinets until reports put German panzers first at 6 miles, then just 2 miles from Spa. Both sightings proved false, but they accelerated the evacuation. Belgian schoolchildren assembled on a playground to sing the Star-Spangled Banner, while their parents ripped down American flags and photos of President Roosevelt. Sobbing, a Jewish woman begged the headquarters to take my child where the Germans can't hurt him. Left behind in Spa were secret maps and food simmering on the stove. A British liaison officer reported to Montgomery that Hodges was completely out of touch. "We can't lose 3 months' gains in 3 days very often," a captain wrote his family, "or we'll be beating out a reverse invasion." Evacuation of the vast supply dumps in eastern Belgium seemed far more ambitious than the abandonment of a headquarters hotel, but the task was capably done. Except for several minor caches captured by the Germans, Rundstedt's tanks and trucks would be forced to rely on their own dwindling fuel stocks. More than 1,000 German airborne troops were due to be dropped north of Malmedy on Nulltag to further disrupt American defenses. Nothing went right for the enemy. After confusion and blunders delayed the jump for a day, a howling crosswind on Sunday morning scattered paratroopers up to 50 kilometers from the drop zone. 200 jumpers were mistakenly dropped near Bonn, and American gunners shot down several planes. 2/3 of the original 1,000 were killed or captured. That was the end of what proved the last German airborne operation of the war. Operation Greif, or Condor, proved no more competent. Under the flamboyant Viennese commando officer Otto Skorzeny, 2,000 men had been recruited into the 150th Armored Brigade for behind-the-lines sabotage, reconnaissance, and havoc. Some 150 men who spoke English would lead raiding parties X, Y, and Z to seize 3 Meuse bridges. They were issued captured or counterfeit identification documents, as well as GI uniforms, many of which had been purloined from American prisoners under the pretext of disinfection. To mimic American cigarette-smoking techniques and other mannerisms, the men studied Humphrey Bogart in Casablanca. All for naught. First Army MPs on Monday, December 18th, stopped 3 men in a jeep near Aival, who were unable to give the day's password. A search revealed German paybooks and grenades. In all, 16 infiltrators were swiftly captured in American uniforms, and another 35 were killed without effecting a single act of sabotage on the Meuse. The sole accomplishment of Greif was to sow hysteria across the Western Front. A voluble, imaginative German lieutenant captured in Liège claimed to be part of a team sent to kill Eisenhower. Colonel Skorzeny, he said, had already infiltrated American lines with 60 assassins. Soon, hundreds of jeeps carrying suspected killers and blackguards had been reported crisscrossing France. Police bulletins described Skorzeny as 6 feet 8 inches tall, a considerable exaggeration, with dueling scars on both cheeks, supposedly incurred while brawling over a ballerina in Vienna. MPs at checkpoints sought to distinguish native English speakers from frauds by asking, "What is the price of an airmail stamp? Who is Mickey Mouse's girlfriend?" When the actor David Niven, serving as an officer in 21st Army Group, was asked, "Who won the World Series in 1940?" he answered, I haven't the faintest idea, but I do know that I made a picture with Ginger Rogers in 1938. With Skorzeny and his cutthroats presumed to be still at large, Eisenhower reluctantly agreed to move from the Saint-Germain villa to smaller quarters near his office. Each day, his black limousine continued to follow the usual route to and from SHAEF headquarters, but with the rear seat occupied by a lieutenant colonel named Baldwin B. Smith, whose broad shoulders, prominent pate, and impatient mien made him a perfect body double for the Supreme Commander. The real Eisenhower, traveling in a bulletproof Cadillac first used in Africa, arrived in Verdun for a war council on Tuesday morning, December 19th. At an ancient French army barracks within a muddy quadrangle, he soon was joined by Bradley, Jake Devers, and Patton. Two staff officers reviewed the battlefront in detail. At least 17 German divisions had joined the attack already. The identities of most were known. The heaviest pressure could be felt at Saint-Vit and Bastogne, two vital road centers. Atrocities had been documented. American strength in the Ardennes had doubled since Saturday to about 180,000 troops in 10 infantry and 3 armored divisions. More would soon follow. Eisenhower then spoke. Devers' 6th Army Group would assume the defensive in Alsace, he said, and contribute reserves for the Ardennes. By squeezing the shoulders of the German salient, shoring up the Meuse, blunting the enemy advance, and creating a supply desert, they could smash Rundstedt's Bulge, as it was now called, with an American counterblow again aimed at the Rhine. Third Army, which currently held an 80-mile front with 3 corps facing the Saar, would pivot north to knife into the exposed German left flank. Peering down the long table at Patton, Eisenhower asked in his booming voice, "George, how soon can you get an attack off?" "On December 22nd, Patton replied, "with 3 divisions, the 4th Armored, the 26th, and the 80th. Leaning forward, Eisenhower quickly calculated space, time, and divisions on his fingers. The maneuver required making a sharp left turn with a full corps, then moving nearly 100 miles over winter roads. "Don't be fatuous, George. If you try to go that early, you won't have all 3 divisions ready and you'll go piecemeal," he said. "I'd even settle for the 23rd if it takes that long to get 3 full divisions." Patton insisted he could do it. Before leaving the barracks, he phoned his headquarters to issue various movement orders. "Everyone is a son of a bitch to someone," he told his staff by way of encouragement. "Be better sons of bitches than they are." Eisenhower declined Bradley's invitation to stay for lunch. Turning to Patton before getting into the car, Eisenhower said, "George, every time I get promoted, I get attacked." Patton chuckled. "Yes, and every time you get attacked, I bail you out." They shook hands, Eisenhower smiling broadly. He seemed not only sanguine but brimming with a great expansive exuberance, as Major Chester Hansen, Bradley's aide, noted in his diary. "There's something about the guy, the way he brushes along, the way he breaks out in a big grin, the way his voice, harsh and loud, cracks out, that disarms all within his vicinity," Hansen had concluded. "That's the way he is, gay, loud, democratic, dynamic, thinking fast, acting fast, spreading confidence." Eisenhower had urged his lieutenants in Verdun to avoid any discouragement or feeling of disappointment in the changed situation. However, a new development left Bradley not only discouraged and disappointed but also furious. British intelligence on Tuesday evening concluded that the road to Namur was in fact vulnerable, and that if German shock troops crossed the Meuse, they could reach Brussels within hours. Montgomery had told SHAEF's deputy operations officer, Major General J.F.M. Whiteley, that Ike ought to place me in operational command of all troops on the northern half of the front. In Versailles, Whiteley and Major General Strong, also British, agreed that the Ardennes battlefield would best be managed by 2 commanders, Montgomery in the north and Bradley in the south. Rousted from his bed by Whiteley and Strong on Tuesday night, Beadle-Smith listened to their proposal to expand Montgomery's role and their warnings of further deterioration at the front. Then he rounded in anger on the staff officers. Clearly, these two Britishers did not consider the Yanks capable of handling the crisis, Smith charged. Where did their loyalties lie? As Whiteley and Strong slunk away in the face of this tirade, Smith phoned Eisenhower, finding the Supreme Commander still in his office at 11 p.m. Fuming, Smith described the bifurcation proposal while grudgingly conceding that it had merit. Among other benefits, Montgomery would be more likely to commit British reserves to the battle if he commanded them. Eisenhower, staring at a huge wall map, promptly agreed. With a grease pencil, he drew a line on the map from Givet on the Meuse east through the Ardennes to Prüm in Germany. Saint-Vit fell north of the line, Bastogne south. While the Supreme Commander pondered this demarcation, Smith phoned Bradley in Luxembourg City. Ike thinks it may be a good idea to turn over to Monty your two armies in the north and let him run that side of the Bulge from 21st Group. You'll have everything south. By Wednesday morning, when Eisenhower called personally to confirm the reconfiguration, Bradley had worked himself into a seething distemper. By God, Ike, I cannot be responsible to the American people if you do this. I resign. Eisenhower replied, Brad, I, not you, am responsible to the American people. Your resignation, therefore, means absolutely nothing. Bradley continued to protest. Well, Brad, Eisenhower said, those are my orders. He then phoned Montgomery at his command post in Zonhoven. We've now got two battles, two separate battles, Eisenhower said, bellowing into the receiver. I think you'd better take charge of the northern one and leave Bradley to deal with the southern one. Schadenfreude, as Montgomery now demonstrated, was by no means an exclusively German trait of getting pleasure from others' misfortunes. Amid the dogs, goldfish, and singing canaries in his Zonhoven encampment, Montgomery had written Brooke just before midnight on Tuesday that there is great confusion and all signs of a full-scale withdrawal. The general situation is ugly, as the American forces have been cut clean in half, and the Germans can reach the Meuse at Namur without any opposition. Little of this was true. The Americans had not been cut in half, no full-scale withdrawal had begun, and no German was near Namur except perhaps a few lost paratroopers. But First Army surely needed help, and once given the opportunity, the Field Marshal threw himself into battle with, as one writer later observed, the energy and verve that were as characteristic as his peacockery. The Field Marshal arrived in Chaudfontaine at First Army Headquarters at 1:30 p.m. on Wednesday. Politely declining Hodges's offer of lunch, "Oh no, I've got my own," he said. He propped his map on a chair and said calmly, "Now, let's review this situation. The first thing we must do is tidy up the battlefield." 3 hours later, they had both a plan and an understanding. Hodges and his staff appeared tired and dispirited, British officers later reported, but determined to hold fast. Although Hodges feared that 2 First Army divisions had been surrounded, in fact, only 2/3 of the star-crossed 106 was lost. First Army would dig in where it could, and, with help from General Simpson's 9th Army, assemble a strike force to counterattack the Germans from the north, complementing Patton's blow from the south. The British Second Army would continue to feed forces down from Holland, and British stocks would help make good American losses. By 9 o'clock that evening, all Meuse bridges would be rigged for demolition, and, as the British 30th Corps soon reported, the enemy's hopes of bouncing the Meuse crossings have almost vanished. As he returned to Zonhoven, Montgomery considered relieving Hodges, but whatever ailed the First Army commander appeared to have passed. Schaeff ordered the new command arrangement to remain secret. Censorship, already tightened to prevent full disclosure of the Herbst-Nabel reverses, also ensured that Americans at home would be spared knowing that much of the U.S. Army in Europe now was led by a wee Brit in a black beret. They seemed delighted to have someone to give them orders, Montgomery told Brooke with some justification. Brooke warned him not to gloat, but the field marshal could not help himself. "The Americans have taken a first-class bloody nose," he wrote a friend in London. "I am busy sorting out the mess." As for Bradley, Eisenhower proposed awarding him a Bronze Star as a sop for losing 2/3 of his command. He also asked Marshall to consider giving him a 4th star. "I retain all my former confidence in him," Eisenhower wrote the chief. "It would have a fine effect generally." War in the Raw. Civilian refugees, with woeful tales of burning villages and Germans in close pursuit, tumbled into Bastogne, an ancient town in the dreariest part of the Ardennes, as a tourist guidebook had once described it. The first paratroopers from the 101st Airborne arrived at dusk on Monday after a sleet-spattered 100-mile drive from Reims. Since leaving Holland in November, the 101st had been plagued with several dozen AWOL incidents each week, as well as the usual drunken brawls. Troopers held contests to see who could punch out the most windows in Reims. Worse yet, many of the division's senior leaders were absent. That left command to the division's artillery chief, a short, genial brigadier general from Washington, D.C., named Anthony Clement McAuliffe. He had parachuted into Normandy and landed by glider in Holland. Now he drove to Bastogne at the head of a division he led by default. By 10 a.m. on Tuesday, all 4 regiments had arrived, accompanied by a few disoriented artillery and armor units press-ganged along the way. General McAuliffe put his command post in the Hôtel du Commerce, facing the train station, and his first wounded into a local seminary. Bearing down on Bastogne were 3 divisions from 5th Panzer Army, well aware of U.S. reinforcements, thanks to careless American radio chatter. Little in the battle had unfolded according to the German master plan, starting with that nettlesome resistance by Coda's 28th Division in Luxembourg. Fuel shortages pinched harder with each passing hour. Field Marshal Model now privately doubted that Herbst-Nabel could achieve even modest goals, much less the seizure of Antwerp. Bastogne and its 7 radial roads assumed ever greater importance. An abscess on our line of communication, in a German commander's phrase, and field gray spearheads smashed into the feeble roadblocks east of town, setting Army half-tracks ablaze with tracer rounds, then picking off GIs silhouetted against the flames. 40 Sherman tanks were demolished in a single night. Under the onslaught, the American defenses buckled and bent, but did not break. Farther north on the same day, U.S. combat engineers dynamited culverts and bridges, felled trees, and laid abatis with such obstructive skill that the frustrated 58th Corps countermarched up various blind alleys in search of easier routes west. No less vital in delaying the enemy was a combat command from the 10th Armored Division, which on Monday night had been ordered to defend a trio of strongpoints outside Bastogne. A murky dawn on Tuesday brought the telltale rattle of German tank suspensions, followed by vague gray shapes drifting from the east. The Americans answered with artillery, aimed by guess and by God because of map shortages, and even pistol fire. Soon the fog lifted like a raised curtain to reveal German armor and grenadiers spread thickly across a slope half a mile distant. American tank destroyers ripped into 9 panzers, leaving 3 in flames. German infantrymen turned and fled, pursued by bullets. All morning and through the afternoon the battle raged. A battalion of 101st paratroopers from Bastogne attacked on a dead run at 2 p.m., colliding in a brutish melee with another German assault just beginning to boil across a smoky ridgeline. McAuliffe authorized survivors to fall back into Bastogne at 5 p.m., cloaked in smoke and darkness. American casualties exceeded 400 men, but the 2nd Panzer had lost over 600, plus 31 panzers and at least 2 days in the division's drive toward the Meuse. Strong points east of Bastogne, now reinforced by the 501st Parachute Infantry, proved just as formidable for Panzerlehr and the 26th Volksgrenadier Divisions. "We took no prisoners," a captain reported. "We mowed them down as if they were weeds." Little profit had been found in frontal assaults, and belatedly the Germans revised their tactics. Panzerlehr would leave a regiment to besiege Bastogne with the 26th Volksgrenadier, but most of the division now sidled to the left to bypass the town on the south. Among the few heartening reports to reach 5th Panzer Army on Wednesday was the annihilation of 101st Airborne Medical Detachment, which had failed to post sentries at a crossroads encampment west of Bastogne. Shortly before midnight, a German patrol of 6 panzers and half-tracks raked the medical tents and trucks with gunfire. "The bullets were so close that I thought I would have to brush them off," one private reported. Within minutes, the division surgeon had been captured, along with 10 other medical officers, more than 100 enlisted men, and litters, wounded patients, surgical instruments, and penicillin. Above all, Middleton had instructed McAuliffe, don't get yourself surrounded. Precisely how 18,000 Americans, under orders to hold Bastogne at all costs against 45,000 Germans, should avoid encirclement was not clear. On Thursday morning, December 21st, an enemy column severed the last open road south, and Bastogne was indeed cut off. Resurgent optimism flared through the German chain of command. At 11:30 on Friday morning, a delegation of 4 Germans carrying a white flag appeared in a spruce copse dusted with new snow southwest of Bastogne. "We are parlementaires," an English-speaking captain told an American officer, then presented a note composed on a captured American typewriter. "The fortune of war is changing. There is only one possibility to save the encircled USA troops from total annihilation. In order to think it over, a term of 2 hours will be granted beginning with the presentation of this note." At 12:25 p.m., the ultimatum reached McAuliffe in his smoke-stained command post, which reeked of cordite from a bombing raid the previous night. Encircled or not, the 101st remained almost at full strength. McAuliffe offered a one-word answer to the ultimatum: nuts. A paratrooper officer then handed it to the parlementaires, whereupon a baffled German officer asked, "Is the reply negative or affirmative?" "The reply is decidedly not affirmative," the American said. "If you don't understand what nuts means, in plain English, it's the same as go to hell. We will kill every goddamn German that tries to break into this city." The German replied, "We will kill many Americans. This is war." As Bastogne was a poisonous thorn in General Manteuffel's left flank, Saint-Vit had become an irksome nettle on his right. Despite swift destruction of the 106th Division on the Schnee-Eifel, the German plan to occupy Saint-Vit by 6 p.m. on December 17th fell short. Gunfights had erupted around the town on December 18th and 19th, but German lunges were thrown back. Now the easternmost U.S. redoubt of any size in the Ardennes, Saint-Vit in 3 days had become a breakwater, with the German tide rushing past on the north and south and rising against its eastern face, in the description of the Army official history. Manteuffel, on December 20th, ordered 2 Volksgrenadier divisions to finish off the town, supported by SS tanks. On Thursday, December 21st, German artillery tree bursts lacerated American trenches as gray waves of infantry swept through the dense woods and Panthers fired flat trajectory flares to blind Sherman crews. "God damn it," a company commander radioed at 7:35 p.m. "They're blasting my men out of their holes one at a time." Half an hour later, Clark's line had been punctured in 3 places. At 10 p.m., he ordered his troops to fall back onto high ground a kilometer west of town, but nearly 1,000 GIs had been killed or captured, and 20,000 others remained vulnerable in a shrinking salient east of the Somme River. By early Friday, December 22nd, that force showed signs of disintegration. Clark reported that his combat command had lost half its strength and would soon be supine. "This terrain is not worth a nickel an acre," Clark added, and urged withdrawal. The 7th Armored Division commander, Brigadier General Robert W. Hasbrouck, now encamped at Vielsalm, 12 miles west of Saint-Vie, warned that fuel and ammunition shortages had become dire. Reluctantly, Major General Ridgway, now commanding all American forces in this region, in mid-afternoon on Friday ordered Hasbrouck to withdraw all U.S. forces across the Somme. 14 hours of December darkness and a cold snap that froze the mud on Friday night allowed most to escape, narrowly averting a catastrophe even worse than the Schnee-Eifel surrender. A radio dispatch to a field commander instructed, "Your orders are, go west, go west, go west." GIs urinated on frozen M1 rifle bolts to free them, then tramped single file on forest trails and farm tracks, each man gripping the belt or pack straps of the comrade ahead. Others flattened themselves onto tank hulls beneath a scorching fretwork of enemy tracers. Wrapped in scarves and mufflers, only their eyes showing, as one lieutenant wrote, retreating troops made for the bridges at Somme Chateau and Vielsalm. Hasbrouck stood on a road shoulder to welcome his men to safety. Ridgway estimated that 15,000 troops and 100 tanks escaped. As many tanks were lost, and casualties east of the Somme approached 5,000, atop losses incurred on the Schnee-Eifel. Clark and Hasbrouck would long resent Ridgway for delaying the withdrawal, but the fighting retreat meant that nearly a week went by before 5th Panzer Army controlled Saint-Vie and the radiant roads that Manteuffel had hoped to take in 2 days. German troops ransacked Saint-Vie yet again in a kind of scavenger hunt, snarling traffic so profoundly that both Model and Manteuffel dismounted and hiked into town from Schönberg. Looting was best done quickly. Beginning on Christmas Day, Allied bombers would drop 1,700 tons of high explosives and incendiaries on Saint-Vie. The raids reduced most houses to stone dust and ash, entombing hundreds of Belgian civilians. With roads smashed by the bombs, German engineers routed traffic through the rail yards and along a circuitous dirt track to let the conquerors of Saint-Vie continue their pursuit. "We shall throw these arrogant, big-mouthed apes from the New World into the sea," a German lieutenant wrote his wife. "They will not get into our Germany." Lieutenant Colonel Piper's homicidal Spitze at the head of the 1st SS Panzer Division tacked across Belgium. His drive toward the Meuse seemed ever more quixotic. After halting for the night outside Stavelot, following the killing spree near Malmedy, the SS spearhead had turned southwest toward Trois Ponts, unaware of the huge Allied fuel dumps just to the north. U.S. engineers blew all 3 bridges in Trois Ponts. Thwarted and desperate for gasoline, Piper swung north. More spans were demolished by American defenders or were too frail for 60-ton Tiger tanks. Piper had traveled some 60 miles, but 16 more still separated him from the Meuse. With the risk of encirclement growing, at dusk on Thursday, December 21st, he ordered his men to fall back 4 miles from Staumont to L'Aglaise, a hamlet of 30 houses hemmed in by hills. Here his 1,500 survivors and 24 remaining tanks dug in with more than 100 American prisoners in tow. By late Friday, American machine guns, tanks, tank destroyers, and artillery had so battered L'Aglaise that SS troops called it Der Kessel, the cauldron. Position considerably worsened. Meager supplies of infantry ammunition left, Piper radioed early Saturday morning. This is the last chance of breaking out. Not until 2 p.m., as the Americans pressed nearer, did permission to retreat arrive in a coded message. A soldier caught removing the SS runes from his uniform was placed against a broken wall and shot for desertion. Piper used the Allied bombardment to mask the sound of explosives scuttling his last 28 Panzers, 70 half-tracks, and 24 guns. At 2 a.m. on Sunday, December 24th, the SS men crept south from the village in a single file, led by 2 Belgian guides. At daybreak, when spotter planes appeared overhead, Piper hid his men beneath tree boughs and parceled out provisions, 4 biscuits and 2 swigs of cognac each. At a ford in the frigid Salm River, the tallest SS troops formed a human chain to help the column cross the 40-foot water gap. Early Christmas morning, Piper would reach the German line at Wanne, a few miles southeast of L'Aglaise. Of his original 5,800 men, 770 remained. Hurried along by more gusts of American artillery, their uniforms stiff with ice, they left a blood spoor across the snow. Piper and some of his henchmen were later accused of murdering 350 unarmed Americans and 100 or more Belgian civilians in their week-long spree. But for now, justice would be deferred, and a day of reckoning delayed until after the war. Across the Ardennes, heavy snow had been followed on Saturday, December 23rd, by killing cold in the continental weather phenomenon known as a Russian high. Radiators and even gas tanks froze. Airborne troopers refused to allow gravediggers to collect frozen German corpses, which they stacked like sandbags around infantry redoubts. Clumsy skirmishes and pitched battles flared along the front, without deference to the holiday season. Piper's repulse and 6th Panzer Army's shortcomings had extinguished hopes for a breakthrough on the German right. In the far south, faltering progress by 7th Army had exposed Manteuffel's left flank, even as 5th Panzer Army tried to lance the Bastogne abscess. But west of Saint-Vit, in the German center, grenadiers vaulted the Somme and Orte rivers, and by December 23rd, Panzer spearheads approached Marche, more than 20 miles beyond Vielsalm, and a short bound from Dinant on the Meuse. Although plagued with fuel and ammunition shortages, there remained a potent killing force on the march. New anxiety beset 1st Army headquarters. Ridgway evinced his usual grit, telling his division commanders by phone at 6 a.m. on December 24th, "The situation is normal and entirely satisfactory. The enemy has thrown in all of his mobile reserves, and this is his last major offensive effort in the West in this war. This corps will halt that effort, then attack and smash him." Others were far less sanguine. Yet the Russian high brought clear skies for the first time since the German attack began, and Allied aircraft took wing in great flocks. Whooping GIs craned their necks as wave upon wave of marauders and fortresses, liberators and Lancasters appeared from the west in the heaviest attacks of the war. Clear skies also permitted resupply of Bastogne, besieged but unbowed after the rejected surrender ultimatum. Bastogne was reprieved but hardly delivered. German attacks from the west and southwest grew so intense on Saturday night that despondent American officers shook hands goodbye. With a defensive perimeter only 16 miles in circumference, every corner of Bastogne came under fire. The town, one major wrote, seemed to have been sandblasted with steel filings. More than 3,000 civilians remained trapped with the Americans. Several hundred wounded GIs lay in sawdust on a church floor. Others languished in a Belgian army garage ripe with the odor of gas gangrene. 2,000 burlap bags discovered in a storeroom were used by troopers in foxholes to wrap their boots. Napalm fires ringed the town, and the chatter of machine guns carried on the wind as the short day faded. In the whitewashed Belgian barracks that served as the 101st headquarters, a GI clerk sat at a switchboard humming off-key, "Santa Claus is coming to town." A coded message from Patton that afternoon had promised, "Christmas Eve present coming up. Hold on." Yet no sign of a relief column from the south had been reported. Patton attended a candlelight communion service on Christmas Eve in the crowded, frigid Episcopal Church in Luxembourg City, ensconced with Bradley in a pew once reserved for the German Kaiser. Patton had made good on his brash promise at Verdun to attack north with 3 divisions by December 22nd. The feat was prodigious, requiring most of Third Army to swing sharply left while keeping the Saar front secure. No SS prisoners were to be taken alive, Patton told his staff. Both commander and commanded had also made missteps. Poor MP radio security allowed German eavesdroppers to track Third Army troop movements by route, unit, and destination. A surprise dagger thrust would soon become a plodding frontal assault on a 30-mile front. When the 4th Armored Division was 7 miles south of Bastogne, Patton ordered a perilous night attack that gained only 400 yards and left 1 tank battalion with just 14 Shermans. This was probably my fault because I had been insisting on day and night attacks, Patton confessed to his diary. Even now, after almost 4 decades as a soldier, he reflected on how it takes a long time to learn war, to really learn how to fight. He had predicted that Third Army would reach Bastogne on December 24th, but with 4th Armored making little progress, German paratroopers kept infiltrating back into cleared villages. Patton twice phoned an irate Eisenhower to apologize for delays. "The snow is god-awful," he said. "I'm sorry." In search of a seam through enemy defenses, Combat Command R, early Christmas morning, looped 30 miles from 4th Armored's right flank to the division's far left, near Neufchâteau. Reduced to 20 Shermans, the 37th Tank Battalion led the attack north under Lieutenant Colonel Creighton W. Abrams, Jr., the 30-year-old son of a New England railroad mechanic, and among 60 men in the West Point class of 1936 who would eventually earn general stars. When a blown bridge halted the battalion, Abrams, chewing a cigar and eating aspirin by the handful, ordered a bulldozer to demolish a stone wall and push the debris into the creek as a causeway. On Monday afternoon, December 26th, the battalion crested a ridge 3 miles southwest of the Bastogne perimeter. 13 artillery batteries fired more than 500 rounds into the farm village of Assenois. With friendly shells falling close enough to wound several GIs, Shermans and half-tracks charged through streets darkened by smoke and dust as Volksgrenadiers poured from the cellars in what the official history would call a shooting, clubbing, stabbing melee. Before surrendering with 500 other defenders, a German officer reported by telephone, "They are through Assenois and going to Bastogne." 5 Shermans and a half-track raced north under Lieutenant Charles Bogus. Gunfire ripped through the fir trees, shooting down surprised Germans standing in a mess line, and 3 tank shells killed a dozen more in a concrete blockhouse. Bogus spotted colored parachutes scattered in a field and foxholes flanking the road ahead. "Come here," he yelled, standing in his turret. "This is the 4th Armored." Several helmeted figures in olive drab emerged from their holes, and at 4:50 p.m. the siege of Bastogne was over. 20 minutes later, McAuliffe greeted Abrams with a polite, "It's good to see you, Colonel." The 8-day defense of a drab market town in Belgium had cost more than 2,000 American casualties. Losses in the 4th Armored added another 1,000 to the tally, and the division's tank strength hardly equaled that of a battalion. But Rundstedt's chief of staff would later list the failure to conquer Bastogne first among 7 factors that caused Herbstnebel to fail. Patton had his own assessment. Never averse to historical grandiosity, he told reporters a few days later that the battle at Bastogne would be considered just as important as the Battle of Gettysburg was to the Civil War. Glory has its price. Time magazine, in the last week of December, chose Eisenhower as its Man of the Year. A flattering cover portrait depicted the Supreme Commander flanked by American and British flags, with legions of soldiers and tanks stretching behind him into the middle distance. The honor rang a bit tinny given the current German salient in Allied territory, which now measured 40 miles wide by 60 miles deep. The enemy had accumulated such a large American motor pool that pilots were ordered to bomb any column that included both Allied and German vehicles. Of great concern was a German armored spearhead ripping a seam between the U.S. 8th Corps in the south and 18th Airborne Corps in the north. Fatigue, dispersion, empty fuel tanks, and ammunition shortages impaired the enemy drive. But on Christmas Day, the 2nd Panzer Division was only 5 miles from Dinant, soon drawing near enough to the Meuse to draw fire from the British tanks. 4 divisions in Joe Collins's 7th Corps, now nearly 100,000 strong, were ordered to counterpunch on a 50-mile front. Savage fighting raged from the Somme to the Meuse for 3 days. Eisenhower for the past week had been looking for counteroffensive opportunities that would trap the overextended Germans and fulfill his ambition of annihilating enemy forces west of the Rhine. But disagreement over when and where to strike back divided Allied commanders. Patton favored driving from the south through the base of the German salient toward Bitburg and then east in hopes of bagging the entire enemy pocket. Collins laid out 3 options and endorsed Plan Number 2, a strong attack from the north towards Saint-Vit, complemented by Third Army's lunge from the south. Montgomery hesitated, suspecting that Rundstedt had enough combat strength for another attack that could punch through the Americans to Liège. Eisenhower chafed at Montgomery's caution. When he learned on Wednesday that the Field Marshal was at last ready to consider counterattacking, the Supreme Commander exclaimed sarcastically, "Praise God, from whom all blessings flow." "Monty is a tired little fart," Patton informed his diary the same day. "War requires the taking of risks, and he won't take them." Delayed by fog, snowbanks, and further reports of assassins afoot, Eisenhower's command train, on early Thursday afternoon, pulled into a rail siding in the Belgian town of Hasselt, 5 miles south of Zonhoven. Montgomery hopped aboard at 2:30 p.m. to find Eisenhower in his study, eager to discuss a counteroffensive that would turn the tables in the Ardennes once and for all. Montgomery sketched the plan. 4 corps would squeeze the enemy salient from the north and northwest, complementing the 3 already attacking from the south under Patton. The 2 wings would plan to meet in Houffalize, halfway down the length of the Bulge. Yet the Field Marshal was vague about precisely when this cataclysmic counterblow would fall. Better to let the enemy first impale himself with a final futile lunge toward the Meuse, he thought. Then, deflecting Eisenhower's impatient request for a date certain, Montgomery urged development of a master plan for the future conduct of war, one in which, as he put it, all available offensive power must be allotted to the Northern Front. preferably with a single commander who must have powers of operational control. With this ancient theme again resurrected, Eisenhower brought the meeting to a close and showed Montgomery to the platform. Despite Montgomery's insistence that the necessary conditions fall in place before an Allied counterblow is launched, the Supreme Commander believed that he had extracted a commitment for an attack from the north to begin in 4 days on Monday, January 1st. That was incorrect. The Supreme Commander's patience finally snapped when the agreeable Major General Freddie de Guyand, Montgomery's Chief of Staff, arrived in Versailles on Saturday, December 30th, with the disagreeable news that no offensive would be launched from the north until at least January 3rd, leaving Patton to fight alone in the south against a ferociously reinforced enemy. "All right, Beadle," Eisenhower said, turning to his Chief of Staff as the familiar scarlet flush crept up his neck. "I'm going to send a telegram to the Joint Chiefs of Staff that I've had trouble with this man. It's either they can relieve me if they'd like to, that would be perfectly all right, but one of the two of us has to go." Now fully alive to Montgomery's peril and aware of the thinly concealed American yen to have Field Marshal Sir Harold Alexander command 21st Army Group, de Guyand proposed driving immediately to Zonhoven. "Won't you please hold up that telegram till I get back?" he asked Eisenhower. "All right, Freddie," Eisenhower said. "I'll hold this up until tomorrow morning." After de Guyand hurried out to begin the treacherous 200-mile drive to Montgomery's camp, Eisenhower dictated a frosty cable to the Field Marshal. "You disturb me," he wrote, "by predictions of failure, unless your exact opinions in the matter of giving you command over Bradley are met in detail. I assure you that in this matter I can go no further. We would have to present our differences to the combined Chiefs of Staff." Already in fragile health, de Guyand arrived in Zonhoven at midnight, as the correspondent Alan Moorhead reported, nearly exhausted, a little hysterical, and full of whiskey. He said to Monty, "I must see you at once." As the Chief of Staff described the surly mood in Versailles, Montgomery paced around his caravan. "If you keep on, one of you will have to go," de Guyand said, "and it won't be Ike." Montgomery scoffed. "Who would replace me?" "That's already been worked out," de Guyand said. "They want Alex." Montgomery's bluster abruptly dissolved. "What shall I do, Freddie?" he asked. "What shall I do?" De Guyand had already drafted an apology to Eisenhower, which he now pulled from his battle dress. "Sign this," he said. The crisis passed, but the scars would linger. Soon after receiving the apologetic note, Eisenhower thanked Montgomery for "your very fine telegram." But the incessant friction with the Field Marshal kept him awake at night. "He's just a little man," he would say after the war. "He's just as little inside as he is outside." No sooner had Eisenhower suppressed this insurrection on his northern flank than his southern flank erupted, first with insubordination by 6th Army Group, then in a German attack hardly less cheeky than Herbstnabel. Although he commanded 10 French and 8 American divisions, General Devers had accomplished little in Alsace since Eisenhower's refusal in late November to permit the Rhine crossing near Strasbourg. The Colmar Pocket, as wide as the Bulge in Belgium and about half as deep, also proved unyielding. Squabbling between rival French factions persisted, aggravated by General Leclerc's declaration that neither he nor his 2nd Armored Division cared to serve under a Vichy traitor like Delot. At Verdun on December 19th, Eisenhower had ordered 6th Army Group to help Bradley in the Bulge by contributing troops and shifting to the defensive. 3 days later, Devers halted further attacks against the Colmar Pocket, leaving Hitler still master of 850 square miles of France. But Eisenhower was willing to cede much more. A Schaeff staff officer on December 26th brought Devers a map drawn by the Supreme Commander personally, which made plain that the Franco-American armies were to fall back nearly 40 miles to an ostensibly more defensible line along the Vosges, abandoning Strasbourg and the Alsatian plain. Devers told his diary, "The Germans undoubtedly will attack me now. The position I give up is much stronger than the one to which I go. Giving up the town of Strasbourg is a political disaster to France." De Gaulle thought so too. On December 28th, he sent General Alphonse Juin, now the French military chief of staff, to Versailles to make inquiries about a rumored retreat in Alsace. Juin cornered Beadle Smith, who told him that no firm decision had been made. In truth, Smith had drafted the final order that morning. While Smith prevaricated, Devers temporized. He cabled Eisenhower that falling back to the Vosges could take 2 weeks. Once again, the Supreme Commander's neck flushed deep red. "Call up Devers and tell him he's not doing what he was told," he barked at Smith. Devers capitulated, telling subordinates that all forces would have to retreat to the Vosges no later than January 5th. "Eisenhower," he advised his diary, "has given me no alternative." As for the Supreme Commander, he was now so vexed at a man whom he had long disliked that he considered sacking Devers and giving command of his army group to Patch. A message from de Gaulle through Juin urged the Allies not to surrender Strasbourg, but to make it a Stalingrad. The final day of the year ticked by, with fresh snow and more omens. A reconnaissance flight at last light detected German artillery lumbering forward into new gun pits. 7th Army placed all troops on high alert and canceled holiday celebrations. Devers' diary entry for December 31st was just as cheerless. "Patch called me. He was sure he was going to be attacked during the night." The attack indeed fell that night, the last substantial German offensive of the war in Western Europe. Hitler had given another Adlerhorst pep talk to commanders in Army Group G, conceding failure in the Ardennes, but offering another chance to thrash the Americans in Operation Nordwind, North Wind. A lunge by 8 divisions southwest down the Vosges axis would recapture the Saverne Gap and link up with 19th Army troops occupying the Colmar Pocket. In addition, the attack would force Patton to withdraw from Bastogne to parry this new threat. French troops in Alsace were weak and disorganized, the Fuhrer promised, and the U.S. 7th Army was overextended along a 126-mile perimeter. The Americans were also alert and entrenched. Ample intelligence revealed the German order of battle. Patch had little doubt that the main attack would come against the 7th Army left, west of the Hart Mountains, with a complementary attack to the east between the mountains and the Rhine. German offensive began on 7th Army front about 0030 hours, Patch's chief of staff wrote in a diary entry on Monday, January 1st. Krauts were howling drunk. Murdered them. Shrieking Waffen-SS troops, silhouetted by moonlight that glistened off snowfields near the Saar River, hardly dented the American left wing. A single 30-caliber water-cooled machine gun, slewing left and right with long, chattering bursts, was credited with slaying more than 100 attackers. Volksgrenadier corpses piled up in a kill sack, soon dubbed Morgue Valley. Even as Nordwind collapsed on the German right, an ancillary New Year's attack occurred 10 miles to the east. Bypassing American strongpoints in the Low Vosges, the 6th SS Mountain Division bent the 7th Army line sufficiently to alarm Schaeff and terrify Strasbourg, 30 miles southeast. Lowered tricolors and the sight of official sedans in Strasbourg being gassed up added to the dread. Journalists reported that roads west were clogged with women pushing baby carriages and wagons piled high with furniture, as Strasbourg steeled itself for yet another reversal of fortune. Charles de Gaulle, once again referring to himself in the third person, declared that the abandonment of Strasbourg would not only be a terrible wound inflicted on the honor of the country, but also a profound blow to the nation's confidence in de Gaulle. On Tuesday, January 2nd, he told Delot in a handwritten note, "Naturally, the French army cannot consent to the abandonment of Strasbourg. I order you to take matters into your own hands." When Delot proposed waiting until the Allied High Command has given its consent to defend Strasbourg, de Gaulle replied, "I cannot accept your last communication." Delot appeared to have fallen in step with de Gaulle by ordering the 3rd Algerian Division to prepare for deployment to Strasbourg. Next to the weather, Eisenhower would tell George Marshall, "The French have caused me more trouble in this war than any other single factor." Smith phoned Devers to ask how close German forces were to the Alsatian capital. "About 30 miles, Devers replied. "Well, keep them as far away as you can," Smith said. "It looks now as if you will have to hold Strasbourg." The crowded stage in this melodrama grew more congested at 2:15 p.m., with the arrival of Churchill and Brooke after a turbulent flight from England in filthy weather. Eisenhower whisked them from the airfield to his house for a quick lunch, and then to a conference room in the Trianon Palace. De Gaulle soon appeared, stiff and unsmiling, with Juin on his heels. Eisenhower gestured to the map of Alsace. "In Alsace, where the enemy has extended his attack for 2 days, the Colmar pocket makes our position a precarious one," he said. De Gaulle replied, "Alsace is sacred ground." "All my life," Churchill said pleasantly, "I have remarked what significance Alsace has for the French." By now the Supreme Commander's face had grown beet red. De Gaulle stared down his great beak. General Eisenhower, he said, was at risk of seeing the outraged French people forbid the use of its railroads and communications. "If you carry out the withdrawal, I will give the order to a French division to barricade itself inside Strasbourg, and before the scandalized world, you will be obliged to go in and free it." Having lost his composure, Eisenhower now regained it. "Very well," he conceded. Strasbourg would be defended. The conference ended. "I think you've done the wise and proper thing," Churchill told Eisenhower. As the happy news of salvation spread through Strasbourg late Wednesday afternoon, jubilant crowds belted out La Marseillaise. Nordwind would drag on, with 3 more attacks against the Americans of at least corps size, and another against the French up the Rhine-Rhone Canal from Colmar. But paltry territorial gains, which cost 23,000 irreplaceable German casualties, carried little strategic heft. Patch held the Saverne Gap and the Rhine-Marne Canal, and Patton was not diverted from the Ardennes. "We must believe in the ultimate purposes of a merciful God," Eisenhower had written Mamie after his confrontation with de Gaulle. "These are trying days." He had new worries, too. Recent intelligence suggested the Germans might soon use poison gas. Further, he suffered yet another significant loss. On January 2nd, ice on the wings combined with pilot error during takeoff had caused the crash of a twin-engine Hudson 5 miles south of Versailles. The fiery accident killed Admiral Ramsey, among Eisenhower's staunchest and most valued advisers. On Sunday, January 7th, a French naval band played Chopin's funeral march as a gun carriage bore Ramsey's coffin to a hillside grave above the Seine. The Supreme Commander joined mourners in the shuffling cortege. Later that afternoon, Eisenhower's office calendar recorded, "E. leaves office early, 4:30, and goes home. He is very depressed these days." The Agony Grapevine. Schaeff on January 5th confirmed an American press report that the U.S. 1st and 9th Armies now fought under British command. Smug accounts in London newspapers began describing GIs as Monty's troops. Privately encouraged by the Field Marshal, the press clamored for a proper chain of command in northwestern Europe under a single battle captain. On Saturday, January 6th, Montgomery cabled Churchill that he planned to summon reporters to explain how the Germans were first headed off, then seen off, and now are being written off. He also intended to rebut any suggestion of American failure in the Ardennes. I shall stress the great friendship between myself and Ike. On the same day, he wrote a confidant in London, "The real trouble with the Yanks is that they are completely ignorant as to the rules of the game we are playing with the Germans." Heading off, seeing off, and writing off the Germans proved more problematic than Montgomery's facile catchphrases implied. 20 infantry and 8 panzer divisions remained committed to the Bulge in early January. Such a host would not be easily expelled. The German soldier is fighting with great determination and bravery, a Schaeff assessment concluded. Desertions few. Yet many enemy commanders had been killed or wounded, and some Volksgrenadier companies near Bastogne had fewer than 30 men. Mortars and anti-tank guns were muscled to the rear for want of ammunition. German rations would be cut twice in January, to 11 ounces of bread and an ounce of fat per day. Potatoes and vegetables ran short. A final German lunge at Bastogne lingered into the second week of January, with fighting as fierce as any seen in the Ardennes. The number of German divisions battling Third Army increased from 3 to 9. Dreadful weather again grounded much of the Allied Air Force and forced American gunners to use blowtorches and pinch bars to free frozen gun carriages. On January 8th, Hitler authorized Model to at last abandon the western half of the Bulge, but not for 3 days did GIs see signs of a general withdrawal, yard by grudging yard. The Führer, on January 14th, rejected a plea from Rundstedt and Model to pull back to the Rhine. The retreat instead must halt at the West Wall, whence the offensive had begun. At 11:40 a.m. on Tuesday, January 16th, a cavalry patrol from the north met an armored infantry patrol from the south outside Houffalize to link the 1st and 3rd Armies. A day later, Eisenhower returned 1st Army to Bradley. Hodges sent Montgomery 5 pounds of coffee as thanks for his ministrations, and on January 18th moved the Army headquarters back to the Hotel Britannique in Spa. Village by village, croft by croft, American soldiers reclaimed what they had lost. Hitler had already decamped, leaving the Adler Horst at 6 p.m. on January 15th and returning to Berlin the next morning aboard the Brandenburg. There would be no jackboots in Antwerp or even across the Meuse, no sundering of Allied armies, no petitions for peace from Washington and London. "I know the war is lost," he said, according to his Luftwaffe adjutant. "The superior power is too great. I've been betrayed." Still, he had extracted his armies from the Ardennes at a deliberate pace and in good order. The East, meanwhile, could no longer take care of itself, as Hitler had suggested. The Red Army had massed more than 180 divisions and 9,000 aircraft north of the Carpathians for a winter offensive. Launched on January 12th, the attack threatened the Reich from Hungary to the Baltic as never before. The Eastern Front, a German historian later wrote, showed itself again to be a suction pump, which weakened other fronts. In the West, the war receded, this time for good. "The dead lay thick," wrote the journalist Martha Gellhorn as the guns fell silent, "like some dark, shapeless vegetable. For weeks, the iron ground precluded burials except with earth-moving equipment and air compressors. Many of the 3,000 civilians killed in the Ardennes were wrapped in blankets and stored in church crypts to await a thaw. At the American Cemetery in Henri-Chapelle, 15 miles east of Liège, gravediggers with backhoes worked round the clock to bury as many as 500 GIs a day. One dog tag was placed in the dead man's mouth, the other tacked to a cross or a Star of David atop the grave. Those whose tags had been lost first went to a morgue tent for photographs and dental charting. Fingertips were cleaned and injected with fluid to enhance prints, while technicians searched for laundry marks, tattoos, and other identifying clues, all to avoid conceding that here was yet another mother's son known but to God. An Army tally long after the war put U.S. battle losses in the Ardennes and Alsace from December 16th to January 25th at 105,000, including 19,246 dead. Thousands more suffered from trench foot, frostbite, and diseases. Families of soldiers from the obliterated 106th Division organized the Agony Grapevine, conceived by a Pittsburgh lumberman whose son had gone missing on the Schnee Eifel. Volunteers with shortwave radios kept nightly vigils, listening to German propaganda broadcasts that sometimes named captured prisoners. Of more than 60,000 wounded and injured, those who had come closest to death often lay wide-eyed on their hospital cots, as one surgeon wrote, like somebody rescued from the ledge of a skyscraper. Many would need months, if not years, to recover. A soldier wrote his parents in Nevada of narrowly surviving a gunfight on January 13th when a German shell scorched past him. I looked down and my right hand was gone. Dad, you'll have to be patient with me until I learn to bowl left-handed. Modal's success in extricating much of his force structure belied the Reich's true plight. He bent the bow until it broke, Manteuffel said of the Army Group B commander. German forces in the West had virtually no fuel reserves and only about a third of the ammunition they needed. German manpower reserves were exhausted. After more than 5 years of war, 4 million German soldiers had been killed, wounded, or captured. Patton sensed the kill. When you catch a carp and put him in the boat, he told reporters, he flips his tail just before he dies. I think this is the Germans' last flip. Few U.S. generals had enhanced their reputations in the Ardennes, except for battle stalwarts like McAuliffe. Among top commanders, Patton proved the most distinguished. His remarkable agility in fighting the German 7th Army, half the 5th Panzer Army, and portions of the 6th Panzer Army was best summarized in Bradley's 6-word encomium: one of our great combat leaders. Churchill sought to repair Anglo-American discord with a gracious speech in the Commons, but honeyed words hardly mollified those determined to resent the continued British control of an American field army under Eisenhower's reconfiguration. "Why isn't Ike a man?" Patton wrote in his diary on January 24th. "We will attack and win in spite of Ike and Monty." Eisenhower claimed that the German offensive had in no sense achieved anything decisive. In fact, Herbstnabel had hastened the Third Reich's demise. Hitler's preoccupation with the West in late 1944 and the diversion of supplies, armor, and reserves from the East proved a godsend for the Red Army. Bound for the Oder River, Stalin's armies would be within 50 miles of Berlin at a time when the Anglo-Americans had yet to reach the Rhine. Here, 1,000 kilometers from the Ardennes, was the greatest consequence of the Battle of the Bulge. With the German tide receding, Eisenhower resumed sketching big arrows on the map. His timetable had been disrupted by 6 weeks or so, but his basic scheme for ending the war remained unaltered. Allied forces would continue destroying enemy forces west of the Rhine. They would seize bridgeheads over the river when the ice menace is over in March, and then they would advance into the German heartland. In a long message to the combined chiefs on January 20th, he reiterated that Montgomery's attack north of the Ruhr was our principal purpose, but believed this area will be most strongly held by the enemy. All the more reason, then, in Eisenhower's calculation, for a second axis. He envisioned the bulk of Bradley's army group attacking from Mainz and Karlsruhe toward Frankfurt and Kassel, a corridor whose use Patton had long touted. At present, the Western Allies mustered 3.7 million soldiers in 73 divisions along a 729-mile front, with U.S. forces providing more than two-thirds of that strength. Britain had nearly run out of men, and the American replacement pool was described as almost depleted, with much hard fighting still to come against Germany and Japan. Eisenhower asked for 100,000 Marines. He would get none. Eisenhower would have to win with the forces now committed to his theater, and no more. The Battle of the Bulge had affirmed once again that war is never linear, but rather a chaotic, desultory enterprise of reversal and advance, blunder and elan, despair and elation. Valor, cowardice, courage, each had been displayed in this spectacle of a marching world. For magnitude and unalloyed violence, the battle in the Ardennes was unlike any seen before in American history, nor like any to be seen again. Yet as always, even as armies and army groups collided, it was the fates of individual soldiers that drew the eye. Everybody shares the same universals: hope, love, humor, faith. Private First Class Richard E. Cowan of the 2nd Infantry Division had written his family in Kansas on December 5th, his 22nd birthday. 2 weeks later he was dead, killed near Krinkelt after holding off German attackers with a machine gun long enough to cover his comrade's escape. "It is such a bitter dose to have to take," his mother confessed after hearing the news, "and I am not a bit brave about it." Cowan would be awarded the Medal of Honor, one of 32 recognizing heroics in the Bulge. Like so many thousands of others, he would be interred in a 2 by 5 by 6.5 foot grave, along with his last full measure of hope, love, humor, and faith. The marching world marched on. Part 4. Chapter 10. Argonauts. Citizens of the world. Morning sun and a tranquil breeze carried hints of an early Mediterranean spring across Grand Harbor, where strains of the Star-Spangled Banner could be heard from a Royal Navy band practicing aboard HMS Sirius on Friday, February 2nd. Not since Eisenhower's arrival with his headquarters in July 1943, just before the invasion of Sicily, had the little island of Malta seethed with such excitement. Hundreds of Allied officers now swarmed through the capital, Valletta, where an Anglo-American strategy conference, codenamed Cricket, had convened to consider the weightiest matters of war and peace. At 9:30 a.m. on Friday, the pugnacious gray prow of the cruiser USS Quincy crept at 4 knots along the stone embankment. A solitary figure could be seen sitting on the wing bridge, wrapped in a boat cloak, with a tweed tam o' shanter atop his leonine head and a cigarette holder clenched between his teeth. The diplomat Charles E. Boland described the moment. The sun was glistening on the waves and a light breeze was snapping the flags flying from the British warships and walls of the city. Roosevelt sat on deck, his black cape around his shoulders, acknowledging salutes from the British man of war and the rolling cheers of spectators crowding the quays. He was very much a historical figure. Across the harbor, on the quarterdeck of HMS Orion, Another historical figure stood in a naval uniform, puffing a cigar and waving his yachtsman's cap until the American president spotted Winston Churchill and waved back. With Quincy made fast, the tweet of a bosun's whistle shortly after 10 a.m. announced the first visitors, and George Marshall trooped up the gangplank, accompanied by Admiral Ernest J. King, the U.S. Navy chief. They found the president basking topside in a wicker chair near a port gun mount. The officers exchanged silent looks of dismay at Roosevelt's appearance. He was haggard and ashen, with violet circles beneath his eyes. Yet if the body was frail, the inner man remained steadfast. To the end of his days, Roosevelt would be, as the scholar James MacGregor Burns later wrote, an improviser, a practical man, a dreamer and a sermonizer, a soldier of the faith, a prince of the state. Today he was eager to hear of Allied progress on the Western Front, and since Eisenhower had chosen not to attend cricket, he pled the demands of battle. Marshall and King spent more than half an hour describing to Roosevelt the SHAEF plan for reaching the Rhine, seizing bridgeheads, and advancing by two complementary avenues toward the Ruhr. They also outlined Montgomery's alternative single-prong thrust in the north. Calling for a map, the president reminisced about bicycling through the Rhineland as a young man, green and carefree. He knew that terrain, knew it well, he said, and Eisenhower's scheme made perfect sense. As commander-in-chief, he approved. Another trill of the bosun's pipe announced Churchill's arrival on the quarterdeck, beaming and natty in his tailored blue uniform with a handkerchief peeking from the breast pocket. At age 70, he had been ill, arriving by plane in Valletta 3 days earlier, febrile and out of sorts. Sunshine, whiskey, and a few winning hands of bezique seemed to restore him, and for an hour over lunch he prattled to Roosevelt about his complete devotion to the principles enunciated in America's Declaration of Independence. The president smiled indulgently. He often complained of pushing Winston uphill in a wheelbarrow when it came to applying those principles to Britain's imperial possessions. That afternoon, aboard the Quincy, Churchill eventually joined Roosevelt for cocktails in the wardroom. The Charlies also arrived, except for Hap Arnold, the Army Air Force's commander, recuperating at home from his fourth heart attack. To President and Prime Minister, the chiefs reported complete agreement on Eisenhower's plan for concluding the war in Europe. Churchill proposed occupying as much of Austria as possible to keep the Russians at bay. This was the first time he had suggested positioning Anglo-American troops to impede Soviet expansion. Roosevelt nodded now and again, but said little. At 8 o'clock, dinner was served. This amiable gathering concealed the most rancorous confrontation of the war between the British and American high commands. The Donnybrook had begun innocently enough 3 days earlier, when the combined chiefs met at noon on Tuesday for the 182nd time since first making common cause in January 1942. A SHAEF delegation led by Beadle Smith once more presented Eisenhower's plan: destroy the enemy west of the Rhine, jump the river, then advance into the heart of Germany on 2 axes. Again, Field Marshal Brooke took on the role of naysayer. One attack avenue must be chosen, he said, and only one. Smith kept his poise to rally in defense of the SHAEF plan. Putting all eggs in a single basket, Smith added, would be risky. General Marshall concurred, warning that it was not safe to rely on one line of advance only. As the chiefs convened again on Thursday afternoon, February 1st, Marshall asked that the room be cleared of all subordinate officers and note-takers. No sooner had Brooke taken his chair than Marshall bored in. Why were the British so worried about the influence that Bradley and Patton had on Eisenhower? What about Roosevelt's influence? Did the British consider that pernicious too? The Prime Minister never hesitated to hector the Supreme Commander directly, day or night, circumventing the combined chiefs. Should the British succeed in interposing a ground commander between the Supreme Commander and his 3 Army group commanders, Marshall intended to resign, or so he had told Eisenhower. Montgomery was behind much of this pother, General Marshall charged. If truth be told, Montgomery was an overcautious commander who wants everything, an impudent and disloyal subordinate who treated all American officers with open contempt. A stunned silence followed this tirade. For now, American indignation carried the day. Few could doubt that the Americans now had the whip hand. The Prime Minister was sore, Kay Summersby jotted in her diary, but Eisenhower said he would get over it. Light rain spattered Lucca Airdrome southwest of Valletta in the smallest hours of Saturday, February 3rd. A fleet of 25 transport aircraft, collectively known as Mission No. 17, stood beneath arc lights on the bustling flight line. Cricket was over. Now would come Argonaut, a conference with Joseph Stalin in the Crimean resort of Yalta on the Black Sea. Roosevelt in recent months had proposed venues from Scotland to Jerusalem. Stalin, pleading ill health and the demands of his great offensive against Germany's Eastern Front, countered with Yalta. "We left Malta in darkness," an Army colonel wrote, "like migrating swans." Churchill boarded a 4-engine C-54 Skymaster, provided him by the Army Air Forces. He claimed that British artisans had used 5,000 animal hides to upholster the plush cabin. Huddled in his greatcoat, the Prime Minister resembled a poor hot pink baby about to cry in the description of his daughter Sarah, who was in his traveling party. Down the flight line stood C-54 No. 252, named Sacred Cow, which would be making her maiden flight, with a passenger identified on the manifest only as the Admiral. Soon a caged elevator hoisted Roosevelt in his wheelchair into the plane's aft cabin. Churchill would later recall that the president's face had a transparency, an air of purification. There was a faraway look in his eyes. Spitfire and P-38 fighter escorts already droned overhead. At 3:30 a.m., Sacred Cow nosed into the night and banked to the east. A fateful conference. Wedged into a natural amphitheater between the Black Sea and the Crimean Mountains, Yalta seemed to have been built for drama. Argonaut would be more rough-hewn than earlier conclaves in venues like Casablanca, Quebec, and Washington. Yet apprehension ran far deeper than concerns over crowded quarters and bedbugs. This may well be a fateful conference, Churchill had told Roosevelt. Argonaut would help shape the post-war world. Sacred Cow touched down at 12:10 p.m. on Saturday at Saki Airfield on the Crimean west coast, followed 20 minutes later by the Prime Minister's upholstered Skymaster. Soon a weaving convoy of sedans and buses followed the unpaved road to Yalta, 80 miles and 5 hours away. Shortly before 6 p.m., they came to Yalta. Churchill and the British contingent peeled away for their assigned billets in the Villa Vorontsov, described as a fantastic mixture of bogus Scottish castle and Moorish palace. Its furnishings, another guest said, radiated an almost terrifying hideosity. An air of tragedy hung over the Levadia Palace where the Americans would live. It had been built in 1911 as a summer palace for the last Tsar, Nicholas II, and his Tsarina, Alexandra, at a cost of 2 million rubles paid in gold. After abdicating in 1917, Nicholas futilely petitioned to retire at Levadia. Instead, he and his family were murdered. Hitler had promised the estate to Rundstedt after the war for services rendered, and thus it escaped the torch. Now Roosevelt slept in the Tsar's first-floor suite, whose decor was described as early Pullman car. Marshall was assigned another royal bedroom upstairs, and Admiral King, to the great mirth of his comrades, occupied the Tsarina's boudoir. At 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, the heavy wooden doors flew open, and a Secret Service squad marched into the Levadia foyer, followed by a Soviet security phalanx at port arms. From a black Packard in the semicircular driveway emerged a short, ursine figure in a round military cap and a greatcoat adorned with epaulets and 6 brass buttons. The impenetrable dark eyes and gray push-broom mustache were softened by a slight smile that revealed irregular teeth, more black than bone in tint, and even the fading light showed that beneath a heavy coating of talcum powder his cheeks were dimpled with the smallpox scars he had incurred at age 6. All conversation stopped. Russian servants were careful not to rattle the teacups, and junior officers pressed forward, necks craned, as if to catch a fleeting glimpse of Grendel. Joseph Stalin intrigued even Franklin Roosevelt, who now greeted the marshal with a broad grin and an extended hand from behind the desk of his makeshift study in the palace. They shared native shrewdness, political acumen, and a conviction that their respective nations were about to become superpowers, a recent coinage that they would help define. In other respects, the wealthy patrician had little in common with this son of a drunk cobbler and a mother born into serfdom. As for the marshal's perspective, he had observed a few months earlier that Churchill is the kind of man who will pick your pocket of a kopeck. Roosevelt is not like that. He dips his hand only for bigger coins. Beneath a painting of a farmer plowing his field and a chandelier with bulbs of varying size and brilliance, they made small talk. The president was pleased they could have a private conversation before Churchill joined them. Roosevelt offered Stalin a cigarette and lighted another for himself. The British, he said, were a peculiar people and wished to have their cake and eat it too. As for the French, he wholeheartedly agreed with Churchill's tart rationale for excluding de Gaulle from Argonaut. Yet the president believed it might make sense for France to have a post-war occupation zone in Germany, along with the Big Three. Why, Stalin asked, given how little France had contributed to winning the war? Only out of kindness, Roosevelt replied. Stalin nodded. That, he said in his thick Georgian accent, would be the only reason to give France a zone. They parted with another handshake. Upon Churchill's arrival at 5:10 p.m., the first plenary session began with 28 men convening in what had once been the Levadia State Dining Room. Much of Argonaut's initial meeting was given over to reports from the front. Speaking without notes, General Marshall offered a concise summary of circumstances in the West. The Soviet account, read by General of the Army Alexei I. Antonov, was electrifying. The winter offensive launched east of Warsaw in mid-January had advanced 300 miles in 3 weeks. The Germans evidently had expected Stalin to await better weather and so were caught out. Stalin chimed in to say that on the Central Front in western Poland, Soviet divisions outnumbered German by 180 to 80. Neither he nor Antonov noted the liberation near Krakow a week earlier of Auschwitz, among the most heinous of Nazi concentration camps. Our wishes, Antonov said, are to speed up the advance of the Allied troops on the Western Front. When Admiral King complimented Soviet valor, Stalin replied, "It takes a very brave man not to be a hero in the Russian army." Valor, yes, but also iniquity. Soviet atrocities were now rampant in the East. They included the burning of villages, wanton murder, and mass rape in East Prussia, Silesia, and elsewhere. Of these things nothing was said, not in the Levadia salon that day, nor at any point during Argonaut. At 8:30 p.m., Roosevelt, Churchill, Stalin, and 11 others adjourned to dinner in very good humor. Not until the final half hour of the dinner did political issues arise. We three have to decide how to keep the peace of the world, Stalin said. And it will not be kept unless we three decide to do it. Great nations, Churchill declared, should discharge their moral responsibility with moderation and great respect for the rights of the small nations. Rising to his feet, he proposed a toast to the proletariat masses of the world, then added, "The eagle should permit the small birds to sing, and care not wherefore they sing." Shortly after 11 p.m., the gathering dissolved. "A terrible party," I thought, Anthony Eden, the British foreign minister, noted in his diary. President vague and loose and ineffective. Churchill, Eden added, had made desperate efforts and 2 long speeches to get things going again. Stalin's attitude to small countries struck me as grim, not to say sinister. Stalin's attitude toward Germany was far grimmer. He made this clear when the conference reconvened late Monday afternoon, February 5th. "I should also like to discuss the dismemberment of Germany," he told Roosevelt and Churchill. Churchill now raised the question of giving France an occupation zone, perhaps carved from the British and U.S. sectors, since the French might be able to be of real assistance in a protracted post-war period. "How long would U.S. forces likely remain in Europe?" Stalin asked Roosevelt. The president replied, "I can get the people in Congress to cooperate fully for peace, but not to keep an army in Europe for a long time. 2 years would be the limit." Stalin said, "Germany should be run by those who have stood firmly against Germany and have made the greatest sacrifices. We cannot forget that in this war France opened the gates to the enemy." Churchill could hardly let the marshal's shabby amnesia pass unchallenged. But rather than remind Stalin of his 1939 non-aggression pact with Hitler, the Prime Minister slyly mused that every nation had difficulties in the beginning of the war and made mistakes. In post-war Europe, he insisted, France must take her place. But who should pay for the catastrophe? Much of the Soviet Union lay in ruins. Since shortly after the German invasion in 1941, Stalin had pressed for reparations. Now, he said, the Soviets had a specific plan. German heavy industry would be reduced by 80% through confiscation of aviation plants, synthetic oil facilities, and the like. And the Soviet Union would require payment from Berlin of $1 billion in German goods annually for a decade, with a like sum to the Anglo-Americans. On this issue, too, Washington and London had second thoughts. Germany, like France, would be an important counterweight to Soviet power in Europe, and Churchill was also reluctant to bankrupt a future trading partner. On it went for 6 more days of hammer and tongs work, the 3 leaders and their lieutenants like smiths attempting to forge a new world. No issue occupied the Argonauts more than Poland's fate. The United States and Britain currently recognized a Polish government in exile in London, while Moscow supported a provisional pro-Soviet regime in Warsaw. But with 10 million Red Army troops in Eastern Europe and all of Poland now occupied, Stalin held trump. No confrontation short of armed conflict was likely to reverse Stalin's conviction that stupendous Soviet losses in the Great Patriotic War had purchased the right to determine Eastern Europe's political contours. All the Balkans, except Greece, are going to be Bolshevized, and there is nothing I can do to prevent it, Churchill had lamented even before Yalta. There's nothing I can do for poor Poland either. Terrible and humbling submissions must at times be made to the general aim, Churchill later wrote. For Roosevelt, 2 paramount concerns shaped his views on Poland and other matters. The first reflected a January memorandum from the Joint Chiefs, declaring that prompt Soviet entry into the war against Japan is necessary to provide maximum assistance to our Pacific operations. Stalin, at the Tehran Conference in 1943, had tentatively committed the Soviet Union to war against Japan. Now he firmly agreed to shift 25 divisions to the Far East and provide additional military aid within 3 months after Germany's surrender. In exchange, Moscow would receive territories lost by Imperial Russia in 1905 after the Russo-Japanese War, plus the Kuril Islands and guarantees regarding ports and railroads in the Far East. These penalties, and others to be imposed by the Western Allies, would ensure that Japan forfeited its entire empire. The second issue preoccupying Roosevelt, and the matter nearest his heart, was creation of a world organization capable of keeping the peace by balancing the security requirements of the great powers against the rights of small nations. He entertained what one advisor termed pet ideas of building strategic military bases around the globe controlled by what he called the United Nations. Earlier discussions on the United Nations had stumbled over the precise configuration and over Moscow's insistence on individual membership for all 16 Soviet republics. Molotov, the Soviet foreign minister, at Yalta agreed to pare the number to 2 or 3 extra votes. "This is not so good," Roosevelt wrote, likening the demand to giving individual membership to all 48 U.S. states. But in the end he relented, ceding Moscow 2 extra votes in a future General Assembly for Ukraine and Belorussia, in addition to a seat on the Security Council for the Soviet Union. This deal would remain secret. Argonauts staggered to an end. A communiqué approved by the 3 leaders on Sunday morning affirmed their sacred obligation to maintain in peace the same Allied unity that had prevailed in war. A declaration on liberated Europe within the statement also endorsed a world order under law and the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live. Public reaction was overwhelmingly favorable once the joint communiqué revealed the first details of Argonaut. But within weeks, the bloom had left the rose. The sentimentality of Argonaut quickly faded, along with delusions that Russian xenophobia and Leninist dogma could be sweet-talked away. Roosevelt would complain in mid-March, "We can't do business with Stalin. He has broken every one of the promises he made at Yalta." To a friend in Washington he added, "I didn't say the result was good. I said it was the best I could do." Recriminations followed. For decades, the Western delegates would be blamed for everything from the Soviet domination of Eastern Europe to the rise of communist regimes in China, Northern Korea, and Indochina. Roosevelt's frailty came to be seen as both the proximate cause of craven negotiating and a metaphor for the West's weak answer to Stalin's belligerence. 2 generations later, Yalta can be seen as neither the portal to Roosevelt's world of justice and equity, nor a disgraceful capitulation to red fascism, but rather an intricate nexus of compromises by East and West. Roosevelt largely followed through on earlier plans and gained most of what he wished, the historian Robert Dallek concluded, including Soviet support for the United Nations and participation in the defeat of Japan, an obligation punctually fulfilled by Moscow's declaration of war 3 months after the German surrender. That declaration may not have saved 2 million Americans, as Admiral King had envisioned at Yalta, but along with 2 atomic bombs, it encouraged Tokyo's decision to surrender. With the Soviet Union killing far more Germans in combat than all other Allied forces combined, at a fell price of 26 million Soviet lives, Stalin was not to be denied what the diplomat George F. Kennan called a wide military and political glacis on his western frontier. If Roosevelt sounded plaintive and exasperated, his explanation also captured the political reality of Europe in February 1945. It was the best I could do. War had held the Big Three together. The common cause of crushing Germany proved stronger than the centrifugal forces that beset any alliance. Now the entropy of peace threatened to unknot those ties, as post-war interests and imperatives emerged. Only our eyes are alive. From the Swiss border to the North Sea, across the fronts of almost 80 Allied divisions and 7 armies, none of this mattered at the moment, not a whit. What preoccupied several million soldiers was the effort to find a bit of warmth in the frozen night. The autumn rallying cry of "Win the war" in 44 had been supplanted by the sour "Stay alive" in 45. The harshest winter in decades compounded the misery, even after the German retreat from the Bulge. "My hands shivered like tuning forks," wrote one private in Lorraine. But worst of all, the cold had settled in my spine. I was a bundle of icy vibrations. There were horrors to see, hear, and smell. Horrors to relive and remember because they could never be forgotten. A GI assigned to police corpses from the battlefield wrote, "Everywhere we searched we found bodies, floating in the rivers, trampled on the roads, bloated in the ditches, rotting in the bunkers, pretzeled into foxholes, burned in the tanks, buried in the snow, sprawled in doorways, splattered in gutters, dismembered in minefields, and even literally blown up into trees." Prison camp guards opened the locked boxcars on a freight train carrying captured Germans across France to find that 104 had suffocated. Their pleas and shouts had been ignored, and investigators found evidence of teeth marks and clawing on inner walls. Eisenhower wrote Marshall, "I certainly loathe having to apologize to the Germans. It looks as if this time I have no other recourse." War made the warriors sardonic, cynical, old before their time. Some deliberately extended an arm or leg from their foxholes in hopes of the proverbial $1,000,000 wound. But for most, each succeeding town came and each succeeding town went, and we continued dying 1,000 deaths. J. Glenn Gray, a counterintelligence officer, wrote in his journal, "Yesterday we caught 2 spies. One had to be severely beaten before he confessed. It was pretty horrible. I thought of the Hamlet line as most appropriate. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart." Not all would learn to hate, nor would all find satisfaction, even exhilaration, in killing the Huns, Heinies, Hermans, Lugerheads, Jerrys, Fritzes, Bosches, Krauts, Katzenjammers, Squareheads. A survey of 4,000 GIs found that although 4/5 expressed strong hatred toward German leaders, less than half voiced hatred toward German soldiers. But by late winter, enough haters and killers filled the ranks to constitute a ferocious killing engine. Slowly, it is beginning to dawn on them that the only good German is a dead German, the 12th Corps Chief of Staff wrote his parents. A lieutenant in the 15th Infantry told his diary, "Sergeant Burton, somewhat inebriated, shoots 2 Krauts who are trying to surrender. Some of our best men are the most murderous." "Killing is an obsession," a private in the 86th Division wrote his parents. What code could withstand it? At 7:30 a.m. on Wednesday, January 31st, a U.S. Army weapons carrier clanked up to a gray farmhouse with orange shutters outside Saint-Marie-aux-Mines, an Alsatian town long celebrated for mineralogy, 15 miles northwest of Colmar. A scrawny, handcuffed 24-year-old private from Michigan named Eddie D. Slovic stepped from the rear bay, escorted by 4 MPs. A Vosges snowstorm had delayed their journey from Paris through the Saverne Gap, and Private Slovic was late for his own execution. As a miscreant, Private Slovic was more bumbling than iniquitous. Inducted in late 1943, Slovic arrived in France in August 1944, was assigned to the 28th Infantry Division, and promptly deserted. Perhaps his only endearing trait was a uxorious devotion to his wife, Antoinette, to whom he wrote 376 letters in pencil during his 372 days in the Army. "I fought to make you love me," he told her, adding, "I think I'm going to have a lot of trouble. Army life don't agree with me." In this, he was not unique. Indiscipline had become a nagging worry for Eisenhower. Nearly 11,000 general courts-martial would be convened for serious crimes committed in Europe by U.S. soldiers. Although less than 0.5% of Allied troops in Europe were implicated in serious offenses, a Schaeff memo in late January noted that a considerable percentage of the French civil population believed that GIs behaved badly, if not criminally. 70 executions took place in Europe, including several public hangings. Desertion, defined by the U.S. military as an unauthorized absence of 2 months or more, was as old as warfare, and historically it was a capital crime punished by a firing squad. Slovic was arrested in October after living for weeks with a Canadian unit. Offered amnesty if he went to the front, he refused, vowing, "I'll run away again if I have to." He was convicted following a 2-hour court-martial in the Hurtgen Forest on November 11th. From a jail cell in Paris, he appealed his death sentence to Eisenhower. Unfortunately for the condemned, the Supreme Commander reviewed the petition at the nadir of the Bulge on December 23rd during a session in his Versailles office known as the Hanging Hour. Eisenhower not only affirmed the sentence, but decreed that as a lesson to shirkers it be carried out by Slovic's putative unit, the 109th Infantry Regiment in General Dutch Coda's 28th Division. "Darling," Slovic wrote to Antoinette, "I'm in a little trouble." Now Slovic declined to make a final statement other than to ask, "Please shoot straight so I won't have to suffer." Gray overcast roofed the garden at 10 a.m. as Coda, clutching a brass-handled swagger stick, stood in the snow with 42 other witnesses. The firing squad appeared in quick step, halted, faced right, shouldered rifles, and on command cut loose a smoking volley. 11 bullets struck Slovic, including 2 in the left arm. Not one hit his heart. Even the Army's finest marksmen trembled at such an awful moment. 3 physicians with stethoscopes listened to the wounded man's shallow breathing and irregular heartbeat as the squad prepared to reload. "The second volley won't be necessary," a doctor pronounced at 10:08 a.m. "Private Slovic is dead." Coda, who in the past 8 months had endured Omaha Beach, St. Lo, the Hurtgen Forest, and the Bulge, later described this episode as the toughest 15 minutes of my life. A priest anointed the body with oil. Slovic would be buried outside a World War I cemetery at Voisin, near Soissons, in row 3 of Plot E, a hidden, unsanctified tract reserved for the dishonorable dead. "'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart." Eisenhower acknowledged a gnawing obsession with the Colmar pocket. He called it the one sore on the whole front, and insisted that we must get cleaned up in the South, even if it's going to hold up the offensives in the North. In this, he would be further frustrated, for Hitler showed no inclination to forswear his 850-square-mile swatch of Alsace, stubbornly held by 23,000 Wehrmacht troops. General Devers's initial effort to reduce the pocket had foundered in late January on French inadequacy. The French, he lamented, lacked the punch or the willingness to go all out. American units had their own difficulties. Coda's 28th Division, consigned to Delot's French First Army in mid-January, was described as exhausted and depleted after the Bulge. When the veteran 3rd Division joined the French 2nd Corps in attacking north of Colmar, soldiers donned mattress covers or improvised nightshirts for camouflage and carried wooden planks to cross the countless streams braiding the marsh flats. But no plank would support a Sherman M4, and the first tank in an armored column crashed through a frail bridge over the Ile River at Maison Rouge. The mishap left 3 infantry battalions exposed to a panzer counterattack on the far bank. Terrified GIs scoured across the plain in flight and panic, splashing through the icy, steep-banked Ile, while enemy grazing fire lashed their backs with white tracers. One regiment lost 80% of its combat kit and 350 men, many of them taken prisoner while hiding in boggy burrows. As a taunt, enemy gunners fired leaflet canisters stuffed with the names of GIs now in German custody. Audie Murphy helped redeem the day with valor uncommon even by his standards. Since advancing up the Rhone and across the Vosges with the 3rd Division, Murphy, who was still not yet old enough to vote or to shave more than once a week, had collected 2 Silver Stars, a battlefield commission, and a severe wound that turned gangrenous and cost him several pounds of flesh whittled from his right hip and buttock. Rejoining the 15th Infantry in mid-January after 2 months' recuperation, he soon took command of the same company he had joined as a private in North Africa 2 years earlier. It was now reduced to 18 men and a single officer, himself. On January 26th, 200 German infantrymen with half a dozen panzers attacked from the woods near Riedveer. Clutching a map and a field phone, 2nd Lieutenant Murphy leaped onto a burning tank destroyer and for an hour repulsed the enemy with a .50 caliber machine gun while calling in artillery salvos. He killed them in the draws, in the meadows, in the woods, a sergeant reported. The dead included a dozen Germans huddled like partridges in a nearby ditch. Things seemed to slow down for me, Murphy later said. Things became very clarified. Delot described the action as the bravest thing man had ever done in battle. But Murphy reflected that there is no exhilaration at being alive. He would receive the Medal of Honor. At last, an Allied preponderance began to crush the pocket. By Friday, February 2nd, the 28th Division had cleared Colmar's outskirts, then stood aside to let French tanks liberate the town. At 8 a.m. on Friday, February 9th, enemy demolitionists dropped the last bridge into the Rhine at Chalampé with a spectacular splash. "My dear French comrades," Delot said, "you have been artisans of a great national event. Germany passed its last night in France." As the U.S. Army concluded with justification, Germany's 19th Army had been sacrificed for no appreciable gain. The German host that had begun retreating within hours of the Allied landings in southern France 6 months earlier was now a silent, spectral memory, a legion of shades. Pulverizing the Reich from above now intensified with a fury no nation had ever endured. The first 22,000-pound British earthquake bomb was dropped on Bielefeld in early spring, gouging a crater 30 feet deep and wrecking 100 yards of rail viaduct. The M47 100-pound phosphorus bomb fell for the first time in late January. Innovative applications of napalm also flourished because, as Robert A. Lovett, the U.S. Assistant Secretary of War, explained, "If we're going to have a total war, we might as well make it as horrible as possible." Schaeff issued a 43-page list of German monuments, historic sites, and objets d'art to be spared, symbolizing to the world, in Eisenhower's words, all that we are fighting to preserve. In a letter to his family, an American corporal put such rarefied sentiments in perspective. "Thanks to the Allied air forces," he wrote, "most of Europe resembles Stonehenge more than anything else." British air strategists considered taking the war to small German municipalities, but concluded a more lucrative target was Berlin, known to pilots as Big B, which housed not only the regime but 5% of Germany's folk. By one calculation, a no-holds-barred bombardment could kill or injure 275,000 Germans. It would also create great confusion and might well ruin an already shaky morale. Skeptics objected only to be shouted down. Thunderclap, as the project was codenamed, dumped 2,279 tons of bombs on Berlin on February 3rd at a cost of almost 24 B-17s lost to flak. The single heaviest raid to hit Big B in the war proved a disappointment. Subsequent analyses put the thunderclap death toll to 2,893, plus another 2,000 injured. No one surrendered. Even so, the raid rendered 120,000 Germans homeless. A diarist described Berliners as marching backwards in time to become cave dwellers and added, "Only our eyes are alive." Other elaborate air missions followed throughout February. Most infamous of the winter raids was the attack on Dresden by more than 800 Bomber Command aircraft during the night of February 13th, followed over the next 2 days by almost as many 8th Air Force bombers. Discrete blazes confederated into a firestorm with superheated winds capable of uprooting trees and peeling shingles from rooftops. Chimney stacks fell down just from the echo of my voice, a schoolgirl later reported. I saw a pile of ashes in the shape of a person. It was my mother. Among those hauling bodies to cremation pits were SS squads, experienced in such matters from duty at Treblinka. Also pressed into service was Private First Class Kurt Vonnegut, captured on the Schnee Eifel 2 months earlier. "Dear people," he wrote his family in Indiana, "we were put to work carrying corpses from air raid shelters. Women, children, old men, dead from concussion, fire, or suffocation. Civilians cursed us and threw rocks as we carried bodies to huge funeral pyres in the city." Each night and each day, bombing snuffed out another corner of the Reich. More than one German dwelling in every 5 was destroyed from the air, leaving 7.5 million homeless during the war, and more than 400,000 Germans dead. Yet still the Germans fought on. Only subjugation and occupation would persuade the Reich that the Reich was finished. Only conquest would end the war. Field Marshal Montgomery had a conqueror's glint in his eye as he set in motion the battle he hoped would lead to Berlin. Montgomery's plan was to begin on Thursday, February 8th, with 340,000 troops in the Canadian First Army plowing southeast up the left bank of the Rhine from Nijmegen in Operation Veritable. 2 days later, in Operation Grenade, the U.S. Ninth Army, with another 300,000 men, would lunge northeast across the Ruhr in a 40-mile front, reinforced on the right flank by 75,000 First Army men from Joe Collins's 7th Corps. This American horde, bristling with 2,000 guns and 1,400 tanks, was to join the Canadians shoulder to shoulder on the Rhine before enveloping the industrial Ruhr. But no crossing could be made on the Ruhr, a modest stream that paralleled the Rhine, until the Schwammenuel and Erft dams upstream were seized to prevent the Germans from uncorking floodwaters at an indelicate moment. The Erft fell easily in early February, but only because German defenders had rallied around the Schwammenuel and the 20 billion gallons it impounded. At 8 p.m. on Friday, February 9th, a battalion of the 309th Infantry crept from a tangled wood to find the dam intact and imposing. Finding that a bridge across the sluiceway had been destroyed, the men hopped over a guardrail and slid down the dam's northern face to enter a doorway far below. Stifling heat and pressure made breathing difficult. It was like going in a tunnel under the sea, one lieutenant recalled, but no explosives were found within. Other patrols found the gatehouse, power room, and discharge valves thoroughly wrecked. An unstoppable cascade of water 15 feet wide was pouring from floodgates 90 feet below the dam's lip, guaranteeing that the Ruhr Valley would be flooded for days by 100 million tons of water. With Montgomery's concurrence, Lieutenant General Bill Simpson, the 9th Army commander, postponed his attack at the Ruhr for 24 hours, then delayed it again indefinitely. Engineers reported that currents upstream were racing at nearly 10 miles an hour, too swift for bridging. For nearly a fortnight, 15 American divisions would wait on the west bank for the reservoirs to drain and the torrent to abate. At length, Ninth Army was ready to take up the cudgels. Hoping to catch the enemy by surprise several days before the roar spate had fully subsided, Simpson on Thursday, February 22nd, ordered Operation Grenade launched the next morning. He then watched Bing Crosby in Going My Way, tossed down a nightcap, and went to bed. Hardly had the crooning ended than at 2:45 a.m. Friday, 2,000 masked guns cut loose. 45 minutes later, 3 corps plunged forward on a 17-mile front. Within hours, brute force won through. By nightfall, the bridgehead was 4 miles deep, and 3 feeble German counterattacks had been slapped aside. By Monday, February 26th, as 3 corps fanned across a bridgehead 25 miles wide, Ninth Army was advancing 3 or 4 miles a day, with 7th Corps shielding the right flank. By Thursday, March 1st, Simpson's spearhead had reached Neuss, within rifle shot of the Rhine. 8 bridges spanned the great river on Ninth Army's front, and one by one German engineers blew them into the water. Simpson now proposed a quick amphibious assault over the Rhine north of Dusseldorf. Montgomery declined with a curt "don't go across," adding that any attempt by Ninth Army to invade the industrial wilderness of the Ruhr without extensive, deliberate preparation was unwise and would risk precious bridging materiel. The Field Marshal's rationale was quite plausible, but an incensed Simpson believed Montgomery coveted for himself and the British the glory of the first Rhine crossing. American officers increasingly derided the British as the time-out-for-tea army. Grenade was over. Despite the staggering losses, enemy survivors escaped in good order across the Rhine before blowing 6 final bridges. Allied armies had begun to mass along the great river, if piecemeal and without a clear sense of how or where to cross. Still, Rundstedt told Hitler that the German plight on the Western Front was bad everywhere, and even the Führer was forced to acknowledge a heavy heart. Chapter 11. Crossings. The inner door to Germany. Into the Rhineland they pounded, and across the Saar and down the Moselle, where violets and myrtle had begun to bloom and the first early buds stippled the fruit trees. German refugees trudged away from the beaten zone, lugging suitcases and favorite lamps and tablecloth peddler packs. U.S. Army trucks trundled to the rear with coal scuttle helmets as hood ornaments, each open bed packed with prisoners. German women held up babies or tossed bread from their doorways as they studied the passing blur of faces in hopes of a recognition. "I am in the Vaterland," Audie Murphy would write to his family. "It is much different than the other countries I've been in. The houses are nicer and more modern, but still aren't as good as ours." As 24 British, Canadian, and American divisions in 21st Army Group closed on the Rhine in the north, Hodges's 1st Army also made for the river between Cologne and Koblenz, with 13 divisions and 3 corps abreast. Any town that spurned surrender demands from a bullshit wagon, a Sherman fitted with loudspeakers audible 2 miles away, was scourged with tank and howitzer shells until eventually a white flag or 2 popped up. The obstinate died. "Everything smelled of death," Iris Carpenter wrote after viewing another place reduced to slag. Bulldozers scraped a road through the heart of the town, which was little more than a smoldering rockery. Allied fighter bombers harried the fleeing enemy in what one pilot called a rat hunt. You beat the ground, you flushed the vermin. Nearer the Rhine, however, the swift bound of Allied armies captured intact a Gemütlich land of bucolic farmsteads and bulging larders. The cattle, so numerous, so well fed, chickens and pigs and horses were running everywhere, Moorhead wrote. Here was a world of Dresden plates, pewter steins, and trophy antlers arranged just so on parlor walls, of Goethe and Schiller bound in calfskin, of boiled eggs in brine vats and the smell of roasting goose, and never mind that discolored patch of wallpaper where the Führer's portrait had hung until the day before. Here, too, was a world to be looted. "We're advancing as fast as the looting will permit," a 29th Division unit in München-Gladbach reported. German towns were processed, houses liberated from attic to cellar, with everything from Leica cameras to accordions pilfered. "I did not feel sorry for the Germans," said Major Peter Carrington, a British officer. After all, they had proved enormously inconvenient. Allied commanders also found themselves struggling to enforce Schaef's non-fraternization edict, which forbid mingling with Germans upon terms of friendliness, familiarity, or intimacy, and specifically proscribed the ogling of women and girls. "Don't play Samson to her Delilah," an armed forces network broadcast warned. "She'd like to cut your hair off at the neck." But gone fratin became epidemic, often with cigarettes or chocolates, as Frau bait. General Hodges ordered champagne served in his mess on Monday, March 5th, to celebrate First Army's imminent arrival on the Rhine. Hodges on Wednesday, March 7th, reported that Cologne had fallen. Yet so had the city's link to the east bank of the Rhine. A 1,200-foot segment of the Hohenzollern Bridge had been blown into the river at noon the previous day. First Army's hopes for an early crossing seemed ever more faint. A top-secret and private note from Churchill's office to Beadle Smith likened the difficulties faced by 7 Allied armies in catapulting 80 divisions across the river to another D-Day. Elaborate plans to build bridges across the Rhine had been drafted even before the Normandy landings. Everyone agreed, however, that it would be far simpler to capture a bridge already built. Just such a bridge still stood 15 miles south of Bonn at Remagen, an ancient Roman town straddling a road built by Marcus Aurelius. The current bridge had been completed in 1918 and named for General Erich Ludendorff, the progenitor of the final fatal German offensive on the Western Front in the Great War. More than 1,000 feet long and wide enough for 2 trains to pass a beam, the span featured symmetrical arches resting on 4 stone piers, with embrasured stone towers at either end. Wooden planks could be laid on the rail tracks to permit motor traffic. On the east bank, the tracks vanished into the Dwarf's Hole, a tunnel bored through the steep 600-foot hill called the Erpeler Lay. Retreating German soldiers had tramped across the Ludendorff in late 1918, and now retreating German soldiers were tramping over it once again, mingling with refugees, livestock, and an occasional hospital train carrying broken boys. A teenage anti-aircraft gunner described a snaking procession making for the bridge through Remagen's jammed streets on Wednesday morning, March 7th, with cannons being pulled by horses, by motor vehicles, and yes, even by soldiers. Fewer than 1,000 defenders remained in the area. Most were Volkssturm militia of doubtful martial value, and all fell under a confused, fractured command architecture. Field Marshal Model had promised reinforcements, but none had arrived. 60 zinc-lined boxes for explosives had been fitted to the bridge in 1938, linked by cables through heavy conduits to an electrical firing switch inside the rail tunnel. The premature blowing of a bridge near Cologne, apparently triggered by an American bomb, had led to a Führer order that explosive charges would be emplaced only when the enemy was within 5 miles of a bridge, and igniters were to be withheld until demolition seems to be unavoidable. At 8:20 a.m. on March 7th, a gray, misty morning, a tank and infantry task force left Meckenheim, 10 miles from the river. Leading the column in the advance guard was Lieutenant Karl H. Timmermann, who had commanded Company A of the 27th Armored Infantry Battalion for less than 24 hours. Summoned by 2 waving scouts shortly before 1 p.m., He hurried forward in his jeep to find a hazy, panoramic view of the Rhine Gorge below. "Jesus, look at that," a sergeant muttered. "Do you know what the hell river that is?" Through field glasses, Timmerman watched cows, horses, soldiers, trucks, and civilians cross beneath the bridge arches in a lumbering parade. The Americans raced down the hill and into Remagen toward the bridge. Shortly before 2 p.m., a dark geyser of earth and paving stones abruptly blossomed above the western ramp. The blast left a smoking hole 30 feet wide, intended to keep American tanks from gaining the bridge. Timmerman raked the far bank with his glasses. Tiny figures loped along the shoreline and into the tunnel. "They look like they want to get us on the bridge before they blow it up," he said. Barely half a mile away, pandemonium swept the eastern shore. Civilians and shrieking children cowered in the dwarf's hole as billowing smoke from white phosphorus shells drifted down the tunnel. Shouts in German of "blow the bridge" carried across the water, and at length the captain shouted, "Everybody lie down, open your mouths to protect your eardrums." He turned the key on the firing switch. Nothing happened. He turned it again and again, without effect. A German sergeant sprinted 90 yards onto the bridge, lighted the primer cord by hand, and pelted back to the tunnel chased by bullets. With a doleful boom, the timber planks rose from the railbed like jackstraws. Dust and black smoke boiled from the piers. The Ludendorff seemed to levitate momentarily as if expending a great sigh, then settled back onto its stone foundations, insulted but intact. No one would ever be certain why 1,400 pounds of explosives failed to detonate properly. Reprieved, Lieutenant Timmerman and his men raced onto the bridge, slashing wires and pitching charges into the water. By late afternoon, Company A had 120 men across. After a single warning shot, 5 German engineers surrendered in the dwarf's hole. GIs blew apart the master demolition switch with a carbine. Night fell, a sodden, moonless night, dark as a pocket, as one officer recorded, so dark that engineers felt for the street curbs in Remagen with their feet. Bulldozers slowly filled the crater on the western ramp, and 3 artillery battalions unlimbered. Soldiers ripped lumber from German houses to patch the rail planks. At last 9 Shermans crept across at midnight, guided by foot soldiers wearing luminous buttons on their belts. Ominous and nerve-wracking creaking rose from the bridge, a captain reported. All the more ominous when the 10th vehicle to cross, a tank destroyer, skidded to the right near one of the eastern piers and plunged partway through a hole in the deck. Just as dawn peaked above the Erpeler lay, the damnable thing was muscled out and towed away. The desperate effort to deepen the bridgehead resumed apace through what a Wehrmacht general now called the inner door to Germany. Loss of the Ludendorff, or Ludi as the Americans soon called it, was an unalloyed disaster for the German High Command. The debacle at Remagen clearly called for recrimination and reprisal, and the Führer wasted no time. Rundstedt, who had already infuriated Hitler by ridiculing the Westwall as a mousetrap, was relieved of command for the second time in 9 months. He was succeeded on March 10th as the OB West commander by Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, who for the past 2.5 years had been the Allies' arch-nemesis in North Africa, Sicily, and Italy. Harsher fates befell 4 junior officers deemed to have bungled the Ludendorff demolition. A drumhead court-martial tried, convicted, and condemned them within 30 minutes. Denied clergy and stripped of rank insignia, each was shot in the back of the neck and buried in a shallow grave. The letters they had been permitted to write their families were then burned. Such rough justice was said to create a bridge psychosis throughout the German ranks. Officers devoted colossal tonnages of TNT to blowing bridges and culverts across the shrinking Reich. but neither Kesselring nor Kangaroo Court could stem the American flood tide at Remagen. Engineers quickly built 2 supplemental bridges close to the Ludendorff. Among those crossing the Rhine on March 12th was the 5th Platoon of Company K of the 394th Infantry Regiment. Singular only because they were black, these GI riflemen were among 53 platoons of colored infantry mustered from volunteers to help remedy manpower shortages after the Bulge. Hitler was the one that got us out of the white folks' kitchen, one black observer later said. They, of course, had already been in the Army, among 900,000 African Americans to serve in olive drab, but now they were partially integrated as black platoons under white officers within white companies scattered through 11 divisions. Despite the creditable fighting records of 2 black divisions in Italy and the Pacific, and of black artillery and tank battalions before and during the Bulge, resistance to integrating combat regiments ran deep. A colored soldier cannot think fast enough to fight in armor, Patton told his diary, and some argued that teaching black riflemen to shoot white Germans would lead to the shooting of white Americans at home. We were going to make liars out of the whites, a black soldier later said. For many white combat soldiers in Germany, the simple truth was voiced by an artillery forward observer in the 394th Infantry. We were short-handed, and they were welcome. Repairs on the Ludendorff continued for 9 days, even as tactical bridges carried most of the traffic across the Rhine. Measurements showed the Ludi settling a bit on the upstream side to the south, but engineers believed the structure had been stabilized. It had not. Just before 3 p.m. on Saturday, March 17th, a rivet sheared away with a sharp pop. Others followed, as if musketry swept the girders. A vertical hanger snapped, dust billowed from the quaking deck. Then the entire bridge seemed to fold in on itself, gracefully, like an old slow-motion movie, before pitching into the Rhine with a white splash. Of those who rode the Ludi down, 28 died and another 63 were injured. Most of us, an engineer told his diary, are glad the damn thing is gone. Within a week, 8 Army bridges would span the Rhine near Remagen, feeding a bridgehead now 25 miles wide and 8 miles deep. The war is over, I tell you, Hodges repeatedly proclaimed in Spa. The war is over. The war was not over, nor would giddy repetition make it so. But the inner door to Germany had swung wide, never to be shut again. Two if by sea. Field Marshal Kesselring's buoyant optimism and Bavarian bonhomie had served him well through 5 years of war. A toothy, ruthless sophisticate whom the Americans derisively called Smiling Albert, he was descended from brewers, vintners, and an occasional soldier of fortune. Energetic and confident, he also possessed that priceless attribute of successful generalship: luck. The new OB West commander's marching orders from the Fuhrer were concise, explicit, and impossible to fulfill. Hang on. Now Kesselring's luck showed signs of deserting him. In October, his staff car had collided with a German gun, an accident from which he was still recuperating. Wehrmacht maps showed divisions where not even regiments remained, and staff officers estimated that German strength in the West had been pared to at the very best 100 combatants to every kilometer of front. Rumors circulated in the ranks that the Americans intended to shoot all German corporals to forestall the rise of another Hitler. Field commanders in mid-March urged Kesselring to complete the Wehrmacht's evacuation across the Rhine. Clinging to enclaves west of the river was deemed hopeless, if not disastrous. The field marshal disagreed, fearful that retreat would degenerate into rout. Yet only 3 days later, even the Reich's last optimist had to acknowledge that the Americans had torn our front wide open. The enemy might be delayed but not stopped. The best general, Kesselring mused, cannot make bricks without straw. Battlefield carnage always inflamed Patton's imagination, and the Saar Palatinate proved particularly vivifying. In Trier, for instance, 20 air raids and Third Army onslaughts had reduced the city to 730,000 cubic yards of rubble. The entrance to the old Roman amphitheater still stood, and that, coupled with his nightly readings from Caesar's Gallic Wars, sufficed for Patton to inform his diary in mid-March that he could smell the sweat of the legions. Rarely, perhaps never, had his generalship been nimbler, surer, more relentless. With Patch's 7th Army also sweeping like a scythe from the south, the Americans would count 90,000 prisoners captured in the Saar, 3,000 square miles overrun, and irreplaceable German steel, chemical, and synthetic oil plants flattened or seized. American mobility unhinged the enemy, and firepower flayed him. "Scarcely a man-made thing exists in our wake," one division commander reported. The butcher's bill increased each day, of course. "Lots of young men dying miserably, or fighting to keep from dying," a nurse wrote in her diary, "hanging onto my hand until it hurts, as if I could keep them from slipping into that dark chasm." By Wednesday, March 21st, 3 corps from Third Army had reached the Rhine. General Middleton's 8th Corps vaulted the Moselle to envelop Koblenz and reported not a shot, not a round of shell fire, indeed, not a sign of the enemy. "We're going to cross the Rhine," Patton declared on Thursday, "and we're going to do it before I'm a day older." He made good his boast. At Oppenheim, a wine town and barge harbor midway between Mainz and Worms, 2 battalions from the 5th Division crossed by stealth in assault boats at 10:30 p.m., surprising enemy soldiers in their bedrolls. By daybreak on Friday, March 23rd, 6 infantry battalions had reached the far shore with just 20 casualties before pressing eastward behind the marching fire known as Walking Death. "Brad, we're across," Patton bellowed in a phone call, "and you can tell the world Third Army made it before Monty." Bradley obliged him. The American crossing, he informed reporters, had been accomplished without aerial bombardment, without airborne assault, even without artillery fire. "I love war and responsibility and excitement," Patton wrote B. "Peace is going to be hell on me. I will probably be a great nuisance." Churchill had proposed riding into battle in a British tank during Operation Varsity Plunder, the 21st Army Group attack over the Lower Rhine. "I'm an old man, and I work hard," he later explained. "Why shouldn't I have a little fun?" Dissuaded, he instead donned the uniform of a colonel in the 4th Queen's Own Hussars, and on the afternoon of March 23rd, he boarded a C-47 Dakota with Brooke to fly to the Dutch-German border. They found Montgomery's command post in a pine forest. A few hours earlier, the field marshal explained, he had put his master plan in motion with a code phrase to his lieutenants: "To if by sea." The British were coming. Under Montgomery's command, more than 1.2 million Allied soldiers now leaned forward in an operation that rivaled Overlord for complexity and grandeur. Montgomery intended to stage one last glorious military pageant worthy of an empire. The plan for plunder called for 3 corps, 2 British and 1 American, to assault the river that night. With a final pinch of his cheek and clipped assurances that all would be well, Montgomery retired to his sleeping trailer. The distant grumble of guns signaled that plunder had commenced. 20 miles east, the Rhine attack had indeed grown febrile, with the unbearable whip and lash of the guns, in Alan Moorhead's phrase. Flame and steel seared the far shore with as much hellfire as several thousand tubes could deliver. Concussion ghosts drifted back across the river rippling the battle dress of Tommies assembled in water meadows, where they drained their rum mugs and blackened their cheeks with tea kettle soot. Into storm boats and amphibious buffaloes they clambered, and soon the flotillas beat for the far shore. A few miles upstream, 40,000 U.S. Ninth Army gunners cut loose at 1 a.m. with a barrage exceeding 1,000 shells a minute. An hour later, General Simpson's 16th Corps, swollen to 120,000 men, hoisted the first of 700 assault boats up over a dike and into the river. German resistance evinced no real fight in it, a lieutenant reported, and the two assault divisions tallied only 31 casualties. By Saturday morning, March 24th, 13 U.S. infantry battalions held the East Bank on an 8-mile front. The bridge builders set to work on the river with a will and a way. Rested and exultant, Churchill, shortly before 10 a.m. on Saturday, settled into an armchair placed for his benefit on a hillside 5 miles west of Wesel. Gazing at the pageant of boats and rafts plying the Rhine below him, the Prime Minister mused, "I should have liked to have deployed my men in red coats on the plain down there and ordered them to charge. But now my armies are too vast." A deep droning from the rear grew insistent. Churchill sprang to his feet with unwanted agility. Flocks of Allied fighters abruptly thundered overhead, trailed by tidy formations of transport planes, low enough for those on the ground to discern paratroopers standing in each open jump door. The Prime Minister capered downhill for several steps, shouting, "They're coming! They're coming!" Here, then, was Varsity. The British 6th Airborne Division, flying in column from 11 airdromes in East Anglia, had merged south of Brussels with the U.S. 17th Airborne Division, flying from a dozen fields near Paris. Protected by 3,000 Allied fighters, their combined amplitude darkened the sky. 1,700 transports and 1,300 gliders, bringing to battle 17,000 paratroopers and glidermen. Their orders were to seize the high ground and woodland above Wesel in reinforcement of the plunder bridgeheads, to loosen up the scrum, as a British airborne commander put it, and set the armies behind us swanning. In this, they would be modestly effectual, seizing 10 landing zones and drop zones with alacrity. But the stupendous bomb tonnage, the tens of thousands of artillery shells, and the hundreds of attack sorties against suspected anti-aircraft positions had failed to winkle out all the enemy batteries or to discourage mobile 20mm flak guns rushed to the field. About the time we crossed the Rhine, holes started appearing in the wings and fuselage, an officer in the 513th Parachute Infantry Regiment later wrote. Paratroopers groggy from Dramamine narrowed their shoulders and squeezed tight their buttocks as bullets punched through steel floor matting. A flight lieutenant reported seeing a British Hamilcar disintegrate in mid-air, the occupants falling like puppets. A low-flying B-17 Flying Fortress, carrying combat cameramen and reporters, fled in flames back across the Rhine. A survivor who bailed out of the stricken bomber watched as all around us burning and disabled C-47s crashed into the fields. One final calamity remained to unspool in Varsity. Just after 1 p.m., as the airborne divisions finished the 3-hour assault, waves of 8th Air Force B-24 Liberators flew over the battlefield, dropping 600 tons of ammunition, gasoline, and other supplies from as low as 100 feet. At that altitude, the lumbering 4-engine bombers became shooting gallery targets, and 15 of 240 Liberators were lost, with another 104 damaged. Among those shot down just north of Wesel was B-24J 42-50735, nicknamed Queen of Angels. The 8 dead crewmen included First Lieutenant Earl C. Cheek of Missouri, the navigator. The sole survivor from Queen of Angels, a waist gunner who bailed out almost at the treetops, subsequently wrote Cheek's mother in Missouri, The ship crashed about 500 yards from where I landed and killed the rest of the boys, leaving me as the only survivor. This is about the hardest letter I ever wrote to anyone. Another officer in the bomb group confirmed the disaster. They were last seen with one engine on fire and going toward a crash landing in enemy territory, he wrote. Fate is definite, and there is no altering. The suit always fits. Churchill at day's end returned to Montgomery's encampment in the pine clearing. With His Majesty's forces now firmly entrenched east of the Rhine, the Prime Minister was in high feather. The German is whipped, he declared. We've got him. He's all through. 3,000 enemy prisoners had been bagged on this Saturday, and plunder ground units had made contact with airborne troops. The utility of Varsity's vertical envelopment would long be debated, much as Montgomery's operatic staging of plunder would be ridiculed as unnecessary by the likes of Patton and Bradley. Enthusiasts believed the airheads had disrupted enemy artillery, kept counterattacking Germans away from the river crossings, and opened an alley toward the Ruhr. Yet Varsity bore a taint. Given the supine state of enemy defenses, no objective seized by paratroopers would have long eluded a three-corps ground assault. No great depth had been added to the Allied purchase over the Rhine, nor had bridge building been expedited. Once again, airborne forces appeared to be coins burning a hole in the pockets of Allied commanders, coins that simply had to be spent. Soldiers soon mocked the operation as Varsity blunder, and burial squads with pruning saws and ladders took 2 days to cut down all the dead. Fate is definite. The suit always fits. In short order, 7 Allied armies finished jumping the river. The French, who had been first on the Rhine in November, were last to leap it, whipped on by de Gaulle, who cabled General Delot, "My dear General, you must cross the Rhine, even if the Americans do not help you and you are obliged to use rowboats. Karlsruhe and Stuttgart await you, even if they do not want you." This is the collapse, a British Second Army intelligence assessment concluded on March 26th. Hodge's First Army agreed in Intelligence Estimate Number 77. The enemy is capable of collapse or surrender in successive groups. Alas, the enemy was capable of more than that, and gouts of blood would yet be spilled. But the Allied conquest intensified and accelerated. The war had again become mobile and mechanized, precisely the war for soldiers with machinery in their souls, as John Steinbeck described his fellow Americans. The terrible swift sword was fully drawn. Many now dared indulge in the hope, as a British captain wrote, that with luck one might be able to see the end. In a message to Marshall that was as close to gloating as he would permit himself, Eisenhower wrote, "Naturally, I am immensely pleased. I hope this does not sound boastful, but I must admit to a great satisfaction that the things that Bradley and I have believed in from the beginning, and have carried out in the face of some opposition from within and without, have matured so splendidly." The enemy has reason to fear him. No sword was swifter or more terrible than Patton's. When a sniper took a potshot at a Third Army staff officer, Patton ordered German houses burned in retaliation. "In hundreds of villages there is not a living thing, not even a chicken," he told his diary. "Most of the houses are heaps of stone. They brought it on themselves. I did most of it." As his vengeful divisions approached Frankfurt, another brick and stone wilderness, he wrote B that Eisenhower had recommended his promotion to full general. "But at the moment I'm having so much fun that I don't care what the rank is. I hope things keep smooth. It seems too good to be true." Time featured him on a cover with the caption, Third Army's Patton. The enemy has reason to fear him. In a personal note to his fearsome general, Eisenhower wrote, "We are now fairly started on that phase of the campaign, which I hope will be the final one. I know that Third Army will be at the finish." Curiously, it was unfinished business from Africa that now distracted Patton, ensuring that things would not keep smooth, and marring the start of his drive into the German heartland. His beloved son-in-law, Lieutenant Colonel John Knight Waters, a West Point cavalryman, had been captured in Tunisia on Valentine's Day 1943 during the early hours of the German offensive that culminated at Kasserine Pass. Waters eventually found himself interned as POW number 4161 with 1,500 other American officers in Oflag 64, a prison camp in northern Poland. The Great Russian Winter Offensive had abruptly put the POWs of Oflag 64 on the road under guard, with millions of other refugees, war prisoners, and concentration camp inmates trudging west ahead of the Red Army. On February 26th, the column was herded into boxcars to travel by rail at a glacial pace for another 10 days to an 8th-century Bavarian town 50 miles east of Frankfurt. Waters joined other prisoners in a large camp at Hammelburg. Patton had hoped to hear of Colonel Waters' liberation in mid-January, but Schaeff on February 9th advised him that Soviet intelligence listed Waters among a number of American prisoners apparently spirited westward. Fragmentary Allied intelligence and Red Cross reports more than a month later suggested that he might be among new arrivals at Hammelburg. On March 23rd, the day Third Army crossed the Rhine in force, Patton wrote to B, "We are headed right for John's place and may get there before he is moved." 2 days later he added, "Hope to send an expedition tomorrow to get John." The dubious honor of rescuing the commanding general's kinsman, 60 miles behind enemy lines, fell to a tall, tough, red-headed captain from the Bronx named Abraham J. Baum. Without disclosing his blood interest, Patton ordered 12th Corps to dispatch an armored column to Hammelburg and stage a raid that he privately hoped would eclipse Douglas MacArthur's recent rescues of imprisoned Americans at several camps in the Philippines. To ensure that Waters could be recognized, he pressured his aide, Major Alexander C. Stiller, a former Texas Ranger, to accompany the column, ostensibly for the thrills and laughs. Only en route would Stiller confess to Baum that one of the prisoners they hoped to free was the husband of Patton's only daughter. Patton had proposed sending an entire 4,000-man armored combat command eastward, but was persuaded that a smaller, nimbler task force would have better odds of success. Baum's column comprised just over 300 soldiers in 16 tanks, 27 half-tracks, 3 motorized assault guns, and 7 jeeps. As Baum's force galloped away, Patton wrote B, "I have been nervous as a cat all day, as everyone but me thought it was too great a risk. I hope it works. If I lose the column, it will possibly be a new incident." To his diary he added, "I do not believe there is anything in that part of Germany heavy enough to hurt them." He was quite wrong. In Gmunden, defenders rallied to blow a bridge in a spume of stone and concrete, and Panzerfaust fire demolished 3 tanks while wounding Baum in the knee and hand. Detouring north onto a gravel road, the task force freed 700 Russian prisoners from a work detail shortly before noon on Tuesday. "Mazel tov," Baum told a German civilian, then again pivoted east before clattering into Hammelburg around 3 p.m. Here trouble awaited them. A German assault gun battalion lumbered into town from the east, while Baum and his men approached from the west. A running gunfight broke out when the Americans nosed up a twisting road toward the prison compound, which sat on a high plateau south of town. Baum's fuel reserve and ammunition track were ablaze, and camp guards armed with old Belgian rifles had tumbled into a skirmish line outside the fence. Drum fire and coiling black smoke had roused the prisoners, and the sight of 5 pointed white stars in the distance provoked jubilant pandemonium. With consent from a German commandant eager to surrender, 5 volunteers, led by Colonel Waters, marched out the main gate amid the battle din and flitting tracers, waving an American flag and a bedsheet tied to a pole. Several hundred yards from the camp, making for Baum's left flank, they passed a barnyard enclosed by a plank fence. Waters turned just as a German soldier thrust his rifle between the slats and, without aiming, pulled the trigger. The bullet hit POW number 4161 just below the right hip, chipping his coccyx and exiting through his left buttock. He fell like a stone. Carried in a blanket sling to a nearby German hospital where he was refused treatment, Waters was then hauled back to the camp and entrusted to Serb surgeons equipped with little more than paper bandages and a table knife for a scalpel. Baum's tanks, meanwhile, had crashed through the perimeter fence to be greeted by whooping, backslapping prisoners. Baum had anticipated finding 300 American officers. Instead, he confronted 1,291. It was now 6:30 p.m., with daylight fading and the enemy undoubtedly convening another attack. Clambering onto the hood of a jeep, Baum quieted the men and told them, "There are far more of you than we expected. We don't have enough vehicles to take all of you." He pointed west. "When I left, the lines were about 60 miles back in that direction, at the river mine." He could squeeze 100 or so onto his tanks and half-tracks. The rest would have to walk, or wait in Hammelburg for eventual liberation. A dismayed murmur ran through the throng. Evening's first stars glittered overhead as hundreds of officers, on foot and outfitted by Baum with a few compasses and maps, tramped into the gloaming, vaguely heading west. Separately, Baum's motorized procession eventually rolled west by southwest, hoping to collide with Patch's 7th Army. Instead, they promptly found more trouble. Gunfire and Panzerfausts launched from the shadows harassed them. Vehicles burned, casualties mounted. Just after 8 a.m., Baum and his depleted band started to edge down Hill 427, where they had taken refuge. A sheet of hell, as he subsequently put it, abruptly engulfed the ridgeline with tank, artillery, mortar, and machine gun fire. At daylight, Major Stiller later wrote, "They destroyed us." "Every man for himself," Baum hollered. Into the trees he ran with Stiller on his heels. The baying of dogs echoed across the slope. One by one, the GIs were captured or shot down. A German soldier found Baum and Spiller burrowed beneath a den of leaves. When Baum fumbled for his .45 automatic, the German raised his own pistol and shot him in the left thigh, his 3rd wound of the expedition. They, too, would return to Hammelburg, Baum sprawled in a horse cart. "Get a good sleep, boys," a guard told the Americans. "You had a hard night." Not for some days would Patton learn details of the failed raid. Task Force Baum had been obliterated, every vehicle lost and nearly every man captured, in addition to the 57 killed, wounded, or missing. An uncertain number of prisoners had died in the escapade. Patton both evaded responsibility and prevaricated. Later, he would insist that he had first learned of Waters' internment at the camp long after the raid. As details of the fiasco emerged and criticism intensified, Patton unsuccessfully tried to suppress the story. 10 days after the raid, when troops from the 14th Armored Division overran Hammelburg, they found that those too ill or too damaged to travel to Munich had been left in the Serb dispensary, including Colonel Waters and Captain Baum. Patton sent an army surgeon and 2 small planes to evacuate his son-in-law to a Frankfurt hospital. The young officer would recover from his injuries and later attain 4-star rank. Patton had abused his authority, issuing reckless, impulsive orders to indulge his personal interests. Bradley considered the raid foolhardy, but kept silent. In cables to Marshall, Eisenhower referred to the raid as a wild goose chase and Patton's latest crackpot actions. The Third Army commander, Eisenhower added, had lost a full company of medium tanks and a platoon of light tanks. Foolishly, he then imposed censorship on the movement. Patton is a problem child, Eisenhower wrote, but he's a great fighting leader in pursuit and exploitation. Lovers' quarrels are a part of love. Eisenhower's office in Reims occupied the second floor of the Collège Moderne et Technique des Garçons, 3 stories of red brick on Rue Henri Joliot. His windows overlooked a rail marshalling yard and the city's seedy train station. Beyond the tracks, German prisoners with push brooms swept the cathedral close. "France smells wonderful these days," a chef lieutenant wrote home after exploring Reims. "The air is scented with the blossoming chestnut trees. The wisteria dripped from their vines and all those fruit trees. I nearly was overcome." Such vernal delights were largely wasted on the Supreme Commander, who, despite recent battlefield successes, showed alarming signs of dispirited exhaustion. Eisenhower looked terrible, Bradley conceded. Kay Summersby described his waspish mood as truly vile. Beadle was positive that he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The Supreme Commander needed rest. With Smith, he flew to Cannes in late March and spent 5 days at a borrowed villa doing little but sleep, sunbathe, and play an occasional rubber of bridge. For the first 48 hours, he woke only long enough to lunch on the terrace before shuffling back to bed. "I just can't concentrate," he complained. But the break proved salutary, and he returned to Reims restored and ready to finish the war. He also returned from the Riviera with a revised battle plan. "Ike has learned his lesson, and he consults me before taking any action," Montgomery had told Brooke earlier in March. But on Wednesday, March 28th, only a day after Montgomery had informed Eisenhower that he was beginning his drive from the Rhine toward the River Elbe with the U.S. Ninth Army and British Second Army, the Supreme Commander delivered a thunderbolt message. "As soon as you have joined hands with Bradley in the Kassel-Paderborn area, 9th United States Army will revert to Bradley's command. Bradley will deliver his main thrust on the axis Erfurt, Leipzig, Dresden to join hands with the Russians. The mission of your Army group will be to protect Bradley's northern flank. Devers will protect Bradley's right flank. This plan," Eisenhower assured him, "is simplicity itself." The Supreme Commander had his reasons for shifting the main attack avenue from the Allied north to the center. Not least, as Eisenhower had written Marshall, "I get tired of trying to arrange the blankets smoothly over several prima donnas in the same bed." Now they would have separate beds. Moreover, Montgomery's armies in the north would have to cross the Fenny-Westphalian plain, a lowland of watercourses that could easily impede armored columns. The corridor farther south presented fewer obstructions and offered fine highways for the mobile Americans. Montgomery was gobsmacked by what he called the blow from Ike. A very dirty work, I fear. The violent pro-American element at Schaeff is pressing for a setup which will clip the wings of the British group of armies, he wrote London. There was more. Since Overlord, Allied planners had presumed that Berlin was their ultimate objective. Now Eisenhower changed his mind. In a personal message to Marshal Stalin, cabled that same fateful Wednesday, with a copy to the Charlies, the Supreme Commander disclosed that the best axis would carry his legions to Leipzig and Dresden in southeast Germany, 100 miles from the capital. To Montgomery he added in a subsequent note, "In none of this do I mention Berlin. That place has become, so far as I am concerned, nothing but a geographical location. My purpose is to destroy the enemy's forces and his powers to resist." Again, he had cause. The Red Army was 30 miles from Berlin, on favorable terrain with more than 1 million men who had been massing for this assault since January. The Anglo-Americans remained well over 200 miles from the capital. Bradley and other commanders estimated that taking Berlin might cost between 10,000 and 100,000 American casualties alone. Marshall had cautioned Eisenhower against unfortunate incidents, including fratricide between forces approaching from east and west. Finally, Eisenhower well understood that Roosevelt's vision of an enduring peace was predicated on cooperation with the Soviets. None of this went down easily in London. Not only did Eisenhower's new plan steal Montgomery's thunder, but in directly corresponding with Stalin, the Supreme Commander appeared, in British eyes, to exceed his authority. A day later, Churchill lowered his beaver and entered the lists. "We might be condemned to an almost static role in the North," he warned the British chiefs. And on Sunday he wrote Roosevelt, "Berlin remains of high strategic importance. The Russian armies will no doubt overrun all Austria and enter Vienna. If they also take Berlin, will not their impression that they have been the overwhelming contributor to our common victory be unduly imprinted in their minds?" In a deft rebuff from his vacation cottage in Warm Springs, Georgia, Roosevelt told Churchill that the British Army is given what seems to me very logical objectives on the northern flank. Eisenhower would further assure Marshall, "I shall not attempt any move I deem militarily unwise merely to gain a political prize unless I receive specific orders from the combined chiefs of staff." No such directive was forthcoming, nor had Eisenhower's marching orders changed significantly from the charge given him the previous spring to enter the continent of Europe and destroy Germany's armed forces. He had accomplished the former. Now he would fulfill the latter. Churchill saw that further bickering was pointless. In a graceful capitulation, he first pronounced the Anglo-Americans the truest friends and comrades that ever fought side by side, and then sent Roosevelt a scrap of wisdom from the Roman playwright Terence. I will use one of my very few Latin quotations. Amantium irae amoris integratio est. Lovers' quarrels are a part of love. With Armed Forces Radio playing the last roundup, the U.S. 1st, 3rd, and 9th Armies trundled onto the German Autobahnen and stepped on the gas. Towns fell quickly. This mad Alice in Wonderland rush forward through Germany, in one major's description, was both exhilarating and ruthless. Enemy soldiers who resisted were shot down on the instant. Enemy villages that failed to surrender were razed. When SS troops in search of gasoline and vehicles captured an American field hospital in late March, false rumors that doctors had been murdered and nurses raped led to a feverish, malignant manhunt, which left 500 enemy troops dead before 800 others were allowed to capitulate. "How I want the war to end," wrote one soldier. "The danger now begins to frighten me. To die at this stage, with the door at the end of the passage, the door into the rose garden already in sight ajar, would be awful." The hour had come to cinch the noose around the Ruhr. With 9th Army spanking east and soon to rejoin his command, Bradley on Wednesday, March 28th, ordered 1st Army to hurry north for a rendezvous with Simpson's vanguard, the 2nd Armored Division, while Patton's 3rd Army angled northeast toward Kassel, shielding Hodges's right flank. The 1st and 9th Armies were to meet in Paderborn, an 8th-century bishopric founded by Charlemagne. or rather they were to meet in what remained of the town. In a 30-minute raid on Tuesday, RAF Lancasters had dropped 75,000 incendiaries, igniting 3,000 individual fires that merged into a single blaze fed by half-timbered houses. Here the enemy intended to stand with a defensive line of 60 Panthers and Tigers below the town, crewed mostly by SS fledglings and reinforced with a motley brigade of Luftwaffe, Volkssturm, Hitler Youth, and Waffen-SS zealots. General Collins's 7th Corps led the First Army cavalcade, and on a cool, drear Good Friday, March 30th, 4 columns from the 3rd Armored Division converged on Paderborn after a 45-mile gallop from Marburg the previous day. In a southern precinct known as Jammertal, Wailing Valley, an ambush brought the American sally to a halt. 17 Shermans, 17 half-tracks, and a small fleet of Army trucks, jeeps, and ambulances soon brightened the dull day with their pyres. Flame smoke and percussive gunfire brought the division commander hastening to the front, and no soldier seemed more likely to redeem the day than Major General Maurice Rose. Tall and taciturn, with an addiction to Camel cigarettes and a fondness for musical comedy, Rose was considered the best armored commander in the U.S. Army by Collins and other admirers. Near Marburg 2 days earlier, when a reporter had asked Rose about his plans after the war, he replied, "I have a son. He's 4 years old now, and I don't know him. We're going to get acquainted." No, they would not. Moving up the spearhead's eastern edge at dusk, in a convoy of 3 jeeps, 2 motorcycles, and an armored car, Rose and his command group abruptly took fire from both flanks. 4 Panzers emerged from the darkness, each emitting the twin exhaust flame signature of a tiger. A quick swerve by one tank pinned Rose's jeep against a plum tree. "It looks like they have us," he said. The Tiger commander popped from his turret hatch with a submachine gun. As Rose reached for his pistol to drop it in the road, the German fired. 2 slugs hit him in the right hand. Another ripped into his right cheek. 4 stitched his chest. 4 more struck him in the head, and a final 3 hit him in the groin, thigh, and lower back. His 2 comrades tumbled into a ditch, then fled through the dark wood, leaving behind their commander's riddled corpse. A war crimes investigation by Lieutenant Colonel Leon Jaworski, who 3 decades later won fame as a special prosecutor in the Watergate scandal, ruled Rose's shooting accidental. By then, reprisal had run its red course. Feral American troops smashed the villages south of Paderborn, burning houses and executing wounded enemy soldiers. Some GIs reportedly prevented the Germans from burying their dead, and bodies lay corrupting in the sun and rain for days, as a reminder to the living of what war had wrought. Carrion crows hopped about, stiff-legged and unsentimental. It had come to this. Fanatical resistance in Paderborn caused General Collins to revise his attack. Early Saturday morning, March 31st, he ordered the 3rd Armored Division to pivot 20 miles west, where the 9th Army's 2nd Armored Division was nearing Lippstadt. Here opposition promised to be lighter. Beaten Wehrmacht columns from the Rhine trudged eastward through the streets, pushing their kit in barrows and stolen prams. Easter Sunday dawned bright and warm. Army chaplains in village churches near the American gun lines hastily celebrated the holy morning as howitzers popped away. Pealing bells in Lippstadt also summoned the faithful, and pious Germans hurried to Mass. At noon, observation planes reported vanguards of the 2nd and 3rd Armored Divisions approaching each other from west and east respectively. The former led by a sergeant named Werner Osthelmer, who had emigrated from Lippstadt 8 years earlier to open a butcher shop in Detroit. Shortly after 4 p.m., the columns met with back-slapping chortles to complete the Ruhr's encirclement. Refugees and liberated slave laborers looted stores in downtown Lippstadt, smashing bank windows and lighting their cigarettes with 100-mark notes. The largest double envelopment in history, in Eisenhower's cock-a-hoop phrase, had thrown a cordon 75 miles wide by 50 miles deep around the Reich's industrial core. Precisely who had been trapped within those 4,000 square miles remained uncertain. Among those snared was Field Marshal Model, whose Army Group B now faced extermination. Model had no appetite for last-ditch fighting among the Ruhr's bomb factories, gutted cities, and slag pits, but Hitler forbade withdrawal on pain of death. "All fear comes from the devil," Model wrote his wife in an Easter letter. "Courage and joy come from the Lord. We all must die at some time or other." To bring that day closer for his foe, Bradley ordered 4 corps to reduce the Ruhr pocket. 9th Army would squeeze from the north, clearing one grimy, skeletonized city after another. 1st Army pressed from the south, in terrain less urban but more rugged, gnawing away 4 to 6 miles each day and freeing slave workers by the tens of thousands. "What is there left to a commander in defeat?" Model asked his staff. In ancient times, they took poison. Probes of the U.S. perimeter revealed no weak points for a possible breakout. General Ridgway of 18th Airborne Corps sent a letter through the lines urging Model to emulate Robert E. Lee at Appomattox. Ridgway wrote, 80 years ago this month, his loyal command, reduced in numbers, stripped of its means of effective fighting, and completely surrounded by overwhelming forces, he chose an honorable capitulation. This same choice is now yours. The plea fell on deaf ears. A field marshal does not become a prisoner, he declared. Such a thing is just not possible. Instead, he dispatched an aide to slip through the cordon to help the Model family flee westward from Dresden and to burn his personal papers. Then the field marshal ordered Army Group B disbanded, sparing himself the stigma of surrendering a unit that now no longer existed. With the pocket disintegrating, Model and 3 fugitive officers drove to the Dusseldorf racetrack before picking their way on a logging road through a thicket northeast of the ruined city. "I sincerely believe that I have served a criminal," Model mused. "I led my soldiers in good conscience, but for a criminal government." Sealing his wedding ring and a letter to his wife inside an envelope, he walked to a gnarled oak tree. "You will bury me here," he told a subordinate, then blew his brains out with a Walther service revolver. A B-26 crewman, flying low over the Ruhr in April, spied what he thought was a dark, plowed field. On closer scrutiny, he reported, it proved to be acres of massed humanity, packed together closer than a herd of cows. American planners had assumed a need for cages to hold 900,000 German prisoners by the end of June. Instead, by mid-April, the number exceeded 1.3 million, and the final Ruhr bonanza would sharply increase that tally. Enemy troops throughout the pocket could be seen waving handkerchiefs, bedsheets, table linen, shirts. On this battlefield, a division history observed, the predominant color was white. A single strand of barbed wire often sufficed for an enclosure. GI sentries cradled their carbines and stifled yawns. Within the cordon sat supermen by the acre, singing sad soldier songs and reminiscing about better days. They scavenged the ground for cigarette butts and plucked the lice from their field-gray tunics. Chapter 12. Victory. Mark of the Beast. For the final destruction of the Third Reich, General Bradley, newly awarded a 4th star, and now dubbed Omar the War Maker by the Stars and Stripes newspaper, shifted his command post to Wiesbaden, just west of Frankfurt. Eisenhower joined him there on Wednesday evening, April 11th, after a flight from Reims in a B-25 bomber. Early the next morning, they squeezed into a Piper Cub and flew 80 miles northeast, following the Autobahn trace to the market town of Hersfeld. Here Patton, who also had been promoted to 4-star general, awaited them with an armored cavalry escort and a convoy of jeeps. East they sped for 20 miles, through a lowland corridor known as the Fulda Gap, arriving at 10:30 a.m. in the Thuringian village of Merkers. A tank battalion guarded the entrance to a 19th-century potassium mine, where GIs had made a discovery that Patton believed Eisenhower should see. A photograph of the Führer still graced the timekeeper's office wall in the mine mouth, and an exhortatory sign proclaimed, auf Deutsch, "Thy strength is nothing. The people's strength is all." The 12th Corps commander, General Eddy, led them onto a rickety freight elevator. 1,600 feet down, the lift doors open. In a wide gallery, Patton pointed to currency engraving plates used by the Reichsbank and stacked bales of money designated for the Wehrmacht. Eyeing the bills, Bradley said, "I doubt the German army will be meeting payrolls much longer." Elsewhere in the mine, they examined paintings, gold, and other treasures. Eventually valued by Schaeff in excess of $500 million, the treasure in the Merkers shaft lay within what soon would become the Soviet occupation zone. There was not a moment to lose, and plans already had been made to spirit the booty to Frankfurt in the American zone. Patton had one more discovery to show Eisenhower. After a quick lunch at the 12th Corps command post, the traveling party flew by small plane to Gotha to join another convoy for a 10-mile excursion to the south to remote Ohrdruf. Here the Americans had liberated a concentration camp in Germany for the first time. Known as S3 and opened the previous fall, Ohrdruf was among more than 80 satellite camps of a penal facility that soon would become even more notorious, Buchenwald. Bradley described the traveling party's visit to S3. "We passed through the stockade. More than 3,200 naked, emaciated bodies had been flung into shallow graves. Others lay in the streets where they had fallen. An inmate pointed out a gallows where condemned men were strangled with piano wire. Others had been murdered with a pistol shot to the nape of the neck. As Allied forces had approached from the west," Patton informed his diary, "SS guards had some of the slaves exhume the bodies and place them on a mammoth griddle composed of 60-centimeter railway tracks laid on brick foundations. They poured pitch on the bodies and then built a fire of pine wood and coal under them, leaving bones, skulls, charred torsos." Bradley noted, "Patton walked over to a corner and sickened." When a young GI giggled nervously, Eisenhower fixed him with a baleful eye. "Still having trouble hating them?" he asked. To other troops, gathered round him in the compound, the Supreme Commander said, "We are told that the American soldier does not know what he is fighting for. Now, at least, he will know what he is fighting against." Eisenhower and Bradley agreed to spend Thursday night at the Third Army bivouac in Hersfeld. After supper, they retired to Patton's caravan with a sheaf of maps for a long discussion about where best to fling their armies. Eisenhower wanted the American line to advance no farther east than Chemnitz, near the Czech border. As for Berlin, he reiterated his determination to leave the city to the Soviets, who were about to launch their final assault on the capital. "Ike, I don't know how you figure that one," Patton said. "We had better take Berlin and quick, and go on to the Oder." Eisenhower shook his head. "It has no tactical or strategic value," he said, with a hint of exasperation. Another anxiety weighed on Eisenhower. He shared fears that the Nazi regime intended to retreat to a so-called national redoubt in the Alps from which to wage a protracted guerrilla war. That would allow Germans to claim that the Third Reich had never surrendered. The truth was less flamboyant. The previous fall, a Nazi Gauleiter in the Tyrol, upon learning of OSS anxiety about a possible Alpine stronghold, resolved to encourage the American redoubt psychosis in hopes that Allied demands for unconditional surrender would soften if confronted by German intransigence. Thus did the tail wag the dog. Hitler, in fact, had evinced little interest in defensive warfare. Hardly more credible was the so-called werewolf movement. Conceived by Himmler as a paramilitary insurgency and named for a lycanthropic, flesh-eating character from a German novel about the 30 Years' War, the werewolf commandos accomplished little more than to scribble a bit of graffiti, "Traitor, take care, the werewolf is watching," and to assassinate the mayor of Aachen for collaboration. Yet at Schaef, the myth of the National Redoubt persisted almost to the end of the war. Shortly after midnight on Friday, April 13th, Eisenhower and Bradley retired to their guest quarters in the Third Army encampment. Patton was skeptical of any redoubt, which he would call so much hot air and a figment of the imagination, but he now kept a carbine by his cot because of rumors that glider-born German assassins might descend behind American lines. The approach of peace made him melancholy. To a friend he wrote, "War for me has not been difficult, but has been a pleasant adventure. The best thing that could happen to me would be to get a clean hit in the last minute of the last fight, and then flit around on a cloud and watch you tear my reputation to pieces." Glancing at his wristwatch before going to bed, Patton found that it had stopped. He turned on the radio to learn the time, only to hear a flash bulletin released moments earlier. Foregoing all thought of sleep, he hurried from his caravan to tell Eisenhower and Bradley the fatal news. Franklin D. Roosevelt, a man who had never fired a shot in anger, and yet became the greatest soldier in the most devastating war in history, was dead. His passing came at the little White House in Georgia. Desperate for rest, he had traveled to Warm Springs with his stamp collection aboard the presidential railcar Ferdinand Magellan. In his final hours on Thursday, while preparing for lunch, he abruptly lifted his right hand to his forehead, then pitched forward from a cerebral hemorrhage. In Europe, Eisenhower decreed that wearing of mourning badges, firing of salutes, dropping national and regimental colors and standards will be dispensed with in view of war conditions. A lieutenant in the 15th Infantry told his diary, "This is a shock. He's been president since I was 14 years old." Roosevelt had at last found the abiding rest he needed. Dragon Country. To an American pilot in his cockpit, the spectacle of Allied armies surging eastward seemed as if the very crust of the earth itself had shaken loose and was rushing like hell for the Elbe. From a tank turret or a jeep seat, the war was hardly less vivid for those racing at 40 miles per hour into Austria like an irresistible molten mass, or for those watching captured Germans running to the rear without guard, their hands clasped behind their heads and gulping for breath, as a GI in the 86th Division described them in a letter home. This was dragon country, in the phrase of reporter R.W. Thompson, even if at times the dragons seemed toothless, extinguished, pathetic. Flimsy barricades were called 61 roadblocks by German civilians, supposedly because they provoked 60 minutes of laughter from American soldiers who then needed 1 minute to demolish them. A 7th Army patrol overran an infantry school where 200 conscripts drilled with wooden sticks and simulated the racket of machine guns by drumming on water cans. The commandant insisted on surrendering his sword. The university town of Heidelberg surrendered without a fight, red geraniums blooming in the window boxes beneath hundreds of white flags. 70,000 enemy soldiers infested the Harz Mountains, but the German 11th Army, to which they belonged, soon proved to be, in one assessment, less an army than a conglomeration. GIs in one town found a father, mother, and daughter who had hanged themselves, as well as the family dog. The shame of German defeat, their suicide note read, is too much to bear. Perhaps the war was too far gone even for pathos. After seeing an elderly couple weeping before their burning farmhouse, a company commander in the 2nd Infantry Division wrote, "What right had they to stand there sobbing and blaming us for this terror? What right did they and their kind have to any emotions at all?" Correspondent Thompson, advancing on Bremen with British troops, wrote, "Brilliant spring sunshine. The song of the lark, the flash of the kingfisher, the white flare of a deer running through the forest shade. And yet dragons lurked. For every enemy platoon that surrendered, another fought savagely, often unto death. In April, 10,677 U.S. soldiers would be killed in action in Europe, almost as many as in June 1944. Goebbels, in a radio broadcast in mid-April, warned that houses displaying white flags would be considered plague bacteria. Other decrees urged that shirkers and capitulators be hanged with placards around their necks, identifying them as cowards. Placarded miscreants soon dangled from street lamps and telephone poles across the Reich. A party leader in the Harz told German women in April that they would be abducted and taken to Negro brothels. Some Luftwaffe pilots received training in how to ram their aircraft into Allied bombers, as well as political indoctrination on the nexus between Jews, Bolshevists, and the Western democracies. Suicidal SS and Hitler Youth gangs were reported across the front. A 7th Army patrol on April 14th killed several young boys carrying potato masher grenades. In Heilbronn, on the Neckar River, already smashed by years of bombing, German officers shot down Hitler Youth detachments when they broke and ran under American mortar fire. "Why don't the silly bastards give up?" asked a Coldstream Guards corporal. That enigma perplexed every Allied soldier at one moment or another. Imminent, ineluctable disaster had enhanced a perverse sense of German national cohesion, inflamed by terror, misery, and unhappy memories of the last lost World War. Lurid propaganda regarding Soviet atrocities in the East, the Allied demand for unconditional surrender, and those Negro brothels fueled the resistance. "Mother, you asked me when I was coming home. I don't know," Captain Jack Golden had written his family in Seymour, Texas, a few weeks earlier. "I am getting a little tired, and I'm so nervous that I bite people's head off at the least mishap," he confessed in his looping cursive. In an April 3rd letter from Germany, Golden expressed relief that his brother, a lieutenant in the Army Air Forces, was headed home on leave. "Every time I saw a bomber go down, I prayed it wasn't Bill," Golden wrote. He continued, "There are too many German towns that we haven't had time to fire our artillery into. I think we should fire about 1,000 rounds into every town. Do them all good. Enough. Enough." That would be his last letter home. On Sunday, April 15th, in the Harz foothills, 2 ambushers with machine pistols stepped from behind a house in Amelunxen onto the same road that a 16th Infantry Rifle Company had just cleared. They shot Captain Golden dead in his jeep. In a condolence note to his parents, Secretary of War Henry Stimson wrote, The loss of a loved one is beyond man's repairing. Enough. Enough. Half the nationalities of Europe were on the march, wrote Alan Moorhead. Bundles on their shoulders, trudging along the ditches in order to avoid the passing military traffic. In fact, nearly all the nationalities of Europe were on the march, in what one witness called that monstrous moving frieze of refugees. Allied officers estimated that 4.2 million displaced persons from 47 nations trudged through 12th Army Group's sector of Germany alone. They were among some 11 million unmoored souls wandering across Central Europe in the spring of 1945. Of the shambling millions, many hundreds of thousands were slave laborers freed when factories were bombed or encampments overrun. Chafe broadcasts in various languages by Radio Luxembourg offered instructions both to those not yet freed, take shelter and await the Allied armies, and to those already at liberty. Do not move out of your district. Let your behavior be a credit to your national honor. Instead, starvation, revenge, indiscipline, and chaos often created what Allied officers called a liberation complex. As an Army assessment concluded, newly liberated persons looted, robbed, murdered, and in some cases destroyed their own shelter. Ravenous ex-prisoners licked flour off the floor of a Farsleben bakery. In Osnabrück, rampageous Russian slaves died after swilling V-2 rocket fuel discovered in a storage yard. Thousands of refugees carried tuberculosis, diphtheria, and other contagions. Still, the moving frieze moved on. For the liberators, this great flood tide of misery was unnerving. After passing 400 Italian slave laborers swaddled in rags, the reporter Eric Severide took inventory of his own sentiments. A kind of dull satisfaction, a weary incapacity for further stimulation, a desire to go home and not to have to think about it anymore, and a vague wondering whether I could ever cease thinking about it as long as I lived. There was worse to see and to think about, much worse. Ohrdruf had been but the first concentration camp liberated by Western armies in the fatherland, and it was hardly the most heinous. Soldiers who in years of combat had seen things no man should ever see now gawked in disbelief at the iniquities confronting them. After viewing corpses at a camp in Landsberg, Major Ralph Ingersoll wrote, "There was no fat on them to decompose. You are repelled by the sight of your own leg, because in its shape it reminds you of one of those legs. It is a degenerating experience." A paratrooper said, "It was a defining moment in our lives. Who we were, what we believed in, and what we stood for." Such a moment arrived for the British Army and the civilized world on April 15th, when the 11th Armored Division stumbled upon the Bergen-Belsen camp 50 miles south of Hamburg. "We came into a smell of ordure, like the smell of a monkey camp," a British intelligence officer reported, and a strange simian throng greeted them at the gates. Over 40,000 men, women, and children jammed a compound designed for 8,000. Since January, they had survived on watery soup, 14 ounces of rye bread a day, and a kind of beet called Mongol Wurzel, normally used as livestock feed. But for the past 4 days, they had received neither food nor water and were reduced to eating the hearts, livers, and kidneys of the dead. 10,000 corpses littered the camp. One soldier recounted seeing a woman squatting, gnawing at a human thigh bone. In war, you see humanity at the end of its tether. Of those still alive in what British doctors called the horror camp, 13,000 died of their insults after liberation, passing at a rate of 1,000 a day. The dead were bulldozed into pits or carried to mass graves by barefoot German guards who were hectored by Tommies and clubbed with rifle butts. A month later, after the last survivors had been evacuated, Bergen-Belsen would be burned to the ground. For the U.S. Army, the camp at Buchenwald offered a uniquely searing epiphany of liberation because of its size and the clear evidence of systemic evil. Built in 1937 outside Weimar, a city that had once been home to Goethe, Schiller, and Franz Liszt, Buchenwald and its satellites had grown to more than 100,000 inmates by March 1945, with offenders categorized by triangle insignia on their uniforms: red for political prisoners, pink for homosexuals, green for criminals, yellow for Jews. Just after noon, on April 11th, a warning over the public address system advised, "All SS men leave the camp immediately." An hour later, outriders of the 3rd Army's 6th Armored Division burst through the main gate, which stood beneath a large sign proclaiming "Recht oder Unrecht, mein Vaterland," right or wrong, my fatherland. They found 21,000 survivors from 31 nations, engineers, lawyers, professors, editors, and 1,000 boys under age 14, living on 600 calories a day. One witness said, "They were so thin and so dried out that they might have been monkeys or plaster of Paris, and you had to keep saying to yourself, 'These are human beings.'" An intricate, awful world soon was revealed. The cement cellar strangling room, where the condemned were garroted and hung on 45 wall hooks, those still struggling to be bashed with a wooden mallet. Block 46, where gruesome medical experiments were conducted. The dissecting room, where inmate tattoos were excised, tanned, and fashioned into lampshades, wall hangings, and a pair of gloves for the commandant's wife. An Army report noted, inmates were beaten with fists, sticks, clubs, dog whips, riding crops, rubber hoses, oxtail whips, leather belts, rifle butts, shovels, spade handles, and rocks. Also, they were bitten by dogs. Others were strung up by their hands for hours from tree boughs in a grove known to SS guards as the Singing Forest because of the victims' cries. The SS had murdered at least 56,000 inmates in Buchenwald and its subcamps. Many then were consigned to 6 brick ovens that could reduce a charge of 18 bodies to bone ash in 20 minutes. A verse in gold and black lettering above the crematorium door caught the reporter Osmer White's eye. "Worms shall not devour, but flames consume this body. While I lived, I always loved the heat and light." Patton marched the burghers of Weimar through Buchenwald and sent photos to George Marshall. Shocking evidence of German torture and murder had been emerging for many months, yet not until the revelations of April 1945 did the vast criminality of the Nazi regime spark enduring outrage in the West. Hyperbolic propaganda about World War I atrocities had left an enduring legacy of skepticism, the U.S. Army acknowledged. A survey in early December found that barely 1/3 of British citizens believed atrocity stories about the Germans. Graphic film footage from Europe had been suppressed because Hollywood worried about nauseating moviegoers or creating ill will toward newsreel companies. But photography and eyewitness accounts from Bergen-Belsen, Buchenwald, and other hellholes now filled newspapers and cinema screens. Warner Brothers and other studios collaborated with the Pentagon in releasing atrocity documentaries. By mid-April, another survey showed that more than 4 in 5 Britons were convinced that the Reich had done evil on a monumental scale. Even war-weary soldiers felt a new sense of purpose. Complete victory would require not only vanquishing the enemy on the battlefield, but also bearing witness to all that the war had revealed about the human heart. Berliners received an extra allocation of crisis rations to commemorate Hitler's birthday on Friday, April 20th. A pound of bacon or sausage, half a pound of rice, and an ounce of coffee. Allied planes pummeled the city for much of the day, and citizens risked their lives to queue for the special groceries. In April, almost 4,000 suicides would be reported in Berlin. The pastor shot himself and his wife and daughter, wrote a 16-year-old girl in the Friedrichshagen district. Mrs. H. shot her 2 sons and herself and slit her daughter's throat. Our teacher, Mrs. K., hanged herself. She was a Nazi. A shortage of coffins meant that the dead were sometimes wrapped in newspapers. Still, a birthday parade meandered through the Olympic Stadium, where German girls sang, "Lift Our Banners" in the fresh morning breeze. Some of the party faithful celebrated so exuberantly with schnapps that vomit stained their uniform tunics. Slogans on broken walls around the Capitol declared, "We will never surrender," and, more ambiguously, "For all this, we thank the Führer." The man himself took the passing of another year in stride, accepting murmured birthday greetings from his staff in the 30-room bunker complex beneath the Reich Chancellery. Much of Hitler's life since leaving the Adlerhorst had been spent in this labyrinth with its storerooms of canned beef, incessant ventilator hum, and pathetic tongue of red carpet in the foyer. Here he had been joined by his mistress, Eva Braun, a Bavarian Mädchen who supposedly danced the Charleston well. Behind 3 steel doors in his bunker late that afternoon, Hitler convened his paladins for what would be their final conference together. Goering, Goebbels, Himmler, the architect Albert Speer, the foreign minister Joachim von Ribbentrop, the Wehrmacht chiefs. Hitler waved away suggestions that he flee the city, as so many privileged golden pheasants had fled. "Jodl," he told his operations chief, "I shall fight as long as the faithful fight next to me, and then I shall shoot myself." God, where are you? War correspondents had begun offering odds on which American unit would be first to encounter the Russians as the Allied armies drew ever closer in eastern Germany. An American order suspended artillery fire beyond the Elbe for fear of hitting the Russians. It was rescinded after cheeky Wehrmacht troops exploited the lull to sunbathe along the east bank. East of Leipzig, on the foggy morning of Wednesday, April 25th, 3 patrols from 1st Army 69th Division ventured into the uplands beyond the Mulde River, ignoring orders from the U.S. High Command to remain within 5 miles of the river. At 11:30 a.m., in the farm hamlet of Leckwitz, one group of 36 GIs encountered a solitary Soviet horseman with Asian features mounted on a small pony. The rider swiftly galloped away. Continuing 2 miles to the Elbe, near Strela, some 25 miles beyond the Mulde, the men spied soldiers milling along the east bank, medals glinting on their chests. After commandeering a sailboat and using hands on rifle butts to paddle across, the Americans shook hands with their Russian comrades from the 175th Rifle Regiment, exchanging smiles and extravagant gestures. Thursday morning brought the full, overwrought merger of East and West. A flying column of 15 jeeps, packed with photographers and correspondents, arrived in the town of Torgau on the Elbe to find a scene like an Iowa picnic, in one lieutenant colonel's description, albeit with promiscuous celebratory gunfire. 6 varnished shells from the Torgau Racing Club, the only river craft to be found, shuttled GIs and reporters to the East Bank for black bread and apples washed down with vodka. The Russians all looked as if they hadn't had time for a bath since Stalingrad, Martha Gellhorn would later write, but their tunics were upholstered with handsome enamel decorations for killing Germans. Hundreds of freed Russian slave laborers, mostly women in colorful kerchiefs, waited along the West Bank for a seat on a makeshift ferry to begin their long journey home. At 3 p.m., the 69th Division commander, Major General Emil F. Reinhardt, stepped uneasily into a wobbly shell. A stout Russian mother sat in the bow with her baby in a carriage balanced across the gunwales. "Get that woman off the boat," an Army officer shouted. "The general needs that boat." Unwilling to budge, the woman sat as rigid as a ship's figurehead until the coxswain swung out into the river with mother, child, and the squatting general as passengers. "Reinhardt's still lucky," a reporter quipped. "Washington had to stand." On the far shore, a Soviet general advanced to greet him with an outstretched hand. An unbroken Allied line now stretched from the North Sea to the Urals, cutting Germany in half and reducing the Reich to shards of a state. In the north, a German rump still hugged the North Sea and the Baltic. Nothing now could thwart the Soviet juggernaut of 2.5 million troops and 6,000 tanks. Although in destroying some 90 German divisions, a trio of Soviet army groups in just the 3 weeks after April 16th would suffer more than 300,000 casualties, a bloodletting that made Eisenhower's aversion to Berlin seem prudent. The city's final agony had begun, and with it the rape of at least 90,000 German women. A diarist described the city as a hilly landscape of bricks, human beings buried beneath it, the stars above. The last moving things are the rats. In the south, the Reich had been reduced to swatches of Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, plus a narrowing belt that stretched from the Black Forest through Lower Bavaria to the Austrian Tyrol and Salzburg. Patton crossed the Czech border, and each day ticked off 15 or 20 miles toward Linz. Patch's 7th Army raced south from Nuremberg to seize intact a bridge over the Danube at Dillingen. Few signs of a national redoubt could be detected. "We are constantly suffering from misunderstandings with the French," a recent Schaeff memo had lamented. In southwest Germany, General Devers had meticulously choreographed the capture of Stuttgart with 3 goals in mind: to prevent the escape of the enemy's 19th Army, to expedite the U.S. attack into western Austria, and, secretly, to capture German atomic scientists at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics in remote Heckingen. On Devers's order, French troops were to seize Stuttgart, but not until the U.S. Sixth Corps had outflanked the city to block escape routes south. General de Gaulle had other ideas. Stuttgart offered a wide door to the Danube, Bavaria, and Austria, which, in de Gaulle's calculation, would support our intentions as to the French zone of occupation. With Douze Maîtres urging him on, Delot deftly used one French corps to surround the southern half of the Black Forest and another to envelop Stuttgart from the south and east. Delot apologized to Devers, but declared that he could answer only to the French government. This opera bouffe now grew sinister. German civilians fled Stuttgart to seek American protection from predatory French colonial troops. An Englishwoman married to a German claimed that every female between 12 and 80 in her village had been assaulted. After advising Delot that Stuttgart is chaotic, Devers drove into the city at 9 a.m. on Friday, April 27th, to see for himself. He found the dire reports to be greatly exaggerated. Rather than 50,000 women raped, the figure was fewer than 2,000, he said, some of whom had been violated by rampaging foreign workers or renegade Germans. 7th Army noted dryly, "French procedure in occupying a German city is traditionally different from that of American forces." Eisenhower now intervened. In a tart cable to de Gaulle on April 28th, he promised to inform London and Washington that I can no longer count with certainty upon the operational use of any French forces they may contemplate equipping in the future." The new U.S. President, Harry S. Truman, added his own rebuke in a note to de Gaulle. But with a war to finish, neither Devers nor the Supreme Commander wanted to prolong this Gallic distraction. French troops for the moment would remain in Stuttgart, where the execution of a few rapists apparently persuaded Devers that conditions were very much better. Patch's legions meanwhile pressed south. American intelligence agents outflanked the French to arrest some of the German scientists they sought in Heckingen. Although the top prize, the Nobel physicist Werner Heisenberg, had pedaled off to Bavaria on his bicycle the previous day and would not be snared for another week. Bickering over the French occupation zone would continue until a formal settlement was signed in late June. France and the United States, whose blood camaraderie dated to the American Revolution, would emerge from the war as wary allies, their mutual mistrust destined to shape post-war geopolitics for decades. Devers coined the perfect epigraph. "For many months we have fought together," he wrote to Lott, "often on the same side." A final monstrosity awaited discovery by American soldiers. On a chilly, sunless Sunday morning, April 29th, the 45th Infantry Division, bound for Munich and badly frayed after vicious gunfights in Aschaffenburg and Nuremberg, arrived in Dachau town. There are flower beds and trees, small shops, bicycles on the ground, churches with steeples, a mirror-like river, an army physician wrote. There was more, as I Company of the 157th Infantry discovered upon following a rail spur toward the prison compound. 39 train cars, gondolas, passenger carriages, and boxcars sat on the siding. Either in the cars or scattered along the tracks lay 2,310 decomposing corpses, some naked, others in tattered blue and white camp livery. Most were Poles who had starved to death after being forcibly evacuated from Buchenwald. While GIs wept at the sight, 4 Waffen-SS soldiers emerged from hiding with hands high. A lieutenant herded the men into a boxcar and then emptied his pistol into them. "You sons of bitches," the lieutenant shrieked. "You sons of bitches." As the Americans made for a side gate of the camp, thousands of inmates stood baying at the fence in a great keening babel. Howling inmates pursued remaining Waffen-SS troops, some of whom were masquerading in prison garb. A rabbi who arrived at Dachau that afternoon wrote, "We stood aside and watched while these guards were beaten to death, beaten so badly that their bodies were ripped open. We watched with less feeling than if a dog were being beaten." Inmates desecrated dead and dying Germans with sticks and rocks, crushing skulls and severing fingers. After entering the compound, soldiers from I Company herded several dozen Germans against the 8-foot stucco wall of a coal yard, where, without warning, a gunner manning a light machine gun on a tripod opened fire. At the same hour, the vanguard of the 42nd Infantry Division arrived at the main gate to be welcomed by the infamous Arbeit macht frei signage, and a brigadier general recounted a yelling, seething mass of prisoners who broke through the steel wire fence at several places. In this process, several were electrocuted. More SS men were shot by the Americans. The rampage spent itself. Medics arrived and gravediggers. "I haven't the words to tell you how horrible it really is," an Army nurse wrote her husband. The 7th Army Inspector General soon arrived to investigate the alleged mistreatment of German guards. Word of bloodletting also reached Eisenhower, who subsequently spoke with high-ground eloquence in demanding that every division, corps, and army in Europe investigate extrajudicial killings by U.S. forces. At least 28 SS men had been gunned down after surrendering at Dachau, the Inspector General concluded. He recommended that 4 U.S. soldiers be court-martialed for murder, but not a single prosecution followed. General Patch rejected much of the Inspector General's report, citing an apparent lack of comprehension of battle stresses. No doubt. Yet here surely was Victor's justice, tinged with a sour smell of sanctimony, a reminder that honor and dishonor often traveled in trace across a battlefield, and that even a liberator could come home stained, if not befouled. In a letter to her family about treating Dachau survivors, Lieutenant Wandry, a 7th Army nurse, invoked a wrenching conundrum. I'm on night duty with 100 corpse-like patients, wrecks of humanity. Many have tuberculosis, typhus, enterocolitis, constant diarrhea, and huge bed sores. Patients wear just pajama shirts, as they can't get the bottoms down fast enough to use commodes. God, where are you? As a specially designated Führer city, Munich was known to Hitler's regime as both the capital of the movement and the capital of German art. To the U.S. Army it was, in Eisenhower's phrase, the cradle of the Nazi beast. By nightfall on Monday, April 30th, Munich had fallen. 300 miles north, on that same Monday, Soviet souvenir hunters prowled through a morgue full of dead German soldiers near Berlin's Tiergarten, plucking iron crosses and swastikas from field-gray tunics. Far below the Reich Chancellery, listed on Soviet maps as Objective 106, Hitler ate a late lunch with his 2 secretaries and his dietitian. Dressed in a uniform jacket and black trousers, he then shook hands with his staff, murmuring a few words of farewell before retreating to his study. Eva Braun, wearing a blue dress trimmed in white, joined him at 3:30 p.m. Only a rattle of ventilator fans and the distant grumble of artillery broke the silence. 10 minutes later, aides opened the study door to find Braun slumped on a sofa dead from cyanide. Next to her sat the lifeless Führer, a bullet hole from a Walther PPK 7.65 millimeter pistol in his right temple. 12 years and 4 months after it began, the 1,000-year Reich had ended. Humanity would require decades, perhaps centuries, to parse the regime's inhumanity and to comprehend how a narcissistic beer hall demagogue had wrecked a nation, a continent, and nearly a world. Stalin, upon hearing the news, would need but a moment to compose the Führer's epitaph. So, that's the end of the bastard. Henchmen wrapped the 2 bodies in blankets, carried them up 4 flights to the shell-pocked garden, doused them in gasoline, and let them burn for 3 hours. A small, pleasing blaze within the larger conflagration. "The chief's on fire," a drunk SS bodyguard called down into the bunker. "Do you want to come and have a look?" A chauffeur later complained that the ventilation fans wafted a stench of seared flesh through the labyrinth. "We could not get away from it," he said. "It smelled like burning bacon." Hitler's death, like his life, would prove predicate to a lie. Rather than disclosing that he had died by his own hand in a squalid rat trap, German radio on Tuesday, May 1st, announced that he had fallen for Germany while fighting to the last breath against Bolshevism. The Wehrmacht High Command decreed that the Führer's faithful unto death example was to be binding for all soldiers. But collapse now came with gravitational certainty. The jig was up. The last Soviet shells fell on Berlin at 3 p.m. on Wednesday, May 2nd, followed by a silence more ominous for Germans than the din of battle. Defenseless and disemboweled, the the city gave itself over to an occupation that was to last half a century. 50 miles due west along the Elbe, where Simpson's Ninth Army held the American left wing, tens of thousands of hysterical, screaming Germans fled the pursuing Red Army. Simpson agreed to accept surrendering Wehrmacht troops only if they brought their own food, kitchens, and medical supplies. A German colonel reported that quite a few people who were not able to cross the Elbe killed themselves. On every fighting front, similar dramas reached their operatic crescendos. In Italy, an offensive by 1.5 million Allied soldiers from 26 countries had broken through the Po River Valley on April 23rd. 5 days later, Mussolini and his mistress, gunned down by partisans, were strung up by their heels from a rusty beam outside a Milan gas station. Along the continent's northern lip, Canadian troops pressed into the Netherlands with the prodigal use of flamethrowers and a sense of urgency. The starving Dutch had been reduced to eating nettle soup, laundry starch, the occasional cat or dog, and 140 million tulip bulbs. The subsequent surrender of Army Group H and Fortress Holland triggered national jubilation. Bonfires, singing, and dancing by a vast orange throng, even though more than 200,000 civilians were suffering from malnutrition. Gray columns of captured Germans snaked toward Den Helder for embarkation on trawlers and sweeps, thence across the IJsselmeer for the long trudge to prison. They left like tramps and criminals, wrote Marsland Gander, a scribe for the Daily Telegraph. They were allowed 10 horses and 5 carts for every 180 men. 2 bicycles among every 500 men could be retained for the purposes of delivering messages. Every man was searched and stripped of loot before he stepped on board the evacuation craft, being allowed only 1 fountain pen and 1 wristwatch. The piles of discarded property on the quayside and in warehouses included bicycles, sewing machines, furniture, radio sets, cases of gin, clothing, scent. It was, Gander added, a time of fairy tale gladness. Farther east, where 4 British divisions outflanked Bremen, the port had fallen on April 27th, following a 5-day gunfight. A Tommy found Germans looting, drinking, and fighting among each other in a city he deemed among the most debauched places on the face of God's earth. Montgomery crossed the lower Elbe with his usual deliberation, even as Eisenhower repeatedly hectored him to hurry. The Soviets were making for Denmark. Among Anglo-American armies, Patton's Third was now the farthest east. Czech villages hoisted pretty archways over approach roads, with flower garlands and signs proclaiming, "Welcome Americans." Identical arches on the far side of town proclaimed, "Welcome Russians." Austrian partisans seized Innsbruck on May 2nd, and 2 days later 6th Corps clattered into the city during a snowstorm, camping in a golf resort hotel with tennis courts and a Viennese orchestra. Just before 11 a.m. on Friday, May 4th, a patrol from the 411th Infantry crossed the Brenner Pass to clasp hands with comrades from 5th Army, a juncture of the European and Italian theaters 2 terrible years in the making. At almost the same hour, Devers arrived by staff car with Generals Patch, Haslip, and O'Daniel at a sculptor's studio in a sylvan glade outside Haar, southeast of Munich. Plaster-cast models and statuary ranging from the miniature to the monumental filled the studio, where Lieutenant General Hermann Forsch stood at rigid attention, ready to surrender both his First Army and Army Group G. "This is unconditional surrender," Devers said. "Do you understand that?" For a full minute, Forsch remained as stiff as the statues around him, a witness recorded, the muscles of his face working like those of a man about to have convulsions. Then, with a slight cant of his head, he replied in precise English, "I can assure you, sir, there is no power left at my disposal to prevent it. Few locales were more freighted with Teutonic sentiment than Berchtesgaden, a remote Bavarian village 80 miles southeast of Munich. Hitler had retreated here after the failed 1923 putsch, and here, in a log hut, he had written the second volume of Mein Kampf. As a gift for the Führer's 50th birthday, and also as a venue for diplomatic receptions, the regime had hired almost 4,000 workers to build a lavish mountaintop chateau nearby, dubbed the Eagle's Nest. News of the Führer's death inspired SS bodyguards to burn his personal effects on May 1st and then set fire to the house as Allied armies drew near. Under orders from General O'Daniel of the U.S. 3rd Division, officers posted a heavy guard on bridges across the Salak River, barring both the approaching French 2nd Armored and the 101st Airborne Divisions from entering the village. You've had Paris, and you've had Strasbourg, the 15th Corps commander, General Haslip, told a fuming General Leclerc. You can't expect Berchtesgaden as well. GIs lowered a Nazi flag and tore it into 2-inch shreds for souvenirs. Despite bombing, arson, and plunder, soldiers still found much to pillage on the Ober-Salzburg. Table linen, teacups, and spoons monogrammed A.H. could be found in the Berghof cellars, as well as phonograph records, magazines dating to 1930, and a toilet seat from a green tiled water closet. Soon 3,000 Allied soldiers a day would tramp up to the Eagle's Nest as tourists, 10,000 on Sundays. Bored, gum-chewing paratroopers were pressed into duty as guides. Goering's booty proved especially vast and varied, much of it crammed into a warehouse with a large bank vault inside. In nearby rail tunnels and other repositories, paratroopers found much of his notorious art collection, said to be worth more than $500 million. Hundreds of paintings by the likes of Rembrandt, Rubens, and Van Dyck. An inn was converted into a temporary gallery with a placard outside that read, Hermann Goering Art Collection, through courtesy of the 101st Airborne Division. The Reichsmarshal himself soon materialized, having offered his services to Eisenhower in reorganizing the German Reich. Arrested by the 36th Division 35 miles southeast of Salzburg, Goering was fed fried chicken and photographed in front of a Texas Lone Star flag, his many chins cascading to the Iron Cross at his throat. One American officer said, "He is a fat slob, very anxious to talk about how the mistakes were Hitler's and Ribbentrop's." And then there was one. The last German headquarters still at large in the Alps was that of Field Marshal Kesselring, the Anglo-Americans' longtime nemesis. 2 reporters tracked down the OB West commander as he awaited the end of the war aboard a 5-car train along the Austrian border. Asked before his departure for a prison camp to assess Hitler, the field marshal took a deep breath and replied, "Hitler was the most remarkable historical character I ever knew." A great silence. Field Marshal Montgomery's final wartime encampment crowned a hilltop on the Lüneburg Heath, 30 miles southeast of Hamburg, in a landscape of beech, birch, and half-timbered farmhouses with blue or pink-tinted plaster. At 11:30 a.m. on Thursday, May 3rd, a German sedan, escorted by 2 British armored cars, crawled past the village of Wendisch-Evern. The small convoy halted beneath a Union Jack that had been hoisted over a trio of camouflaged caravans. The door of the middle caravan swung open, and an elfin figure in battle dress and khaki trousers emerged, hands clasped behind his back in a pose of severest rectitude. "Who are you?" Montgomery bellowed. "What do you want?" a slight, sallow officer in a high-peaked cap stepped forward to introduce himself as Admiral Hans-Georg von Friedeburg. Under the Führer's last political testament, Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz had succeeded Hitler as head of state, or what remained of a state, in a provisional capital in Flensburg, near the Danish border. Admiral von Friedeburg had in turn succeeded Dönitz as commander-in-chief of the German Navy, or what remained of a navy. "I have never heard of you," Montgomery shouted. Undaunted, Friedeburg, on Dönitz's authority, proposed surrendering the 3 German armies fleeing the Soviets between the Baltic and Berlin. "Certainly not," Montgomery replied. "Those armies are fighting the Russians, so they must surrender to the Russians. The subject is closed." After mulling the matter for a moment, the field marshal added, "Will you surrender to me all the German forces between Lübeck and the Dutch coast, and all supporting troops such as those in Denmark?" That would be a tactical battlefield surrender by enemies opposing 21st Army Group, not a strategic capitulation to undermine Moscow. When Friedeburg protested that he had no authority for such an arrangement, Montgomery cut him off. "I wonder," he said, "if you really know what your position is." Calling for a map, he quickly pointed out the catastrophe befallen German forces on every front, while delivering a tongue-lashing about concentration camps and the suffering caused by the Reich. "You'd better go to lunch and think it over," the field marshal said. He personally would be delighted to continue fighting. Friedeburg drove off for further instruction. A colonel soon announced that he and his delegation had returned. The answer to the British question was yes. Friedeburg trudged into Montgomery's caravan for a brief tete-a-tete, where he reported that Grand Admiral Dönitz, invariably called Donuts by Allied soldiers, had agreed to the British terms. Dönitz had also instructed Friedeburg to open negotiations with Eisenhower directly. The Grand Admiral clearly hoped that every hour of delay would allow thousands more Wehrmacht troops and German refugees to escape to the west. At 6:20 p.m., the Admiral emerged from the trailer and, bracketed by 2 British officers, walked 50 yards to a tent with the side flaps raised. 2 BBC microphones sat on a square table covered with an army blanket. It was a gray evening, Moorhead wrote. Gray heather, gray heavy clouds, gray coats on the Germans, and gray in their faces. Montgomery arrived directly. "This," he murmured to reporters, "is a great moment." Friedeburg and his comrades rose from their chairs to salute stiffly. Montgomery took his chair, his biographer would write. The simple tortoise-shell-rimmed reading spectacles set upon the sharp foxish nose, with 5 rows of decorations below his lapel, the small gold chain linking the breast pockets of his battle dress, the bony, sinewy hands resting upon the table. Holding a document titled Instrument of Surrender, he read aloud the 7 paragraphs in his reedy voice, ending with, "The decision of the Allied powers will be final if any doubt or dispute arises as to the meaning or interpretation of the surrender terms." Picking up a pen, he dipped it into an inkpot and told Friedeburg, "You will now sign the document." Once all German signatures had been affixed, Montgomery added his own, then began to write April, crossed out the A, and dated the document 4 May 1945, 1830 hours. The capitulation would take effect the next morning at 8 a.m. and remain valid until superseded by a general surrender to be signed under Schaeff auspices. He sat back with a sigh, removing his glasses. That, he said, concludes the formal surrender. Recounting the day's events in a letter to Brooke before going to bed, the Field Marshal wrote, "It looks as if the British Empire part of the German war in Western Europe is over. I was persuaded to drink some champagne at dinner tonight. Foul weather on Saturday, May 5th, spoiled plans to whisk Friedeberg to Reims for a quick end to the war. Instead, he flew to Brussels aboard a British plane before being driven south for 135 miles, arriving shortly after 5 p.m. at SHAEF's headquarters. Humming to himself while putting on a fresh collar in the washroom, Friedeberg then walked into Beadle Smith's second-floor office. Within 20 minutes, negotiations had collapsed. Smith and Major General Strong, who together had handled the Italian capitulation for Eisenhower 2 years earlier, flatly rejected the Admiral's proposed surrender of only those German forces making for the West. The Supreme Commander, they told Friedeberg, would not in any circumstances accept terms other than unconditional surrender to SHAEF and to the Soviet High Command simultaneously. The Admiral's eyes welled with tears, but he was adamant. Authority for such a surrender could only come from Admiral Dönitz. Smith reported to Eisenhower that Friedeberg would cable Dönitz, but no surrender was likely for hours, perhaps longer. At 6 o'clock on Sunday evening, a new negotiator arrived in Reims, General Alfred Jodl, the German High Command Operations Chief, with instructions from Dönitz to find salvation in the West by explaining why we wish to make this separate surrender to the Americans. After 90 minutes of haggling, Smith informed Eisenhower that Jodl and Friedeberg were plainly stalling. "You tell them," the Supreme Commander snapped, "that 48 hours from midnight tonight I will close my lines on the Western Front so no more Germans can get through. Whether they sign or not, no matter how much time they take." In a radio message to Flensburg, Jodl told Dönitz, "Eisenhower insists that we sign today. I see no alternative. Chaos or signature." The Grand Admiral complained of sheer extortion, but gave his consent. Full power to sign. Paired to 234 words in 5 paragraphs, the document was rushed to the typing pool, which in short order produced 8 copies of the Act of Military Surrender, each bound in a plain gray cover. At 2 a.m. on Monday, May 7th, 17 reporters and photographers were herded up a stone stairway and through a narrow corridor to the second-floor SHAEF war room. A colonel announced, "Get ready, gentlemen. They're coming." A hissing bank of Klieg lights flickered to life. Jodl and Friedeberg walked to the table, erect and glassy-eyed. The 11-man Allied delegation followed, including Generals Spaatz and Strong, a Soviet major general, and Beadle Smith. In his office down the hall, Eisenhower feigned Olympian detachment, pacing and smoking. Strong laid a copy of the surrender document before Jodl. Only the click of camera shutters and a scratching of pen nibs broke the silence. The surrender ceremony had lasted 10 minutes. Smith and Strong led Jodl, his cheeks streaked with tears, to Eisenhower's office. "Do you understand the terms of the document of surrender you have just signed?" Eisenhower asked. Jodl replied, "Ja, ja." "You will be officially and personally held responsible if the terms of the surrender are violated," Eisenhower said. "That is all." Jodl saluted, then executed a smart about-face and withdrew under the Supreme Commander's cold gaze for an eventual appointment with the hangman. Thus was peace made in Europe. "I suppose this calls for a bottle of champagne," Eisenhower said, managing a grin. A cork popped to feeble cheers. Photographers appeared, and a newsreel crew. At Smith's suggestion, various staff officers attempted to compose a suitable cable telling the Charlies that the war was over. As each draft grew more grandiloquent, the Supreme Commander thanked his lieutenants and then dictated the message himself. The mission of this Allied force was fulfilled at 0241 local time, May 7, 1945, Eisenhower. As word spread of the German surrender, some rambunctious soldiers celebrated with honking horns or what one officer called mad, dangerous gunfire. Yet many felt subdued. Elation seemed misplaced. So many were gone, so many broken. An eerie, profound silence fell across much of the battlefield, and even those astonished to have survived felt too weary or numb or haunted for hosannas. For the first time in nearly 6 years, the sun set on a Europe without front lines, a Europe at peace. Epilogue. The Daily Mail in London reported that a dozen elderly men stood for hours on Monday, May 7th, with ropes in their hands and hope in their hearts, waiting to send the bells of St. Paul's clanging in the paean of triumph. In vain they stood. No paean clanged, nary a bell pealed. Moscow had objected to proclaiming the war's end until a proper capitulation of German forces on the Eastern Front was signed in Berlin, validating the surrender improvised by Schaeff. Churchill and Truman reluctantly agreed to withhold confirmation of the surrender. VE Day, Victory in Europe, would not become official until Tuesday, May 8th. Eisenhower dispatched a Schaeff delegation to meet the Soviets at a former German military engineering school in Karlshorst, 10 miles southeast of central Berlin. Here the Germans would surrender again. In Paris, a celebration that began Monday night would run riot until midday Thursday. Jeeps packed with GIs and comely French women rushed about as crowds shouted, "Salut! Vive les États-Unis! American Army, heap heap hooray!" Snaking throngs danced down the Champs-Élysées as sirens sounded a final all-clear and church bells rang across the city. For the first time since the war began, lights illuminated the Arc de Triomphe, the Opera, and other grand landmarks. The rest of the world soon caught the celebratory fervor. In Washington, lights bathed the Capitol dome for the first time since December 1941, although streets remained quiet, perhaps because the battle for Okinawa had become a cave-by-cave bloodbath. Federal bureaucrats were ordered to report to work as usual on Tuesday, lest peacetime lollygagging take root. "This is a solemn but glorious hour," Truman told the nation. "We must work to finish the war. Our victory is only half won. The West is free, but the East is still in bondage to the treacherous Japanese." VE Day dawned in London with what one resident called intense Wagnerian rain, and thunder so violent that many woke fearing a return of German bombers. By mid-morning the storm had rolled off, the sun broke through, and those St. Paul's bell ringers leaned into their work. Crowds outside Buckingham Palace chanted, "We want the king," and the king they got, along with the queen and 2 princesses, who appeared waving from a balcony 6 times during the day. Early in the afternoon, Churchill left 10 Downing Street by the Garden Gate. Crowds cheered him to the echo as he rode in an open car from Horse Guards Parade to the House of Commons. There the Prime Minister read the surrender announcement to a standing ovation before leading a procession of House members on foot to the 12th century St. Margaret's Church on the grounds of Westminster Abbey for a service of thanksgiving. Thence he was driven by car to Buckingham Palace for tea. As the day faded in the west, Churchill appeared on the Ministry of Health balcony to peer down at the seething crowd spilling across Whitehall. "This is your hour," he told them, flashing his stubby fingers in the trademark V. "We were the first in this ancient land to draw the sword against tyranny." By the time Japan surrendered on September 2, 1945, the Second World War had lasted 6 years and a day, ensnaring almost 60 nations, plus sundry colonial and imperial territories. 60 million had died in those 6 years, including nearly 10 million in Germany and Japan, and more than twice that number in the Soviet Union, roughly 26 million, one-third of them soldiers. To describe this great and terrible epoch, as George Marshall called it, new words would be required, like genocide, and old words would assume new usages, Holocaust. To one victim, Ernie Pyle, this global conflagration had been simply an unmitigated misfortune. For the Allies, some solace could be derived from complete victory over a foe of unexampled iniquity. In Europe, the Western Allies, in 338 days, had advanced more than 700 miles, liberated oppressed peoples by the tens of millions, seized 100,000 square miles of Germany and Austria, captured more than 4 million prisoners, and killed or badly wounded an estimated 1 million enemy soldiers. While bleeding far less than the Soviets, the West at war's end had retained the most productive and economically vital quadrants of the continent. A British military maxim held that he who has not fought the Germans does not know war. Now the Americans, Soviets, and others also knew war all too well. The cohesion and internal coherence of the Allied coalition had assured victory. The better alliance had won. Certainly it was possible to look at Allied war-making on any given day and feel heartsick at the missed opportunities and purblind personalities and wretched wastage, to wonder why the ranks could not be braver, or at least cleverer, smarter, or at least shrewder, prescient, or at least intuitive. Yet despite its foibles, the Allied way of war won through, with systems that were, as the historian Richard Overy would write, centralized, unified, and coordinated, quite unlike Axis systems. In contrast to the Axis autocracy, Allied leadership included checks and balances to temper arbitrary willfulness and personal misjudgment. The Anglo-American Confederation in particular, for all the high-strung melodrama, could be seen in retrospect to effect a strategic symbiosis. British prudence in 1942 and 1943, eventually yielding to American audacity in 1944 and 1945, had brought victories in the Mediterranean that proved a necessary prelude to the decisive campaign that began at Normandy. Our resolution to preserve civilization must become more implacable, an American observer had written in 1939. Our courage must mount. Resolution and courage both proved equal to the cause, as did more material contributions. The entire war had cost U.S. taxpayers $296 billion, roughly $4 trillion in 2012 dollars. To help underwrite a military budget that increased 8,000%, Roosevelt had expanded the number of those taxpayers from 4 million to 42 million. What Churchill called the American prodigy of organization had shipped 18 million tons of war stuff to Europe, equivalent to the cargo in 3,600 Liberty ships. By 1945, the United States had built 2/3 of all ships afloat, and was making half of all manufactured goods in the world, including nearly half of all armaments. The enemy was crushed by logistical brilliance, firepower, mobility, mechanical aptitude, and an economic juggernaut that produced much, much more of nearly everything than Germany could. Yet the war absorbed barely 1/3 of the American gross domestic product, a smaller proportion than that of any major belligerent. A German prisoner complained, "Warfare like yours is easy." There was nothing easy about it, of course. But the United States emerged from World War II with extraordinary advantages that would ensure prosperity for decades: an intact, thriving industrial base, a population relatively unscarred by war, cheap energy, 2/3 of the world's gold supply, and great optimism. If the war had dispelled American isolationism, it also encouraged American exceptionalism. Power, as John Adams had written, always thinks it has a great soul. The war was a potent catalyst for social change across the Republic. New technologies, jets, computers, ballistic missiles, penicillin, soon spurred vibrant new industries, which in turn encouraged the migration of black workers from south to north and of all peoples to the emerging West. The GI Bill put millions of soldiers into college classrooms, spurring unprecedented social mobility. The modest experiment in racially integrating infantry battalions ended when the war did, despite nearly universal agreement that black riflemen had performed ably and in harmony with their white comrades. A presidential order in 1948 would be required to desegregate the military, and much more than that would be needed to reverse 3 centuries of racial oppression in America. But tectonic plates had begun to shift. "Glad to be home," a black soldier from Chicago observed as his troopship sailed into New York Harbor. "Proud of my country, as irregular as it is. Determined it could be better." In battered Europe, enormous tasks remained. Those who had outlived the war must learn how to reassemble our broken world, as Pyle had put it. The last debris of the Third Reich had to be swept up, including 400,000 German troops adrift in Norway. On the continent of Europe, we have yet to make sure that the words freedom, democracy, and liberation are not distorted from their true meaning as we have understood them, Churchill told Britons in mid-May. Forward, unflinching, unswerving, indomitable, till the whole task is done, and the whole world safe and clean. Part of that cleansing required the investigation and prosecution of those culpable for murdering 6 million Jews, 500,000 gypsies, and others, many others. In room 600 of the Nuremberg courthouse, the most celebrated of all war crimes tribunals, would hear testimony from 360 witnesses and review 200,000 affidavits. Of 24 major Nazi defendants, 10 would be hanged in October 1946 from gallows built in a jail gymnasium. Individual Allied governments also conducted hundreds of additional trials. The path to justice often proved circuitous. 74 defendants were tried in a Dachau courtroom for murdering GIs and Belgian civilians at or near the Malmedy crossroads during the Bulge, and 43 of them received death sentences, including their commander, Colonel Joachim Peiper. But confessions had been coerced by threats to defendants' relatives, physical force, and other wrongful inducements. All capital sentences were commuted. Released from Landsberg prison in 1956, Peiper found a job managing American sales for Porsche, the car company. Eisenhower's avowed #1 plan after the war was to sit on the bank of a quiet stream and fish. That would not happen. The victorious commander was destined for grander things. Ahead lay 15 more years of service as Army Chief of Staff, President of Columbia University, Commander of the new NATO military alliance, and President of his country. But first Eisenhower would return to London. On Tuesday, June 12th, in an open landau pulled by a pair of high-stepping bays, he rode to the Guildhall, London's 800-year-old city hall, still scarred from the Blitz. Here he would receive a sword of honor and Britain's formal thanks. Eisenhower climbed to the dais to be welcomed with applause by the great men of England, Churchill foremost among them. For 20 minutes, pale and a bit nervous, he spoke without notes of their common cause, their shared sacrifice, and their joint victory. I had never realized that Ike was as big a man until I heard his performance today, Brooke told his diary. One line from Eisenhower's address would be engraved over his tomb in Kansas a quarter-century later. Humility must always be the portion of any man who receives acclaim earned in the blood of his followers and the sacrifices of his friends. Blood there had surely been, and sacrifices beyond comprehension. 75,000 Americans had been listed as missing or captured during the European campaign. Thousands were still not accounted for at war's end, leaving their loved ones with the particular anguish of uncertainty. An estimated 25,000 GIs lay in isolated graves around the continent, many of them hidden or lost. No sooner had the ink dried on the surrender documents than mobile teams fanned across Europe to seek the dead and missing, including 14,000 Americans believed killed in air crashes behind enemy lines, and others who had died in German prison hospitals. Even as this search began, all 12 U.S. military cemeteries on German soil were emptied. No dead GI would knowingly be left in the former Reich. In 1947, the next of kin of 270,000 identifiable American dead buried overseas would submit Quartermaster General Form 345 to choose whether they wanted their soldier brought back to the United States or left interred with comrades abroad. More than 60% of the dead worldwide would return home at an average cost to the government of $564.50 per body. An unprecedented repatriation that only an affluent, victorious nation could afford. In Europe, the exhumations began that July. Every grave was opened by hand, and the remains sprinkled with an embalming compound of formaldehyde, aluminum chloride, plaster of Paris, wood powder, and clay. Wrapped in a blanket, each body was then laid on a pillow in a metal casket lined with rayon satin. From Europe alone, 82,357 bodies would return to America. As the dead came home, so too the things they carried. The Army Effects Bureau of the Kansas City Quartermaster Depot filled a large warehouse at 601 Hardesty Avenue, just below a majestic bend in the Missouri River. Among thousands of diaries received in Kansas City was a small notebook that had belonged to Lieutenant Herschel G. Horton, a 29-year-old Army officer from Aurora, Illinois. Shot in the right leg and hip during a firefight with the Japanese in New Guinea, Horton had dragged himself into a grass shanty, and over the several days that it took for him to die, he had scribbled a final letter in the notebook. "My dear, sweet father, mother, and sister," he wrote, "I lay here in this terrible place, wondering not why God has forsaken me, but rather why He is making me suffer." This, the profoundest of all mysteries, would be left for the living to ponder. Soldiers who survived also would struggle to reconcile the greatest catastrophe in human history with what the philosopher and Army officer J. Glenn Gray called the one great lyric passage in their lives. The war's intensity, camaraderie, and sense of high purpose left many with a deplorable nostalgia, in the phrase of correspondent A.J. Liebling. "The times were full of certainty," Liebling later wrote, "and I have seldom been sure I was right since." An Army Air Force's crewman who completed 50 bomber missions observed, "Never did I feel so much alive. Never did the earth and all of the surroundings look so bright and sharp." And a combat engineer mused, "What we had together was something awfully damn good, something I don't think we'll ever have again as long as we live." They had been annealed, touched with fire. "We are certainly no smaller men than our forefathers," Gavin wrote his daughter. Alan Moorhead, who watched the scarlet calamity from beginning to end, believed that here and there a man found greatness in himself. Moorhead added, "The anti-aircraft gunner in a raid and the boy in a landing barge really did feel at moments that the thing they were doing was a clear and definite good, the best they could do. And at those moments, there was a surpassing satisfaction, a sense of exactly and entirely fulfilling one's life. This thing, the brief ennoblement, kept recurring again and again up to the end, and it refreshed and lighted the whole heroic and sordid story." In Moorhead's view, the soldier to whom this grace was granted became for a moment a complete man, and he had his sublimity in him. For those destined to outlive the war and die abed as old men half a century hence, the din of battle grew fainter without ever fading entirely. They knew, as the reporter Osmer White knew, that the living have the cause of the dead in trust. This, too, was part of the sublimity.